sects are extremely powerful, and even have powerful existences of the Mahayana level. It's just that the strength of the Qi clan is too strong. In the area to the east of the Eastern Territory, there is a top sect called Tianlingzong, and there are even monks who have crossed the catastrophe in the gate. As a result, 2 years ago, they were attacked by the strong Qi clan at night, and 6 monks who crossed the catastrophe besieged the Tianlingzong. The 2 Duja patriarchs of the Tianling sect died, and the entire sect was destroyed overnight. It was the destruction of the Tianling sect that shocked the entire eastern region, and even the other great regions looked sideways. Everyone understood that the Qi clan's attack on the inland was serious and powerful enough. Since ancient times, the Qi clan has been very low-key, unknowingly accumulating extremely terrifying power, but who would have thought that the Qi clan would suddenly attack the eastern region? Even now, no one knows why the Qi clan suddenly broke the current peaceful situation and began to invade the land. After the destruction of Tianlingzong, the major sects in the eastern region felt a huge threat and began to form a coalition army. Because there are countless states in the eastern region, the sects are like stars, each with its own interests, and it involves too many things. Even in the past 2 years, the coalition forces have not yet fully formed, and the eastern region is still very chaotic. Although the existence of the coalition forces is not a small threat to the Qi clan, it has not been able to completely contain the Qi clan's soldiers, but the speed of the Qi clan's invasion has slowed down a lot, and they are still advancing inside. Many sects had seen the strength of the Hai clan, and retreated all the way, not daring to fight the Hai clan, which also led to more and more sects in the big state behind. This is the situation in Qingzhou now. All the foreign sects escaped from the big state occupied by the Hai clan. They have seen the strength of the Qi clan. Even the monks who have the state of fusion and Mahayana dare not join the coalition forces to fight against the Qi clan, so they can only keep retreating. Some sects still have a bottom line. When retreating, they will not do anything excessive, but some sects will even turn into robbers and rob other sects' resources to make up for their own losses. Qingzhou is in such a chaotic state at the moment. After the Qingzhou rebellion last time, the 4 sects of Baiyun sect, Wanhua sect, Cold Winter Valley, and Wenjian Villa can be said to be in the same breath. As for Taixinmen, Hong Yunzong, He Yuefeng, and Molingwu, although they joined the Baiyunzong coalition forces in the later period, after all, there is a difference in closeness, and the relationship is slightly worse. Of course, the 8 sects are normal and harmonious. But now other sects have entered Qingzhou, like a strong dragon crossing the river, causing Qingzhou to become a lot more chaotic. Lui has heard many incidents of conflicts between foreign monks and local monks in Qingzhou over the years. And 2 years ago, Lui also heard something that surprised him. Because Molan Valley offended a sect named Tianjiao of Yunyu sect, it was wiped out overnight, and the territory of Molan Valley was also destroyed. It went smoothly and was occupied by Yunyuezong. The Yunyu sect was extremely powerful. It was originally a seaside sect, and there were even Mahayana monks in the sect. When the Qi clan invaded, they saw that the situation was not right, so they retreated first, thus retaining most of their strength. The Demon Lin Valley was destroyed, and many monks believed that the Silver Moon sect was deliberately looking for a reason to do it in order to find a new territory. However, because the Silver Moon sect is extremely powerful, other Qingzhou local sects and monks dare not say anything more. For a while, the situation in Qingzhou was jittery. Some monks from foreign sects even started to provoke the monks from the local sects in Qingzhou, deliberately looking for trouble, but with the lessons learned from Molan Valley, they could only endure it. Judging from the news that Lui heard, Qingzhou at this moment is even more chaotic than when Qingzhou was in chaos. The original chaos in Qingzhou was, after all, just a battle between the top sects in Qingzhou, but now the foreign sects are too strong, and they are not comparable to the local sects in Qingzhou. However, according to Zhang Fan, Nangang Moyu, Xie Tianming, and others, the Baiyun sect did not provoke any sects. For this, Lui could guess the reason. After all, even the Mahayana monks who sneaked into the Outer Sect disappeared without a trace before. Everyone guessed that there were monks who had crossed the tribulation in the Outer Sect, and they were extremely powerful. Naturally, not many foreign sects dared to challenge. However, for other sects, even the Wanhua sect, Cold Winter Valley has been provoked many times. As for Wenjian Villa, because of Jian Ruyu's relationship, it can be said that Shenjian is a subordinate sect. Shenjianzong erected a sword monument in Wenjian Villa, and almost all foreign sects dare not provoke it. Compared with Baiyunzong still has it. These days, although Liu Yi didn't go out, he often saw the Cold Winter Valley, the sect experts from Wanhuazong and Wenjian Villa come to Baiyunzong to discuss matters. Liu Yi didn't go to join in the fun, but he also saw these sect powerhouses from a distance look very solemn and worried. On this day, Wu Qingfeng found Liu Yi. Along with Wu Qingfeng, there were Hua Zhongjiao of Wanhua sect, Liu Zhongjiao of Cold Winter Valley, and the owner of Wenjian Villa, which is Jian Ruyu's father Jian Ruyu. Shocking in the powerhouse of the three sects. Liu Yi looked at the dense crowd of 10 people, with a confused expression on his face. Master, seniors, I don't know why you are looking for me. Wu Qingfeng smiled wryly and said, Nephew Liu, if it wasn't necessary, we wouldn't want to come to you now. Master Hua explained, little guy, it's like this. Because of the invasion of the Sea clan, there are now many powerful sects from other states in Qingzhou. The Baiyun sect and Wenjian Villa are fine, but Cold Winter Valley and our Wanhua the sect has been quite difficult recently. And now those foreign sects are getting more and more excessive, we are a little worried whether they will attack our sect by force. Our sect's sect protection formation can resist monks who are in the realm of the whole, but in the face of we can't resist the monks in the realm of integration or even the monks in the Mahayana realm. Headmaster Liu also nodded with a serious expression, and sighed, yes, if you encounter unreasonable Mahayana monks. I'm afraid it will be very difficult. The Magic Lin Valley is a lesson from the past. The atmosphere of the crowd was calm. Everyone knows how miserable Molin Valley is. Wu Qingfeng opened the mouth and said, so, several sect experts hope that you can help their sects arrange the sect protection array. All the materials are provided by us. If you need anything, you can directly ask for it. Hearing this, Liu Yi was stunned. Everyone knew about Liu Yi's formation practice, which was enough to set up a very powerful formation. No wonder the headmaster and these seniors came to ask him for help. Hearing this, Liu Yi did not hesitate, and directly agreed, of course it's no problem. After all, Wanhuazong is Yongzi's sect, and it is also the place where she was born and raised. Liu Yi doesn't want anything to happen to Wanhuazong. If something happens to Wanhuazong, Yongzi will be very sad. And Cold Winter Valley is Hanyu's sect, Hanyu treats Liu Yi very well, and the two are close, so Liu Yi will naturally help. Hearing that Liu Yi agreed, the Wanhua sect and the experts from the Winter Valley were all surprised. Headmaster Liu bowed his hands to Liu Yi and said gratefully, thank you, fellow Daoist Liu. Liu Yi's cultivation has reached the realm of transforming gods, which is enough to be considered as their peers. Zhongjiao Liu is different from Zhongjiao Hua. Zhongjiao Hua watched Yongzi grow up and is Yongzi's elder. She knows the relationship between Liu Yi and Yongzi, so naturally she doesn't have so much courtesy. Master Hua looked at Liu Yi, the more he liked it, he nodded again and again, and said, when the time comes, you can go to our sect's treasure house to see if there are any useful treasures, use them all. I heard Yongzi say that this little guy's luck is very good, and he doesn't lack resources, but if there is something you like in our treasury, you can take it directly, you're welcome. Headmaster Liu also nodded, it should be so. It should be so. Our Winter Valley is also like this. Jian Jingtian also nodded with a smile, nephew Liu Xian, we also entrust you to Wenjian Villa. Although there is the Divine Sword sect, there is no danger in Wenjian Villa, but it is just in case. Liu Yi smiled and nodded, this junior will do his best. At the same time, Liu Yi said to himself, I want to build a large array to protect the sect for the Baiun sect. Task: constructing a protective array for the Baiun sect. Reward: the realm of the formation is improved, and the formation of the combined realm is Blue Dragon Killing Formation. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Liu Yi was overjoyed. He didn't expect that he could obtain a fusion state formation just by building a large formation. This is not bad. Liu Yi accepted the task and released other tasks. Task: constructing a protective array for Wanhuazong. Reward: formation realm improvement, combination realm formation Suanwu Killing Formation. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Task: construct a protective array for the Winter Valley. Reward: the realm of the formation is improved, and the formation of the combined realm Suzaku Killing Formation. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Task: constructing a large array of guardians for Wenjian Villa. Reward: the realm of the formation is improved, and the formation of the combined realm 9 Swords Killing Formation. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Liu Yi accepted the missions one by one, and was very pleasantly surprised. The White Tiger Killing Formation, Suzaku Killing Formation, Azure Dragon Killing Formation and Suanwu Killing Formation are all powerful formations in the state of fusion. If they are fused into one, they can even become a 4-element killing formation and reach the Mahayana realm. Even if Liu Yi can't arrange it by himself now, but after he thoroughly understands the 4 killing formations, using the sky formation diagram, there is hope that he can arrange the 4 elephant killing formations. At that time, Liu Yi doesn't need to worry too much even in the face of the great power of the Mahayana realm. The 9 Swords Killing Formation is also a combined body killing formation, similar to the 4 elephant killing formation. For Liu Yi, it is better than nothing. As for the improvement of the realm of the 4 formations, I am afraid that the improvement should not be too small, and it will allow his formation realm to increase again. Liu Yi is very happy, and this wave can be regarded as some gains. Then please trouble nephew Liu. Wu Qingfeng said with a smile, you can go to help Cold Winter Valley and Wanhuazong arrange formations first. After all, those sects still have scruples about our Bianzong and Wenjian Villa. Don't dare to mess around. Liu Yi nodded, okay. Wu Qingfeng paused, and then said, however, nephew Liu, you have to pay attention to your own safety. You are carrying the fairy scriptures, so I am afraid there is still a great power to pay attention to you. That's true, little guy, are you sure there's no problem? Headmaster Hua also thought of this, and looked at Liu Yi worriedly. Liu Yi smiled, teacher and Granny Hua, don't worry, if you don't have confidence, I won't agree. Hearing this, everyone was relieved. Liu Yi's previous performance was so amazing, he was not the kind of person who would talk big. After that, everyone thanked Liu Yi a few more words, and then they left. Liu Yi said that he would go there by himself in the future, and let the seniors wait at ease, and he didn't say the specific time. After all, the time was mentioned, and it would be quite troublesome if Da Neng squatted. A group of strong men from the 4 sects left, and they couldn't hide the fact that they came to Liu Yi. Soon Donggong Minjiu and Lu Ningxuang came to the door and asked about Liu Yi's situation. After hearing Liu Yi finished speaking, Donggong Minjiu frowned immediately, and said dissatisfiedly, how can the headmaster do this? Senior brother was stared at by Da Neng last time when he went out. How can we hide such a big movement this time? What if there is a strong person who wants to attack the senior brother? Lu Ningxuang's pretty face was cold, she looked at Liu Yi, and asked, now that Qingzhou is in chaos, do you have confidence? Liu Yi smiled and nodded, don't worry, I'm fine. You should understand how powerful the 1000 transformations technique is. I've already cultivated the 1000 transformations technique to a very high level, so there won't be any problems. Liu Yi also taught Lu Ningxuang, Donggong Minjiu, and Yun Xi the Thousand Changes technique before. After all, this is a very powerful life-saving secret technique, and it is also of great help to them. Hearing what Liu Yi said, Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu felt relieved. Lu Ningxuang thought for a while, and said, "My thousand changes has also been cultivated to a level that is not weak, and the mysterious light you broke through last time has improved my ice domain. It should be able to help you. I will help you. Go together." Lu Ningxuang broke through more than 10 years earlier than Liu Yi. With the various resources given by Liu Yi, she is now at the 9th level of the God of Transformation, only one step away from the peak of the God of Transformation, and her strength is not weak. Hearing this, Liu Yi thought for a while, and said, "It's not necessary, I'm not going to fight, I'm just going to set up formations for others." Upon hearing this, Lu Ningxuang nodded slightly. "If that's the case, well, you have to pay attention to safety. Relax." The two told Liu Yi a few more words before leaving. Afterwards, Liu Yi thought about it, went to the top of Lingluo Peak, and talked about it with Master. Just in case, Liu Yi had to talk to his own thighs about the situation, so as not to be caught by the monks who crossed the catastrophe. My master was very dissatisfied when Liu Yi was awakened from his sleep. He repeatedly touched Liu Yi's forehead, grinning his teeth in pain. I don't know when, Lingluo Peak Master fell in love with this move. After hearing Liu Yi's words, Peak Master Lingluo asked Liu Yi to come back early. Although he said nothing, Liu Yi felt relieved. A few days later, Liu Yi used the Thousand Transformation technique to transform into an ordinary-looking young man, stepping on a flying sword, and left Bianzong. Almost no one knew that Liu Yi had left, except for his master and senior sisters. The first stop Liu Yi chose was the Wanhua sect. After all, it was Yun Xi's sect, and it needed to be safe enough. It has been a long time since he left the sect, and Liu Yi left the sect again, feeling a little emotional in his heart. He turned into a streamer, passed through mountains and rivers, and passed through a desert. Soon he saw a familiar city, the capital of Mohe Kingdom. The last time I passed by, Liu Yi, Elder Ming and his senior sister went to the Kendo conference together. At that time, Qingzhou was in turmoil, and the capital of Mohe Kingdom was also affected, and it was in dire straits. After so many years, Mohe Kingdom has been rebuilt, and it is much more prosperous than before. Liu Yi is not far from the country. With his ears, he can hear the shouts of ordinary people in the city, and the whole city is full of vitality. Liu Yi smiled slightly and continued to move forward. The whole Mohe country has changed a lot compared to what he saw before. The people live and work in peace and contentment. It is the same as what Liu Yi saw when he came out to do missions with senior brother Zhang Fan and the others, and when he participated in the Sword Dao conference the scenario is completely different. Obviously, the monarch of Mohe Kingdom listened to these words. But soon, Liu Yi laughed again. The first time he came to Mohe Kingdom with senior brother Zhang Fan to do missions, he was still in the foundation building state. It has been more than 60 years. The monarch of Mohe Kingdom has no way to practice. Now I am afraid, are they all gone? Liu Yi sighed in his heart that things are different and people are different, and he continued to move forward. After leaving the territory of Bianzong, Liu Yi frowned. The territory of the Biun sect is connected to the territory of the Wanhua sect. Unlike the territory of the Biun sect, the territory of the Wanhua sect is not so peaceful. Liu Yi only flew for a short distance, and when he passed a mountain forest, he felt something was wrong. There are many auras lurking around. How powerful his divine sense is, he found the number of people with just a scan. 12 people, 2 nascent souls, and 10 golden pills. Liu Yi raised his eyebrows, knowing that he was not coming for him. After all, if it was for him, no fool would send Yuanying monks and Jindan monks over. At this moment, a flying sword crossed the sky and shot towards Lu Yi. The flying sword was not weak. Wherever it passed, there was a sound of piercing the air, and the waves of air were turbulent. The surrounding giant trees were torn apart by the sword energy. It is one of the nascent soul realm monks. He seems to be quite rich, and in the nascent soul realm, he actually has the best magic weapon. Lu Yi's expression was very calm. He stretched out his hand slightly, and grasped the flying sword surging with sword energy in his hand. With a light pinch of his palm, this top-quality magic weapon was turned into powder. Lu Yi spread his hands, and the invisible power of consciousness spread, and all the monks below were imprisoned by Lu Yi and came to the sky. Including the 2 nascent soul cultivators and the 10 golden core cultivators all looked at Lu Yi in horror, their expressions full of disbelief. "My lord, spare your life. We deserve to die, please let your lord let us live." The leader of the nascent soul cultivator immediately begged for mercy. Lu Yi arrested a golden core cultivator, searched for his soul directly, and then fell silent. These monks escaped from the area occupied by the High Clan, and they are genius disciples of a sect that is as powerful as the Baiun sect. Because the sect's territory is gone, the cultivation resources will naturally be reduced, so they can only come out to rob and fight the autumn wind. In the past few years, they have robbed a lot of things, but they have become addicted. Seeing how decisive and ruthless they are, one doesn't know how proficient they are, but it's a pity that they met Lu Yi. Because Lu Yi's foundation is too deep, and he used the transformation technique to reveal his cultivation base in the Golden Core realm, which is not easy to attract attention, but he did not expect to be targeted by them. Through soul searching, Lu Yi discovered that there were countless monks who robbed like this, and they all came from other big states. Because no one dared to go to the territory of Bianzong, they could only do this kind of thing in other territories. Now there are many local monks who want to take refuge in the territory of Baiun sect. These monks stand guard on the road and come to grab one by one, which is very rewarding. With a cold expression on his face, Lu Yi directly killed them. He continued to fly in the direction of Wanhuazong. Along the way, Lu Yi encountered many robbers like Bo, and killed them all mercilessly. In addition to the monks who came from outside, there were actually some local monks who joined in seeing the chaotic situation. Now the Wanhua sect is powerless to rectify these chaos. You must know that Lu Yi has encountered robbers in the realm of transforming gods. One can imagine how chaotic this place is. This is only a small area, but it reflects the current situation of the entire Qingzhou and even other surrounding states. Change first and then change. Chapter 152 Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation. Lu Yi almost killed all the way, and finally came to the entrance of Wanhua Valley of Wanhuazong. Because Qingzhou was full of chaos at the moment, and the gate of Wanhuazong was guarded by nascent soul monks, Lu Yi did not disturb them, but directly entered Wanhuazong, and came to a valley deep in Wanhuazong. The area of the valley is small, and it is filled with all kinds of flowers, which are full of fragrance. At the end of the sea of flowers, there is a small mansion, which is Yungzi's cave. Lu Yi came to the mansion and said, "Yun Xi, are you there?" Soon, Yun Xi opened the door and walked out. The moment he saw Lu Yi, Yun Xi showed a surprised smile. "Why are you here?" Because Qingzhou is in chaos recently, it is easy to cause disturbances between Wanhuazong and Bianzong. Wanhuazong disciples rarely go out, and Yun Xi is no exception. With the lessons learned from Molan Valley, Wanhua sect disciples may cause disasters when they go out, giving other forces a reason to attack Wanhua sect. The last time Yun Xi went to Baiun sect was with the elders of the sect, and it has been more than a year now. Lu Yi smiled and said, "Grandma Hua asked me to help the Wanhua sect set up a protective array, so I'm here." Yun Xi blinked, with an undisguised disappointment on her pretty face. "I thought you missed me." Lu Yi smiled and said, "Didn't you refuse to let you live in Lingluo Peak last time?" Yun Xi shook his head, "No, Wanhuazong is my home." Lui and Yun Xi have known each other for so long, so they naturally understand Yun Xi's life experience. Yun Xi is an orphan in a mortal country in the territory of the Wanhua sect. Back then, that mortal country was at war with an enemy country, and the most seriously injured in the war were naturally the common people in the country. The city where Yungzi was located was occupied by the enemy country, and Yungzi, who was less than 1 year old at the time, was thrown into the pile of corpses. If Granny Hua hadn't just passed by at that time and sensed Yungzi's signs of life, Yungzi might have died. So Granny Hua brought Yun Xi back to Wanhua sect. Yun Xi grew up in Wanhua sect. This is naturally the home of Wanhua sect. Granny Hua is also a teacher and mother to Yun Xi. Of course, Granny Hua at the time probably didn't expect that the war orphan she found at random that day was actually an extremely talented 10,000 flower spirit body. Lui smiled slightly, and said, "I'll come to see you often when I'm free from now on." When Yun Xi heard this, the corners of his mouth raised unconsciously, and he said with a smile, "You practice hard, and I will come to you with my mother-in-law if I have a chance." Seeing Yun Xi smiling sweetly, Lui couldn't help touching Yun Xi's beautiful hair. Yun Xi narrowed his eyes, in a good mood, and then said, "Sister Minjiahu didn't come with you." When Lui heard this, he immediately laughed. If Donggong Minjiahu was here, he would definitely be furious. Yun Xi said, "I'll take you to find your mother-in-law." Lui nodded, "Yes." The cave where Granny Hua resides is located in the deepest part of Wanhua sect. When Yun Xi took Lui to see Granny Hua beamed with joy, "Little guy, you're here. Why didn't you notify me?" Lui smiled and said, "After all, the younger generation is a little sensitive now, so I don't dare to be too high profile, mother-in-law forgive me." Granny Hua understood very well, and said, "When the time comes to arrange the formation of protecting the sect, we will try to keep a low profile as much as possible. I and a few elders will help you, and others will not tell." Lui nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you for your understanding, mother-in-law." Afterwards, Granny Hua glanced at Lui, then at Yun Xi, and teased, "It's rare for the two of you to meet, let's catch up first." Lui laughed dryly, feeling a little embarrassed, but Yun Xi was very calm, nodded and said, "Grandma, Lui just came here and is tired from the journey, and really needs to rest." Granny Hua showed a smirk, and waved her hand, Go, don't be in a hurry for the next few days, just right, I will prepare with a few elders first." Yun Xi took Lui away, and then returned to the cave. She looked at Lui, blinked her eyes, and said, "Lui, have you brought any wine? I want to drink." Lui asked, "Have you finished drinking the Baiwulu before?" Baiwulu is a kind of nascent soul realm spirit wine obtained by Lui. It can nourish the body and enhance the perception of the power of nature. It is very precious. Lui has practiced to the extreme level and is Yun Xi's favorite. Yun Xi looked at Lui and said, "No, I want something stronger." Lui looked at Yun Xi with some doubts. On weekdays, except for Donggong Minjiahu who likes to drink stronger wine, Yun Xi and Lu Ningxuang have a milder taste. Unexpectedly, Yun Xi wanted to change his taste today. Lui didn't care, and smiled, "In that case, let's drink Xian bar today." Yun Xi nodded, "Yeah." The two were drinking and talking, and Yun Xi was talking about interesting things in her spare time during these days of cultivation. For example, when she started to practice alchemy, she discovered that she was quite talented in alchemy, perhaps because of the spirit body of Wanhua. "If you have free time, Lui, can you teach me how to make alchemy?" Yun Xi knew that Lui's alchemy attainments were also extremely high, and Yun Xi still had the nascent soul realm pill that Lui had given him. It's perfect level. I'm afraid not many people know this. Lui naturally smiled and nodded, "Of course there is no problem. Do you have any doubts about alchemy now?" You can talk to me and I will answer for you. Yun Xi glanced at Lu Yi, and said, I don't want to ask these questions today, next time. Lu Yi didn't take it seriously, anytime. Yun Xi took Lu Yi to see the sea of flowers outside the cave, pointing proudly at an orchid as elegant as jade, and said with a smile, this magnolia is a new plant. When I picked it up, she was almost dead, it took me a lot of time to get it back. These flowers were all planted by Yungzi himself in his spare time. The two were talking in the sea of flowers while drinking. Xian wine was very strong, and Yun Xi's capacity for alcohol was not particularly good. Soon her pretty face flushed, and her crystal clear eyes were stained with drunkenness. Yi's arm is needed to walk. Lu Yi smiled helplessly, you drank a lot today. Yun Xi looked at Lu Yi with a smile, and said, well, I am very happy today, you came to see me. Lu Yi was taken aback for a moment, then thought about it, Yun Xi came to him every time, and this was the first time Lu Yi took the initiative to look for Yun Xi. Lu Yi smiled and said, then I will come to you when I have free time. Yun Xi smiled and said nothing, and then asked Lu Yi to take her back to the cave. After returning to the cave and sitting down, Yun Xi leaned on Lu Yi's shoulder and said with a smile, Sister Minjiu is not here, so I feel that there is less excitement. Lu Yi laughed and said, Junior sister probably doesn't want to hear you say that. These words were too arrogant. Yun Xi didn't take Donggong Minjiu's roar to heart at all. If Donggong Minjiu knew, she would have to find Yun Xi desperately. Yun Xi blinked, then looked at Lu Yi's mouth, kissed her, and said with a happy smile, if Sister Minjiu sees this scene, I'm afraid it will be really lively. Lu Yi's head was full of black lines. If Donggong Minjiu really saw this scene, he might be finished. Unexpectedly, Yun Xi, who has always been straightforward, would have such a wicked taste. Yun Xi thought for a while, and said, Sister Minjiu and Sister Ningxuang, do they know that we are doing this? Lu Yi was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head, I don't know. Yun Xi thought for a moment, nodded and said, I'll talk to them next time. Lu Yi? Do you always feel that when Yun Xi said this, he seemed a little condescending? What's the matter with being so arrogant? When Lu Yi thought of Yun Xi telling Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu that they had kissed with a serious face, his scalp felt a little numb. What will happen to Lu Ningxuang, Lu Yi is not sure, but Donggong Minjiu may have to fight Yun Xi. When Lu Yi was thinking about this scene, Yun Xi said, Lu Yi, I am very curious about the method of dual cultivation you mentioned, but every time I go to your cave, Sister Minjiu is there. This time, I want to experience it. Down. Hearing this, Lu Yi was taken aback, and stared at Yun Xi with wide eyes. Afterwards, Lu Yi saw the skirt on Yungzi's body slipping off a little bit, revealing a delicate body as white as jade. Perhaps because of drinking strong wine, Yungzi's pretty face flushed, and there was a touch of lightness on her snow-white skin. Light blush. Lu Yi? It's not like Lu Yi didn't talk to Yun Xi about the double cultivation method before, but Yun Xi didn't agree last time, and Donggong Minjiu looked at Lu Yi angrily, full of murderous aura, and Lu Yi felt his neck chill. Looking at it now, it turned out that Yun Xi was a little embarrassed because his junior sister was there at the beginning. Lu Yi sighed inwardly, his little junior sister has been dragging his feet. Yun Xi's figure is peerless, his figure is naturally excellent, without a trace of fat, and Lu Yi's heartbeat can't help but speed up a bit. He said seriously, if that's the case, let's discuss it carefully. What is the effect of the secret technique? This is a discussion of the Dao, a very serious discussion of the Dao of Yin and Yang. With the point of Lu Yi's finger, a series of mysterious and complex patterns enveloped the entire cave. At the same time, Lu Yi said to himself, I want to double cultivate with Yun Xi. Task. Shuangziu with Yungzi. Reward, increased understanding of the way of nature, improved understanding of the way of yin and yang, and 3 drops of 10,000 years of spiritual essence. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Lu Yi? He froze for a moment. Yun Xi's current cultivation base is still in Yuanying, and he has not broken through to the realm of transforming gods. If it is a sparring task, the rewarded training resources should be the 1,000-year spiritual essence, but the double cultivation has become the 10,000-year spiritual essence. Lu Yi felt a little strange, this task panel, a little messy? Not only that, but it doesn't matter if the understanding of the way of nature is improved, but there is even an improvement in the understanding of the way of yin and yang. The rewards for this mission are very generous. He silently accepted the task. Yun Xi's pretty face was flushed, but she was still straightforward, and led Lu Yi to the place where the discussion was held. Soon, there was a pained hum, and the sound of dragons and phoenixes resounded in the room, and the incomparably mysterious Dao light emerged, in which there were natural Dao patterns, immortal Dao patterns, real dragon Dao patterns and other mysterious Dao patterns circulating. There were many visions in the room, obscuring the scene inside. Fortunately, Lu Yi arranged the pattern, otherwise the sound of dragons and phoenixes would probably resound throughout the Wanhua sect. The discussion lasted for 3 days without stopping for a moment. During the period, senior sisters and senior sisters from the Wanhua sect came to look for Yungzi, and they all thought that Yungzi had gone out. But Granny Hua and Elder Taishang had arranged everything and originally planned to find Lu Yi, but when they saw the pattern covering the entire cave, they all looked at each other, thinking that Lu Yi and Yun Xi were practicing, and then left. 3 days later, Lu Yi walked out of the room with an unsatisfactory expression on his face. He finally understood the true power of the immortal thunder dragon Ju and the indestructible law. As a physical cultivator, he has absorbed the essence and blood of the real dragon, mastered the Dao pattern of the real dragon, and even mastered the law of immortality. He is in good spirits. If it wasn't for Yun Xi, who couldn't bear it in the end, kept begging for mercy, and even fainted, Lu Yi would still plan to continue. Yun Xi was resting in the room at the moment. She was really tired, not to mention it was the first time. How could she be able to bear it when she met someone like Lu Yi? Lu Yi sat on a chair and looked at the mission panel. Task. Let Yungzi fall in love with me, completed. Double cultivation with Yungzi, completed. Lu Yi looked at the 2 completed tasks and fell into deep thought. What the hell, no wonder he always wondered if there was a bug in the mission. Every time the mission to make people fall in love with him, he couldn't complete it. It turns out that this requires the fact of falling in love. Need to happen to the last step? No wonder. Only then did Lu Yi understand everything. But no matter what, now that the task is completed, Lu Yi is very happy. The task of making Yun Xi fall in love with her has quite high rewards, namely 70% of the natural artistic conception, the magic technique of transforming the gods' flying flowers escaping the sky, and the 9-color lily of the valley, which is a treasure of heaven and earth. Lu Yi chose to receive the reward. 70% of the natural artistic conception is directly transformed into Lu Yi's understanding of the way of nature. Lu Yi has been discussing with Yun Xi before, and now the artistic conception of the natural way has reached 10% of the domain level. After the 70% of the natural artistic conception was transformed into insights, Lu Yi's natural field directly increased by a large amount, reaching 30%. It has to be said that this saved Lu Yi a lot of time. Let Lu Yi's natural domain directly surpass the domain of thunder, catch up with the domain of kendo, and approach the domain of ice. Now Lu Yi's most powerful domain has become the ice domain instead. After all, the kendo domain is improving very slowly, and every time the ice domain competes with his senior sister, it is rewarding a lot. Now it has increased to 40%, and the distance is 50%. It shouldn't be too far away. It has to be said that this task, just this reward, is already very rich. As for the others, the flying flowers escaping the space Jew of the realm of transforming gods is a very subtle evasion technique, and monks with natural powers can get twice the result with half the effort when comprehended, and it is naturally more powerful when used. Liu Yi has a more powerful Yi Tianya, and he has already realized the limit, so there is no need to change his skills. But this technique can be used by Yongzi. With Yongzi's natural Taoism that has been upgraded to the domain level, coupled with his own foundation, it is no problem to practice this magic technique. As for the last 9-color lily of the valley, it is an extremely rare treasure of heaven and earth, which can improve one's comprehension and the ability to comprehend natural Taoism, so it is quite precious. This kind of natural and earthly treasure, Liu Yi has seen from ancient books, is said to have disappeared for a long time, and only in ancient times did such treasures exist. According to ancient records, the cultivator who swallowed the 9-color lily of the valley at the beginning eventually directly condensed into the natural realm, and even his own physical fitness was greatly improved, and his cultivation speed skyrocketed. This is a treasure of heaven and earth that is similar to sword heart fruit, and even more precious. For Liu Yi, although this treasure is somewhat useful, his core can be improved by doing tasks, so it is not too useful, so it is better to give it to Yongzi. She is originally a spirit body of 10,000 flowers, and after absorbing the 9-color lily of the valley, I am afraid there will be a huge change. Liu Yi still had some expectations for this. Now, Yun Xi is already his, and the stronger Yun Xi is, the better it is for him. I don't know if the dual repair task and the learning task are the same. If Yongzi is stronger, won't the rewards for the double cultivation mission be better? After receiving the reward for the task of Yun Xi falling in love with me, Liu Yi also received the reward for the task of dual cultivation. It has to be said that the rewards of the double cultivation mission are indeed much better than those of the sparring mission. The natural Taoism improved by this mission is about 2 to 3 times that of the sparring mission. If he practiced both frequently, his natural Taoism might be raised to the level of 100% domain in a short time, and by that time, he might not be far away from comprehending the laws of the natural way. You know, this is the law. Even now, Liu Yi only realized the law of immortality. If it goes well at this rate of improvement, Liu Yi may even hope to master the laws of nature before crossing the tribulation realm. One can imagine how powerful this is. As for the comprehension of the way of yin and yang, after Liu Yi absorbed it, he directly mastered the yin and yang artistic conception. Even because the reward was too generous, Liu Yi's yin and yang artistic conception directly increased to the level of 20%. Heaven and earth support yin while embracing yang. This is a force that generates and restrains each other. Yin and yang are opposed to each other and blend with each other. They are indispensable, very mysterious, and magical, and stronger than ordinary artistic conceptions. The way of yin and yang is also an extremely powerful one among the 3,000 avenues. If one realizes the limit and masters the law of yin and yang, it is obviously a very mysterious and magical power. Liu Yi was looking forward to it. Judging from the rewards of the double repair task, it might not take long to raise the yin-yang artistic conception to the domain level, and the law can also be expected. In addition to the 2 tasks, the benefits of the Long Fei Feng Ming Ju itself are also great. It can only be said that this secret technique is worthy of the double cultivation secret technique of the Mahayana realm. When 2 people practice double cultivation, the speed of aura circulation is greatly improved. Even if Liu Yi himself is practicing the ultimate level of the Immortal Scripture Transformation God chapter, it can increase his cultivation speed by 30%. This is already astonishing enough. You must know that Liu Yi's Kung Fu has reached the limit of no progress, and it can be improved by 30%, Liu Yi himself is a little unbelievable. In addition, this dragon, flying and phoenix call formula is a secret technique created by imagining the dragon and phoenix Dao pattern, which contains the mystery of the dragon and phoenix Dao pattern, and it is also of great benefit to Liu Yi's understanding of the real dragon and Dao pattern, which can increase the strength of the physical body after just 3 days of practice, Lui felt that his physical strength had improved to a certain extent, and his understanding of the indestructible Thunder Dragon art had also deepened a little. And this dragon flying phoenix crying art is a secret technique to reconcile yin and yang. Both sides are beneficial, the benefits to Lui are so huge, and the benefits are naturally greater for Yun Xi, who has a lower cultivation base. When the two parties are in the state of dual cultivation, the aura moves so that the strong drive the weak, which is equivalent to Lui driving Yun Xi to practice, even if it is not as fast as Lui's own aura. For Yun Xi, it is enough to increase several times the speed of practice has increased. After only 3 days of practice, Lui could clearly feel that Yun Xi's cultivation had improved a lot. In addition, the dragon, flying and phoenix crying art can temper the aura and body. Yun Xi's body has also become stronger than before, and the quality of aura has also improved. Even in the state of double cultivation, Yun Xi was infected with Lui's aura, and his ability to perceive the Dao has been greatly improved. Although Lui has gained a lot in the state of dual cultivation, but in comparison, Yun Xi's gains are much greater than Lui. Of course, for Lui, the real biggest gain is the reward of the double cultivation task. Compared with it, the cultivation speed increased by 30%, and the physical body improved a little. For him, the impact is not very big. On the contrary, it can make Yun Xi's strength improve faster. Lui is still very happy. Only when Yun Xi is stronger, the rewards will be richer in the subsequent sparring and dual cultivation tasks. After Lui finished counting the harvest, he opened the door of the cave and walked out. While Yun Xi was resting, Lui planned to arrange the Wanhua Sect's guardian array. Change first. There is another update tonight. Chapter 153 Sending You a Star River. Lui came to Granny Hua's cave, and when she found Granny Hua looked at Lui in surprise. Yesterday I went to Yungzi's cave to look for you, and you seem to be retreating? Lui was taken aback for a moment, then coughed dryly and nodded slightly. It is indeed a retreat. Double cultivation is also a kind of cultivation. Granny Hua nodded slightly, and said, we have sorted out all the treasures in the treasury that are needed for various formations. Would you like to go and have a look now? Lui nodded slightly, okay. Lui followed Granny Hua to the treasure house of the Wanhua sect. Outside the treasure house, there was an extremely old woman sitting cross-legged. The old woman's aura was like a mortal, but Lui's consciousness was extremely powerful. Just by looking at her, he knew that she was a Huashan the peak powerhouse. It is an old monster that has existed in Wanhua sect for many years. Lui made a judgment, and there was a dead air circulating around the old lady, so I am afraid that time is running out. When Granny Hua saw the old woman, her expression was also very respectful, and she said, Uncle Yu, I will take Lui to the treasure house. Uncle Yu turned her head to look at Lui, with a smile on her face. The wrinkles on her face were crowded together. She said in a gentle voice, You are Lui? You are a good boy. Our Wanhua sect has troubled you. Lui said with a smile, Senior, don't worry, I will make the Wanhua sect's protective array as solid as gold. Uncle Yu nodded again and again, very happy. For an old lady of this age, she basically has nothing else to think about in her life, and she only hopes that Wanhuazong can continue well. It's just that King's Hu's situation is not good now, and the old lady is also worried. With Lui's words, she is naturally in a good mood. Uncle Yu opened the door of the treasure house, and Granny Hua walked in with Lui. The aura in the treasury was very strong. Lui took a look and found that there were many natural treasures on the shelf, some of which were precious herbs used for alchemy, almost thousands of years old, and some metals used for refining ore. In addition, there are some magic weapons, most of which are magical weapons, only a few treasure weapons, and only one spiritual weapon, which is a white jade tree. Lui glanced at it and lost interest. These heavenly, material, earthly, and magical treasures are much worse than his own treasures. With the improvement of Luyi's cultivation base, the trial task rewards of the trial tower became more and more generous. Even if he went to the trial tower for trial every month, the task rewards he got were top quality treasures. There are naturally many other things. The things in the treasure house of Wan Huizong really did not arouse Luyi's interest. Of course, for Wan Huizong, the things in the treasury are quite good. After all, Wan Huizong itself is not strong, and the strongest is only in the realm of transforming gods. Granny Hua led Luyi inside, and said with a smile, "Little guy, if you have anything you like, just take it." Luyi nodded with a smile, and said, "I have no shortage of resources, so I don't need them, thank you mother-in-law." Granny Hua chuckled and shook her head, "You little guy, don't you despise the things in our treasure house? I heard from Yongzi that you have amazing luck. Every time you go out, you will encounter good opportunities. There are probably more treasures than those in our Wanhua Sect's treasury." Luyi smiled a little embarrassedly, "It's just a little bit of luck." Granny Hua didn't say any more, she brought Luyi to the Tiankatabayo that had been sorted out, and said, "These are Tiankatabayo for formation, what do you think?" Luyi took a look, and looked at a piece of jade that seemed to contain stars in surprise. "This is nebula iron? This is an extremely precious material, and it can even be used as the eyes of a large formation. I didn't expect Wan Huizong still has this treasure." Granny Hua laughed lightly when she heard the words, "This is a treasure of heaven and earth obtained from an ancient site by chance by the previous head teacher. Because it is too precious, it has been kept by me and I dare not show it to others. I have you here today, little guy, so I took it out and created a great array for you, and I believe that with your level of formation, you will not be reckless. In addition to Xingyan iron, there are also Ziluyu and Huangmingxi, two kinds of heaven and earth treasures in the void realm, which are not bad." Unexpectedly, Wan Huizong still has some good things, Luyi sighed in his heart. He smiled and said, "With these natural materials and earthly treasures, I have the confidence to build a very powerful guardian array." Granny Hua breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that. That's fine. She was really worried about not having enough materials. After all, the current situation in Qingzhou was turbulent, and the sect guarding formation needed would naturally be strong. It would be best to withstand the formation of the monks who crossed the catastrophe. Of course, Granny Hua also knew that this was impossible. Luyi put away these treasures of heaven and earth, and then said, "Senior, I'll go to the formation to have a look first, and then arrange." Granny Hua nodded, "I'll inform the other Supreme Elders, let's help together." Afterwards, Granny Hua went to notify the other Supreme Elders. When all the elders heard that Luyi had left Yun Xi's cave and was about to start arranging the formation to protect the sect, they all beamed with joy. After that, Luyi followed Granny Hua and a group of elders to the Eye of the Array. The Eye of the 10,000 Flower Sect's protective formation is located deep in the Sea of Purple Radish, and is the core position. It is a stone tablet engraved with complex patterns. Luyi glanced at it and understood the structure of the Guardian Array. With Luyi's current state of formation, there are too many ways to destroy such a large formation of guardians without any effort. Then Luyi took out a variety of formation materials, his aura vibrated, and various formation materials floated in the air. Luyi drew with his fingers, and mysterious and incomparable formation patterns emerged in the sky, passing through various formation materials, join the array materials together. As various formation materials were connected, an incomparably mysterious aura slowly escaped. This breath made Granny Hua and all the elders' complexions change again and again. This is such a powerful chi mechanism, far surpassing our Grand Protector's formation. A Grand Elder with grey hair, skin as delicate as a baby, and clean-looking face said in surprise. Fellow Daistlu's Dao formation realm is really extraordinary. It's only been a short while, and after sketching it casually, it has surpassed my Wanhua Sect's protecting sect grand formation. Not to mention anything else, it's just this method of condensing the formation in the void, which surpasses the average formation mage by a lot. Fellow deist Lu hasn't finished drawing it yet. What will this formation be like when he finishes drawing it? Granny Hua and a group of elders were extremely pleasantly surprised. They looked forward to seeing Lu Yi, and they sent voice transmissions one after another, not daring to disturb Lu Yi. Lu Yi carefully portrayed the array pattern. Yun Xi is now Lu Yi's person. Lu Yi naturally can't let Wan Huazong have trouble. He didn't hide his clumsiness, and fully displayed his array cultivation base. Although Lu Yi's current formation is very high, he can even describe the formation of Mahayana. But after all, cultivation is the only way to transform into a god, and the gap from the Mahayana realm is like a world, and it is difficult for him to do it by himself. Among the heavenly materials and earthly treasures given by Wan Huazong, the nebula iron is quite good and can be used as a pattern carrier. Lu Yi took out the Xingyun iron, which was a piece of jade the size of a human head. With a solemn expression, Lu Yi began to carve patterns that were more complicated than before. As the pattern was drawn, the starlight on the nebula iron flowed, and there was a star's brilliance spreading, and a more mysterious energy than before slowly dissipated. Even Granny Hua and the others were shocked. This kind of energy mechanism has already surpassed the realm of the whole. Soon, the entire nebula iron was engraved with dense array patterns, and Lu Yi took out Ziluyu and Huang Mingshi to start carving array patterns. As the three pieces of heaven, material, and earth treasures were engraved with patterns, Lu Yi waved his hand, and combined these three pieces of heaven, materials, and earth treasures with the star-filled heaven, materials and earth treasures in the sky. The area is like a sky full of stars. The stars are flowing, and there are strands of mysterious and incomparable energy flowing down. The air mechanism spread, even spread to the distance, alarming the entire Wan Hua sect. Many Wan Huazong disciples looked at the depths of Wan Huazong in astonishment. Lu Yi's expression was calm, and he swiped his hands in the air, changing the position of the formation pattern again and again. As the formation began to take shape, the sky became a little darker, and there were even streaks of stars rising from the formation and shooting towards the sky, as if connected with the universe. All the disciples of Wan Hua sect were shocked. What kind of vision is this? What's going on? Why did such a vision appear in my Wan Hua sect? Could it be that a peerless treasure was born? All the Wan Hua sect disciples discussed one after another, and then their expressions were worried. Now Qingzhou is already in troubled times, and there is such a vision in the Wan Hua sect, and they don't know if it is a blessing or a curse. Granny Hua and a group of supreme elders were looking at the stars all over the sky in shock at this moment. Lu Yi stood among the stars, as if leading the galaxy from the sky to the mortal world. He is dressed in white snow, with black hair fluttering, like a peerless fairy king standing on the galaxy. Even the elders of the Wan Hua sect who have lived for thousands of years feel a little flustered looking at him. These Wan Hua sect powerhouses have lived for so long, and they have never seen such a person. At this time, there was a breath approaching from a distance. Granny Hua reacted, her face changed slightly, and she said, "Everyone, go and stop the others first, appease everyone, and don't let anyone come in. Now that the big formation is not completed, no trouble can happen." The group of supreme elders also reacted at this time, nodded repeatedly, and left the front of the formation to appease the others. Granny Hua looked at Lu Yi, feeling a little nervous and looking forward to it. She was very curious about what kind of formation Lu Yi could draw. Seeing that the guardian formation began to condense into shape, Lu Yi's hands suddenly stopped. He looked at the sky full of stars, lost in thought. The guardian formation is not as simple as one formation, but a series of formations intertwined. With Xingyun iron as the carrier, Lu Yi carved a large array of fourfold fusion realm on it, and then carved a large array of 32 holes and voids on Huang Mingshi and Ziluyu, plus other treasures of heaven and earth. Engraved a large formation of 236 gods. According to such a large formation, even a monk in the state of fit would be hated if he fell into the protective formation. But if there is a Mahayana powerful shot, I am afraid that this big formation can only resist for a while. Now Qingzhou is too chaotic, there are many combined powers, and there are also Mahayana powers. This kind of formation cannot be said to be foolproof. Liu Yi thought for a while, and planned to add a little more material. Liu Yi flipped his hand, and there were 8 heavenly, material, and earthly treasures flashing with various colors in the sky. These heavenly, material, and earthly treasures carried strands of Dao aggregates, containing extremely rich aura fluctuations. This made Granny Hua's eyes widen, with a look of astonishment on her face. These are Dongli Baiyu, Wanyan Xianbing, Xian Huazu, all of them are natural treasures of the combined state. Granny Hua looked confused. You must know that the Wanhua sect has been passed down for so many years, and there is only one piece of Xingyun iron material, but what about Liu Yi? How outrageous is it to take out 8 pieces of heaven, material, and earth treasures in the state of integration alone? The most unbelievable thing for Granny Hua is that these treasures are so precious that Liu Yi actually took out 8 yuan and used them to set up a large formation for the Wanhua sect. Granny Hua was in a complicated mood for a while. Liu Yi didn't know what Granny Hua was thinking. He began to carve formation patterns on other heaven, material, and earth treasures seriously. On each of the 8 treasures of heaven, material, and earth, there are 3 to 5 combined formations depicted on each piece. With the addition of Xingyun iron, there are a total of 36 combined formations. Liu Yi's expression was very solemn, and he began to control the 8 pieces of heaven, material, and earth treasures into the formation, and began to rearrange the protection formation again. With so many formations, even if Liu Yi's formation is extremely superb at the moment, he still feels some pressure. Swiping his hands, he carved patterns in the void little by little, connecting all the formation stones together. As the formation stones were connected, the vision in the sky above Wanhuazong became brighter and brighter, and a galaxy of stars was cast in the sky, almost covering the entire sea of purple flowers. Such a movement shocked all the experts and disciples of the Wanhua sect. In the end, what happened? Why did the Supreme Elders stop us and not let us pass? Some experts of the Wanhua sect were a little hard to understand, and they were extremely curious. At the front of the formation, Granny Hua's expression was already numb. Looking at Liu Yi with a dignified expression, her mood was very complicated, and she didn't know what she was thinking. At this moment, there was a sound of piercing through the air. Granny Hua woke up startled, and turned her head quickly, only to see Yun Xi flying over from a distance. Although the Supreme Elder stopped the others, Yun Xi's status in Wanhua sect was different after all, and he had a very good relationship with Liu Yi, so naturally he didn't stop them. The main reason is that Liu Yi's depiction of the Guardian Array brought too much movement. Even Yun Xi, who was resting, was startled, and she flew over. After Yun Xi landed, he looked at the galaxy. Liu Yi, who was like a fairy king stepping on the galaxy, a gleam of water appeared in his beautiful eyes. Looking straight at Liu Yi, he couldn't bear to blink. Seeing Yun Xi, Granny Hua smiled slightly. Yun Xi, you're here too? Just now I was wondering why you didn't come with Liu Yi. Only then did Yun Xi regain consciousness, looked at Granny Hua, and said with a smile, Grandma. Granny Hua nodded, then looked at Yun Xi with a strange expression on her face. Yun Xi, why do you look so tired? Yun Xi froze, her pretty face flushed slightly. Even if she was as straightforward as her, she didn't know how to answer for a while. Then Granny Hua thought of something, and looked at Yun Xi with an even weirder expression, and then at Liu Yi. Have you both cultivated? Yun Xi nodded slightly, yes. For a moment, Granny Hua's mood was very complicated. After all, Yun Xi was the one she saw growing up since she was a child, but she didn't expect to be humiliated by that bastard Liu Yi without saying a word. She snorted softly and glanced at Liu Yi. No wonder this little guy is so generous, so it's because of you, girl. Yun Xi looked at Granny Hua with some doubts, and Granny Hua took out 8 heavenly materials and earthly treasures from Lu Yi's state of integration to describe the guardian formation. Upon hearing this, Yun Xi looked at Lu Yi, with the corners of his mouth raised, with a bright smile on his face, without saying a word. Seeing Yun Xi's silly smile, Granny Hua shook her head slightly, and she had to admit in her heart that Lu Yi was the perfect choice for Yun Xi. Time passed, and it took 2 hours for Lu Yi to arrange all the formation stones. As the formation stones were completely fixed, Wan Huizong was shrouded in stars, and all Wan Huizong disciples stared blankly at the sky in disbelief, extremely shocked. A disciple of the Wan Hua sect had never seen such a spectacle in their entire lives. They talked one after another about what was going on. Not only Wan Huizong, Lu Yi's depiction of the large formation is too dynamic, even in areas far away from Wan Huizong. All the monks were astonished, and they were also guessing what happened to the Wan Hua sect. Some monks even rushed in the direction of Wan Huizong. In the depths of Wan Huizong, at the eye of the formation, Lu Yi looked at the formation stones connected like stars, and smiled slightly. This stone formation area is the core area of the entire formation, and it is also the most powerful area, even Mahayana monks cannot break through it. You must know that there are 36 combined formations and a large number of void formations and God-transforming formations in this big guardian formation. Lu Yi also spent all his thoughts. Such a formation is enough to withstand monks in the Mahayana realm. Lu Yi. Lu Yi heard the voice, turned around and saw Yun Xi looking straight at him. Lu Yi smiled slightly, fell down from the galaxy, came to Yungzi, pointed to the galaxy, and said with a smile, "This is made for you, do you like it?" Yun Xi nodded, hugged Lu Yi, and kissed him hard. Ahem. Granny Hua next to her had a stiff expression and was very dissatisfied. The two of them ignored her at all. Yun Xi froze, hugged Lu Yi, did not let go, turned to look at Granny Hua, and said, "Grandma." Lu Yi was also a little embarrassed, and said with a smile, "Mother-in-law, you are here." Granny Hua? With a dark face, she said, "I've been here all along." Lu Yi was even more embarrassed, and didn't know what to say for a while. Granny Hua laughed, looked at Lu Yi, and said, "I have watched Yun Xi grow up since I was a child, and I am relieved that she is with you. I think you will not treat her badly." Lu Yi nodded seriously, "Don't worry, mother-in-law." Granny Hua looked at the dissipated galaxy, turned her head to look outside, and said, "This is too much noise, I'm afraid there is a disturbance outside, I'll go and have a look first. Little guy, you and Yun Xi don't go out, to avoid being watched." Lu Yi nodded and followed Yun Xi back to the cave. As soon as he returned to the cave, Lu Yi hugged Yun Xi. Yun Xi felt something, her body froze, a look of fear appeared on her pretty face, and she said, "No. I really can't." Lu Yi carried Yungzi back to the room, and said, "The force of nature has a very good recovery effect, I believe you can." A day later, Lu Yi walked out of the room again, still a little unsatisfied. Yun Xi was too weak, maybe he didn't recover well before, this time was shorter than last time, and he passed out not long after. However, his natural domain and yin and yang artistic conception have improved a bit. Lu Yi was not in a hurry to leave. After all, there was a lot of noise this time. There were probably many people staring at Wan Huizong outside. Lu Yi planned to leave after a while. A day later, Yun Xi walked out of the room. After seeing Lu Yi, Yun Xi said the first sentence with a very serious expression, "Lu Yi, hurry up and double repair with Sister Ningxuang and Sister Minjiu after you go back, I beg you as you." Lu Yi? Change first and then change. Thanks to the book friend 2020121501134067 for the 100 points rewarded by the boss. Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the boss who loves you deeply and dreams, and thank you for the 200 points rewarded by the boss 08A. Chapter 154 Li Wei. Lu Yi's face was full of question marks. Yun Xi, why did you say this suddenly? I will die alone. Yun Xi looked at Lu Yi with resentment in his eyes. Lu Yi was a little embarrassed, and it seemed that there was something not so good about his physical strength. He said with a serious face, I will try my best when I go back. Yun Xi nodded, and walked over to hug Lu Yi. Lu Yi, thank you very much. With this large array of guardians, the Wanhua sect will be much more stable. Lu Yi smiled, it should be, who made you mine? I don't want you to be in danger. Yun Xi smiled, very happy. At this time, her expression froze, and she retreated quickly as if stung by a bee, looking at Lu Yi from a distance, with a trace of fear and resentment. You. Lu Yi laughed dryly, instinctive reaction, instinctive reaction. He found that even after absorbing the blood essence of the real dragon, completely digesting the blood essence, and practicing the thunder dragon art of immortality, his body seemed to be a little bit wrong. This is definitely not the kind of person he was originally. Lu Yi still held back. After all, Yun Xi was really dying. The two drank and discussed together, and Lu Yi taught Yun Xi the practice of Dragon Sing and Phoenix Cry. After the double cultivation, Lu Yi's Dragon Singing and Phoenix Crying Ju has improved very quickly. Although it is a Mahayana secret technique, it is not too difficult for Lu Yi now, because his understanding is too strong. Yun Xi's comprehension ability is also good, and Lu Yi gave her another 1 Kati of enlightenment tea to improve her comprehension ability, and she soon practiced the dragon singing and phoenix crying art to a certain level. In this way, the next time they practice double cultivation, it will benefit both of them even more. Moreover, Yun Xi will also be able to comprehend the true phoenix pattern at that time, and his physical body will also be improved and last longer. In fact, for Lu Yi, the best thing is this. After the double cultivation, Lu Yi understood the yin-yang artistic conception, but Yun Xi didn't. This needs Yun Xi to understand a little bit by himself, and Lu Yi can't help much. In this way, the day passed by in a hurry. Just at this moment, terrifying coercion emerged from the sky, pressing down on the entire Wanhua sect. The weak Qi training disciple of the Wanhua sect coughed up blood on the spot, and the Foundation establishment disciple also turned pale. A majestic voice sounded, Yuan Yang sect Luo Tianyang heard that Fairy Yungzi of the noble sect is beautiful, so he is here to hire and marry Fairy Yungzi. Hearing this, Lu Yi's face in Yungzi cave mansion suddenly became gloomy. Yun Xi looked angry, but also worried. Yuan Yang sect is a powerful sect that came from outside and stayed in the territory of our Wanhua sect. They practice the dual cultivation of evil methods of harvesting yin and supplementing yang. After the appearance of Yuan Yang sect, we the 10,000 flower sect often has senior sisters and senior sisters who disappear. It must be their fault. It's just that we have no evidence, and they are very strong, and the strongest are those in the Mahayana realm. Lu Yi's expression was cold, and his heart was boiling with murderous intent. He felt that his temper should be pretty good, and it was the first time he had such a strong killing intent, and Yun Xi was his man. Moreover, I didn't expect there to be such a sect as the Yuan Yang sect. No wonder they would stay in the territory of the Wanhua sect. All of the Wanhua sect are female monks, and for them, it is probably the best cauldron. Feeling Lu Yi's killing intent, Yun Xi held Lu Yi's hand lightly, and said, I'm afraid they made trouble because of the movements of the sect guarding formation. Lu Yi nodded, I know. Lu Yi is not stupid, so he naturally understands that the commotion caused by his portrayal of the guardian formation was too great, and the monks in other regions may have noticed it too. Some people may think that there are heavenly materials and earthly treasures in Wanhuazong, and someone will definitely come to test them. The Yuan Yang sect had been in the territory of the Wanhua sect for a while, so they naturally knew Yun Xi's position in the Wanhua sect, so they used this to make trouble, probably because they wanted to understand the situation. With a cold expression, Lu Yi said, let's go out. Yun Xi was stunned, and said worriedly, Lu Yi, you want to go out? If someone finds out that you are in the Wanhua sect, I am afraid there will be powerful people to deal with you secretly. Now that there is a large array of guardians, even Yuan Yang teaches us don't be afraid, they won't be able to attack, just ignore them. Lu Yi shook his head, with fierce eyes flashing in his eyes, and said, since they have provoked you, if you don't do something, they may not give up, and may attract more and more powerful people. Now the territory of the Wanhua sect is too chaotic, and it is good for the Wanhua sect to establish a prestige. Seeing Yun Xi's worried look, Lu Yi said in relief, it's okay, you still don't trust my strength? I won't do things without confidence. Yun Xi also nodded slightly, agreeing, she has confidence in Lu Yi. So the two left the cave and flew towards the mountain gate. In addition to Lu Yi and Yun Xi, many strong men in the sky are also flying towards the sect quickly. The two of them had just flown away when Granny Hua flew over. When she saw Lu Yi and Yun Xi, her expression changed slightly. Little guy, why did you come out? Let us handle this matter. And Yun Xi, you go back too. Granny Hua's expression was serious. Lu Yi smiled, Grandma, Yun Xi has already told me about the Yuan Yang sect. Yun Xi is mine, and the Yuan Yang sect will pay attention to Yun Xi's head. How can I bear it? And now Wanhuazong also needs Liwei. Yun Xi was also helping to speak, seeing Lu Yi's confidence, Granny Hua reluctantly agreed. A group of people quickly flew to the mountain gate. Outside the mountain gate, a line of strong men in black and gold-rimmed robes stood in the air. Their bodies are like furnaces, and their aura is extremely powerful. Standing in the front are two people, one of them is a rickety old man with his hands behind his back, like a farmer. The other was a handsome young man. Lu Yi glanced over and found that the farmer-like old man had no aura, but his strength was extremely strong, he was a great power in the realm of fusion, and the young man was also very strong, he turned out to be a strong man in the realm of Dongxiu, a celestial arrogance figure. A few grand elders of the Wanhua sect confronted a group of members of the Yuan Yang sect inside the mountain gate. They had serious expressions and did not dare to leave the range of the protecting sect's large formation. After all, the Yuan Yang sect is too strong, even if it's just this young man, it's not something they can deal with. An elder with grey hair and a clear face said, Dear friends of the Yuan Yang sect, Yun Xi is the future head teacher of my Wanhua sect. She cannot marry outsiders, and I hope you will forgive me. The young man put his hands behind his back, with a proud expression, what's so good about being the head teacher of the little Wanhua sect? Wouldn't it be better to follow me? He glanced at Wanhuazong, his eyes were cold, I want to see Fairy Yungzi today, otherwise, don't blame me for breaking in. Hearing this, the complexion of all the elders of the Wanhua sect Taishang changed, and their expressions were ugly. Forcibly breaking into the gate of a sect is absolutely disrespectful, and can be called an enemy of life and death. The Yuan Yang sect obviously didn't take the Wanhua sect seriously. They looked at each other, and were about to fully activate the sect protection formation. At this moment, Granny Hua, Yun Xi, and Lu Yifei came over. Teacher. When the elders saw the three teachers, their eyes lit up, and then they glanced at Lu Yi again, very surprised. They didn't expect Lu Yi to come out. And Luo Tianyang and others in the distance naturally noticed the three of them. After seeing Yun Xi, Luo Tianyang's eyes lit up, and he laughed loudly, the rumors are indeed true. The fairy Yun Xi in the Wanhua sect is beautiful, it's still the 10,000 flower spirit body, it's really good, she's a peerless beauty. But soon, Luo Tianyang's face darkened, and he saw Yun Xi holding Lu Yi's hand. Luo Tianyang looked at Lu Yi with cold eyes, who are you? Lu Yi smiled slightly, stepped forward, walked out of the Wanhuazong mountain gate, and faced them in the sky. Everyone in Yuan Yang sect was taken aback for a moment, some did not expect that Lu Yi would dare to stand in front of them. Lui chuckled, the one who killed you. Hearing this, everyone in the Yuan Yang sect had strange expressions on their faces. A cultivator in the realm of transforming gods wants to kill them? However, before they spoke, an incomparably rich aura flowed out from Lui's body. The sky formation map soared into the sky, covering hundreds of miles of heaven and earth. The dense formation pattern flickered in the blue sky, and the terrible energy locked everyone in the Yuan Yang sect. Seeing the patterns in the sky, the people of the Yuan Yang sect thought of something and looked at Lui in astonishment. There was a gleam of golden light in the muddy eyes of the old man who looked like a farmer, and he looked straight at Lui. The sky array is volleying, you are Lui? Lui smiled, that's right, it's me. The fit power suddenly showed ecstasy, ha ha ha, it didn't take much effort. Lui, I didn't expect you to dare to leave the protection range of Baiun sect. Today's fairy scripture belongs to me. He stepped out, strands of golden flames burning all over his body, the space was distorted and cracked, and he couldn't bear the temperature of the primordial yang fire. Luo Tianyang and the strong men behind him also showed signs of surprise. Luo Tianyang smiled and said, I didn't expect to catch a big fish. Ha ha ha. The monks behind the two were all in the void realm, their eyes flickered with coldness, and they dispersed slowly, surrounding Lui. Not only them, but in the distance, there are many other monks hiding in the dark. After all, the movement of Wan Huazong was too great before, and the sky was full of stars. Everyone was alarmed and planned to check what happened to Wan Huazong. What? They never expected that Lui would appear in Wan Huazong. For a while, each monk was shocked. It's Lui. I've seen his portrait, it's really him. How dare he? That's right, Lui is pregnant with the immortal scriptures, how dare he leave the protection range of the Baiun sect? If the cultivator who is reclusive in the Baiun sect is not there, many people will attack him. Hurry up and notify the powerful members of the clan that Lui has appeared. Dong Mixin of the Yuan Yang sect is here. If the Yuan Yang sect obtains this fairy scripture, the Yuan Yang sect will rise from the sky. That's not necessarily the case. I heard that Lui destroyed the Blood Spirit sect in Qingzhou before, and the disturbance is no worse than that of a monk in the state of integration. He may not lose to Dong Mixin. How is it the same? Who knows the specific situation at the beginning? I admit that Lui is extremely talented and has the appearance of a fairy, but he has the destructive power of fusion in the nascent soul realm. I don't believe it. But now Lui has broken through to the realm of transforming gods. This made many monks silent. They looked at Lui, and they were also surprised. Lui had already broken through to the realm of transforming gods. No one knew how strong he was. At this moment, all the monks were staring at Lui, full of surprise, and very curious about Lui's current combat power. Naturally, Lui also noticed the movements of the Yuan Yang sect people, and he chuckled lightly, "You think I'm sure?" He said to himself, "I want to kill the strong man of Yuan Yang sect. Task: kill the Yuan Yang sect powerhouse. Reward: Yuan Yang wine, the formula of Yuan Yang wine, Yuan Yang fruit 5, Yuan Yin fruit 5, top grade spiritual weapon soul suppressing seal." Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Lui was startled. The rewards for this mission are a bit generous. As expected of a task related to the power of the body, this is the first time Lui has officially faced the power of the body. He silently accepted the task. The next moment, Lui's whole body was in aura, and patterns in the sky lit up, covering almost the entire sky. After breaking through to the realm of transforming gods, Lui's aura is stronger, and the realm of the formation path has also improved, and his ability to control the heavenly formation map is far better than before. In just a split second, more than half of the sky array lines lit up. Roar! The roar of the white tiger resounded through the sky and the earth, and a terrifying combined spiritual pressure emerged, turned into a gust of wind, and spread in all directions. The phantom of the white tiger condensed under the large formation, and the strong coercion caused the ground below to sag. For a moment, the whole world was silent for an instant. Whether it was the people of the Yuan-Yang sect, the people of the Wanhua sect, or the monks watching the battle from a distance, they all stared blankly at the phantom of the white tiger condensed in the sky at this moment. White tiger killing formation. Dong Mixin, the great fit master of the Yuan-Yang sect, widened his eyes and looked at the phantom of the white tiger in disbelief. A killing array in the realm of fusion. How is it possible? He is only in the realm of transforming gods. Luo Tianyang exclaimed again and again, unbelievable. He himself is the arrogance of the Yuan-Yang sect. A strong person in the realm can even be called the future head teacher of the Yuan-Yang sect. But even so, it was difficult for Luo Tianyang to confront the power of the fusion realm head-on, but what did he see? This Luo's mere realm of transforming gods can actually condense a killing array of the realm of unity. Luo Tianyang's heart was almost shattered. All the monks of the Wanhua sect were equally shocked. Granny Hua and a group of elders looked at Luo, thinking of the scene when Luo arranged the formation a few days ago. Fellow deist Luo is simply the reincarnation of a true immortal. A supreme elder sighed. Girl Yungzi has found a good home. A supreme elder nodded. The disciples of the Wanhua sect stared blankly at Luo, who was accompanied by the white tiger with their eyes wide open. Only Yun Xi had a calm expression. After all, Luo had already used the white tiger killing formation when he was in the blood spirit sect. At that time, Luo was only in the nascent soul realm, and now he has broken through to the transformation god realm, let alone. With a thought in Luo's mind, the white tiger roared, turning into a streamer and rushing towards Dong Mixin from the Yuan-Yang sect. Dong Mixin felt the ferocity, let out a low drink, and spat out a golden long sword, fighting with the white tiger. The roar resounded through the heaven and earth, and the area with a radius of hundreds of miles was shrouded in divine light, and the terrible aftermath raged. A mountain range outside the Wanhua sect was almost turned into flat ground in an instant. The white tiger phantom is extremely powerful. Although the last time he faced the ancestor of the blood spirit sect, he was crushed by the ancestor of the blood spirit sect, but as an important figure of the Rakshasa clan, the ancestor of the blood spirit sect is very unusual in itself. The combat power even surpassed Dong Mixin. But at this moment, Beihu Shuiying and Dong Mixin fought back and forth, and even suppressed it a little. Luo glanced at the battlefield, and stopped paying attention. He turned to look at Luo Tianyang and the others, his eyes full of killing intent. Luo Tianyang was shocked. He came back to his senses, stared at Luo, and said, Luo, you have used this heavenly formation map, now you have no other means? I will kill you personally today. Spiritual energy flowed around him, and 12 golden long swords emerged from his body. The long swords carried an extremely sharp breath, and he shouted, go to death. All the long swords turned into golden light and shot towards Luo. Luo's expression was very calm, and the kendo field spread all over his body. How powerful is the kendo field that exceeds 30%? After all the long swords entered Luo's kendo domain, they stopped in place instantly, unable to move. Luo walked in the void like a stroll in the courtyard, crossing the space with one step, and came to Luo Tianyang's side. A golden sword light, like a divine light that opened up the world, slashed towards Luo Tianyang with an extremely sharp sword intent. Wherever the sword light passed, the void was cut open like white paper, and black cracks emerged from behind the sword light, as if the heavens and the earth were about to be cut in half. On the ground where it passed, sword marks crisscrossed one after another. Luo Tianyang's pupils shrank, facing such a sword light, his eyes were full of horror. He yelled again and again, shot out magic weapons one after another, and also used all the magic weapons with all his strength, using his most powerful spells. Yuan-Yang Dafa. Yuan-Yang Seal. Great Wilderness Fist. A series of spells were played recklessly, Luo Tianyang wanted to resist the sword light. However, this had no effect. The sword light's unparalleled sharp, and wherever it passed, the treasures Luo Tianyang shot were cut into pieces, and all the spells were cut off by the sword light, and the sword light passed through Luo Tianyang's body. The sword intent erupted, twisting Luo Tianyang into blood mist in an instant. Even the nascent soul was smashed together. Liu Yi, who has reached the realm of transforming gods, plus more than 30% of the field of swordsmanship, beheading a Tianjiao who is in the realm of Dongxiu is as simple as drinking water. Tianyang! There was a roar. Dong Mixin in the sky noticed that Luo Tianyang was killed so easily, his eyes widened, full of anger and embarrassment. Luo Tianyang is the future successor of Yuanyang sect, and he was killed while he was guarding him. Dong Mixin roared angrily, Liu Yi! You actually killed my Yuanyang sect disciple, and our Yuanyang sect will never die with you. He slashed out with a sword in anger, and the golden sword light opened up the sky and the earth, which was more than 10 kilometers long. Liu Yi stepped through the space and easily dodged it. Liu Yi's expression was very calm, and he glanced at Dong Mixin. He was fighting against the phantom of the white tiger at the moment, so he could only forcefully strike Liu Yi with a sword to vent his dissatisfaction. In Liu Yi's view, this was impotent rage. He chuckled lightly. The disciples of the Wanhua sect disappeared. You did it, right? Yuanyang sect didn't dare to fight the High Clan with all your might, but you have the guts to fight me with all your might? Liu Yi smiled disdainfully. For this kind of bullying sect, Liu Yi really has nothing to say. If you have the ability, go desperately with the Qi clan. Liu Yi turned his head and looked at the other Dongxiu cultivators of Yuanyang sect. Those Dongxiu cultivators looked extremely horrified at the moment. Liu Yi's previous sword shattered their fighting spirit completely. Before they even had time to rescue Luo Tianyang, they saw Luo Tianyang being cut to pieces with a sword. Run! A Dongxiu cultivator shouted. All the Dongxiu cultivators turned around and ran away. Change first and then change. Chapter 155 One thought destroys the power. Want to run? Did you ask me? Liu Yi stepped forward with a murderous intent. Streaks of golden sword lights streaked across the sky like golden threads, extremely fast. How could a cultivator of Dongxiu run away? Almost in a short time, all the Dongxiu monks of the Yuanyang sect were chopped into 2 pieces, blood was sprayed, and the sky was dyed red. Then, the sword intent erupted, and the corpses of the Dongxiu cultivators of the Yuanyang sect were twisted into blood mist by the sword intent and disappeared between the sky and the earth. At this moment, among the Yuanyang sect monks who came to the Wanhua sect, only one master who was in the state of integration was still alive, and all the others were killed by Liu Yi. At a high altitude, Dong Mixin was still fighting with the White Tiger Phantom. He saw Liu Yi beheading all the Dongxiu cultivators of the Yuanyang sect, and he roared with indignation. However, he couldn't get rid of the phantom of the White Tiger, and came to deal with Liu Yi. He could only roar again and again. Liu Yi! You killed so many monks of my Yuanyang sect, my Yuanyang sect will never give up. Liu Yi's expression was calm, and he smiled. You don't think you can leave alive, do you? Hearing this, Dong Mixin was taken aback for a moment, and then laughed angrily. Ha 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 ha, do you still want to keep me? As a power in the state of fusion, even if he loses to this phantom of the White Tiger, Dong Mixin thinks that no one can stop him if he wants to leave, not even this phantom of the White Tiger. Liu Yi's words were too arrogant. Not only Dong Mixin couldn't believe it, but all the monks watching the battle from a distance also looked at each other in shock. Is this born sword fairy crazy? He still wants to keep Dong Mixin? Even if he is not strong in the realm of fusion, he is still a great talent. Liu Yi's heart is too big. He even wants to kill Da Neng. It's impossible for him to do it. Even if Da Neng loses, there are always ways to escape. However, I have to say that Liu Yi's strength is too terrifying. Aside from his array realm, this sword domain is much stronger than before he was silent. He killed Luo Tianyang and several Yuan Yang so easily. Teach the weak and strong. Indeed, this Luo Tianyang is the successor that the Yuan Yang sect has devoted all its efforts to cultivating. When the Yuan Yang sect was still in Liu's Hu, Luo Tianyang could be said to be the top talent in the Dongxi realm. Unexpectedly, he was beheaded by Liu Yi with a sword. That's right, and Liu Yi is only in the realm of transforming gods. I heard that when he broke through to the realm of transforming gods, he caused thunder to transform into a form. He is stronger than the evildoers of ancient times. He is worthy of his name as a genius. There was still shock in the eyes of everyone, and they were amazed again and again. Yellow-haired boy, how dare you speak so wildly? Dong Mixon's eyes were reddish, his murderous intent was cold, and he stared at Liu Yi firmly. If you have the ability, you will go to battle in person. These words made many people speechless, and they looked down on Dong Mixon's performance. A powerful body-fitting monk actually let a cultivator who has practiced the Tao for less than 100 years personally fight him. It is not afraid of shame to say it. With a calm expression on his face, Liu Yi said, "Is it crazy talk? You will know soon." Liu Yi's spiritual energy circulated all over his body, and more vast fluctuations of spiritual energy spread out, far exceeding the previous ones, which made many monks change color. The strength of the aura shown by Liu Yi even surpassed many monks in the Void Realm. At this moment, a monk discovered the difference. A supreme elder of Wanhua sect stared at the sky with wide eyes. Look at the pattern. Everyone looked up at the patterns in the sky. Originally, after the White Tiger killing formation was activated, the formation patterns in the sky accounted for half, and now the other formation patterns that were not yet bright also flickered with a faint white light and became brighter. All the monks suddenly changed color. This movement. Could it be that Liu Yi intends to activate the entire sky map? How is it possible? With only half of the formation pattern, you can arrange a large formation like the White Tiger killing formation. If it is fully activated, what kind of formation can you arrange? Many monks looked shocked, and Liu Yi's performance was too scary. Even if many of the monks hiding in it are strong, they all feel scalp numb. No, that's not right. Liu Yi didn't expand the White Tiger killing formation, he arranged the other half of the formation pattern into a new formation. It's a White Tiger killing formation. This boy actually arranged two White Tiger killing formations. You said Grandmaster looked at the formation in the sky and told Liu Yi's behavior. In the end, his eyes widened in shock. Although the difficulty of arranging two combined formations alone is much lower than that of expanding the combined formation, it is much less difficult to describe the Mahayana formation. However, Liu Yi is only in the realm of transforming gods, and it is still frightening to be able to portray two combined formations. Then Liu Yi. Is he a monster? A mere cultivator who transforms spirits can actually arrange two combined formations. Even with the help of spirit weapons, it is still unimaginable. At this moment, the second White Tiger killing formation was successfully arranged, and the roar of the White Tiger sounded again, and the phantom of the second White Tiger appeared. The phantoms of two White Tigers in the state of fusion stood across the sky, and the tyrannical coercion crushed the nearby mountains. Dong Mixon, who was on the battlefield, changed his face drastically, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. How is it possible? Liu Yi didn't speak, but with a thought, another phantom of the White Tiger also rushed towards Dong Mixon. The two White Tiger phantoms who already surpassed Dong Mixon joined hands, and Dong Mixon felt tremendous pressure immediately. In just a few rounds, he was hit by the paw of a phantom White Tiger. If he hadn't used a talisman to block the attack, this blow would probably have seriously injured him. Even so, Dong Mixon is still in danger and may lose at any time. He yelled again and again, wanting to retreat, but two phantom White Tigers deliberately blocked his way, making it difficult for him to escape. Boom! A phantom of a White Tiger opened its mouth and spewed out a beam of platinum light, which hit Dong Mixon right in the middle. Dong Mixin yelled and flew upside down, with disheveled hair and blood oozing from his body. His stooped body looked a little embarrassed. Lu Yi! Dong Mixin roared again and again, wanting to get close to Lu Yi, to capture the thief first, but Lu Yi's expression was calm, and he retreated a distance, showing no intention of going forward at all. He stood in the air, watching indifferently as the two phantom white tigers roared and besieged Dong Mixin. Many monks looked at Lu Yi's back and felt chills all over their bodies. 10 years ago, there was a powerful assertion that Lu Yi broke through to the realm of transforming gods, and his aura had already been achieved. I didn't believe it at first, but now I believe it. It's too scary. Could it be that this person is the reincarnation of a true immortal? He is only in the realm of transforming a god, and he has suppressed the power of fusion to such an extent. Lu Yi, this person must not be provoked. Among the onlookers, there were many strong men with holes and voids, and some were from big sects who had escaped from other big states. At this moment, everyone looked at Lu Yi's expressions with great fear. The mere realm of transforming gods has such strength, so what about when he breaks through to the whole? Is it possible to suppress the Mahayana realm? Mahayana monks, throughout the dawn, are figures at the ceiling level. If the ancestor who crossed the catastrophe does not come out, who will compete with him? If he is suppressed by monk Dongxiu, he will probably become a laughing stock, and he will be uneasy if he dies. At this moment, under the siege of two phantoms of white tigers, Dong Mixin began to show signs of fatigue and began to show signs of defeat. Everyone understands that if things go on like this, Dong Mixin may really be rebelled by a little cultivator in the realm of transforming gods. Dong Mixin naturally understood this too, yelling again and again, trying to break through, but was beaten back again and again. At this moment, 3 terrifying auras approached quickly from a distance. A voice came, "Ha ha ha, Brother Dong, we are here to help you." Lu Yi's face changed slightly, and he turned his head to look in the direction of the breath, with an extremely fierce expression. The faces of the others also changed, and they were extremely shocked. Mighty fit? There are 3 more. They are. 2 of them are the great powers of the Qin family, and the other is the great power of the Wangchuangwu. In the entire territory of the Wanhua sect, only the Qin family, Wangchuangwu and Yuan Yang sect have great powers. Yes, I didn't expect them all to come. It seems that someone has notified the people of these 2 great forces. This is broken. Originally, if there was only one Dong Mixin, Lu Yi would be able to counterattack, but there are 3 more, a total of 4 great powers, and Lu Yi may be in trouble. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. That's right, the power of the heavenly formation diagram has been brought to the extreme by Lu Yi. Unless he can draw the Mahayana pattern, there is no hope of a comeback. These 4 great powers came prepared, and they will definitely not let Lu Yi escape. Could it be that the Immortal Sword Sutra is really going to fall into the hands of the 3 of them? The crowd of onlookers chatted a lot. The expressions of the experts and disciples of the Wanhua sect also changed at this moment. When they saw Lu Yi suppressing Dong Mixin, they were very happy, but now they saw 3 more combined powers coming, their little faces changed, and they were all worried for Lu Yi. Granny Hua and the Supreme Elders felt even more tense. Granny Hua clenched her hands, gritted her teeth, and said, "I didn't expect people from the 3 factions to come. If it wasn't for Year, the little fellow, who helped us build a new protective array, my Wanhua sect would be finished." That's right. If it wasn't for fellow Daoist Lu, we would be ashamed to treat our ancestors after we die. Let fellow Daoist Lu come in. With the 4 combined powers, fellow Daoist Lu will be very dangerous. In the worst case, we will close the mountain. One by one, the strong men of the Wanhua sect opened their mouths, wanting Lu Yi to come in and take refuge. Dong Mixin was being besieged by 2 phantoms of white tigers, and his injuries were a little bit more, and the situation was already in danger. When he realized that there were 3 more combined powers approaching, he burst out laughing, ha 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 ha. Liu Yi! My god! I want to kill you! Liu Yi glanced at the 3 fast approaching combined powers, his expression still calm. He stepped across the space and entered the Guardian Array. Although Liu Yi has some methods to deal with the 4 combined powers, but these methods are all trump cards and are not suitable for being exposed to too many people. Liu Yi naturally knew that there were no longer a few monks watching in the dark, and he had no intention of using these whole cards. And it's not that he can't deal with these great abilities at all. Seeing Liu Yi coming in, Granny Hua calmed down a bit, and said, "Year, it's good that you come in, let's activate the sect protecting array first, and block them." "That's right, fellow Daoist Liu, the 4 combined powers are too strong. It's only because we are weak and can't help you share some of the pressure. The supreme elders of the Wanhua sect are very guilty. In the original Qingzhou, their strength was top-notch, but now too many powerful forces have entered Qingzhou, and their strength is not enough. For those who are the top powerhouses in Qingzhou, it is very uncomfortable." Only Yun Xi remained calm. She knew how many cards Liu Yi had, and she didn't think that the 4 combined powers could pose any threat to Liu Yi. Liu Yi said with a smile, "Seniors, it's okay, you all retreated a little bit, now there are so many powerful people who are keeping an eye on the Wanhua sect, if they don't build their prestige, the disciples of the Wanhua sect will probably struggle in the future." Granny Hua's complexion changed, she looked at Liu Yi in astonishment, "Are you planning to keep them?" Liu Yi nodded. Everyone was astonished, they looked at each other, and then a supreme elder said, "These are 4 combined powers, are you sure?" Liu Yi smiled, "Don't worry, it's just for you to see the power of the protectorate formation." Hearing this, many Wanhuazong powerhouses looked forward with anticipation. Seeing the 3 combined powers approaching, Liu Yi spread his hands, and the sky map flew back. This is a treasure, very suitable for the current Liu Yi. Liu Yi does not want the map of the sky array to be taken away. With the return of the sky array, the white tiger killing array dissipated, and the phantoms of the 2 white tigers also dissipated. Dong Mixin was no longer being attacked, so he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, 3 combined powers came to Dong Mixin's side, 2 were middle-aged men, and 1 was also an old man. Seeing Dong Mixin's appearance, the 3 of them were all stunned. Dong Mixin's current appearance was too embarrassing, with disheveled hair, blood all over his body, his breathing fluctuated, and he seemed to have suffered a lot of injuries. A middle-aged man laughed and said, "Brother Dong Dao, you don't look too good?" The other 2 also had weird expressions. Dong Mixin's face was slightly stiff, and he gave the 3 of them a cold look, and said, "You should also pay attention, this little bastard has a lot of tricks, so don't suffer a big loss later." Another middle-aged man chuckled and said, "The 4 of us join forces, can he still turn out our palms?" The other grey-haired old man also nodded. He looked at Liu Yi who was inside the Wanhua sect's mountain gate, and said, "Let's do it first, so as not to have long nights and dreams." The old man seemed very prestigious, the other 3 stopped talking and looked at Liu Yi. The 4 of them sneered, and rushed into the 10,000 flower sect's domain without any scruples, completely ignoring the angry expressions of the 10,000 flower sect monks, and only had Liu Yi in their eyes. Dong Mixin sneered, "Liu Yi, what else do you have? Just use it." The expressions of the other 3 were cold, and the air machine locked on Liu Yi without speaking. Liu Yi's expression was a bit weird, he couldn't help but smiled, "I was thinking about how to let the 4 of you enter the sect, but I didn't expect that you didn't think that the Wanhua sect was in danger at all." "That's right, in your eyes, come on, the Wanhua sect is just a small sect in the realm of transforming gods, so what can threaten you 4 great monks?" Liu Yi originally planned to seduce the 4 of them, but he didn't expect these 4 combined powers to be so upright. Hearing Liu Yi's words, the faces of Dong Mixin and the others changed suddenly, and the aura around them was about to soar into the sky. However, with a buzzing sound, a galaxy of stars appeared above Wanhuazong. Stars circulated one after another, covering the entire sky, and Wanhuazong seemed to be in the sea of stars. This made all the disciples of Wanhua sect full of astonishment. What is this? This is our guardian array? How did our guardian array become like this? The zinc in the core area of the section was our sect guardian array. Except for Granny Hua, a few grand elders, and Yun Xi, no one knew that the Wanhua sect's guardian formation had turned into this, and everyone was shocked. Not only them, but even Dong Mixin's 4 combined powers, as well as the monks watching from a distance were stunned at the moment. Only then did they discover that the starlight was not the birth of some natural treasure, nor the descending of some fairy artifact, but the protection formation of the 10,000 flower sect. After seeing Lu Yi present, many monks understood the situation. It's Lu Yi. No wonder Lu Yi is in the Wanhua sect. He helped the Wanhua sect improve the guardian array. That's right, Lu Yi's talent in array formations, even the power of Tei Holy Land, the Holy Land of Array Dao, is full of admiration. If Lu Yi makes a move, it will be enough to increase the protection array of a small sect like Wanhua sect by 100 times. What is the origin of this Wanhua sect? Can you actually ask Lu Yi to change the guardian formation for them? Everyone was surprised. However, can this large array of guardians block the 4 combined powers? Some people raised doubts, but they didn't quite believe it, and many people did the same. All the monks were staring at the sky full of stars. Only the 4 of Dong Mixin had no doubts, because the moment the protective array was opened, they felt the deadly aura, which made their whole bodies icy cold. The 4 screamed and wanted to escape, but found that their bodies were imprisoned in place, unable to even move. This starry sky possesses extremely terrifying power, like stars pressing down on them. Fear appeared in the eyes of the 4 of them. Impossible! How can the guardian formation of this small sect be so strong? Open it for me! The 4 of them roared angrily, wanting to struggle, but they were like ants pressed down by a stone, unable to move at all. Lu Yi stood in the air, not far from the 4 of them, calmly looked at the 4 of them, and smiled slightly. Now do you know what else I can do? Lu Yi. You. Dong Mixin glared at her. A middle-aged man begged for mercy on the spot. Lu Yi, I was wrong, let me go. Our Qin family will never appear in front of you again. The other 2 also begged for mercy one after another, yelling again and again. Lu Yi's expression was cold and stern. As soon as he thought about it, the starlight fell down, as if the stars were falling from the sky, and the 4 powerful masters of the fusion realm didn't even hum, and turned into a blood mist. The blood mist floated in the starlight, carrying a hint of poignancy. For a moment, the whole world was silent for an instant. In the distance, the monks who were curious about the power of the guardian array lost their voices and stared at Lu Yi in the starlight in amazement. I am afraid they will never forget this scene in their lifetime. With his hands behind his back, Lu Yi's celestial talent was peerless, and Yi Nianzhen killed 4 combined powers, just like the immortal Ling Chen. Not only for them, but also for the monks of the Wanhua sect. Lu Yi's fluttering white clothes, like the figure of a god, have been engraved into the hearts of countless female cultivators of the Wanhua sect, and will be imprinted there forever. After a moment of silence, on a mountain in the distance, a master of formation Tao said slowly with a trembling voice, I am afraid that the Mahayana might be able to enter this large array of guardians, and they will have to drink their hatred. Chapter 156 The only male monk of the Wanhua sect 1200 monthly ticket plus update. The surrounding cultivators gasped, their eyes filled with disbelief. The Wanhua sect's protective formation is actually so powerful? This protective formation was arranged by Lu Yi. His formation may even have reached the level of Mahayana cultivation. It's really scary. The Wanhua sect was originally in a precarious situation. With such a large array of guardians, there is no need to worry. A group of monks discussed in succession. Then someone thought of the problem and said, however, Lu Yi killed the Yuan Yang sect, the combined power of the Qin family and the Wangchuanggu family. I'm afraid the three families will not let it go. So what if you don't want to let it go? The Wanhua sect has such a large array of protection, even if the Mahayana patriarch comes, it won't matter. If it's not aimed at the Wanhua sect, what if it is aimed at Lu Yi? If Lu Yi is so easy to target, as early as the last time when he came back from the Excalibur school, he was caught by a group of great powers. Last time, so many great powers failed to catch him. I'm afraid it will be difficult this time. When he returns to Bianzong, who dares to enter Bianzong to be an important person? Not only that, how do you know that the hermit powerhouse of the Biun sect didn't accompany Lu Yi? With Lu Yi's talent, he is almost certain to become an immortal in the future, and I am afraid that he is not an ordinary immortal. The cultivator who crosses the robbery is willing to be his. The guardian will probably not be surprised. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. All the monks were startled, and looked around, fearing that the Duja patriarch was hiding in the dark, guarding Lu Yi. After Lu Yi killed the four combined powers, he returned to the mountain gate. At this moment, Granny Hua and the strong men came back to their senses, and they were full of surprises. This guardian array is so powerful. Some elders were extremely pleasantly surprised. Even Granny Hua is the same. Although she knew that Lu Yi had used a lot of body-fitting materials, and his formation level was extremely high, Granny Hua never thought that Lu Yi could make such a terrifying grand protector. Array. Lu Yi said with a smile, this large array of guardians can withstand the attacks of Mahayana powers. If there are Mahayana powers who dare to enter the formation, they can also be killed. This made the Wanhuazong powerhouses even more surprised. With this great formation, my Wanhua sect will have no worries. Granny Hua sighed. Lu Yi thought for a while, and said, now that I have killed the four combined powers, I have deterred some forces. They should not dare to attack the Wanhua sect. But, this also offended the Yuan Yang sect and that the Qin family and Wangchuanggu, although they can't go to the Wanhua sect, if the Wanhua sect disciples go out, I'm afraid they will be in danger. Granny Hua and the other supreme elders also nodded at these words, with worried expressions on their faces. An old woman sighed, oh, these big sects, their territory is occupied by the Haizu, and they dare not fight with the Haizu, but they want to invade our territory. It's really hateful. The others nodded again and again, all with angry expressions. Especially the Yuan Yang sect, who practiced dual cultivating evil skills. Pity my sect's disciples who have disappeared one after another. I'm afraid it's all done by them. Granny Hua's expression was equally cold, but she was helpless. She said, it's a big deal that we will close the mountain and close the sect in the near future, and wait for this turmoil to pass. A supreme elder also nodded, with the Daoist Lu Yi's depiction of the guardian formation, even if the mountain is closed, we are safe enough. All the supreme elders and Granny Hua were talking about it. Lu Yi actually agreed with Granny Hua's thoughts in his heart. After all, Qingzhou is too chaotic now. Just think about how Lu Yi fought all the way from the Biun sect's territory to Wanhua sect's sect. The female cultivators of the Wanhua sect are already beautiful and charming, like elves among flowers. It is too dangerous to go out at such a time. After the mountain was closed, it was safer to practice steadily. Lu Yi smiled and said, if so, it would be the best. Granny Hua glanced at Lu Yi, then at Yun Xi, and said with a smile, why don't you stay, Yi-er? Lu Yi was taken aback, and glanced at Yun Xi. Seeing Yun Xi looking at him expectantly, Lu Yi thought for a while, and said, then I'll stay for a while. These words made Yungzi show a happy smile. Granny Hua and the supreme elders also smiled. Granny Hua said, you must be tired from today's battle, why don't you go back with Yun Xi first? Lu Yi nodded. Yun Xi took Lu Yi and flew towards the sect. Along the way, Lu Yi found that all the monks of the Wanhua sect were looking at him. There was unspeakable admiration and excitement in Qingling's eyes, and they all glowed green, as if they wanted to swallow Lu Yi. Lu Yi's scalp felt numb when he looked at it. There are more than 100,000 disciples of the Wanhua sect. With so many people looking at him like this, even Lu Yi couldn't stand it. Do you always feel like you've entered a wolf's den? Yun Xi also noticed this, frowned slightly, hugged Lu Yi's arms with both hands, and said, Lu Yi, let's hurry up. Lu Yi was taken aback, glanced at Yun Xi, with a strange expression on his face, are you jealous? Yun Xi thought for a while, and said, well, it's a little uncomfortable. Lu Yi. As expected of Yun Xi, she was still so straightforward. Lu Yi smiled, and quickly flew towards the cave together with Yun Xi. Back in the cave, Lu Yi carried Yun Xi into the room without saying a word. Yun Xi hugged his arm just now, which made him have an idea in his heart, but it was just that Lu Yi was holding back outside. Ah? Lu Yi? No. No way. Yun Xi didn't expect Lu Yi to act like this at all. He widened his eyes and exclaimed. But soon Yun Xi's voice gradually changed, and the sound of dragon's chant and phoenix cries came again from the cave, and mysterious light dissipated. 2 days later, Yun Xi couldn't take it anymore, and Lu Yi walked out of the room helplessly, a little unsatisfied. On the second day, Yun Xi came out with a resentful expression on his face. Because of the end of the double cultivation, Lu Yi withdrew the formation, but just after the withdrawal, all the fairies of the Wanhua sect stepped into Yungzi's cave, wanting to entertain Lu Yi and thank Lu Yi for his contribution to the Wanhua sect. From their words, Lu Yi also knew that Grandma Hua had told about Lu Yi's recreation of the new guardian formation, and all the fairies of the Wanhua sect were very grateful to Lu Yi. However, the eyes of these fairies are full of watery light, looking at Lu Yi with affectionate eyes, making Yun Xi frown. However, the disciples of the Wanhua sect have always had a good relationship. Yun Xi, as the future head teacher of the Wanhua sect, naturally has the talented Wanhua sect fairy to accompany her. These fairies were all beautiful and charming, and they all came to invite Lu Yi and Yun Xi immediately. It's not easy for Yun Xi to refuse. In the next few days, Lu Yi and Yun Xi attended various banquets. The entire Wanhua sect is full of female monks, and there is only Lu Yi, a male cultivator in the sect. Every time there is a banquet, there are a group of beautiful fairies ying ying yan yan. It's fine if it's normal, but the problem is, almost every time there are fairies secretly sending glances, and those who are bolder even dare to directly transmit voice to Lu Yi, telling Lu Yi the location of his cave, hoping that Lu Yi can go to her at night. Lu Yi's whole body was numb, and his physical body was extremely strong. As a last resort, Lu Yi could only wrong Yun Xi. Every time he came back from the banquet, Yun Xi had to stay out of bed for a long time. 3 days later, another extremely angry roar came from outside Wanhuazong. Lu Yi! Get out! Lu Yi! You kill me Yuan Yang sect strongman, come out if you have the ability. Lu Yi, give back the life of my patriarch of the Qin family. A group of Wanhuazong monks came to the mountain gate one after another. Granny Hua and others were also there, and naturally Lu Yi and Yun Xi also came. In the sky above Wanhuazong, there is a group of powerful monks standing in the air. Lu Yi glanced over and found a middle-aged man, an old woman, and an old man with such a deep breath that even Lu Yi felt a little scary. Mahayana monk. Lu Yi heard that Yuan Yang sect, Wangchuanggu and the Qin family have Mahayana powers, but he didn't expect that all the powers of the 3 families came. However, Lu Yi was not surprised. After all, he killed the 4 combined powers of the 2 families, and the movement was too great. From that day on, the Wanhua sect has closed the mountain, and the Milky Way enveloped the entire Wanhua sect. None of them went out, so naturally they don't know what's going on with the Outer Sect. Now it seems that the three sects have received the news. All the disciples and strong men of the Wanhua sect had very calm expressions. After all, Lui said that this formation can resist Mahayana monks, and they all believed in Lui very much. All the disciples of the Wanhua sect were very relaxed, and even dared to point at the great power in the sky, smiling sweetly. Lui laughed loudly and said, "You beggar dogs only have this ability, come to my Qingzhou to bully my Qingzhou sect. If you have the ability, go to the High Clan and go desperately." Hearing this, the disciples of Wanhua sect laughed even more. "That's it. The lost dog. It's so powerful, those who didn't know thought you were planning to counterattack the Sea clan. It's really shameless." The faces of the strong men from the three families in the sky turned ashen. The eyes of the three Mahayana elders flashed with divine light, and they shot directly. The middle-aged man spit out a big black bell. The ancient clock carried a terrifying aura, the bell vibrated, and the bell wave cut towards the galaxy. However, all the bell waves entering the galaxy are like mud cows entering the sea. They have almost no effect, but instead make the stars brighter. The other two Mahayana monks also used spells and magic weapons one after another. A piece of divine light with a destructive aura pressed down on Wanhua Zong. The space in the sky was cracked piece by piece, and the ground in the distance was like an earthquake. Shaking, the stone waves rolled up into the sky. However, the entire Wanhua sect was very peaceful, without any abnormalities. In the galaxy, the stars were shining with dazzling brilliance, and the starlight flowed, taking all the attacks, but the stars became more and more dazzling. As the stars became stronger to a certain extent, beams of starlight shot out towards the direction of the three powerhouses. The terrifying power shattered the space, and the faces of the three Mahayana powers changed slightly, and they worked together to block the starlight rays. Even so, the three Mahayana powers took a few steps back. This made the faces of the strong men of the three families change drastically, and they were in disbelief. My ancestor was actually repelled when he besieged the guardian formation of a Huashan sect? But the disciples of Wanhua sect cheered, very happy. Granny Hua smiled all over her face, and said, "Year, I didn't expect that there would be such a side to the guardian formation." Lui smiled, "It's not difficult. Just store the spiritual power of the enemy's attack and guide it, it's easy to do." Everyone else smiled and didn't answer. It's easy for Lui, but how many of the guarding formations can really achieve both offense and defense? The faces of the three Mahayana powers in the sky were as gloomy as water, and they didn't dare to continue to attack, but just stared at Wanhua Zong. "Lui, if you have the ability, stay in the Wanhua sect and don't come out. Otherwise, the day you go out is the day you die." The middle-aged man drank loudly. Lui smiled indifferently, "There are too many ways for him to leave. Come on, they can't get in." Granny Hua and other strong men nodded, and all the Wanhua sect monks turned and left, doing whatever they had to do, completely as if the group in the sky did not exist. Where did the three powerhouses suffer such humiliation? The ancestors of the three Mahayana realms and more than a dozen powerful masters of the fusion realm attacked Xing again and again. However, when the formation counterattacked, the power was extremely terrifying. Caught off guard, several strong men were evaporated by the starlight on the spot, and even a combined power of the Qin family was seriously injured. If the ancestor of the Qin family did not save him quickly, he has to die too. This made the faces of the strong men of the three families change again and again, and they dared not attack again. After venting their anger for a while, the three strong men left, but each left behind a strong body, and some monks who had reached the realm of the Golden Core to guard against Lui, not letting Lui leave. Lui hadn't paid attention to the sky for a long time. After returning to Yun Xi's cave, he was at the banquet for nearly a month. Witnessing the strength of the protecting sect's great formation, all the fairies of the Wanhua sect were completely at ease, chatting with Luyi very lively, and they all wished to get drunk and fall limp in Luyi's arms. That is to say, Yun Xi was watching closely, otherwise Luyi would be surrounded by a group of fairies. Of course, every time the banquet ended, Yungzi had withstood all of Luyi's attacks. Although Luyi was often at the banquet for a month, Luyi's cultivation base did not drop because of the accelerated speed of dual cultivation. How much does it take to repair a month? This made Luyi have to sigh. This dragon, flying and phoenix cry is really powerful. Of course, this also comes at a price. A month later, Yun Xi's legs began to weaken when he saw Luyi. On this day, Yun Xi came out of the room and said seriously, Luyi, you should go, you still have to set up a large formation for Winter Valley and Wenjian Villa. Luyi was taken aback, and said in disbelief, Yun Xi, why did you drive me away? Obviously, I still thought that he would stay here all the time, but how long has it passed before it changed? Women are fickle. Yun Xi looked at Luyi resentfully, if you don't leave, I'm really going to die. Luyi still wanted to stay for a few more days, but Yun Xi's tone was very firm, and he probably meant that if Luyi didn't leave, he would go to Granny Hua to practice. No matter what, Luyi dared not go to Granny Hua's place to double cultivate with Yun Xi, because he didn't have such a thick face. In desperation, Luyi could only agree. Before leaving, Luyi gave Yungzi some treasures of heaven and earth, spiritual marrow and life-saving things such as Wan Li talisman, and gave her the 9-color lily of the valley. Yi has taught her this month. Yun Xi didn't refuse, but accepted directly. Now that she even belongs to Luyi, she naturally has no reason to refuse. In the end, Luyi disregarded Yun Xi's begging for mercy, practiced double cultivation for the last time, and left when Yun Xi was in a coma. As for how to leave, it was not difficult for Luyi. This formation was built by Luyi himself. Even if the formation was open, he could leave easily if he wanted to. At this moment, there are densely packed monks patrolling outside the formation. These monks are all powerful members of the Yuan Yang sect and they are responsible for keeping an eye on Luyi. Luyi's eyes were stern, and he found the position where the monks of the Yuan Yang sect were patrolling. For the Qin family and Wang Chuangwu, Luyi didn't really dislike him very much, it was just that they wanted to deal with Luyi for their own benefit. But for the Yuan Yang sect, Luyi hated it very much. After all, Luo Tianyang of the Yuan Yang sect was still eyeing Yun Xi. Although Luo Tianyang is dead, it can't stop Luyi from hating Yuan Yang sect. Moreover, the Yuan Yang sect may also have something to do with the disappearance of the disciples of the Wanhua sect. After getting along these days, Luyi still has a good impression of the fairies of the Wanhua sect. Beautiful fairies who speak well, look good, and have good personalities, who doesn't like them? It would be better if these fairies would seduce him less. The reason why Yun Xi is so tired, they must have a lot of credit. His own reasons are only a small part. Luyi shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. He stepped out like a ghost, moving among the galaxy, and soon passed through the galaxy and came to the outside of Wanhuazong. A group of Yuan Yang sect monks who were patrolling outside the Wanhua sect were stunned when they saw Luyi coming out, a little unresponsive. Then they have no chance to react. A streak of golden sword light streaked across, instantly strangling them into blood mist. As Luyi's breath flowed, other monks sensed it immediately. Luyi! An angry roar sounded. Luyi saw 3 combined powers approaching quickly, his expression was cold and full of killing intent. Ha ha ha! Luyi laughed, and stepped out, as if passing through the void. He came near a group of Yuan Yang sect monks, and the golden sword light streaked across the space, killing them instantly. At this time, 3 magic weapons and spells of combined power had already struck. Luyi didn't panic at all. He stepped out and disappeared in place again. During the transition of the sword field, another group of Yuan Yang sect monks died. The speed technique that Liu Yi practiced was one step to the end of the world in the Void Realm, and Liu Yi had already cultivated to the limit level. Extreme level spells far exceed one's own realm, and one step to the end of the world can be compared to the spells of the combined realm. Liu Yi moved like a supernatural power. With one step, it seemed as if he had crossed space and reached a certain speed. How is this possible? How could he be so fast? The three combined powers were a little startled. Liu Yi has always shown his own realm of array and sword. No one thought that Liu Yi's speed was so fast. A Fit for All is able to drink loudly, and hit a piece of red cloth, which rose against the wind, covering the sky and the sun, trying to suppress Liu Yi. Liu Yi's face changed slightly, feeling a great threat. This red cloth is a spiritual weapon, very unusual. Liu Yi didn't dare to stay longer, he took a step at the limit level, and his figure flashed, and he rushed out in an instant, out of the range of the red cloth. Along the way, Liu Yi killed all the monks of the Yuan Yang sect that he met. This made Yuan Yang sect's fit power roar again and again, very angry. Chasing! Never let him run away. The three combined powers rushed out and chased after Liu Yi. Liu Yi rushed out of the range of the red cloth, and flew towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. However, the speed of fusion power is naturally not slow, and has been following Liu Yi. Liu Yi raised his eyebrows, and when he was about to use the Thousand Changes technique, his expression changed drastically. A golden streamer suddenly flickered in the sky, and the night was illuminated into day, and it was almost transparent for thousands of miles around. Mahayana power. Liu Yi was a little startled, he didn't expect that there would be a Mahayana power hiding in the dark. Change first and then change. Thank you for the reward of 1,500 points from Dancing with the Maple, 500 points from the Black Lulu boss in Africa, 100 points from the book friend 201812012323519998, 100 points from the boss 08A, and 100 points from the boss 2022032613022228 100 points from my reward. Chapter 157 The Essence of the Ancient Formation. Liu Yi raised his head, and saw the middle-aged man from last time standing in the air, with hot golden light all over his body. This middle-aged man is the Mahayana Patriarch of Yuan Yang sect. Liu Yi. Today is the day of your death. The Mahayana Patriarch said coldly, with golden light circulating all over his body, surrounded by divine wheels, like a god descending to judge. Liu Yi's expression was stern, and he sneered, "A majestic monk in the Mahayana realm actually hides me in the dark, a little cultivator who transforms himself into a god? You really belong to me." Liu Yi didn't expect that these three families were very patient, and it wasn't enough to send three combined powers to guard here, and there was actually a Mahayana ancestor in the dark standing guard in person. You know, this is the ancestor of Mahayana, and he is also the top powerhouse in the three families, so he is willing to spend time squatting here. The ancestor of the Yuan Yang sect Mahayana had a calm expression. At his age, he was no longer disturbed by foreign objects, so he would not care about a little ridicule from Liu Yi. No matter how much you say, you won't be able to escape today. I have studied you, and you have the void teleportation talisman in your hand. The last time you escaped from Deneng's hand, I'm afraid that's the case? This time, the surrounding space has been suppressed by me, I can't move it anymore, this time, let's see how you run. Hearing this, Liu Yi's face changed slightly. These Mahayana masters are all old monsters. They have experienced a lot of things, and they are impeccable in doing things. Obviously, they are fully prepared. When Liu Yi was frightened, the ancestor of the Yuan Yang sect reached out and grabbed it. The golden light filled the sky, and a giant golden hand with a radius of tens of kilometers was condensed. The giant golden hand imprisoned the space and enveloped Liu Yi, preventing Liu Yi from running opportunity. The strength of the Mahayana monk was too terrifying. With his palm still in the air, Lui could feel the bones all over his body cracking, and there was severe pain coming from his body. You must know that Lui's physical body is already extremely terrifying. Even so, he is still a bit worse when facing Mahayana monks. Lui's expression calmed down, and he took out a talisman to activate it. Immediately, Lui only felt a broken sound in the surrounding space, as if something had been broken. The face of the ancestor of the Yuan-Yang sect changed slightly. Break the void talisman. How do you have such a talisman? The space-breaking talisman is more precious than the space-shifting talisman, which can shatter space. Only a small number of Immortal Sect holy lands with a long history have a small amount of this kind of talisman. The ancestor of the Yuan-Yang sect never expected that Lui also had it in his hand. Lui smiled, and took out the Wan Li talisman to activate it again. His figure disappeared, only his voice remained, Yuan-Yang sect. I remember you all. I will come to you in the future. Seeing Lui disappear in front of his eyes, the ancestor of the Yuan-Yang sect had a gloomy expression. His terrifying consciousness swept over him, but he found that he couldn't sense Lui's aura. Immediately, the ancestor of the Yuan-Yang sect roared again and again, Lui! The golden light boiled, and the mountains and wilderness below melted like butter, turning into a sea of red magma. The ancestors of the Yuan-Yang sect were extremely angry. Far away, the moment Lui appeared, he withdrew his breath, and at the same time used the 1000 transformations technique to transform into a sparrow. He glanced at the golden sky in the distance, and slowly flew towards the direction of Winter Valley. In the next few days, Lui didn't move fast, and changed into different appearances from time to time along the way, walking into ancient cities to inquire about the situation. More than a month ago, the news that Lui killed 4 combined powers in the 10,000 Flowers sect with the protecting sect formation has already spread. After 10 years of silence, Lui once again entered the public's field of vision. In a tavern, Lui turned into an ordinary-looking young monk, drinking. The monks on the side were talking about it. Lui deserves to be a monstrous task that even the immortals are amazed by. Every time he appears, he is stronger than before. Last time he destroyed the Blood Spirit sect, this time he directly suppressed and killed 4 combined powers. It is really hard to believe. Yet, I heard that Lui personally built the guardian array of the Wanhuazong, and I don't know what kind of ecstasy soup the Wanhuazong used for Lui, so that monsters like Lui left the Bianzong to build it for them. Big array. What else can it be? The fairies of the Wanhua sect are amazingly beautiful, so naturally they are that kind? Someone said with a wretched smile. Hiss, really enviable. A monk lamented. The others laughed too. Hearing this, Lui expressed his indignation. Except for Yun Xi, he didn't touch any other fairies of Wanhuazong. Don't you know? There's new news about Lui. What news? Everyone was curious. I heard that Lui left the Wanhua sect 2 days ago, and started a killing spree right after he came out. He almost killed all the monks of the Yuan-Yang sect Dongxia who were present, and almost pissed off the power of the Yuan-Yang sect. Is there such a thing? Everyone was shocked. Lui dared to come out, how bold. He has a lot of tricks and is extremely confident. He must have a whole card that he can rely on. Someone asserted. As you said, who would have thought that the ancestor of the Yuan-Yang sect would also be hiding in the dark and never leave, just waiting for Lui to come out. As soon as the man's voice fell, everyone exclaimed again and again. A Mahayana power actually attacked and killed the cultivator of Huashan in the dark? Don't you want this face? You can't say that. Now who dares to treat Lui as a cultivator? He has killed 4 powerful members of 3 families. How about the back? How about the back? The monk who spoke said with a smile, what else can I do? Lui has a lot of tricks. I heard that the Yuan-Yang sect ancestor sealed off the space, and he ran away. I don't know where it is now. Hearing this, everyone sighed and sighed again and again. Lui, the general trend has come. That's right, if even the great master of the Mahayana can't kill him, then unless the Patriarch Duja takes action, there is nothing that can threaten him. Now Lui's cultivation is still in the realm of transforming gods. After another 1,000 years, when he reaches the state of fusion, or even the state of Mahayana, I'm afraid he will be invincible. That's not necessarily the case. The King Kaihu demon fox in the Northern Territory is not built. It has been inherited from the demon emperor, so it may not be worse than Lui. That's true. Everyone was discussing, Lui listened quietly, and heard some useful news. After Lui left, the powerhouses of the three families were extremely furious, and sent out powerhouses one after another to find Lui, but so far they have found nothing. Soon, Lui heard other news. Have you heard that the coalition forces against the Sea clan seem to be making a big move now? What big move? I heard from a friend who was on the battlefield that the Sea clan sent reinforcements again, and the coalition forces began to retreat steadily. The holy lands of the immortal sects in the eastern region couldn't sit still, and planned to recruit troops to fight against the Sea clan. What? The Sea clan has another reinforcement. The strong they sent out can already deal with an immortal sect holy land, and this is not over yet. Are the Sea clans so strong? In this way, I'm afraid the battlefield will continue to move inland. I don't know why the Sea clan is crazy. Why did they suddenly start attacking my human race's territory? Many monks showed worried expressions on their expressions. After all, this matter is closely related to them. If the soldiers of the High Clan come to Qingzhou, then it is conceivable how many monks will die in this territory. Even before arriving in Qingzhou, the sects on the front line retreated, and more monks came to Qingzhou, then Qingzhou would only become more chaotic. It's an eventful autumn. An old man whose cultivation was in the Golden Core realm sighed faintly. Fellow deist, you said that the Holy Land of Xianzong intends to recruit troops to fight against the Sea clan? Is there something wrong with that? Someone asked. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. His cultivation was also in the Golden Core realm, and his strength was not weak. He said, there is indeed an action. The Holy Land of Xianzong has sent envoys to those sects that have retreated from the occupied state, asking them to send strong men to take action. As soon as these words came out, many monks applauded. Ha ha ha! That's how it should be. These powerful forces dare not compete with the Sea clan. After losing their territory, they come to grab the resources of our Qingzhou monks. It's really shameless. Let them fight the Sea clan and get back their own if they have the ability territory. In this way, I'm afraid Qingzhou will be better. Life will not be so sad. What if those sects dare not send out strong men? Someone asked. Humph, that's beyond their control. Now that the front line is in turmoil, these monks should have joined the battle, but now they are engaging in internal strife. If they don't send strong men to take action, the Holy Land of Xianzong will probably not let them go. The ancestors have spoken up and must participate in the war. The middle-aged man said. Hearing this, many monks smiled even more. I haven't finished yet. The middle-aged man said. The crowd continued to listen attentively. Although those sects are required to participate in the battle, the inland sects may also need to send strong men. The strength of the Sea clan far exceeds the expectations of the masters of the eastern region. Only when more strong men join the battle can they be completely stopped. The young man said. These words made the monks stunned for a moment, and then they looked at each other. If this is the case, if the ancestor of the powerful sect in Qingzhou died on the battlefield, the sect may be in danger. Someone said. For casual cultivators, this is a good thing. A casual cultivator's eyes flickered with brilliance. If there is a big problem in the sect, the casual cultivator will have the best chance to rise. In troubled times, there are always strong ones who can rise. When Lui heard the news, he also frowned slightly. If this was the case, it would indeed be a big deal. After all, the strong in the sect are the foundation of the sect. If all the strong die on the battlefield, it will be difficult to suppress the entire territory by relying on the weak alone, and the dominant position will exist in name only. If it is unable to rule the entire territory, the cultivation resources of the sect will be greatly reduced, which is a vicious circle. Lui sighed in his heart, the turmoil brought about by the Sea Clan war is too great, I am afraid that many forces will be shuffled, and new strong players will rise. For Lui, although he sighed a little, his heart didn't fluctuate too much. For a monk, his own strength is the most important thing. Afterwards, Lui listened to some news about the Sea Clan battlefield. The tragedy of the High Clan war far exceeded Lui's imagination. Almost every day, Duja patriarchs fought, breaking down one area after another, and even turned many areas in the eastern region into barren land, becoming a piece of land. Desert. Everyone realized that this was not going to work, and the battles of the Almighty gradually shifted to the outer space, which allowed other areas to be preserved. However, even the Patriarch Duja fought every day, so one can imagine how fierce the other monks fought. So far, there has been no news of the death of the ancestor of Duja, but more than one great power in the Mahayana realm has died, let alone the great power in the fusion realm. The entire battlefield is almost a meat-grinding ground, under the whole, it is difficult to control even one's own life. As for mortals, city after city died. It is said that even the land in many territories was dyed blood red. Lui felt a little stressed. With his current strength, if the High Clan soldiers approached Qingzhou, he might not even have the power to protect himself, let alone protect the people he cherishes. Still have to work hard. Then Lui thought that his master's strength seemed to be very unusual, and maybe there was no big problem. Afterwards, Lui thought about it again. Although the master is very strong, since there is a strong man like the master in Tianming, the High Clan may not have such a strong man, and the situation may still be very bad. Relying on others is worse than relying on yourself. Lui was under a lot of pressure. After going back this time, he had to practice hard. After that, Lui heard another news that the Holy Land of Xianzong in the Eastern Territory planned to talk to the ancestors of the High Clan in order to find a way to calm down the fighting. Fighting like this will not benefit the Eastern Territory, and of course it will be a great loss to the Sea Clan. All the monks are looking forward to this negotiation, and don't know if there will be a turning point. A group of monks were discussing, expressing their own opinions, and then began to discuss other things. Lui listened to some, and found that it was all gossip and had nothing to do with him. Lui checked out and left. It took Lui a few days to move all the way, and he arrived at the sect of the Hanyu Valley. The location of Hanyu Valley is a snow-capped mountain range. It is rumored that this place is a place where immortals who mastered the way of ice enlightened. The temperature in Qingzhou is not cold, but the snow here does not melt for thousands of years. The whole area is very cold, which is very suitable for cultivating the artistic conception of ice. Lui didn't alarm anyone, but just sneaked into the cold winter valley and found Hanyu. Hanyu's cave is located on a snow mountain, almost made of ice. After seeing Lui, he showed a surprised smile. "Brother Lu, why are you here?" After the chaos in Qingzhou, the two may not have seen each other for a long time. Hanyu had white hair, was as delicate and handsome as a woman, and hugged Lui enthusiastically. Lui is not used to it. Hanyu looks a bit like a girl, but he is a man after all. Lui does not want to cuddle with a man. "What is the system?" Lui smiled and said, "I've come to Cold Winter Valley to build a great formation for you." Hanyu laughed when she heard this. "I heard that Brother Lu went to the Wanhua sect a few days ago and built a large array of guardians for them, and even used the array to kill 4 combined power?" Lui smiled and said, "I didn't expect that even you in Winter Valley would have heard of it. Cold Winter Valley is not close to Wanhua sect." Han Yu shook her head, and sighed, this incident shocked the world, how could I not have heard of it? Brother Lu's strength is getting more and more amazing, it is really admirable. Liu Yi smiled, we can learn from each other later. Of course that's good. Han Yu nodded with a smile. Brother Han Yu, take me to meet your head teacher first. Liu Yi smiled. Han Yu nodded, and took Liu Yi to see Headmaster Liu. About Liu Yi's arrangement of the guardian array for the Wanhua sect, Zhang Jiao Liu and all the elders of Han Yugu naturally heard about it, and they have been waiting for Liu Yi to come. After seeing Liu Yi, they were all pleasantly surprised. Fellow Daoist Liu, you're here. We've prepared the formation materials, and it's up to you. Headmaster Liu smiled. Liu Yi naturally smiled and nodded. He followed Master Liu to the treasure house of the Cold Jade Valley, and was a little surprised to find that the heaven and earth treasures in the Cold Jade Valley were more than those in the 10,000 Flowers Valley. There are 4 pieces of heaven, material, and earth treasures in the realm of fusion, 10,000 years of ice and iron. The 10,000-year ice iron was dug out from a vein in our cold winter valley, and we never dared to use it. Zhang Jiao Liu explained. Liu Yi was a little surprised, this winter valley is really a good place, there is ice that will not melt for thousands of years, and there are such mineral veins. Apart from Zhang Jiao Liu, few people know about this matter, otherwise they would not be able to keep such a treasured land in Winter Valley. After Liu Yi took the Wanyan ice iron, he began to prepare for the formation of the Winter Valley. With the lessons learned from Wanhuazong, Liu Yi arranged some small formations before arranging the big formation to protect the sect, to cover up the aura, and to hide the eyes and ears, so as not to make too much movement in the big formation to protect the sect, which would attract powerful people. The spying of the power. When arranging the formation, Liu Yi used all 4 pieces of 10,000-year ice iron, and took out 3 pieces of heavenly materials and earthly treasures of the combined state, which were used to add heads, and arranged for them a Mahayana that could resist the Mahayana state. Seeing the icy mist flowing around the eyes of the formation, Zhang Jiao Liu and Han Yu stood side by side. Zhang Jiao Liu sighed, it would be great if you were a woman. Han Yu froze for a moment, with a puzzled look on his face. Master, why do you say that? Master Liu said, look at the Wanhua sect, Yun Xi and Liu Yi are Taoist couples, but Liu Yi took out a total of 8 heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and they themselves only have 1 heavenly material and earthly treasure in the state of integration. And our cold winter valley has 4 pieces of heaven and earth treasures in the combined state, and the final formation may be worse than Wanhuazong, but if you are a woman, our formation will be stronger than Wanhuazong. Although Wanhuazong closed the mountain, there is still a magic weapon that can be used for communication. Zhang Jiao Liu also specifically asked Granny Ziawa about what Liu Yi should pay attention to in order to avoid mistakes, so he naturally understood the situation. Han Yu? His head was full of black lines, and he didn't know what to say for a while. The formation was arranged very smoothly. After a few hours, the terrible coercion dissipated. Liu Yi let out a little breath and looked at Zhang Jiao Liu and Han Yu. Teacher Liu, I will fulfill my mission. Headmaster Liu looked solemn, and bowed deeply to Liu Yi. Thank you, fellow Daoist Liu, Qingzhou is now in a precarious state. If it weren't for your formation, our cold winter valley inheritance may not be able to be kept, and the secret will be discovered sooner or later. Han Yu also said seriously to Liu Yi, thank you, Brother Liu, but Brother Liu has something to ask, and Han Yu is willing to go through fire and water, no matter what. Liu Yi smiled, Headmaster Liu, Brother Han Yu, you are too serious. At this time, Liu Yi thought for a while and said, Winter Valley is a treasure land. If the secret is exposed, I'm afraid this big formation may not be able to hold it. I have another formation here. If it can't be held, you can abandon this treasure land and save the lives of the monks in Winter Valley. Liu Yi had seen a lot of mysterious ancient formation patterns from the exit of the Donglan ancient ruins before. He couldn't understand them at the time, so he recorded them down. Now, his level of formation is getting higher and higher, and he can already understand a small part of formation patterns. The tattoo is refined. Change first and then change. Chapter 158 The Lamb to be Slaughtered. The formation patterns that Lui saw at the exit of the Donglan ancient ruins before were extremely mysterious, and Lui also understood some of them after absorbing the inheritance of the formation methods and the top analysis of the formation methods given by Yushan Palace. Those formations are all formations involving space movement, which can connect to the void and pass through the void. It is an ancient teleportation formation. According to the previous life, it is the teleportation array. Lui can confirm from the array patterns he knows that the exit he encountered at the Donglan ancient site was the large teleportation array. However, perhaps because of the long time, there was a breakdown in the teleportation array, and it was finally able to be opened from the outside world, and the monks in the Donglan ancient site were taken out. Lui couldn't be sure what the purpose of the large teleportation array was in ancient times, but what was certain was that the teleportation array pattern was very old. I am afraid that only some of the holy lands of the Xian Zone have such an inheritance of array patterns. Now, Lui has grasped the essence of some teleportation array patterns. Although it is impossible to create a large teleportation array with an extremely long distance, a small-scale teleportation array within Qingzhou can be built. When Lui was in the Wanhua sect, he had already created a large teleportation formation, which could lead to a peak in the Baiyun Mountains. Because the teleportation formation is too important, only Yun Xi and Granny Hua know about it, not even the Supreme Elder. Now, Lui wants to build a teleportation array in Winter Valley. In this way, even if the worst result occurs, the sect guarding formation fails to block the invasion of the strong, and the monks in the sect can escape by teleporting the formation. After all, there is no need to worry about no firewood to keep the green hills. When Lui said his thoughts, both Zhang Jiao Lu and Han Yu were shocked. Fellow Daoist Lu's realm of formation is really shocking. He can even master the teleportation formation pattern of ancient times. If you can build such a large formation, it will be the best. Then please trouble fellow Daoist Lu. As the head teacher of the sect, Lu Zhangjiao naturally understood how important such an escape pattern was, so he agreed without thinking. Although the teleportation pattern is complicated, if the teleportation distance is not far, the materials needed are not too good. Lui only used some natural materials and treasures in the void realm to create a large teleportation formation. Only Lu Zhangjiao and Han Yu knew about this teleportation formation, and no one would use it if there was no danger. After building this large teleportation formation, Lui stayed at Han Yu's place for 2 days, discussed and exchanged ideas, and then left Cold Winter Valley. After all, Han Yu is not Yongzi, so it is not very attractive to Lui. Afterwards, Lui went to Wenjian Villa again. Jianruyu hadn't come back yet, and she hadn't heard from her in these years. Lui learned from Jianruyu's father, Jian Jingtian, that not long after Jianruyu left Lui, there was a vision, which shocked the entire Shenjianzong, and even the old headmaster. In the end, Jianruyu was in a state of seclusion. I heard that the old head teacher personally taught Jianruyu. When Lui heard Jian Jingtian's words, he felt a little stunned. Before leaving, Lui gave Jian Xingguo to Jianruyu. Jianruyu's original talent for swordsmanship was amazing. After absorbing Jian Xingguo, his talent for swordsmanship might change again and become very amazing. Originally, Jianruyu was the top genius of the Divine Sword sect, but after another transformation, it is no wonder that the entire Divine Sword sect was shocked. Lui was also a little bit happy for Jianruyu in his heart. In this way, her talent increased greatly, and her strength might also be greatly improved. After learning about the situation of Xia Jianruyu, Lui didn't waste any time. Just like in the Winter Valley, he first portrayed the formation to cover up the aura and movement, and then began to depict the formation to protect the sect. Asking Sword Villa itself is regarded as an affiliated force of the Excalibur sect, so it naturally has a lot of good things. There are a total of 6 treasures of heaven and earth, and Lui simply added 3, making it 9, creating a not weak Yuan Huazong's guardian array. In the end result, Asking Sword Villa was naturally extremely satisfied. Jian Jingtian was originally a very serious and majestic villa owner, but the smile on his face never stopped at this time. Lui, thank you very much this time. You and Yu are good friends. When Yu comes back, let her go to Bianzong to thank you. Jian Jingtian said with a smile. Lui smiled, uncle is too polite. Jian Jingtian also asked Lui to go to the treasure house to see if there were any natural treasures suitable for him, but in the end Lui still didn't choose anything he was satisfied with. After all, the things in his hands are very precious now, much better than the things in the treasure house of Huashan sect. Even in the treasury of Wenjian Villa, there is nothing that Lui would like. After staying in Wenjian Villa for 2 days, Lui left Wenjian Villa. Along the way, Lui used the 1000 transformation technique to change his form from time to time to prevent being found, and traveled around the mountains and rivers, walking leisurely to Bianzong. On this day, Lui was in an ancient city when he heard a piece of news. Have you heard? Huangshan sect, Luo sect and Haoyu Valley have all lifted their mountain closures. What? Didn't they say that the mountain was closed for 1,000 years? Why did it suddenly unblock it? I heard that the 3 sects have taken refuge in foreign sect forces. The Yellow Mountain sect has taken refuge in the Thunder King Hall, the Luo sect has taken refuge in the Baidu sect, and Haoyu Valley has taken refuge in the Falling Star sect. They are planning to take back their original territories. What? They actually took refuge in a foreign sect? Doesn't they give up their orthodoxy? Then what can be done? They were defeated in the Qingzhou War before. If they really closed the mountain for 1,000 years, it may not be much better than now. It's going to be chaotic again. These 3 sects have taken refuge in 3 foreign forces. If they plan to take back the territory, wouldn't they want to fight against the sects of Winter Valley? Don't be kidding, the strongest sect in our Qingzhou is only Patriarch Dongxiu, and the forces that these 3 sects rely on all have great powers, how can they beat them? I'm afraid that the 3 foreign forces of Thunder King Palace will use the 3 sects of Huangshan sect as an excuse to deal with the local sects of Qingzhou. If so, blood will flow like a river. Hearing this, Lui felt a little heavy in his heart. When foreign forces came to Qingzhou, their names were not right and wrong. Although they were powerful and domineering in Qingzhou, they still paid attention to it on the bright side, and they would not be too embarrassing to the local sects in Qingzhou. But now that there are 3 sects of Huangshan sect, Yaluo sect, and Haoyu Valley, and the territory divided by the previous Qingzhou War is used as the reason. In this way, these 3 foreign sect forces will have a reason to attack. When the time comes, the Qingzhou local his sect may fall into an extremely difficult situation. Then Lui breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had finished portraying the guardian formations of Cold Winter Valley and Wenjian Villa. Of course, Wenjian Villa has the Divine Sword sect as its backer, so I'm afraid there will be no big problem. If Winter Valley doesn't have this large array of guardians, there may be a big problem. As for the 3 sects of Taixinmen, Hong Yunzong, and He Yuefeng, they didn't give him a breath and didn't let him draw a big formation, so he couldn't do anything about it. 3 days later, the turmoil in Qingzhou still appeared. As Lui expected, with the 3 sects of Huangshan sect as the reason, the 3 sects of Luangdian took back a lot of territory, including some resources, on the grounds of recovering the territory that originally belonged to the 3 sects of Huangshan sect. Although these resources are not too much for a powerful sect, the cultivation problems of disciples can be greatly alleviated. If they went to other big states, they might have to compete with sects that were not weaker than them, and the losses would only be greater. During this period, the Red Cloud sect had a dispute with the Thunder King Hall because of a mine vein, and in the end, it was directly banned from the mountain gate, and the Taoism was directly broken up. Even, some monks who knew about the situation secretly revealed that the Red Cloud sect had already given in every possible way, and in the end Lei Wangdian still found a random reason and sealed the gate of the Red Cloud sect. All of a sudden, the hidden undercurrent in Qingzhou began to turn into a huge wave, sweeping the entire Qingzhou. Compared with these foreign behemoths, the local sects in Qingzhou still have a big gap in strength. Liu Yi sighed in his heart that his strength was not enough, and it would be very miserable in such a turmoil. A few days later, Cold Winter Valley announced that the mountain was closed like Wanhuazong. This decision made the monks of Qingzhou a little astonished. In the face of powerful forces, what is the difference between closing the mountain and not closing the sect in the realm of the gods? Back then in the Qingzhou War, the most fierce battles were the Baiyun sect, Wanhua sect, Wenjian Villa, and Cold Winter Valley. The 4 sects and the 3 sects of the Yaluo sect have great enmity. Now the Baiyun sect is guarded by the power to cross the catastrophe, the Wanhua sect has a powerful guardian array, and the Wenjian Villa is backed by the Shenjian sect. Gu is a soft persimmon. Sanzong was naturally unwilling to let Winter Valley go. So, a few days later, the combined power of the Big Dipper sect came to the Winter Mountain Range, intending to destroy the Winter Valley. However, what shocked even Qingzhou was that the fit power was actually stopped by the guardian array of Winter Valley. This made everyone extremely astonished, and then they quickly thought of the Wanhua sect in a similar situation. Naturally, everyone thought of Liu Yi. Not only did Liu Yi arrange the sect protection formation in Wanhuazong, but he also arranged in the Winter Valley. Only then did many monks understand why Winter Valley chose to seal the mountain so decisively. The Thunder King Hall, the Big Dipper sect and the Falling Star sect had naturally heard of the Wanhua sect's accident, so they naturally didn't make things too difficult for Han Dongwu, they just occupied their territory. As for the territory of Wenjian Villa, no one dared to go there, for fear of provoking the power of the Divine Sword sect. Now all the monks in Qingzhou are guessing when Taixinmen and He Yihufeng will be the next lambs to be slaughtered. The fact is indeed the case. For the powerful sects from outside, the weak Qingzhou sect is like a lamb, it is just the rations of others. Liu Yi sighed in his heart, but it didn't fluctuate too much. After all, he was not familiar with Taixinmen and He Yufeng. A few days later, Liu Yi returned to the territory of the Baiyun sect, and soon arrived at the Baiyun mountain range. Outside the mountain gate, Liu Yi was a little shocked to find that there were many monks outside the Baiyun sect's mountain gate, and several strong men were being received by Wu Qingfeng and several elders who were in the realm of transforming gods. Liu Yi knew a few of them, they were the head teachers and elders of Taixinmen and He Yihufeng. They had been to Baiyunzong during the war in Qingzhou before. Liu Yi was a little surprised, the current situation of Taixinmen and He Yihufeng is not good, why are they in Baiyunzong? Liu Yi had already changed back to his original form, and was discovered by Wu Qingfeng and others as soon as he came up. Their eyes lit up and they walked over. Wu Qingfeng smiled and said, "Nephew Liu, are you back?" Liu Yi smiled and nodded, "Yes." Okay, just come back." Elder Izumo sighed, "We all regret letting you go to arrange formations for them. Now the outside is getting more and more chaotic." Liu Yi smiled, "Elder Izumo, don't worry, I still have some means. These disturbances are not important to me." The head teacher of Taixinmen is a tall and strong middle-aged man, looked at Liu Yi and sighed, "Brother Wu Dao, I really envy you. If our Taixinmen had a genius like Liu Yi back then, we wouldn't have down here." Wu Qingfeng was beaming with joy, smiling all over his face, "Ha ha ha, my Baiyun sect is protected by our master." The head teacher of He Yufeng was a white-haired old man wearing a black robe and a thin face. He nodded to Liu Yi, cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Daoist Liu, long time no see." Liu Yi also greeted with a smile, and then he asked with some doubts, why are you at my Biun Sect's mountain gate? These words made the two powerhouses a little embarrassed. Then Wu Qingfeng explained, Martial nephew Lu, it's like this, they plan to join my Biun sect. Hearing this, Lu Yi was taken aback, and took a strange look at the two strong men not far away. Most of them were cultivators of Huashan, and even the heads of two sects. Seeing the embarrassing expressions of the two strong men, he felt even more weird. They plan to join the Biun sect? What about their sect? The head teacher of Tai Xin sect smiled bitterly, with the current form, how can there be our Tai Xin sect in the future? Yes. Headmaster He Yufeng was equally bitter, and said, those foreign sects are ambitious and greedy, and the three Luo sects will not let us go. I'm afraid they will find a reason to attack our two sects, the mountain gate. How can we have the strength to resist it? The other two strong men had bitter expressions, full of unwillingness, and the atmosphere was very dull for a while. Lu Yi was also silent, and he also knew that the headmasters of Tai Xinmen and He Yufeng were indeed telling the truth. However, looking at them, Lu Yi was still a little complicated. These two sects have a history of tens of thousands of years. They are the orthodoxy established by generations of ancestors, and they are a kind of inheritance. Unexpectedly, they were cut off in their generation. As the top powerhouses of the two sects, their feelings are probably the most unwilling and complicated. As the head teacher, Wu Qingfeng naturally understands the mentality of the strong men of the two sects. He patted the head teacher of the Tai Xin sect on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Brother Tai, join my Biun sect, and the inheritance of the Tai Xin sect can be regarded as being passed down in another form. No, it's not completely cut off. Headmaster Tai Xinmen twitched the corners of his mouth, his smile was far-fetched. Afterwards, Lu Yi listened to them discussing the merger of Tai Xinmen and He Yufeng into Bianzong. The strongest members of Tai Xinmen and He Yufeng are all Huashan monks, and there is not even a Dongxu ancestor. However, as one of the top sects in Qingzhou, there are more than 10 Huashan monks, as well as nascent soul monks and Jindan monks. Quite a few, and there are naturally more foundation-building monks and Qi training monks. However, if the two sects were to be merged into the Biun sect, it would definitely be unrealistic for so many people to come together, the commotion was too great. And now that Qingzhou is in such a mess, the Biun sect can't accept the territory of the two sects, and the resources they have are limited, so naturally they dare not accept all the disciples. What Bianzong can do is to accept the two Jindan monks, nascent soul monks and Huashan monks, and the foundation establishment and Qi training monks cannot bear it. Even so, there are thousands of people. Now that Qingzhou is so turbulent, they can only come secretly in batches. It is still unknown how many monks will come to Bianzong in the end. The next step was to discuss the specific details. The group flew all the way to the meeting hall of Bianzong. Lu Yi was not interested, so he didn't bother to follow. Lu Yi first went home and met Lao Lu and his mother. Over the years, because Lu Yi has always given them a lot of resources, their cultivation speed has not slowed down. Coupled with the spiritual essence to improve their aptitude, both of them have broken through to the nascent soul realm. However, the two are still in the outer door and are unwilling to go to the inner door. After all, they have been in the outer door for many years, and they already have feelings, so they are unwilling to leave. The head teacher tried to persuade him a few times, but failed. Lu Yi let them go. So Lao Lu became the great elder of the Outer Sect, and his mother was in charge of the affairs hall. Even Elder Qi Fiyu and Elder Dugufeng became their subordinates. Because before Qi Fiyu and Dugufeng were good to Lao Lu, mother, and Lu Yi naturally gave them some perfect medicines and natural treasures that he didn't need. Such elixirs and natural treasures may not be worth mentioning to Lu Yi, but to the two golden elixir elders, they are priceless treasures. Due to this, Dugufeng even broke through to the nascent soul realm, and even Qi Fiyu was not far from the nascent soul realm. The two were naturally extremely grateful to Lu Yi. As soon as Lui came home, the two old people came to eat at home. Not only them, but some of Lao Lu's original colleagues would also come to visit, very respectful. After all, Lui has now broken through to the realm of transforming gods, and his combat power far surpasses that of transforming gods. Few people know that their master is very strong. Almost all the monks of the Baiyun sect believe that Lui is now the number one in combat power of the Baiyun sect, the presence. Even Elder Ming and Elder Lu, who have broken through to the realm of Dongxiu, are incomparable. Lui stayed at home for one day, and returned to Lingluo Peak the next day. Otherwise, the house would be packed with people. As soon as Lui came outside his cave, he saw two figures standing gracefully. It was Donggong Minjiu and Lu Ningxuang. There was a lot of news about Lui's return to Bayanzong, and the two of them naturally received the news. When Donggong Minjiu saw Lui, her eyes lit up. She threw herself into Lui's arms, hugged Lui, pouted and said, "Brother, why have you been away for so long? It's been almost 3 months." Lui was immediately embarrassed. For 2 months, Lui spent in the Wanhua sect, and he and Yun Xi were basically practicing together. Then Lui thought about Yun Xi's serious request before leaving. Tell him to double cultivate with senior sister and junior sister earlier. Change first. There are some urgent matters at home today, the update is late. There will be another chapter added tonight. Chapter 159, Incomparably Generous Mission Rewards 1400 Monthly Pass Plus. Lui was thinking about the problem in his heart. Lu Ningxuang came over, picked up Donggong Minjiu's collar, and lifted her away. Donggong Minjiu bared her teeth and claws, very dissatisfied. "Wow! Sister! You are doing this to me again." Lu Ningxuang glanced at Donggong Minjiu, wisps of chill dissipated. Donggong Minjiu froze. She didn't dare to say anything, lest she be frozen by Lu Ningxuang again like last time. She only dared to mutter in her heart. Lu Ningxuang looked at Lui and said with a slight smile, "It's good to be back. We are all a little worried when we hear that there is a Mahayana patriarch ambushing you." Lui smiled, "Don't worry, haven't I returned safely?" Lu Ningxuang nodded slightly, and said with a smile, "Tell me about what happened outside these days." Donggong Minjiu also had bright eyes, looking at Lui. After all, Qingzhou is so chaotic these days, and they have never been out. Lui smiled and nodded, and brought Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu back to the cave. Lui took out the wine, and the three chatted while drinking. Lui talked about some recent experiences. Because the outer door was in a mess, most of them were bad things. Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu frowned. Lui didn't talk about dual cultivation, he thought it might be better to talk about it separately. This is the experience Lui learned from Yun Xi. Think about it, every time Yun Xi comes to Lui, the relationship between the two has not made any progress. On the contrary, it is only after Lui and Yun Xi get along alone that they have real substance. Sexual progress. Lui felt that it would be better to talk about this matter when his senior sister and senior sister were alone together. The three of them chatted and drank, talking about many things in detail and drinking a lot. In the end, all three of them drank a little too much, leaned against each other, and slept all night. When he woke up the next day, Lui's body was slightly heavy, and his nostrils were filled with a faint fragrance. He took a look and found that Lu Ningxuang was leaning on Lui's chest, Donggong Minjiu was hugging Lui's thigh, and her slender snow-white jade legs were placed on Lui's neck. Lui glanced down, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Hey? What is it?" Donggong Minjiu dazedly felt her palm move and shook it. Lui froze even more, his whole body went numb. Lui's commotion was too loud, and both Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu woke up. The two opened their eyes and saw the abnormality in the place where Donggong Minjiu put his hand, and their expressions froze all of a sudden. Even a person as cold as Lu Ningxuang still had a blush on her pretty face. Not to mention Donggong Minjiu. Donggong Minjiu's pretty face flushed, she screamed and then turned into a beam of thunder, rushing out of Liu Yi's cave. Lu Ningshuang sat up, her jet black hair slipped down like a waterfall, and her crystal-like arms and slender jade legs were faintly visible because of her disheveled clothes. There was a touch of blush on her pretty face. She looked at Liu Yi, and said quietly, "Junior brother, how can you be thinking like this in your mind?" Liu Yi looked innocent, and defended, "It's not my fault, it's a normal reaction in the morning." Lu Ningshuang snorted softly, stood up, and said, "I'm going back to practice too." She also disappeared in place. Liu Yi glanced down, but got up helplessly, "It's really not his fault." The beauty left, Liu Yi closed the cave and entered the training room. He was a little happy and began to count the gains of this trip. There were too many missions. Liu Yi didn't receive any missions outside, so he planned to collect them after he came back. Task: constructing a protective array for Wanhuazong, completed. Constructing the protector array for Winter Valley, completed. Constructing the Grand Protector array for Wenjian Villa, completed. Kill the strong Yuanyang sect, completed. Kill the combined power of the Qin family and Wangchuan Valley, completed. Breaking away from the Yuanyang sect, the Qin family and the 3 sects of Wangchuan Valley are blocked, completed. Escaped from Yuanyang sect Mahayana monks, completed. These tasks are the biggest tasks, and the rewards are the most abundant. The first 3 tasks are to help the 3 sects build a large array of guardians, and the rewards are extremely generous. They are Suanwu killing formation, Suzaku killing formation and 9 swords killing formation, all of which are large formations in the realm of integration. If the 4 major killing formations of White Tiger, Suzaku, Suanwu, and Qinglong are gathered together, they can be fused into one, condensing the terrifying killing formation of Mahayana realm, the 4 elephants killing formation. Liu Yi had already learned the White Tiger killing formation long ago, and the Azure Dragon killing formation. As long as he finished arranging the protecting sect formation for his own sect, he could get it. It can be said that Liu Yi has already obtained a 4-element killing array in the Mahayana realm. With the 4-elephant killing formation and the heavenly formation map, Liu Yi's strength will be greatly improved. He can use this to arrange a Mahayana killing formation. Even if he is facing a Mahayana monk, he will not run away directly. Just a wave. Of course, I just had to say something else. In addition to killing the formation, there is also the perception of the formation. As Liu Yi chose to accept the task, a roar sounded in Liu Yi's mind. In front of his eyes seemed to have turned into a galaxy of heaven, earth, and various truths of heaven and earth emerged in the form of patterns, which were slowly outlined. The patterns are mysterious and complex, spreading all over the world, carrying strange and unspeakable mysteries. In Liu Yi's inner danshan, Dao uttered the sound of Dao, and the colorful mist flowed, like the sound of heaven and earth sang in Liu Yi's body. In Liu Yi's spiritual sea, the golden spirit is boiling, and with the changes of the world, it outlines various mysterious formations. Liu Yi only felt that his comprehension of the principles of heaven and earth had improved at an extremely fast speed, and the ultimate principles of formations that he had grasped to the limit before seemed to have a new direction. Liu Yi deduced various changes in the pattern is distorted and ever-changing, but they all have their core, and they are inseparable from it. That is the ultimate principle of formation, using the patterns of heaven and earth, borrowing the power of heaven and earth. Liu Yi gained a lot of enlightenment, and had more directions to understand the Dao. When Liu Yi absorbed the realm of formations, the world around him seemed to merge with him, and mysterious and complicated formations kept appearing around Liu Yi out of thin air, as if carved by invisible hands. Liu Yi sat cross-legged, surrounded by formation patterns, as if he was integrated with heaven and earth. He represented heaven and earth, and the formation patterns he depicted were the will of heaven and earth, and also the words and deeds of heaven and earth. A mysterious light flashed on Liu Yi's handsome face. With a sense of emptiness, as if he might ride the wind and go away at any time, and become one with the heaven and the earth. I don't know how long it took. Liu Yi absorbed the formations rewarded by the 3 missions, and the vision around him dissipated. He slowly opened his eyes, and the mysterious and complicated formations flickered in his dark eyes, and then slowly dissipate. Liu Yi exhaled slightly, with a pleasant expression on his face. The Dao perception rewarded by these 3 missions is greater than he imagined. Liu Yi only felt that he had grasped the core of the Dao, and represented the heaven and the earth with his own body. Going in this direction, Liu Yi might be able to reach the apex of the Dao, enter the Dao with the Dao, become an immortal of the Dao, and understand the Dao law. Although he is still a little short of the law of comprehension, his progress is still great. If the current Liu Yi were to arrange the Wanhua Sect's large formation, he would not need to use a full 9 pieces of heavenly materials and earthly treasures of the combined state, only 3 pieces would be enough to fully display the effect of the large formation. It is conceivable how much his improvement has been. Liu Yi even grasped the direction of the Mahayana formation, and maybe he could evolve his own Mahayana formation, or even a more powerful transcending tribulation formation. After all, the way of formation is the expression of the power of heaven and earth in the final analysis, and it is inseparable from it. As long as he acts on the basis, it is not impossible to evolve a Mahayana formation, or even a tribulation formation. What's more, if Liu Yi's realm of the Dao of formation is improved again, it is not impossible to deduce the immortal formation by himself. As for now, Liu Yi feels that there is no need to aim too high, and he can do it a little bit. He thought of something, and said to himself, I want to deduce my own big formation. Task. Deduction fit big array. Reward, enhancement of Dao perception. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Liu Yi's eyes lit up, and sure enough, this is also a mission that can be issued. Liu Yi naturally accepted it. That being the case, Liu Yi had a bold idea. He continued to think to himself, I want to deduce my own Qi training formation. Task. Deduce and practice Qi Dachhen. Reward, enhancement of Dao perception. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Liu Yi accepted the task, and said to himself, I want to deduce my own foundation building formation. So, Liu Yi issued missions all the way, deduced all the big formations from the realm of Qi training to the realm of integration, and released all the missions. According to this, his understanding of the Dao of formation will probably improve a lot. Perhaps, there is hope to surpass the realm of Dacheng and reach the realm of transcending tribulation. Liu Yi thought for a while, and said to himself again, I want to deduce my own Mahayana formation. Task. Deduce Mahayana array. Reward, enhancement of formation path perception, a piece of innate formation pattern fragment. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Liu Yi's eyes lit up, and he found that the rewards of the mission had changed. Congenital pattern fragments, what is that? Liu Yi was a little curious, but because he hadn't finished the task, he couldn't get the specific information. Liu Yi naturally accepted the task, and then said to himself again, I want to deduce my own grand formation. Task. Deduction crossing catastrophe. Reward, improving perception of Dao formation, array of Dao law. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Hiss. When Liu Yi saw the task reward, he couldn't help but gasp in his heart. Law. Liu Yi saw the law again. The last time I saw the law, it was still the law of immortality. It was a reward that was only obtained when it involved immortal missions. This time, by relying on himself, Liu Yi comprehended the tribulation formation, and even rewarded the law. The reward was too generous, Liu Yi's heart beat faster, and he immediately accepted the task. Be sure to deduce your own grand battle formation. Liu Yi secretly made up his mind, this law is too fragrant. After receiving the first 3 mission rewards, Liu Yi began to receive the fourth mission reward. Task: kill the Yuan Yang sect powerhouse. Completed. Reward: Yuan Yang wine, the formula of Yuan Yang wine, Yuan Yang fruit 5, Yuan Yin fruit 5, top grade spiritual weapon soul suppressing seal. Whether to receive rewards, yes/no. This was Liu Yi's mission to kill the Yuan Yang sect monks who went to Wanhua sect, and the rewards were extremely generous. Liu Yi took a closer look, and his expression quickly became strange. This Yuan Yang wine is a kind of wine that can only be drunk by male monks. After drinking it, it can enhance one's own Yang energy, and the ability in that area will be greatly improved. In addition, this Yuan Yang wine can increase the strength of the physical body and improve the quality of aura, can also allow monks to speed up their understanding of the way of Yin and Yang and the way of Yang. Liu Yi looked at the Yuan Yang wine with black lines all over his head. What the hell is this spirit wine? Although the effect is good, but for him, none of them are practical. Needless to say, the first one, Yun Xi, has the most say on this. The second one. Liu Yi's physical body is already extremely strong, how much can he improve with this Yuan Yang wine? Thirdly, the quality of Liu Yi's aura is also unimaginably high. What about the ultimate level of the immortal scripture? Let's use the Dao Ling Bao to build the foundation along the way to understand. The last one is to speed up the comprehension of the way of Yin and Yang. How can Liu Yi need this? He can improve as long as he double cultivates, right? And the speed of improvement is fast. For Liu Yi, this Yuan Yang wine is completely tasteless to eat and a pity to throw away. Liu Yi had no choice but to seal the spirit wine in the future. However, the effects of Yuan Yang fruit and Yuan Yin fruit caught Liu Yi's eyes. The effects of Yuan Yang fruit and Yuan Yin fruit are somewhat similar to the last phase of Yuan Yang wine. After eating, it can deepen the understanding of the way of Yin and Yang, and there is no difference between men and women, everyone can eat it. The best effect is to consume it before double cultivation. Liu Yi's eyes lit up immediately. Yun Xi, senior sister and junior sister don't have any tasks. It is difficult for them to comprehend the way of Yin and Yang. If they use this spiritual fruit, the effect will be much better. Unfortunately, the number is relatively small. Liu Yi felt a little regretful. The final reward is naturally the most precious. A top-grade spiritual weapon. This is the most powerful magic weapon among mortal weapons other than the top-grade spiritual weapon. Even the ancestor of Duja may not have a high-grade spiritual weapon. After all, this magic weapon is too precious, and the natural materials and earthly treasures needed for refining are naturally rare in the world. Not to mention, with the treasures of heaven, material, and earth, a strong enough refiner is required to refine them, and ordinary refiners may not be able to refine them successfully. The effect of this soul-suppressing seal also made Liu Yi's eyes shine. This soul-suppressing seal has a double effect. If it is used for oneself, it can guard the primordial spirit and nourish the spiritual power, similar to the soul-fixing pearl. And if it is used against the enemy, it can suppress the opponent's primordial spirit and at the same time attack the opponent's physical body. It is a double strike, extremely powerful and difficult to guard against. Liu Yi took out the soul-suppressing seal and looked at it. It was a big black jade seal, about the size of a fist, with a grimace engraved on it, and wisps of black mist escaped, looking very mysterious. Liu Yi collected the soul-suppressing seal into the sea of consciousness, and together with the soul-fixing pearl, nourished his own spirit. In this way, his mental strength might improve even faster. These days, Liu Yi's spiritual power has become extremely terrifying even if he only uses the low-grade spiritual weapon Dingunzi to nourish his soul. Now that he has the soul-suppressing seal, the next transformation is not far away. Task: kill the combined power of the Qin family and Wangchuan Valley, completed. Reward: Fusion Realm Recipe Fried Pork Slices, and Fusion Realm Spirit Wine Recipe Jade Spirit Wine. Whether to accept the reward, yes/no. This mission is for Liu Yi to kill the combined power of the three Qin family and Wang Chuangwu. Those three combined powers were able to help Dong Mixin back then, so Liu Yi naturally would not fail to issue tasks, and the rewards were also very generous. Recipes and wine recipes for 2 fusion realms. Liu Yi checked it carefully, but soon, the smile on his face became a little stiff. Stir-fried pork slices need to use the beast meat of the body fit state as the main material, combined with the treasures of heaven and earth, the beast of the body fit state. How can it be so easy to kill? Liu Yi felt numb all of a sudden. This spiritual food might be difficult to refine. However, the effect of this spiritual food is definitely good. It can increase the strength of the physical body. Liu Yi's current physical strength is relatively slow, mainly because he does not have particularly good resources. These days, Liu Yi has never gone to Tianlong Shenzi to brush the real dragon essence blood, and can only use ordinary natural treasures and elixir to increase the strength of his physical body. Basically, it is something in the realm of the void. Thinking of this, Liu Yi sighed in his heart, and suddenly missed Tianlong Shenzi a little bit. And the jade spirit wine is equally precious, it can increase the strength of the spirit, so it is naturally a good thing for Liu Yi, even Liu Yi can use it. The ingredients needed for the jade spirit wine are some natural and earthly treasures, including the jade spirit flower and the white moon spirit fruit as the main ingredients. Coincidentally, Liu Yi had obtained these natural and earthly treasures in previous mission rewards. He was immediately happy. Compared with stir-fried pork slices, Yuling wine is better for cultivation. Liu Yi shook his head, looking for an opportunity. Maybe he could go to the depths of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and hunt down some beasts in the realm of fusion. The last 2 missions were released when Liu Yi left 10,000 Flowers sect. Originally, Liu Yi only released 1. Later, when the Mahayana Patriarch of Yuanyang sect appeared, Liu Yi simply released the second one. Task: breaking away from the Yuanyang sect. The Qin family and the 3 sects of Wangchuan Valley are blocked, completed. Reward: 10 pieces of 100,000 year spiritual jade, combined spell Forget River Curse. Whether to receive rewards, yes/no. This spirit jade is a jade stone whose spirit marrow has solidified over a long period of time. In the ruins of the Immortal Sword sect, the peerless immortal of the Immortal Sword sect used this spirit jade to block it and sleep for millions of years. Although the 100,000-year-old spiritual jade is much worse than the million-year-old spiritual jade, it is still an extremely rare treasure. This is a full 10 yuan, which is quite precious. The Wangchuan curse is also a very precious technique. Wangchuan is a kind of ghostly river in the legend. The water of Wangchuan can make people forget the past. Although the effect of the Wangchuan mantra is far inferior to that of Wangchuan Shui, but with the name of Wangchuan, it will naturally not be weak. This technique is aimed at the soul, similar to the secret technique Liu Yi obtained before. But this is much better than forgetting dust. Used to the limit, it can even wash away all the consciousness of the enemy, annihilating the enemy's spirit, leaving only the physical body. Looking at the introduction of the Wangchuan curse, Liu Yi was also a little terrified. As a spiritual spell, the Wangchuan curse is hard to defend against, and there are few defensive methods. If you learn it, this will be another big hole card. It has to be said that this reward is extremely astonishing, and Liu Yi is very satisfied. After receiving the reward, there are 10 more palm-sized white jade in his hand, and Liu Yi can feel the vast and incomparable fluctuation of spiritual power. The concentration of this aura far exceeds that of the spirit marrow. Liu Yi just took out a piece and exposed it to the outside, and soon the entire training room was filled with atomized aura. One can imagine how rich this aura is. With Liu Yi's current cultivation base, he may not be able to withstand such a concentration of aura. Liu Yi kept the 10 pieces of 100,000-year-old spiritual jade well and planned to use them later. As for the Wangchuan curse, Liu Yi naturally wrote down all of them, and planned to give priority to practicing in the future. The reward of the last mission is also very precious, or the most precious reward of all missions. Change first and then change. Thanks for the 10,000 point reward from the Big Brother Sito Yu. Thank you for the 100 point reward from the Big Brother Xiu Chuan H. Thank you for the 100 point reward from the 08A Big Guy. Thank you Xian Only Loves You for the 100 point reward, and thank you Book Friends 202203261302222284 Big Brother's 100 point reward. Chapter 160 Master and Number 039, S Law. Task. Escaped from Yuan Yang Sect Mahayana Monks, completed. Reward, Yuan Yang Tree Species 2, Yuan Yin Tree Species 2, Yunyang Gem *1. Whether to accept the reward, yes/no. I have to say that as expected of a mission involving Mahayana monks, the rewards are indeed extremely generous. Yuan Yang fruit and Yuan Yin fruit are extremely precious treasures of heaven and earth, which can comprehend the way of yin and yang. Although they are not as good as fairy trees, the gap is not too big. If the seeds of Yuan Yang tree and Yuan Yin tree are cultivated properly, they can naturally be cultivated into adult ancient trees. In this way, Yuan Yang fruit and Yuan Yin fruit can be obtained frequently, which is naturally extremely precious. And the Yin Yang gem is a more powerful treasure of heaven and earth than Yuan Yang fruit and Yuan Yin fruit. It contains the way of yin and yang inside. Putting it into water can turn the water into a yin and yang spiritual spring. Bathing in it is beneficial to monks. The great benefit is to let one's physical body carry the characteristics of yin and yang power, and can also comprehend the way of yin and yang. This is a treasure of heaven, material, and earth that is very close to Xianzhen. Lu Yi received the reward. The Yuan Yang tree species is full of red gold, very warm, about the size of a chestnut, emitting a faint light, like a small sun. The Yuan Yin tree species is pitch black, with a trace of coolness and chill, about the same size as the Yuan Yang tree species, like a black hole. The yin and yang gems are black and white, there is white and black and white, black and white are intertwined, and there are incomparably mysterious Dao patterns inside. This is the yin and yang pattern formed naturally within Beiyu, and it is a demonstration of the way of yin and yang between heaven and earth. Lu Yi came outside the cave, found an almost empty space, and planted both Yuan Yang and Yuan Yin trees. Fortunately, Lu Yi himself is the master's direct disciple, and the cave is not far from the top of Ling Luo Peak. There are only senior sisters and senior sisters caves nearby. Stole. Of course, to be honest, no one in Bianzong would dare to steal Lu Yi's things. After planting the seeds, Lu Yi sprinkled some spiritual milk to nourish the seeds, and used the power of nature to give birth to them for a while. It didn't take long for the Yuan Yang tree species and the Yuan Yin tree species to have strange fluctuations. The young shoots broke through the tree species, and the ground drilled out, one gold and one black, exuded strange Taoism. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows, a little startled, as expected of a natural treasure close to Xianzhen, just in the state of a sapling, there is such a Dao Yun. When this ancient tree grows up, even if you don't eat Yuan Yang fruit and Yuan Yin fruit, just enlightening under the tree can improve your understanding of the way of yin and yang. These 4 Yuan Yang trees and Yuan Yin trees are themselves a sacred place for cultivation. If the Yuan Yang tree and Yuan Yin tree are allowed to grow normally, it may take tens of thousands of years to mature, but he is nourished by spiritual milk, coupled with the power of nature, which can increase the growth rate of heaven, material, and earth treasures, which should be accelerated sometime. As long as he has time to come here to give birth, it is a good pastime to use the power of nature so frequently, and maybe it can improve the power of nature. Of course, the level of Yuan Yang tree and Yuan Yin tree is too high, even if Lu Yi's natural way has realized the realm of the domain, it will take a long time to give birth. Just think about the ancient Rakshasa tree. Lu Yi has obtained it for more than 20 years, basically watering it with spiritual milk every day, and nourishing it with the power of nature from time to time. Up to now, it is only a little taller. Liu Yi conservatively estimated that it would take thousands of years for the ancient Raksha tree to mature. The Yuanyan tree and the Yuanyan tree are not as good as the ancient Rakshasa trees, so it probably takes 100 years to do it, right? Fortunately, Liu Yi himself has plenty of time. He is already a cultivator who has lived for thousands of years. Now he is less than 100 years old. Calculated according to the 100-year lifespan of a normal mortal, he is only about 2 or 3 years old now. After finishing the Yuanyang tree and Yuanyan tree, Liu Yi was about to leave, when he turned around and saw a white shadow standing not far away. Liu Yi was startled, looked carefully, and found that it was Master. Liu Yi said speechlessly, "Master, can you make any noise when you come here? You will scare people to death." Peak Lord Ling Luo looked sleepy, glanced at Liu Yi, and laughed, "I came here normally, and you didn't notice it, which means you are still far behind." Liu Yi was speechless for a while, and his master didn't know how strong he was, so how could he compare? Peak Lord Ling Luo looked at the 4 saplings on the ground, with a trace of surprise in his hazy eyes. "Yuanyang tree and Yuanyan tree. You kid really has good luck, even such tree species can be found." Liu Yi smiled, "I got it by chance when I went out last time." Peak Master Ling Luo squatted on the ground, with black hair hanging down, looked at the saplings on the ground, and sighed, "This is still a treasure. Although it is not as good as the ancient Luaka tree, it is not bad to cultivate well. It can deepen the understanding of yin and yang." Perception. Liu Yi smiled and nodded, "Master is right." The master of Ling Luo Peak thought for a while, and then said, "Your luck is amazing, and you have obtained more and more treasures. The piece on Ling Luo Peak is all for you to use. What are the treasures of heaven and earth? Those worthy of cultivation can be cultivated in this area." Liu Yi's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "That's naturally the best, thank you, Master." Ling Luo Peak Master yawned, glanced sideways at Liu Yi, and said with a sneer, "You kids still think of me as a master? Why don't you ask me to tell you about my master's safety after you come back?" Liu Yi smiled a little embarrassedly, "Aren't you afraid of disturbing master's sleep?" "Hat!" Peak Master Ling Luo sneered, telling Liu Yi's lie in one sentence, "Did you forget it in the gentle hometown of Ningxuang and Xiaominjiu?" Liu Yi was even more embarrassed, and said, "In this case, the master just gave me a lecture, right? I haven't listened to the master's lecture for a long time, and I miss it a lot." Liu Yi has been outside for the past 3 months, missing 3 opportunities for epiphany, this wave of blood loss. Peak Master Ling Luo's expression froze, and he said, "Actually, it's okay if you don't come to report your safety." Liu Yi looked serious, "How can I do that? Master, this disciple misses you very much." Ling Luo Peak Master's expression was dark, and he said helplessly, "Isn't it just preaching? Let's go." Seeing this, Liu Yi's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "By the way, Master, I haven't listened to Master's sermon for 3 months, should I speak 3 times? Hey?" Peak Master Ling Luo narrowed his eyes, with a murderous look in his eyes. Liu Yi coughed dryly and said, "Actually, it's not bad once." "Humph!" Peak Master Ling Luo snorted coldly, "That's just right." Liu Yi followed Ling Luo to the main hall on the top of the peak. A few hours later, Ling Luo Peak Master took a sip of tea and looked at Liu Yi with disgust, "The sermon is over, you can go." Liu Yi had a satisfied smile on his face, "Thank you, Master. Get the number of epiphanies once." Liu Yi was about to leave, when he suddenly thought of the yin-yang gem in his hand, and the spiritual spring outside the bamboo house. Liu Yi had a bold idea, and said, "By the way, Master, this disciple also obtained a rare treasure outside." Hearing this, Peak Master Ling Luo glanced at Liu Yi, "Hey? What kind of treasure?" In Ling Luo Peak Master's view, Liu Yi's luck is undoubtedly excellent. Whether it is the ancient Luaka tree, Yuanyang tree, or Yuanyan tree, they are all very rare natural treasures. Get. Even Peak Lord Ling Luo was a little curious about what kind of treasure Liu Yi got. Liu Yi took out the yin-yang gem with a smile, and said with a smile, "This is the yin-yang gem." Seeing this yin-yang jewel, Ling Luo Peak Master's lazy eyes also showed a hint of surprise. Yin-yang jewel? This is a treasure formed by the yin-yang way of heaven and earth. Tianming actually has such a treasure? Peak Master Ling Luo stretched out his hand, and the yin-yang gem in Liu Yi's hand flew into her hand. She looked at the Dao pattern in the gem, and was amazed. Beiyu is psychic, born with yin-yang Dao pattern. It is indeed a rare treasure. Comprehending the way of yin and yang is very beneficial. If it is put into a spiritual spring, the yin-yang gem can turn the spiritual spring into a yin-yang spring, which is of great benefit to cultivation. Wait a minute. Speaking of this, Ling Luo Peak Master thought of something, turned his head to look at Liu Yi, his expression was stiff, and he said fiercely, "You boy! Could it be that you are planning to become the Master's spiritual spring?" Liu Yi smiled embarrassedly, "Master, do you think this yin-yang gem is not bad? If it is put into Master's spiritual spring, we can all use it." As soon as Liu Yi finished speaking, Peak Master Ling Luo flicked his forehead with a finger. With a crisp sound, Liu Yi's forehead suddenly swelled up. Liu Yi covered his forehead, squatted on the ground and grinned, "Hiss! It hurts." Liu Yi looked innocently at Ling Luo Peak Master. Ling Luo Peak Master was even more angry, glaring at Liu Yi, "You kid, you still want to bathe in a spiritual spring with your teacher? This is a deceitful act of deceiving the Master and destroying the ancestors." The more Ling Luo thought about it, the more angry he became, and he flicked his fingers again and again, making loud noises. Liu Yi couldn't take it anymore, and felt that his brain was going to be broken. He hurriedly said, "Master, this disciple is wrong. He didn't think about it at all." Liu Yi said that he was innocent, because he was beaten into a trick. Peak Master Ling Luo snorted coldly, glanced at the yin-yang jade, thought for a while, and said, "But, this yin-yang jade is indeed not bad. Since this is the case, I will make an exception and create another spiritual spring for you as a teacher. When the two springs are connected, the yin and yang spiritual springs can also be shared." Liu Yi's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said with a smile, "Thank you, Master. Although ordinary water can be used to produce yin-yang spring water, but if there is a spiritual spring, it is of course better." Ling Luo Peak Master nodded, "Yes." She brought yin-yang Beiyu to the pond outside the bamboo house. Inside the pool is a milky white spiritual spring, like milk, with wisps of white mist floating above it, all of which are atomized by spiritual energy. After absorbing a wisp of white mist, Liu Yi felt that the aura in his body was turbulent, and he was extremely frightened. When he came to the top of Ling Luo Peak for the first time, Liu Yi felt that this spiritual spring seemed very unusual, but now it seems that it may be more precious than he imagined. Seeing Liu Yi's frightened look, Peak Master Ling Luo glanced at him, and said, "Don't even think about entering the spiritual spring. Even with your current physical body, you can't bear the spiritual energy inside." Liu Yi's eyes widened, a little surprised, "The aura inside is so strong?" Liu Yi couldn't believe it. You must know that although his current body training cultivation base is not in the Mahayana state, he must have reached the state of integration. Just talking about the strength of the physical body, I am afraid that monks in the Mahayana realm may not be as strong as him. Even with his current physical strength, can't he bear it? How rich is the aura in here? Could it be the spiritual spring of transcending the realm of tribulation? If this is the case, then I'm afraid it's just this Ling Chuan, which is no worse than Yunyang Beiyu. As expected of his master, there is such a good thing, Liu Yi feels more and more that his master is unfathomable. Peak Lord Ling Luo didn't answer Liu Yi's question, but just looked at the pool for a while and thought about it, and then he touched it casually, and the open space not far from the pool sank silently, as if the ground changed shape by itself, and Liu Yi couldn't even feel the aura fluctuations. Liu Yi's pupils shrank, and his face was shocked. The power of the law. Liu Yi has mastered the law of immortality, and has a certain understanding of the power of the law. The method used by his master is definitely not as simple as ordinary aura, but the power of the law. Only the power of law can change the entire landform silently. Peak Master Ling Luo glanced at Liu Yi, yawned, and smiled lightly. Aren't you very keen? You can actually perceive that this is the power of law. Even if you have a trace of indestructible law, it's hard to detect it. Liu Yi was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect that Master already knew that he possessed the law of immortality. Then Liu Yi was relieved. Since his master possessed the power of law, he should have noticed it when he was using the law of immortality when he crossed the tribulation. This made Liu Yi even more shocked. Originally, Liu Yi thought that his master might be an ancestor-level figure in the realm of transcending robbery. He originally thought that he had already overestimated his master enough. After all, the master seemed to be only 1,000 years old, and it was outrageous to reach the realm of crossing the tribulation. Now that he saw his master using the power of law, Liu Yi realized that he probably underestimated his master. Even if the master is just a cultivator who has mastered the power of the law, his strength may not be comparable to that of a monk who has crossed the tribulation, and is comparable to the existence of an immortal. Liu Yi has a ray of indestructible law, and he understands the power of law best. Liu Yi smiled. The disciple has a lot of experience in the cultivation of the Immortal Sword Sutra, and in addition to the previous experience in the ruins of the Immortal Sword Sect, he has mastered the law of indestructibility, which is comparable to that of the master. The difference is too far. Liu Yi understood that the law of his master might not be as simple as a wisp. Ling Lufeng's head was full of black lines. A mere cultivator who has mastered a sliver of law, are you still not satisfied? If it spreads out, I am afraid it will be enough to shock even the immortals. Liu Yi smiled embarrassedly. Ling Luo Peak Master shook his head, said no more, another point, and formed a pit again. There are 2 pits in total, and 3 points that form a triangle with the original pool. Peak Lord Ling Luo made another point. 2 channels were recessed on the edge of the spirit pool, leading to 2 small pools respectively. At the same time, she formed Dao patterns at the exit of the spirit pond, which are the embodiment of laws, similar to formation patterns, but different. The law itself is also the power of heaven and earth. Cultivators who have the law can do things similar to the pattern, but the application is only the law that they have mastered, not as extensive as the pattern. With the birth of the array patterns, strands of spiritual springs flowed from the channel to the 2 small pools respectively. After passing through the Dao pattern, the water in the spiritual spring became less dense and still milky white, but the amount of spiritual energy decreased a lot. Liu Yi understood that it was because the Dao pattern had diluted the Ling Chuan. Ling Luo Peak Master said, I will dilute the concentration of the spirit spring a little, lest your boy explode and die. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Liu Yi nodded and said with a smile, Thank you, Master. Then Liu Yi was a little puzzled, why did Master build 2 pools? Peak Master Ling Luo said, by the way, we will also build one for Ningxuang and Xiao Minjiu, which will be of great benefit to them. Liu Yi nodded, feeling happy in his heart. With such a spiritual spring, his seniors' cultivation speed will increase again, and their strength will also increase at that time. Naturally, the rewards for the final sparring task will be richer. Liu Yi was naturally very satisfied. Soon, the spiritual spring water poured into the 2 small pools, and Peak Master Ling Luo threw the yin-yang precious jade into the main pool. A moment later, strands of yin and yang Dao patterns flickered in the milky white spiritual spring, and the mysterious artistic conception slowly escaped, but was soon covered by the spiritual spring again. Liu Yi was startled, and his eyes widened. This is the effect of yin-yang Beiyu, not even as good as this Ling Chuan. Liu Yi couldn't believe it. one must know that this yin-yang gem is a heavenly and earthly treasure that is close to a fairy treasure, but it is not as good as this Ling Chuan. This spiritual spring is more precious than the yin-yang gem? Isn't that a fairy treasure? Liu Yi felt his scalp tingling. His master actually bathed in the immortal spring? What is the origin of master? Why are you so arrogant? Peak Lord Ling Luo glanced at Liu Yi, and said, this spiritual spring is not a thing of the dawn, it is very precious. Liu Yi's expression became a little numb, and he nodded, I see. When my master saw the ancient Rakshasa tree, he only said it was a good fairy treasure, but he didn't expect to say that this spiritual spring is very precious. It seems that this spiritual spring is more precious than the ancient Rakshasa tree. Liu Yi found out that his family seemed to have underestimated his master. This woman who is greedy for sleep and food, can't she be a fairy? Liu Yi felt his scalp go numb. Then he became happy again. If the master is an immortal, he can be regarded as an immortal's direct disciple anyway, so he can't walk sideways at dawn? Liu Yi was a little excited. Although the yin-yang dao pattern has disappeared, the effect is still there, and Liu Yi can feel the dao yun of the yin-yang dao. This aggregate diffused and entered the two small pools from the main pool. In this way, the two small pools can also enjoy the effect of the yin-yang gem, not only that, but also the effect of the extremely precious spiritual spring that Master said. Liu Yi was eager to try. Master, can I take a bath? Peak Master Ling Luo said, what's the hurry? She pointed her finger, and the next moment, the three small ponds were surrounded by a bamboo fence, and Liu Yi and Peak Master Ling Luo were also surrounded by it. And between the three small pools, a bamboo wall suddenly appeared, as if it had stood there originally, separating the three small pools. Liu Yi froze. This, void condensate? What means? From scratch? Based on Liu Yi's understanding, even a cultivator who crosses the robbery should not be able to suddenly change something that doesn't exist, right? Liu Yi couldn't understand what method his master used. My master is probably really a fairy, right? Liu Yi was shocked. After revealing the bamboo wall, Peak Master Ling Luo nodded in satisfaction, stretched his waist, and said, okay, you can go and call Ningxuang and Xiao Minjiu to enjoy it together. Only then did Liu Yi come back to his senses. He looked at the bamboo wall, feeling a little disappointed for some reason, then he nodded, okay master, I'll go and call senior sister and junior sister. Change first and then change. Chapter 161 Senior Sister, Can I Touch It? Liu Yi got off Ling Luo Peak and came to the entrance of Lu Ningxuang's cave. Senior sister, junior brother is here to visit. Not long after, Lu Ningxuang, dressed in a white dress and as cold as a fairy, opened the door of the cave and looked at Liu Yi with some doubts. Junior brother, what's the matter? Liu Yi smiled and said, Master asked me to come to you and take a bath together. Lu Ningxuang was obviously stunned for a while, with a hint of bewilderment on her Qing Lengqiao face. Taking a bath? Liu Yi said, it's hard to explain, you will know when you go to master. Lu Ningxuang didn't ask any more questions, and nodded slightly. Let's go find junior sister and call her. Liu Yi flew towards Donggong Minjiu's cave. Soon, the two came to Donggong Minjiu's cave and called out Donggong Minjiu. After seeing Liu Yi, Donggong Minjiu's eyes flickered, her pretty face flushed slightly. She didn't dare to look at Liu Yi. It seemed that it was because of what happened in the morning. Brother, why are you here? Liu Yi smiled and said, I'll ask you to take a bath together. Donggong Minjiu? Her pretty face turned red all of a sudden, her eyes widened, she looked at Liu Yi, then at Lu Ningxuang next to her, and stammered, taking a bath. Are we together? And senior sister? This isn't it? Great! Liu Yi saw that Donggong Minjiu's expression was flushed and she had an unbelievable look on her face. She felt strange in her heart, and always felt that her junior sister seemed to think of something different from him. Liu Yi smiled and said, "What are you thinking? Master told us to go together, to the peak." Donggong Minjiao was stunned when she heard the words, "Master told us to go?" Liu Yi smiled and said, "Let's go to the peak first, don't make Master wait." Donggong Minjiao nodded with a dazed face, and then the three of them headed to the top of Lingluo Peak. After arriving at the top of Lingluo Peak, Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiao immediately discovered that there was an extra bamboo shed next to the bamboo house. The bamboo shed was shrouded in white mist, making it difficult to see what was inside. Here, should be the original location of the spirit pool? Donggong Minjiao was a little puzzled, how did it become like this? At this time, Lingluo Peak Lord suddenly appeared. With a lazy and tired look on her pretty face, she said, "Here you come? Let's go in together, Ningxuang, Xiao Minjiao, your pool is here, this one belongs to you." Lingluo Peak Master pointed to the two doors of the bamboo shed. Liu Yi understood the situation and nodded slightly, "Okay." And Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiao looked at each other with blank expressions. "Master, what's going on?" Lu Ningxuang asked. Peak Lord Lingluo glanced at Liu Yi. "This kid got a piece of yin-yang jade, which is very precious, so he came to discuss with me, and used this yin-yang jade and Ling Chuan to create two other Lingqi, which can give you a bath. Yes, you can go in and take a look, it will be of great benefit to you." Hearing this, Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiao understood. The two glanced at Liu Yi in surprise. "Brother got another treasure? Your luck is really great." Donggong Minjiao had a strange expression. Liu Yi smiled modestly, "It's just a coincidence." "Okay, let's go in." Peak Master Lingluo stretched his waist, and the loose long skirt revealed his snow-white skin. She walked towards the location of the main pool and walked in. Liu Yi naturally entered the door of his pool. After entering the door, there is a small pool surrounded by bamboo walls. Perhaps it was because the yin-yang gems were completely melted into the Ling Chuan. At this moment, in the Ling Chuan, strands of mysterious Dao Yun emerged, and there seemed to be yin-yang Dao scripts flashing inside, which looked very extraordinary. Donggong Minjiao's exclamation came from the other side of the bamboo wall. Obviously her junior and senior sisters were also very surprised by this. On the other side, Liu Yi heard the sound of clothes scraping across his skin, and then he heard the sound of someone sloshing like water, and then he heard his master's lazy sigh. "So comfortable." Then Lingluo Peak Master's voice continued to sound, "Go in and try it, the effect is not bad." Liu Yi also took off his magic robe and entered the Ling Chuan. As soon as he entered the Ling Chuan, Liu Yi's face changed slightly. He could feel strands of incomparably rich spiritual energy drilling into his body. This spiritual energy was extremely concentrated, but very gentle. It's not even worse than the effect of 100 years of spiritual marrow. Liu Yi was a little startled. This is the spiritual spring diluted by the master, and it has such an effect. I don't know how strong the effect of the main pool is. In addition, Liu Yi was a little surprised to find that besides the spiritual spring, there was also a strange and incomparable power contained in it. This power is like a clear spring, washing Liu Yi's body and spirit, from inside to outside. This is... Liu Yi was a little shocked. This spiritual spring can heal injuries? Can you see your nature? Liu Yi was very surprised. The voice of Peak Master Lingluo came from the direction of the main pool, and she was also a little surprised. "Oh? It only has these effects for you? It seems that your foundation is stronger than I imagined." This spiritual spring, it can restore the foundation, consolidate the foundation, temper the body, enhance the spiritual power, and cleanse the evil spirits inside and outside the body, so it is natural to have a clear mind. Hearing the conversation between Liu Yi and Peak Master Lingluo, there was movement between Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiao. Donggong Minjiao was very surprised and said, "Is the effect of this Ling Chuan so good?" Lingluo Peak Master said, "Why don't you two go in? It's very comfortable to soak in it, and it can wash away the fatigue of cultivation. After soaking, you can practice again. It will definitely get twice the result with half the effort, and now you have joined the boy's yin-yang gem. If you comprehend it carefully, you may still have hope to comprehend the way of yin and yang, which is a very powerful avenue. Donggong Minjiu's hesitant voice sounded, but my senior sister and I are together. Lu Ningxuang's voice was also rare with a hint of embarrassment, it's a bit too strange to be naked. Peak Master Ling Luo's nonchalant voice sounded, you two are still shy? What's the matter? Both of you are women. Liu Yi felt a little strange, thinking of his junior sister and senior sister taking a bath together, he couldn't help grinning, not daring to think about it. Then Liu Yi thought of something else. Speaking of which, his spiritual power is strong enough. This kind of bamboo wall can't stop his spiritual power at all, right? Liu Yi had a bold idea in his heart, and was hesitating whether to implement it. At this moment, Ling Luo Peak Master's voice sounded, Liu Yi, if you dare to use your divine sense, I will kill you. Liu Yi. He said solemnly, Master is too much. How could a disciple be that kind of person? The sound of water came from Ling Luo Peak Lord's pool, she leaned against the side of the pool and said, just in case, I'll give you a vaccination. Liu Yi faltered and said, there is no chance. Donggong Minjiu and Lu Ningxuang who were on the side didn't know what kind of mental journey they had gone through. In the end, there was the sound of undressing, and then the sound of water waves as the two entered the pool. Soon, Donggong Minjiu and Lu Ningxuang both heard slight exclamations. Obviously, they also found something strange in the Ling Chuan, and they were very surprised. Peak Master Ling Luo smiled and said, how is it? Not bad, right? If this spiritual spring is soaked frequently, I am afraid that the speed of cultivation will be greatly improved. Lu Ningxuang exclaimed. Ling Luo Peak Master smiled, and said, with such a spiritual spring to bathe in, how can there be no good food and wine? Brat, hurry up and bring out some spiritual wine and spiritual food. Liu Yi naturally had no objection, but he glanced at the bamboo wall and said, Master, how can I give it to you? Throw it from above. Ling Luo Peak Master said. Liu Yi took out an altar of spirit wine and one after another of spirit food and threw them in the direction of Ling Luo Peak Master, senior sister and junior sister, and then poured himself a glass of Xian wine and drank it. When the Xian wine entered his throat, it seemed to turn into a ball of flame and spread in Liu Yi's body. As Liu Yi was in the spiritual spring, wisps of gentle and mellow spiritual energy also melted in from the outside, nourishing Liu Yi's body. Liu Yi only felt that his whole body was floating, as if he was in a cloud, and his physical and mental exhaustion seemed to be washed away. His mind is clear and clean, and he is in excellent condition, as if he has returned to his carefree childhood. He hadn't been so peaceful for a long time. Before he got the task panel, Liu Yi was still very happy every day, and of course he lived happily. After getting the task panel, maybe there are more desires and more things I want, and I can't lie down, so naturally I am more tired. To be honest, after obtaining the mission panel, although the cultivation level has improved extremely fast and the combat power has been greatly improved, Liu Yi himself has worked harder than before. Part of the reason may be that originally one's own talent was limited, no matter how hard one tried, the upper limit was still there, and one simply lay flat. But now, every time I make progress, I can see it. Naturally, there are more and more things I can pursue, more motivation, and more desires. It's not that Liu Yi thinks it's bad, on the contrary, he thinks it's good. Who doesn't want their efforts to be rewarded? It is also a kind of life attitude to just let go occasionally and let yourself slow down. Liu Yi took another sip of wine, sighed softly, this is life. Ling Luo Peak Master smiled and said, is it? Bubbling in the spiritual spring, drinking spiritual wine, and being unrestrained every day, this is the true meaning of cultivation. What is the purpose of cultivation? Isn't it for transcending the world and oneself? Even practicing if you can't transcend, how can you transcend heaven and earth? Hearing this, Liu Yi suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He seemed to grasp something, but he didn't seem to grasp it. He felt that what his master said made sense. If it was in the past, he might use this aura to directly use the number of epiphanies, the insights before the epiphany. But now, Liu Yi hesitated for a while, letting the aura go with the wind. Let's be free and easy today, detach yourself from the road of cultivating the Tao, and enjoy yourself. Liu Yi smiled slightly. Master is right. Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiao were also drinking. Listening to their words, Donggong Minjiao said, then Miss Ben has a different idea. I still want to practice hard and become a fairy. Lu Ningxuang smiled slightly. Master and junior brother are both talented and powerful people. We ordinary people can't compare with each other. We can only catch up and keep moving forward on this road of cultivation, and we can't detach ourselves. Liu Yi said speechlessly, senior sister and junior sister are both innate spirit bodies. If you are still ordinary people, then other monks may not have to live. Donggong Minjiao Gyaloi took a sip of wine and said, but compared to you, senior brother, we are just like ordinary people. Hearing this, Liu Yi felt a little embarrassed. He was just average. How could he be so powerful? The four of them leaned against the pool, soaking in the spiritual spring, talking from time to time, relaxing and drinking from time to time, feeling leisurely and at ease. Although Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiao both said that they would work hard to practice, they still planned to relax for a day today. Liu Yi could imagine that the two of them were probably the same as Liu Yi now, leaning against the pool like salty fish. Gradually, Donggong Minjiao drank a little too much, and kept splashing in the water, with the sound of rushing water. Liu Yi heard Donggong Minjiao's confused voice, and said enviously, senior sister, why are you so big here? It's really enviable. If only I were as big as you. Pfft. Liu Yi was drinking and sprayed out the wine in one sip. What the hell? Lu Ningxuang was also in a daze. She was silent for a moment before she said, junior sister, you are drunk. Donggong Minjiao muttered, that's great. Brother will definitely like it very much. Liu Yi? What does it matter to him? Liu Yi was numb. Not only Liu Yi, but also Lu Ningxuang was a little numb. Her voice was cold, junior sister. Don't talk nonsense. Even Peak Lord Ling Luo coughed again and again, probably a little dumbfounded. Donggong Minjiao's voice sounded again, senior sister, can I touch it? Liu Yi. Ling Luo Peak Master. The atmosphere was suddenly a little silent. The next moment Liu Yi felt the chill coming from the small room of the senior sister and the junior sister, and then Donggong Minjiao's voice stopped. Liu Yi's scalp was a little numb, and he said, senior sister, what did you do to junior sister? Are you okay? Liu Yishan was afraid that Lu Ningxuang would become angry from embarrassment, so he killed Donggong Minjiao directly. Lu Ningxuang's cold voice was trembling, and she didn't know whether she was angry or ashamed, and she said, it's okay, it's just that she was frozen. Liu Yi breathed a sigh of relief, that's good. Ling Luo Peak Master on the other side said speechlessly, is this how Xiao Minjiao is drunk? This was the first time Peak Lord Ling Luo saw Donggong Minjiao drunk. Lu Ningxuang's voice was cold, today is extraordinarily presumptuous. Hearing Lu Ningxuang's cold voice, Liu Yi silently mourned for Donggong Minjiao, probably this girl suffered a lot. But Liu Yi didn't sympathize with this guy at all, even he didn't dare to say such a thing. This guy dared to say that, maybe he was trying to die? The three of them continued to drink, without Donggong Minjiao's voice, they seemed extraordinarily harmonious and quiet. They soaked in the spiritual spring for a day, and at night, Liu Yi could see the sky full of stars when he looked up. Then Liu Yi thought of what Master said earlier, that the Rakshasa tribe came from other planets. How many stars in the sky gave birth to life? Then Liu Yi thought of something, and said strangely, Master, there is nothing in the sky to block it, what if someone flies by and sees it? Ling Luo Peak Master's lazy and confused voice sounded, Don't worry, no one will see it. Liu Yi raised his eyebrows, although he didn't know how his master did it, but since she said so, I'm afraid it must be so. Liu Yi stopped thinking about it. Soaking until the next morning, when the sun rose, and the white clouds in the distance were golden and red, full of vigor, Liu Yi heard the sound of water coming from Ling Luo Peak Lord, and her lazy voice sounded, Okay, that's about it, if you continue soaking, the effect of Ling Chuan will not be better, it will take a while to absorb. Hearing this, Liu Yi also got up and put on his clothes. The sound of water also came from Lu Ningxuang's side. Then Liu Yi heard the sound of frost shattering, and Dong Gong Minjiu yelled, Wow! Lu Ningxuang, I will fight with you. Liu Yi. He could imagine what it was like over there. Lu Ningxuang's faint voice sounded, Junior sister, if you want to be frozen again, you can try. Dong Gong Minjiu's voice stopped abruptly. Liu Yi walked out of the gate, and it didn't take long to see the master, and all the senior sisters came out. After being nourished by the spiritual spring for a day, my senior sister's skin is glowing with jade, her black hair is stained with moisture, her pretty face is cold, her appearance is peerless, like an ice lotus out of water, she is beyond beautiful. My master is also a peerless beauty, her lazy and pretty face seems to fall asleep at any time, but her hair is no longer curled up like before when she just woke up because of the spiritual spring, and it looks much smoother. With natural curls, the jet black hair is like big waves, like dark clouds splashing ink, adding a touch of sexiness. Liu Yi couldn't help being dazzled when he looked at his senior sister and master, two peerless beauties. This face value is simply shining. Soon, Dong Gong Minjiu came out, her skin was as milky white as milk, as crystal clear as jade, and her pretty face had a hint of cute baby fat. But now her expression is very dissatisfied, her eyes are wide open, with anger in her eyes, and her body is still cold. This guy was supposed to be crushed in the ice for a whole night. Dong Gong Minjiu put her hands on her hips, looked at Lu Ningxuang angrily, and said, Senior sister, you wait. Sooner or later, this lady will defeat you, and you will regret it. Lu Ningxuang's pretty face was cold, and she looked at her very calmly, let's wait until you break through to the realm of transforming gods first. Dong Gong Minjiu was sunk all of a sudden, her pretty face contorted. Ling Luo Peak Master yawned, stretched his waist, and said, Okay, you guys go to practice, I'm going to sleep. From now on, if you want to take a bath, come here by yourself. The three of Liu Yi and Peak Master Ling Luo bid farewell, and then the three left. The three returned to their own caves. Liu Yi returned to the training room, thought for a moment, and planned to concentrate on completing the task of deducing the formation first. After all, deducing the formation can reward the understanding of the formation. From the formation of Qi training to the formation of integration, for Liu Yi now, it should not be a big problem to deduce it. If he absorbs the formation perception rewarded by the mission, he can even deduce the Mahayana formation. At that time, he can complete the task of deducing the Mahayana formation. At that time, he can get a fragment of the innate pattern, presumably this should be a good task reward. Change first and then change. Thank you PIN030 for the reward of 3000 points. Chapter 162 Immortal Body Phenomenon. But before that, Liu Yi still had to arrange the guardian array of his own sect to get the task reward. After all, if you build your own sect's guardian formation, you can reward Qinglong for killing the formation. In this way, the 4-elephant killing formation is assembled. If you master the great formation of the Mahayana realm, it will be very helpful for you to deduce your own Mahayana formation. Liu Yi went to Baiyun Peak early the next morning to find Wu Qingfeng to teach him. Wu Qingfeng is in high spirits as the head teacher. He Yufeng and the strong men of Tai Zinmen will join the Baiyun sect. The strength of the Baiyun sect will be further improved. The Baiyun sect is getting better and better. After seeing Lu Yi, he smiled all over his face. Nephew Lu, why are you here? Lu Yi smiled and said, I'll arrange the sect protection array for the sect. Hearing this, Wu Qingfeng slapped his forehead and said with a smile, there have been too many things recently, I have forgotten about it, and I will take you to the eye of the formation. Saying that, Wu Qingfeng took Lu Yi to the depths of Bianzong's mountains. It was a small valley. There was a white stone tablet guarding the valley, and there was a white-haired old man sitting cross-legged beside him. This old man, Lu Yi had seen before, was the uncle of Master Lu Zhenyang who had broken through to the realm of the void. Seeing Wu Qingfeng bringing Lu Yi over, Lu Zhenyang stood up with a smile on his face, so it's boy Lu who came. Lu Zhenyang was able to break through to the realm of the cave, and Lu Yi had a lot of credit. If it weren't for the vision of Dao Guang that Lu Yi had condensed when he broke through before, Lu Zhenyang would have been difficult to understand the artistic conception and break through to the realm of the cave. Wu Qingfeng smiled and said, Master, nephew Lu is going to build a large formation to protect the sect. Hearing this, Lu Zhenyang nodded slightly, so that's the case, boy Lu, feel free to do it, I will protect the law for you. Lu Yi smiled and said, thank you, Master Uncle. After that, Wu Qingfeng left. These days, he has many things to do. Although He Yufeng and the strong men from Tai Xin sect left to lead other strong men from the sect, they are not in the sect now, but as the head teacher, Wu Qingfeng also needs to consider how to arrange these strong men after they enter the sect. And Lu Yi also began to build a large array of guardians. Lu Yi's Dao realm is much stronger than when he was drawing the great formation in Wanhua sect. He took out 9 pieces of heavenly materials and earthly treasures of the combined realm, and began to describe all the great formation he had learned. The mysterious aura surged, and the dense patterns were so small that ordinary eyes could hardly see them clearly, all of which were imprinted on the treasures of heaven, material, and earth. In Bianzong, there is a master guarding him, so Lu Yi doesn't have to bother to make some formations to conceal his aura, which is much more convenient. As Lu Yi depicted the pattern, various anomalies appeared. In the sky, there are white tigers roaring, red birds neighing, black tortoises stepping into the sky, galaxies filling the sky, ice fog flowing, and heavenly swords screaming together. The terrifying coercion dissipated, and all the monks of the Baiyun sect noticed the change. They all looked at the sky in amazement and talked a lot. At the top of Ling Luo Peak, the sleeping Ling Luo Peak master was woken up, came outside the bamboo house, looked at the vision in the sky, scratched his head, and complained, "This kid disturbs people's dreams. The realm has reached such a level." Even in the area thousands of kilometers away from the Baiyun sect, there were monks who heard the roar of tigers and swords in the Baiyun sect, and their expressions changed, and they looked in the direction of the Baiyun sect with some suspicion. This vision lasted for several hours before finally disappearing slowly. At this moment, the guardian formation of the Baiyun sect has changed. The white stone tablet disappeared, leaving only pieces of heavenly materials and earthly treasures floating in the air, as if arranged in a galaxy, shining with divine light. Lu Zhenyang had been watching Lu Yi set up the formation. When the formation was completed, Lu Zhenyang couldn't help but sigh, "Boy Lu, you are really the reincarnation of the formation." Lu Yi smiled humbly, "Master and uncle have praised the prize. The pattern has been arranged, and the younger generation will leave first." Lu Zhenyang nodded, smiling kindly, Go, practice hard." Lu Yi left the position of the formation eye and returned to the cave. Task: construct the protection array for Bianzong, completed. Reward: the realm of the formation is improved, and the formation of the combined realm is Blue Dragon Killing Formation. Whether to receive rewards, yes/no. Lu Yi looked at the panel and was very happy. Qing Long killed the formation. Lui received the task and absorbed the perception of the Dao realm. After a vision, Lui felt that his Dao realm had improved again. Then, Lui calmed down and began to concentrate on cultivation. Improve your cultivation at night, practice spells and comprehend formations during the day, practice refining weapons, cooking spiritual food and brewing spiritual wine, etc. In his spare time, Lui used the power of nature and spiritual milk to cultivate the ancient Raksha tree, as well as the Yuan-Yang tree and Yuan-Yin tree outside. When you are tired from cultivation, you just take a bath at the top of the peak, and your life is peaceful and comfortable. During the day, Lui put his main energy on deducing the formation in order to complete the task of deducing the formation. Taking Lui's formation realm as an example, it is naturally not difficult to deduce low-level formations. It only took him a few minutes to deduce the grand formation of Qi training realm, foundation building realm, and Jindan realm. However, after surpassing the realm of Jindan, the difficulty of deduction has increased a bit. It took Lui 2 hours to deduce the formation of Yuanying realm, and another 3 days to deduce the grand formation of Huashan realm. Afterwards, it took Lui a full month to deduce the grand formation of the whole realm, which was very difficult. It is so difficult to deduce the large formation of the talent whole realm, Lui himself does not know how long it will take to deduce the combined formation. It is estimated that it will take a year. Lui couldn't help but sigh in his heart, it is indeed quite difficult to deduce a large formation. However, in addition to deducing the big formation, Lui also began to practice other formations, including the 4-element killing formation he had obtained before. And this month, Bianzong was much more lively than before. Lui ran errands for master in his free time, and when he went to Fangxi, he could see some new faces, and their strength was not weak. They are all strong men from Heiyu Peak and Taixinmen. During this month, monks from Taixinmen and Heiyu Feng came to Bianzong one after another. Just 2 days ago, almost all the experts from Taixinmen and Heiyu Feng came to Bianzong, and Bianzong sent out a message, announcing that Taixinmen and Heiyu Feng joined Bianzong, and the 2 sects were disbanded. Hearing this, the entire Qingzhou was in an uproar. On the same day, a powerful force broke the 2 sects' protective formations, and found that almost all the monks inside had left, and even the treasury was emptied, leaving nothing behind. This made many foreign forces who originally planned to eat meat dumbfounded, and heard the roars of anger from the 3 strong men of Huangshan sect. Another 3 months passed, and that night, Lui was practicing. Suddenly, he felt a very mysterious aura coming from the sky. This aura was very mysterious, but it made Lui feel very familiar. It's Yongzi's breath. Lui was taken aback, disappeared on the spot, came to the sky, and looked in the direction of Wan Huazong, with a look of astonishment on his face. Not only Lui, but also many monks jumped into the air one after another, and were also alarmed. Even my own master, senior sister, and junior sister also flew out, looking in the direction of Wan Huazong. In the deep night sky in the distance, streamers of 9 colors shoot up into the sky, blending with the sky full of stars and connecting with the universe. The incomparably mysterious breath circulated, and Lui seemed to smell a scent of flowers. Lui was extremely astonished. The distance between Wanhua sect and Bai Yun sect was not that close, so even Bai Yun sect was aware of such a huge phenomenon. What happened to Yongzi? At this moment, a look of surprise appeared on Ling Lufeng's lazy and pretty face, and he said, "Immortal body. Is that the direction of the Wanhua sect? It seems that Xiao Yongzi has a great opportunity. I didn't expect he actually raised his 10,000 flowers spirit body to the level of an immortal body, and his future is boundless." Hearing this, Lui was a little surprised. Immortal physique. Yun Xi actually condensed an immortal physique? Then Lui thought of the 9-color lily of the valley he gave Yun Xi before he left. It was a natural treasure close to the fairy treasure, and it was very suitable for Yun Xi. After absorbing the 9-color lily of the valley. Originally, the 10,000 flowers spirit physique was an innate spirit body, an extremely powerful talent, but now that it breaks through to the immortal physique, it may be even better. It can be seen from such a vast vision. Liu Yi was happy for Yun Xi. Moreover, I am also very happy. Yun Xi's strength may be greatly improved. At that time, the rewards for the sparring tasks between myself and Yun Xi, as well as other tasks of this kind, will probably be greatly improved. Wonderful! When Liu Yi was pleasantly surprised, Donggong Minjiu and Lu Ningxuang were shocked, and even Lu Ningxuang's cold face showed a look of shock. Donggong Minjiu exclaimed even more, "Immortal body! That woman Yun Xi actually condensed an immortal body? Isn't that more talented than this lady?" Donggong Minjiu had a doubtful look on her face. How can this be? Obviously, our talents are similar in the first place. I still want to work hard and surpass her. The people of Donggong Minjiu are all stupid. Lu Ningxuang on the side also frowned, her cold and pretty face showed a trace of solemnity. Immortal body. Lu Ningxuang herself is extremely talented, and her cultivation base is stronger than Yun Xi's. Now that Yun Xi has transformed into a fairy body, she has undergone a radical change, which puts a lot of pressure on Lu Ningxuang. Peak Master Ling Luo felt a little regretful, and muttered, "It's a pity that Xiao Yongzi is not my mother's disciple." At this time, Liu Yi thought of something, and his face changed slightly. Such a big phenomenon. I'm afraid it will attract many strong people? Ling Lufeng nodded as a matter of course and said, "That's natural, the fluctuation of the fairy body is not hidden. I am afraid that all the cultivators who cross the tribulation in Tianming have noticed this. I am afraid that many people will pay attention to Xiao Yongzi." Hearing this, Liu Yi frowned, and said seriously, "Master, this disciple wants to ask you one thing." Ling Luo Peak Master yawned, glanced at Liu Yi, and said with a smile, "You want me to defend the Wanhua sect?" Liu Yi nodded, and said, "The big formation that I set up for the Wanhua sect can only resist some Mahayana monks, and there is nothing we can do against the monks who have crossed the tribulation. Only the master can stop them." Peak Lord Ling Luo thought of something, and said with a half-smile, "You kid, you really care about little Yongzi." Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu on the side both looked at Liu Yi with something wrong, but they didn't say much. "What's the matter?" Through the matter of Ling Chuan last time, and some things in these days, Lu Ningxuang and Donggong Minjiu naturally found that their masters seemed to be very difficult. Donggong Minjiu also begged, "Master, although that woman Yun Xi has no shame and is very shameless, she is not a very bad person, just help her." Lu Ningxuang also looked at Peak Master Ling Luo. Peak Master Ling Luo stretched his waist, and said, "Even if you don't tell me, I won't let anything happen to the fairy body. As long as the fairy body grows normally, it will become a fairy, and it's not just an ordinary fairy, it's very extraordinary. Yes, dawn, even for the entire starry sky, is a good thing." Hearing this, Liu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. With his master's help, it will be stable. Then Liu Yi thought about what Peak Lord Ling Luo said, and asked with some doubts, "Why is it a good thing for the entire starry sky?" Peak Lord Ling Luo glanced sideways at Liu Yi, "Your strength is weaker than a dog's, but your curiosity is stronger than a cat's." Liu Yi? His head was full of black lines. "Why am I as weak as a dog?" Ling Luo Peak Master smiled disdainfully, and mocked, "Some dogs have the strength of an immortal, how about you?" Liu Yi. He stopped talking immediately. What the hell, is he weaker than a dog? Donggong Minjiu on the side laughed heartily, quite happy to be deflated by her senior brother. Lu Ningxuang at the side glanced at Donggong Minjiu, a trace of pity appeared in her cold eyes. "Junior sister, your strength is not as good as junior brother." Hearing this, Donggong Minjiu's laughter stopped abruptly and froze. Even his senior brother is not as good as a dog, and his own strength is not as good as his senior brother, so wouldn't he be even worse than a dog? Donggong Minjiu fell silent, and began to doubt life again. Peak Master Ling Luo stretched lazily, and said, "You guys, practice hard." After speaking, Ling Luo Peak Master disappeared in place. The three of Lui looked at each other, and went back to the cave to practice in silence. I was a little bit hurt by my master's words. 2 days later, shocking news came. The three of Zhongfan came to drink with Lui and told Lui the news. In the previous 2 nights, a shocking vision appeared in Wanhua sect. According to people who saw it with their own eyes, there were thousands of phantoms of flowers swaying in the sky of Wanhuazong at that time, with forests growing and surrounded by ancient vines, like an ancient forest, appearing in the sky. In the center of this ancient forest, there is a 9-color flower covering the sky and the sun. The petals are almost connected with the sky, and in the galaxy, it is like the master of the starry sky. It was an unimaginably magnificent vision, and the entire territory of the Wanhua sect was seen. Even, the entire eastern territory has noticed the movement. It is said that in the early morning of the next day, Duji Daneng came across the void by unknown means, and it is said that even the Duji patriarch from the holy land of Xianzong came over. Outside the Wanhua sect, there are more than a dozen terrifying old people. According to the monks who witnessed everything from a distance, the auras of these old people were extremely terrifying. Just standing there distorted the void, and the terrifying spiritual pressure even crushed the space. There are also some monks who have heard some powerful words, and the Wanhua sect has produced a fairy body. All the ancestors of Duja came for the immortal body. Everyone understands that although Lui has set up a protective array for the Wanhua sect, it will definitely not be able to stop the patriarch of the transcending tribulation realm. However, to everyone's surprise, when a group of ancestors came to the Wanhua sect, and some old people wanted to forcibly break the protective formation, the Wanhua sect seemed to be in another time and space, like a phantom. The same is true for the great formation of protecting the sect. No one who crosses the catastrophe can touch the Wanhua sect in the slightest. This frightened all the ancestors of Duja, and no one dared to make another move. They just discussed with Granny Hua of Wanhuazong outside the big formation. It is said that the ancestors of Duja offered extremely high prices one by one, wanting to take away the fairy body, but Wanhuazong declined one by one. In the end, what surprised all the monks was that after being rejected, the ancestors of Duja turned around and left without stopping. This matter has almost become an unsolved case, and all the monks are discussing what makes the monks who have crossed the tribulation so frightened that they dare not even fight again. Zhang Fan took a sip of his wine and sighed, "I heard that some people think that there are immortals hidden in Wanhuazong. They may have been attracted by the vision that day. The immortals helped Wanhuazong through this calamity." Bai Yulong was amazed again and again, and said, "I didn't expect Wanhuazong to have an immortal body. It should be fellow Taoist Yungzi?" Bai Yulong said, looked at Lui, and said with a smile, "Junior brother Lu, you stayed in the Wanhua sect for 2 months before, don't tell me you missed such a good opportunity? This matter will not be with you, does it matter?" Tai Man scratched his head, a little disbelieving, "That's an immortal body, no matter how powerful junior brother Lu is, it's impossible for him to have something to do with him, right?" Lui smiled, "I really don't know very well. If people knew that he helped Yun Xi transform into an immortal body, then he would probably be targeted by many people." Although he has been targeted by many people now. But one thing more is worse than one thing less. All three nodded. To be honest, they didn't believe that Lui could transform a mortal body into a fairy body. However, those ancestors who crossed the catastrophe are actually afraid. Could it be that there are immortals in the Wanhua sect? Zhang Fan was shocked. Lui felt strange, probably his master did it. Judging from Zhang Fan's statement, the master probably used the law for such a method. As the closest monk to the immortal, the monk who crossed the catastrophe probably also saw the effect of the law, so he was naturally frightened back. In this way, Wanhua sect would not have any problems, and Lui felt relieved. Why don't you find a chance and go find Yun Xi? See what the fairy body looks like? Lu Yi was thinking about the problem in his heart, that is, the Wanhua sect is estimated to be watched by the entire eastern region. Lu Yi thought about it, and thought it would be better to talk about it later. After Yun Xi condensed the immortal body, Qingzhou gradually calmed down, and Lu Yi also resumed a quiet cultivation life again. Another year later, outside the Baiyun sect, Lu Yi received a summons from a disciple, saying that an old friend had come to visit. Chapter 163 Negotiating Conditions with Duja Patriarch. An old friend visiting? Lu Yi looked at the disciple who was speaking in front of him, a little puzzled. The disciple who spoke looked at Lu Yi with admiration in his expression. He smiled and said, "Yes, senior brother Lu, the people from Tianlong Holy Land are here. The head teacher asked you to go there too. Sacred Land of Heavenly Dragon?" Lu Yi's eyes lit up. Could it be that the Holy Son of Heavenly Dragon has come? These days, his body training resources are not very good, only some real dragon essence blood is missing. If Heavenly Dragon Holy Land really came, that would be a good thing. Lu Yi smiled and said, "Then lead the way." Yes. The disciple led Lu Yi to the main hall of Baiyun Peak. In the main hall, Wu Qingfeng is the head teacher, and Elder Ming and a group of supreme elders are entertaining a group of monks. These monks have strong aura and blood like a sea, and they look like extremely powerful physical cultivators. Lu Yi swept his eyes and saw the heavenly dragon son whom he missed. However, he found that the atmosphere in the main hall was somewhat solemn. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows and walked into the main hall. Seeing Lu Yi coming in, Headmaster Wu Qingfeng and the elders all brightened their eyes. "Nephew Lu is here." The monks in Tianlong Holy Land also noticed Lu Yi coming in, and looked over one after another. The son of Tianlong stared at Lu Yi with sharp eyes. Lu Yi smiled and said, "Master, all the elders, as well as all the seniors and comrades of the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land. The head of Tianlong Holy Land is a tall blonde man, his aura is extremely powerful and terrifying, like an abyss. He is a monk who has crossed the realm of tribulation. In addition to him, there are 2 monks in the Mahayana realm, several young people in the Dongxi realm, and a heavenly dragon son. Needless to say, the Mahayana masters, those few Dongxi monks are all very young, they should be the arrogance of the previous generation in Tianlong Holy Land, plus this generation of Tianlong Shenzi, it can be said that the lineup is extremely strong." This made Lu Yi a little startled. With such a luxurious lineup, why did you come to Baiyunzong? When Lu Yi was puzzled, Duja Patriarch, who was the leader, nodded to Lu Yi, with a majestic expression, and praised, "The spiritual energy is like the sea, and the breath is deep, which is really extraordinary." Lu Yi cupped his hands and said, "Senior, thank you." The Duja Patriarch smiled and said, "I heard that your physical body is also very strong, but now it seems that your qi and blood are like wolf smoke, and I am afraid that you are stronger than Aotian." Aotian. Lu Yi glanced at the unconvinced Tianlong Shenzi with a stiff expression, and said with a smile, "Senior, you are too generous. Tianlong Shenzi is a talent for physical cultivation, and his physical strength is extremely strong." "Ha ha ha, the young man is so modest, he doesn't look like a physical cultivator, but rather a well-mannered formation cultivator." Duja Patriarch smiled and nodded at Lu Yi. At this time, Wu Qingfeng waved to Lu Yi, and said, "Master Nephew Lu, come here, the fellows from Heavenly Dragon Sacred Land are here today for the War of the High Clan." Hearing this, Lu Yi was taken aback, a little surprised, "For the War of the Sea Clan?" The leader Duja Patriarch said, "Now the Sea Clan is very powerful. Among the Sea Clan monks attacking the inland area, there are too many strong ones. It is difficult to fight against only the Xianzong Holy Land in Qingzhou. It requires the concerted efforts of the eastern region Zongmen. Today we came to Baiyunzong to invite the monks of Baiyunzong to join the battle." These words made Wu Qingfeng and the others look worried. The head teacher glanced at the Duja Patriarch of the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land, thought for a while, and said, "Senior, my Baiun sect's strength is low, do I need to join the battle?" Duja Patriarch glanced at Wu Qingfeng, and said calmly, "The eastern region is not the eastern region of the Holy Land of the Immortal Sect, but the eastern region of all the monks. Since the Baiun sect is the eastern region sect, it should naturally participate in the war." He slowly said, "This time not only your Baiun sect, but any sect, we have sent people to invite you to join the battle. Your Baiun sect is because of the special situation, so I came here in person." As he said that, Duja Patriarch glanced at Lu Yi, apparently because of Lu Yi. Hearing this, the head teacher exhaled slightly, and understood that, due to emotion and reason, everyone should participate in the battle, and there is no way to hide. He said, "Dare to ask Senior, how many people does our Baiun sect need?" Patriarch Duja slowly opened his mouth and said, "Your Baiun sect already has 2 Dongxiu cultivators, which can be regarded as a sect in the realm of Dongxiu. We need to send 1 Dongxiu cultivator, 10 Huashan cultivators, and 30 Yuanying cultivators." Cultivator, 300 Jindan monks participated in the battle. Hearing this, the faces of Headmaster Wu Qingfeng and the other supreme elders changed slightly. "So many?" Patriarch Tianlong shook his head slowly, and said, "To be honest, there are not many of them. You have never been to the battlefield, and I am afraid you have never seen the number of monks from the Sea clan. The number of disciples who died in battle in the Holy Land of the Immortal Sect is far more than these. In addition, the forces that were originally in the war zone and are now retreating need to send 3 times as many people as you. Moreover, joining the battlefield will not let you join in vain. As long as you make military exploits on the battlefield, our rewards are extremely rich." Hearing this, the expressions of Master Wu Qingfeng and the others softened slightly. Master Wu Qingfeng thought of something, glanced at Lu Yi, and quickly said, "The monks who will fight are chosen by us, right?" Patriarch Duja nodded, "That's natural, just make a decision within your sect." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Since seniors have come in person, we naturally have no reason to refuse. Headmaster Wu Qingfeng said with a wry smile. Patriarch Duja also nodded calmly. He naturally never thought that Bianzong would refuse. Even if there are monks who have crossed the catastrophe behind the Bianzong, they dare not refuse so blatantly. After all, the Bianzong is also a sect in the eastern region, and all the monks are contributing their efforts. Afterwards, he looked at the head teacher, then at Lu Yi, and said with a smile, "This time, besides inviting Bianzong to join the battle, there is one more thing." The head teacher Wu Qingfeng was a little puzzled. "What's the matter, Senior?" "This matter is also related to little friend Lu Yi." The Patriarch Duji looked at Lu Yi and said, "I heard that there was a turmoil in your Qingzhou before. Kill little friend Lu Yi, and then develop into a big war, is there such a thing?" These words caused Lu Yi, Wu Qingfeng, and others to change their expressions slightly. Lu Yi nodded calmly, "It is true." Patriarch Duja sighed, and said, "Today, I want to be a peacemaker and represent the Heavenly Snake sect to reconcile with Baiun sect and little friend Lu Yi." "Reconciliation?" Wu Qingfeng was a little puzzled. "What do you mean, Senior?" "That day Snake sect is a legacy of my Heavenly Dragon Sacred Land's exile in the early years. Aotian discovered this a few days ago. After discussion, we plan to reintroduce the Sky Snake sect into the sect. After that, there will be no more snake sects in Tianming Zone. I only hope that Bianzong and little friend Lu Yi can reconcile with the disciples of the Heavenly Snake sect. Of course, this matter is caused by the Heavenly Snake sect, so we will naturally punish the Heavenly Snake sect. All their monks who are above the Golden Core, they will all participate in this battle and contribute to the Eastern Territory, and they will not be able to return until they have completed a certain amount of military exploits. What do you think?" "This Wu Qingfeng and the others looked at each other. To be honest, they didn't expect a Duja ancestor to reconcile with them so politely. Wu Qingfeng smiled and said, "Since the seniors are so polite, what can we say? Although there was indeed a lot of hatred between us and the Heavenly Snake Sect, the disciples of the Heavenly Snake Sect killed many of our Outer Sect disciples, but now, the Heavenly Snake School has suffered a huge loss, so it can be regarded as being punished. The senior is personally a lobbyist, and we naturally have no reason to refuse." Wu Qingfeng looked at Lu Yi, "Nephew Lu, what do you think?" After all, Lu Yi was the previous party. Lu Yi didn't care, "I'm fine. With his current strength, even if the entire Heavenly Snake Sect goes up together, there is no threat to him. If you don't give Tianlong Holy Land face now, but have an enemy at the Holy Land level instead, there is no need." Then Lu Yi thought of something, and said with a serious expression, "But I have a request." Duja Patriarch looked at Lu Yi and said, "What request?" "A senior brother of mine who has a good relationship was killed by a disciple of the Heavenly Snake Sect during the war. I hope to avenge that senior brother." Lu Yi thought that Li Yun was killed by a disciple of the Heavenly Snake Sect, and Lu Yi hoped to comfort his spirit in the sky. Hearing this, Duji Patriarch frowned and fell silent. The strong man in Tianlong Holy Land also frowned, his face was not very good looking. Even Wu Qingfeng and the others changed their expressions slightly, and they winked at Lu Yi one after another. Duji Patriarch personally mediated, "This kid still wants to take revenge?" The Tianlong Shenzi widened his eyes and shouted, "Lu Yi! Don't go too far. Ancestor Longming is willing to be a lobbyist in person, which is already giving you a lot of face. You still want to kill the disciples of the Heavenly Snake Sect?" Lu Yi looked at Tianlong Shenzi and said with a smile, "Brother Aotian, we haven't competed for a long time, why don't we compete again?" The voice of Tianlong Shenzi stopped abruptly, and his face was ugly. Lu Yi can fight against the power of the body, and the son of Tianlong naturally knows the situation, how to fight. He widened his eyes, and said in disbelief, "If you have the ability, you don't need spiritual weapons, you don't need a raise." Lu Yi was a little silent, this guy is really cute and silly. The Heavenly Dragon Sacred Land powerhouse beside him also had an embarrassed expression on his face. Patriarch Longming glared at Saint Sun Tianlong, "Enough. If you go to the battlefield, will your enemies listen to you and limit their own strength?" After Tianlong Shenzi finished speaking, he also regretted a little, and he was also a little speechless when he heard the words of Tianlong Patriarch. Patriarch Longming took a deep look at Lu Yi, and then said, "I can agree to your request." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes widened with astonishment. Duja Patriarch actually agreed to Lu Yi's request? Wu Qingfeng and others seemed to be in a dream. This is the power to cross the realm of tribulation. The most powerful existence under the immortals, the invincible existence of Tianming. Such an existence would actually agree to Lu Yi's request? Even the monks of Tianlong Holy Land were stunned. Patriarch Longming said with a smile, "However, you have to agree to this old man's request." Lu Yi was taken aback, and asked with a smile, "What is the invitation of the senior?" "As long as the junior can do it, he must do it." Patriarch Longming slowly said, "Use your pure physical cultivation state to fight against Aotian. I am very curious about how strong your physical cultivation state is." Hearing this, Lu Yi felt a little strange. "That's it? Just like Long Aotian, he can hit 100 with one hand." Originally, Lu Yi thought that Patriarch Longming would force others to make things difficult for him, but it seems that he did not. When Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief, Tianlong Shenzi's eyes lit up, with a fighting spirit, and he stared at Lu Yi, his eyes were full of provocation. He said coldly, "If it's only about physical cultivation, I, Long Aotian, will not be weaker than anyone in my life. Lu Yi, you must not be my opponent. Today I will let you taste the bitter fruit of failure." Liu Yi smiled, "Brother Aotian, you said this last time, but the result seems to be different from what you said." Son of Heavenly Dragon froze. His eyes were red with anger, and he said coldly, "This time, I will definitely win." While speaking, a terrifying aura escaped from Tianlong Shenzi's body, monstrous blood energy surged out, and real dragon patterns emerged on the surface of his body, turning into dragon-scale battle armor. Tianlong Shenzi is like a standing young dragon, escaping with terrifying coercion. The faces of Wu Qingfeng and other powerhouses all changed, and even Elder Ming had an extremely dignified expression. Son of Heavenly Dragon is only in the realm of transforming gods, but Elder Ming in the realm of Dongxue feels a little hard to match. Liu Yi smiled, "In that case, let's go to heaven, don't destroy our sect's things, or I will ask you to pay for it." Tianlong Shenzi's face turned black, and he was very angry. Is this because he can't afford it? Liu Yi turned into a streamer and disappeared in place, and the Son of Heavenly Dragon followed silently. In the sky, Liu Yi stood in the air, with the strong wind blowing, his black hair fluttering, his magic robe fluttering, and his delicate and handsome face with a smile on his face. He looked at the Tianlong Shenzi who followed him, and said to himself in his heart, "I want to defeat Son of Heavenly Dragon." Task: defeat Tianlong Shenzi. Reward: 100 drops of true dragon blood. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Liu Yi was startled, and then showed a happy smile. The quest reward for the Son of Heavenly Dragon who has broken through to the realm of transforming gods is a bit high. He actually has 100 drops of real dragon essence blood. This is enough for him to practice for a period of time and increase his physical strength again. Seeing Liu Yi's face full of smiles, Tianlong Shenzi's expression was cold. "I hope you can still laugh later." Liu Yi smiled, "Whether you can laugh or not, you will find out later." The Son of Heavenly Dragon snorted coldly, and stepped forward, like a golden young dragon, rushing towards Liu Yi, his right hand stretched out, the real dragon patterns intertwined, turning his hand into a huge dragon claw. With terrifying fluctuations, the dragon claw twisted and oscillated the surrounding space, and slapped Liu Yi on the head. The surge of spiritual power enveloped the entire Baiyun sect, causing the monks in the Baiyun sect to be alarmed and rushed out. What's going on? Is there an enemy attack? Impossible, right? Brother Liu has set up such a powerful sect protecting array in the sect. Who is so fearless of death and dares to attack our Baiyun sect? Look at the sky. That's... Only then did many monks see Liu Yi and Son of Heavenly Dragon in the sky. The dragon claws of Tianlong Shenzi made all the monks jump in fear. Even the Supreme Elder in the realm of transforming gods could not block such an attack, let alone others. However, in the eyes of the monks, the attack was devastating. When approaching Liu Yi just raised his hand and easily caught the huge dragon claw. Boom! Liu Yi's slender palm collided with the huge dragon claw, and the air wave formed a storm, and the space twisted and surged, spreading in all directions. Liu Yi's body was still standing in the air, without even moving. This made all the monks stare wide-eyed. Especially the monks in Tianlong Holy Land all looked stunned. How is it possible? Aotian has been able to condense a complete true dragon pattern, and his combat power is comparable to that of a strong man in the cave realm. The dragon claw hand is his favorite method. How could he not be able to shake Liu Yi at all? A Mahayana power from the heavenly dragon Holy Land exclaimed, "Unbelievable! I heard before that Liu Yi's physical body is extremely strong, and his physical cultivation level is not low. Now it seems that this is true. His physical strength is probably stronger than Aotian." Another Mahayana power frowned. But what Aotian cultivated is the immortal scripture of 9 changes of heaven and dragon. Where did Liu Yi's inheritance come from? How could it be comparable to the immortal scripture? There was a lot of discussion. Patriarch Longming looked at Liu Yi and Tianlong Shenzi calmly. Although his expression was calm, his eyes were also full of surprise. He looked at the thunder pattern slowly emerging on Luyi's skin, and said, Luyi Xiaohu's body training method is not as good as Tianlong's 9 transformations, but his mastery is too high, far surpassing Ao Tian's mastery of Tianlong's 9 transformations. How can it be so high? This exercise seems to be for Luyi Xiaohu tailor-made the general. As a cultivator who crossed the catastrophe, Patriarch Longming naturally had extremely high eyesight, and he could see part of the root of the immortal thunder dragon art at a glance. A flash of inspiration flashed in Patriarch Longming's mind, and he thought of a certain possibility, with an unbelievable expression on his face. Could it be? No, this is impossible. Patriarch Longming shook his head and whispered to himself. Old ancestor, what do you mean is impossible? A Mahayana expert looked at Ancestor Longming and asked. Ancestor Longming stared at Luyi, who had a calm expression of thunder patterns all over his body, and said in disbelief, the body training method practiced by little friend Luyi seems to be tailor-made. It seems like yes, the exercises he created are mediocre. What? All the monks in Tianlong Holy Land widened their eyes and exclaimed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Although Luyi is extremely strong and talented, he is only in the realm of transforming gods. How could he create such a skill? That's true. Even if this exercise is not as good as the 9 changes of Heavenly Dragon in our Heavenly Dragon Holy Land, it is not comparable to ordinary body training exercises. It is by no means inferior to the body training exercises in the state of fusion. How could it be created by a monk who transforms the gods? Of all Mahayana great powers, as well as Tianjiao in the realm of Dongxiu, although their eyesight is not as good as that of Patriarch Longming, they are naturally not weak, and they all disbelieve. If it is really what Patriarch Longming thought, it would be too shocking. In the realm of transforming gods, he has created a body training technique that is at the lowest possible level of body integration. What is this concept? It is not an exaggeration to say that the immortal king who proved the Tao with the flesh is reincarnated. I don't believe it. Son of Heavenly Dragon roared angrily when he saw that Luyi had easily blocked his proud technique with one hand. With anger in his eyes, he shouted in a low voice, Tianlong transformation. As the real dragon pattern circulated, the body of Tianlong Shenzi suddenly made a crackling sound, and his body swelled to a height of more than 3 meters, and a terrifying aura escaped from his body. Tianlong Shenzi used his whole card, which is stronger. Luyi smiled slightly, and there were also true dragon patterns circulating all over his body, which were even clearer and more mysterious than the true dragon patterns of the Son of Heavenly Dragon. What? True Dragon Dao pattern? All the cultivators in Heavenly Dragon Holy Land, including Patriarch Longming, widened their eyes and exclaimed. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 164 6 Years in a Hurry. Luyi also mastered the Dao pattern of the real dragon? How is it possible? The Dao pattern of the real dragon is the natural Dao pattern of the real dragon, which represents the powerful power of the immortal level. My Heavenly Dragon Holy Land is also protected by the ancestors, so I can have the honor to see it. How did he see the real dragon's Dao pattern? How did he see it? Could it be that Luyi has also seen a real dragon somewhere? Many monks in Tianlong Holy Land were shocked. Tianlong Shenzi, who was facing Luyi, was naturally even more shocked. His eyes widened, and he stared at the flashing real dragon pattern on Luyi's body, full of disbelief. How can you master the real dragon pattern? Luyi smiled slightly. I saw the phantom of the real dragon by chance, so I wrote down this pattern. Son of Heavenly Dragon? He shouted, I don't believe it. I observe the real dragon pattern every day, and my understanding is not as good as your glimpse. Tianlong Shenzi's mentality was a little broken. He shouted angrily, and pressed his palms towards Luyi. It was the dragon claw hand again. This time the dragon claw hand was much more powerful than before. The terrible wind blew past, and the peaks in the distance were wiped away. Liu Yi was still calm, raised his hand to block the dragon's claws. Under the roar, Liu Yi still didn't move an inch. Tianlong Shenzi's face turned red, and with all his strength, he couldn't shake Liu Yi at all. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. This made Tianlong Shenzi unbelievable, impossible. There were bloodshot eyes in his eyes, and there were phantoms of real dragons all over his body. The next moment, his face turned pale, and his aura rose at an unimaginable speed. Liu Yi raised his eyebrows, feeling that something was wrong with the son of Heavenly Dragon. The improvement of his aura is like burning the source. For physical cultivation, the loss of the source is very difficult to make up for. Could it be that I broke his mentality? Liu Yi felt weird and stepped forward, and the next moment, he punched Tianlong Shenzi in the abdomen. Boom! The strength of the punch passed through the body, and the white clouds with a radius of hundreds of kilometers were scattered by Liu Yi's fist, and the sky was blue. Tianlong Shenzi received such a heavy blow, he coughed up a mouthful of blood on the spot, and flew out backwards. The blood in his body was shaken, and this Liu Yi directly punched the burning source. Liu Yi smiled and said, "Brother Aotian, we are just competing, why should we work so hard? Below is the ancestor Deja of Tianlong Holy Land. Liu Yi is really worried that the son of Tianlong is working so hard. If he is abolished, the bosses below will mess with him. Although there is a master, but one more thing is worse than one less thing. Liu Yi is not a person who likes trouble." At this time, the monks of the Tianlong Holy Land below also noticed this. Patriarch Longming came in front of Tianlong Shenzi, his face changed slightly, and he probed into the situation of Tianlong Shenzi's body. Seeing that his original source was consumed very little, he was relieved immediately. Patriarch Longming sternly shouted, "Aotian, you have let me down so much. How precious is real dragon blood, you don't understand. You plan to spend it so much." Tianlong Shenzi's face was slumped, completely different from his usual fighting attitude. If he lost to Liu Yi in other fields, Tianlong Shenzi could still find reasons, but he suffered a disastrous defeat in his best body training, which shook Tianlong Shenzi's heart. Seeing Tianlong Shenzi's dejected appearance, Patriarch Longming frowned slightly, and for a while, he shouldn't say anything. He felt a little regretful, maybe he shouldn't test Liu Yi's physical strength. Liu Yi's achievements in physical training far exceeded Patriarch Longming's imagination. Now, his own son is almost destroyed by Liu Yi. Liu Yi, who was in the distance, saw Tianlong Shenzi's decadent appearance, and felt a little panicked. If the Dao heart of Tianlong Shenzi is really broken, and Tianlong Shenzi can't continue to become stronger in the future, where can he get his physical training rewards? No. Absolutely not. Liu Yi coughed dryly, and said, "Brother Aotian, it's just one failure, why bother to be so grieved? This is not like you, I'm still waiting for you to challenge me again." "Brother! Don't do that! Cheer up!" Liu Yi looked at the decadent Tianlong Shenzi and shouted in his heart. The son of Heavenly Dragon, who is only in the realm of transforming gods, can get 100 drops of real dragon essence blood once he is defeated, so what happens when he breaks through to the realm of cave void? What about breaking through to the fusion, Mahayana, or even the realm of crossing the catastrophe? If Tianlong Shenzi is really abolished, Liu Yi will feel this wave of blood loss. I knew I was a little lighter. Liu Yi was full of remorse. Hearing Liu Yi's words, Tianlong Shenzi shook his body slightly, looked up at Liu Yi, his expression was very complicated, and he said with a hint of self-mockery, "Liu Yi, you don't pretend to be a good person, you are so powerful, why bother to compete with me? I'm afraid I'm not your single enemy." Liu Yi suddenly looked serious, and said, "You can't say that, the so-called threesome must have my teacher, even if you are not as strong as me, Brother Aotian, but you also have strengths that I don't have. I have many real dragon patterns. My understanding is only improved when I compete with you. I have gained a lot from competing with you, and you are a worthy opponent for me. If you sink like this, it would be a bit too disappointing for me. If you sink like this, what about my mission rewards? Lu Yi's expression was very sincere, for fear that Son of Heavenly Dragon would not believe his words. Hearing Lu Yi's words, not only the Son of Heavenly Dragon, but even Patriarch Longming beside him were taken aback. Ancestor Longming looked at Lu Yi, who was dressed in fluttering white and had a light temperament. His expression changed slightly for a moment, and then he admired, "There must be my teacher when three people walk together. You have the spirit of an immortal before you become an immortal. Little friend Lu Yi is really good. A man of great admiration." Ancestor Longming looked at Shenzi Tianlong, and patted him on the shoulder slightly. "You lost to little friend Lu Yi, Ao Tian, you are not wronged." Tianlong Shenzi's expression also improved a little, and his eyes gradually lost their light. He looked at Lu Yi and said, "Lu Yi, do you really think I'm worth fighting for you?" Lu Yi nodded seriously, "Of course it is true. If you have time, Brother Aotian can come to Bianzong to compete with me from time to time. I welcome it very much." Hearing this, Tianlong Shenzi's eyes brightened again, and he stared at Lu Yi, full of fighting spirit. "Lu Yi, this time I'm going to the battlefield of the Sea Clan. After going through life and death, I will definitely undergo a big transformation. Time, you and I will fight again." Lu Yi saw that Tianlong Shenzi's Dao heart seemed to be stabilized, and felt very relieved in his heart. He nodded repeatedly and smiled all over his face. "Okay, Brother Aotian is welcome to come to me anytime." Patriarch Longming heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Son of Heavenly Dragon had recovered. Then he thought of something, and looked at Lu Yi with a very complicated expression. "Little friend Lu Yi, did you create your own body training technique?" Ancestor Longming was extremely curious about this question and had no choice but to ask. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "That's true, every time you break through, you will attract thunder to quench your body, and by chance, you have seen the phantom of a real dragon, and this junior has a feeling, and created this door." Physical exercise. Patriarch Longming, Son of Heavenly Dragon. Both of them were silent. Such a powerful body training method was actually created by a monk in the realm of transforming gods. Lu Yi sighed inwardly, and said, "It's a pity that this technique is still much worse than the immortal scriptures in the holy land of the seniors, and the juniors still need to continue to improve." Patriarch Longming's scalp became numb when he heard this, and he said stiffly, "Little friend Lu Yi is really bold, at such an age, with such a cultivation level, he actually wants to create the immortal scripture. Hehe, this old man is really old." Tianlong Shenzi on the side once again noticed the gap between him and Lu Yi, which was far bigger than he imagined. The three of them returned to Baiun Peak, and the monks in Tianlong Holy Land all looked at Tianlong Shenzi with concerned expressions. Ancestor Longming smiled and said, "It's okay, after this battle, Aotian must have new achievements after breaking through." Patriarch Longming is very satisfied with the current state of Tianlong Shenzi. Hearing this, all the monks in the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land breathed a sigh of relief. Not only them, but even Headmaster Wu Qingfeng and others were relieved. If the Holy Son of Tianlong Holy Land had a problem with Bianzong, he didn't know what kind of thunderous anger Tianlong Holy Land would unleash, and Bianzong couldn't stop it at that time. Tianlong Shenzi is fine, which is naturally the result of everyone's happiness. Patriarch Longming thought for a moment, looked at Lu Yi, and said with a smile, "Everyone says that little friend Lu Yi is a double cultivator of sword formation, and both of them are extraordinary talents, but they don't know that little friend Lu Yi's physical talent is even more astonishing. But if you are in the realm of transforming gods, you can create such a body training method. With your body training talent, if you join my Heavenly Dragon Holy Land, comprehend the Tianlong 9 Changes Immortal Sutra, and integrate the essence of the Immortal Sutra with your Kung Fu, maybe it can speed up your creation of skills. How about little friend Liu Yi? The smiles of Wu Qingfeng and the Bianzong elders gradually disappeared. Their expressions were stiff, and their hearts were very angry. What the hell, in their own sect, digging out their own sect's Tianjiao evildoer, is this still human? If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was the ancestor of Dujia, Wu Qingfeng and others would have the desire to kill people. Liu Yi smiled and declined, "Thank you for your kindness, senior, but I still hope to stay in Bianzong." Hearing this, Patriarch Longming sighed slightly, sensing the indifference of Wu Qingfeng and the others, he stopped talking. If it wasn't for the great power to cross the tribulation hidden in the Biun sect, which made Patriarch Longming feel apprehensive, he might consider taking Liu Yi away forcibly, but now, it is naturally inconvenient for him to do so. Since little friend Liu Yi has his own plans, the old man will not say any more. Today's matter is over, and Bai Yunzong will send strong men to fight at that time. In addition, the murderer, I will personally go to the heavenly snake Zhongguo asked. Hearing this, Liu Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and showed a smile, "Thank you, senior." After all, Li Yun and him were also friends who had been drinking. Liu Yi avenged him, so he must be able to rest in peace. Afterwards, the monks from Tianlong Holy Land left, and Liu Yi also bid farewell to Wu Qingfeng and others, and returned to his cave to continue his cultivation. Only half a month later, Liu Yi deduced a large formation. In the sky of Lingluo Peak, dense formations suddenly appeared. The formations filled the sky, covering half of the Biun sect. The terrifying pressure of the formations shocked the entire Biun sect. Liu Yi is the only one in the entire Biun sect who possesses such an array realm, and everyone is talking about it, guessing what kind of profound array realm Liu Yi is comprehending. This pattern lasted for a whole day, so Lingluo Peak Master couldn't take a good rest. After the formation patterns disappeared, Peak Master Lingluo went to Liu Yi's cave, and practiced snapping his fingers on Liu Yi's forehead, until Liu Yi clutched his forehead and cried tears of pain. "Master, what are you doing?" Liu Yi was very dissatisfied. He didn't do anything, and his master was going to beat him, thinking he was shameless. Liu Yi secretly recorded this revenge in his small notebook, and when his cultivation level surpassed that of his master, he must avenge his forehead. Lingluo Peak Master was also very angry, and said, "There is such a big commotion in the cultivation formation that I can't take a good rest as a teacher. Do you think I should be angry as a teacher?" "Yes, yes, yes. I was wrong. It's my disciple's fault." Liu Yi was so angry that he was beaten into a trick, so he could only write down this grudge first. Peak Lord Lingluo snorted coldly, and then let Liu Yi go. Liu Yi smiled and said, "Since Master just came over, why don't you give a lecture by the way?" Peak Lord Lingluo's expression became stiff all of a sudden. After another month, Liu Yi made another breakthrough, and his cultivation level had risen to the 7th level of God Transformation, which was no longer far from the peak of God Transformation. And these days, Liu Yi would drink and talk with his familiar brothers and sisters from time to time, talk about what happened outside, and get a general understanding of the outside situation. A few months ago, the coalition forces against the Sea Clan began to invite monks from the eastern region to participate in the Sea Clan war. Each sect has envoys sent by the coalition forces, and sects with different strengths naturally have different numbers of people participating in the battle. As for casual cultivators, there are also many who are attracted to join the battle because their military exploits can be exchanged for cultivation resources. Not to mention other prefectures, in Qingzhou, even the Wanhua sect and Hanyu Valley in Fengshan were invited to participate in the war, and foreign forces needed more monks to participate in the war. The Yuan Yang sect who had a grudge against Liu Yi, the Qin family and the Mahayana ancestors of Wangchuang were all dragged to the battlefield. Originally, there was a Mahayana sect named Li Yanzong who was unwilling to participate, and even drove the envoy out of the sect's territory. As a result, the next day, Duja Patriarch personally came and subdued the Mahayana Patriarch of Lianzong. Forcibly dragged all the disciples of Raging Flame sect, including the Qi cultivation realm, to the battlefield, and killed those who refused to accept it. Such a thunderous method made all the sect forces terrified, and it was just like this that no one had ever dared to obey. Bianzong also sent monks to join the battle. The monks in the realm of the whole were Lu Jinyang's uncle, and there were many monks who had absorbed the gods from Taixinmen and Heihufeng. Still treating everyone equally, 1/3 of the cultivators from the three sects went to each other, in order to stabilize people's hearts, so that there would be no difference between Taixinmen and Heihufeng. The original Huashan elders of Baiyun sect included Qiling and several other old men and women that Luyi had met. As for nascent soul and golden core cultivators, naturally more people went there. Zhongfan, Bai Yulong, and Timan may be born warmongers. As soon as they heard that the rewards for military exploits were extremely generous, after discussing with them, they decided to go to the battlefield to make meritorious service and obtain resources for cultivation. Because the three of Zhongfan went out to practice for more than 10 years, and after they came back, they all mastered the artistic conception, and they are very famous in the entire Baiyun sect. Such actions have also made many geniuses in the Baiyun sect who are confident in their own strength follow suit. Including Xie Tianming, Nangang Moyu and other talents in the nascent soul realm are still some distance away from the transformation god realm. They all watched Luyi improve step by step and surpass them, so they naturally felt a sense of crisis at the moment. All of them wanted to go to the Sea Clan battlefield to obtain more resources and quickly break through to the realm of transforming gods. Among these people, many are Ling Lufeng's senior brothers and sisters, and they have a good relationship with Luyi, and they have all sparred together. Naturally, Luyi was also a little worried about these monks. He had obtained a lot of magical treasures, medicines, natural materials and earthly treasures from his previous missions. The pills and other life-saving items were distributed to these brothers and sisters one by one. The battlefield is dangerous and not easy, Luyi can only do his best to give them some help. To avoid a situation similar to senior brother Li Yun from happening again. When Lu Zhenyang led a group of Baiyun sect disciples to set off, the entire sect monks were sending them off. Luyi, Lu Ningxuang, and Donggong Minjia were no exception. Even the master who usually sleepy came out. Wu Qingfeng and others stood at the front, looking at the disciples of the Baiyun sect who disappeared into the sky with complicated expressions. Wu Qingfeng sighed, and said, "The battlefield of the Sea Clan is extremely dangerous. Uncle Lu and his party went there, and I don't know how many disciples of the Baiyun sect could not come back. I can only hope they come back safely." Everyone is silent. Everyone knows that the battlefield is a meat-grinding ground, and life and death may be just a moment, and human life is beyond one's control. Luyi was also in a complicated mood. He understood that maybe some senior brothers and sisters would never see each other again in this life. After bidding farewell to the expedition team, Bai Yunzong was still as calm as ever. But the chaos in Qingzhou has calmed down. Among the foreign forces, the strong ones were basically dragged to the battlefield. After all, they originally belonged to the area occupied by the Sea tribe. After repeated setbacks in the battle with the Sea clan, the coalition forces naturally acted fiercely and would not give more opportunities to foreign forces. The remaining monks did not pose a great threat to the local sects in Qingzhou, even the Wanhua sect and Hanyu Valley have lifted the state of closing the mountain. Qingzhou also gradually recovered its calm, but this calm was not stable. All the monks are paying attention to the situation on the battlefield of the Sea clan. This time, the allied forces of the eastern region are not weak. If the Sea clan cannot be driven out of the eastern region, then maybe next time, all the monks will have to defend the Sea clan. In Baiyun sect, Luyi was still practicing steadily. This time, Luyi did not go for the conscription. In fact, even if Luyi wanted to go, Wu Qingfeng and others would not let Luyi go. This is too dangerous. No matter how powerful Luyi is, he can resist monks in the state of integration and escape from Mahayana monks, but the ancestor who may appear on the battlefield at any time is still a sharp sword above his head. Lui is expected to soar in the future, and Bianzong may become the holy land of Xianzong. Master Wu Qingfeng and other high-level officials will naturally not allow Lui to go to such a dangerous area. In this way, another 6 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Lui broke through to the 10th level of the God Transformation, and released the task of breaking through the 11th level of the God Transformation. Change first and then change. Chapter 165 Goodbye Jian Ruyu. Task. Breakthrough to the 11th layer of Huashan. Reward, Avenue Essence 1 piece. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Obviously, this is also the same task reward as the previous Qi of the Dao. However, the essence of the Dao should be much stronger than the Dao Beiyu in the nascent soul realm. Thinking about it, this should be the essence of the Dao. Lui naturally accepted the mission, looking forward to the mission reward. After breaking through to the 10th floor of Huashan, Lui planned to give himself 2 days off to rest. Lui left the cave, went to the location of Yuanyang tree and Yuanyin tree, and used the power of nature and spiritual milk to nourish the ancient trees. It has to be said that with Lui's spiritual milk cultivation that completely ignores consumption, coupled with the occasional use of natural force to spawn, the growth of the ancient Yuanyang tree and the ancient Yuanyin tree is better than he thought. The current height is about 5 meters, the trunk is thick and long, and the branches are luxuriant. Every leaf of the Yuanyang tree is shining with golden and red streamers. The Yuanyin tree is pitch black, and every leaf has wisps of cold black mist surging, exuding the Tao of Yin. With the growth of the ancient tree, the Yin and Yang Dao accumulation was much stronger than before, and even began to spread, gradually radiating to the entire Ling Luo peak. The senior brothers and sisters below all noticed Ling Lufeng's abnormality, and were very curious about what happened above. However, Peak Master Ling Luo didn't like others to disturb her cultivation, even the elders didn't dare to come up. Only Elder Wu Qingfeng and a few supreme elders noticed something strange here and came to investigate. After learning about the Yuanyang tree and Yuanyin tree, even the head teacher Wu Qingfeng and the elders were a little jealous. Such an ancient tree containing Dao Yun can be said to be a priceless treasure, but it is a pity that it is in Ling Luo Peak. However, according to Lui, Dao Yun is constantly spreading with the normality of the ancient tree, which makes Wu Qingfeng and the elders want to guard the ancient tree every day, hoping that the ancient tree will grow up quickly. In this case, the Yin and Yang Dao aggregates will spread to the entire Baiyun sect, and the disciples of the entire Baiyun sect will have great opportunities. Lui remained calm about this. After all, there are even more precious ancient Rakshasa trees planted in his cave. Over the past few decades, the ancient Rakshasa tree has only grown a little taller, not as tall as Lui's. However, with the growth of the ancient Rakshasa tree, the aura it exhaled became more intense, and Lui's cave was almost comparable to the aura concentration of the Excalibur sect. The Divine Sword sect is the holy land of the Immortal Sect, and the sect of the Divine Sword sect is naturally a blessed place. This is because the ancient Rakshasa tree has not yet grown up. If it grows up, the concentration of spiritual energy will probably be even higher. After nourishing the Yuanyang tree and Yuanyin tree, Lui went to the peak again and took a bath. The senior sisters and the junior sisters are all practicing in closed doors, not to mention the master, who basically sleeps every day. Lui suspects that the master's exercises require sleep to practice. At the top of Ling Luo Peak, Lui took a bath alone, and Lui couldn't hear the sound of water in the room next to him, so he always felt that it was a little bit meaningless. After soaking all night, Lui was refreshed, and he went down the mountain, and he came to Fangxi. Every time Lui is free, he always visits Fangxi. After all, cultivation is hard, and every day when I retreat alone, I always feel a little quiet, and people may become withdrawn and out of the way. Walking among the disciples in Fangxi, Lui can feel the human touch, which makes Lui feel that he is a human being, with more temperature. Of course, Lui is also very concerned about the war of the High Clan. After all, the High Clan is not far from Qingzhou now. If the war continues to approach, the flames of war will spread to Qingzhou sooner or later. At that time, Qingzhou will be the front line, and Bianzong will naturally be unable to alone. Lui can also prepare in advance. Fortunately, after the Allied forces began to invite monks to resist the Qi clan, the number of strong men in the eastern region Allied forces increased sharply. For a while, they successfully contained the Qi clan's offensive. For 6 years, the battlefield has remained stable and never turned to the inland area. Go one step further. Lui sat drinking in the Magnolia Pavilion, and there were many monks beside him, but none of them looked at Lui. Lui used the Thousand Changes technique, and his appearance turned into an ordinary Jindan disciple. Have you heard? After the Tianlong Shenzi retreated, his strength has improved a lot. He even killed 6 cave monks of the Qi clan, and even attracted the pursuit of the Fit Power, and he ran away in the end. Hiss! Tianlong Shenzi has become stronger again. These days, he has become stronger so fast. It must have been provoked by senior brother Lu. Think about it, the coercion of the son of Heavenly Dragon was so terrifying in the shocking battle 6 years ago, it was like a real dragon coming to the world, facing senior brother Lui. He had no power to resist, that is, the tenacity of Tianlong Shenzi. For ordinary people, I am afraid that he would have been beaten to the point of collapse. Yet, at least he is the one who dares to fight in front of senior brother Lui, and his talent is naturally extraordinary. Our senior brother Lui is a fairy-like figure. Perhaps in a few days, the son of Heavenly Dragon will break through to the realm of the void. It should be so. The unknown Feng of the Taiwang Sword Sect also went to the battlefield half a year ago. I heard that his strength has also improved a lot. He has cultivated the Taiwang Sword Sutra to an extremely high level. When the Emperor's sword will come out, the family bowed their heads. It is said that he faced dozens of Qi clan monks who were in the realm of transforming gods, and killed them all. He even killed a monk from the Qi clan who was in the realm of Dongxiu. Wang Qifeng of the Divine Sword Sect is not weak either. It is said that he has also cultivated the Divine Sword Sutra to a high level, and even practiced the secret art of killing and cutting, the divine sword suppressing heaven. Clan monks. At that time, many people saw this scene. Holy Sun Tai has already entered the Dao formation. I think it is stronger. You will not be impressed by the Battle of Baihu Valley 3 months ago, right? If Sun Tai hadn't set up a peerless formation earlier, based on the human monks at that time, it might not be possible. Being able to hold back so many Qi clans, in that battle, the Tai transformation formation of the son of Tai trapped a general of the Qi clan who was close to the state of fusion. One person said. The other Outer Sect disciples nodded and sighed, yes, formation repair is simply a killing machine on such a battlefield. I heard that the son of Tai has already been on the must-kill list of the High Clan, far surpassing him in the ranking. Other Tianjiao figures in the eastern region are even close to the elder monks. So, senior brother Lu is also a cultivator of the Taoist formation, and even the holy son of Tai has such a terrifying effect. If senior brother Lu goes, I'm afraid there is hope to kill the combined power of the Qi clan, right? A disciple of Outer Sect's eyes sparkled, opened the mouth. That's right. There are as many Tianjiao in the eastern region as stars, and there may be a few rounds of bright moons among them, but they are much worse than senior brother Lu. The light of senior brother Lu is like the sun, which is enough to completely suppress the light of other Tianjiao monsters. A Outer Sect disciple was very excited and admired Lu very much. The disciples beside him also nodded repeatedly. These disciples are all monks in the Foundation establishment realm. They come to Yulanxian to improve the food occasionally. They are all disciples who have only entered the inner sect in recent years. According to their seniority, they are Luyi's juniors. Some are even Tianjiao figures, enough to join a more powerful sect, just for Luyi's reputation. Luyi's performance these years, in the eyes of the young people in the entire eastern region, is like a myth. I don't know how many newborn calves regard Luyi as their idol. It's a pity, the teachers are definitely not willing to let senior brother Lu take risks. Some disciples sighed, feeling a little regretful. Yet, it's too dangerous there after all, Tianjiao is more likely to be targeted. Didn't Lin Tianxing of the Holy Land of the One die in battle? What a pity! A monk said. Hearing this, the smile on Luyi's face froze, a little shocked. Lin Tianxing and Luyi still remember that when they passed on the relics of the Immortal Sword Sect, they went to the last ancient temple with the Tai Shenzi and his party. He should be the pride of the previous generation, with a gentle smile and a very kind man. Luyi had a good impression of him. Unexpectedly, he actually died on the battlefield? Luyi felt a little complicated for a while, and also a little embarrassed. Life is impermanent. Yet, Lin Tianxing's talent is also extremely high. Although he is slightly inferior to the son of Tai, he is not far from the realm of integration. He is also an extremely monstrous character in the Holy Land of Tai. Maybe he can become a Mahayana elder in the Holy Land of Tai and break through. There is also a glimmer of hope for the Patriarch Duja, but he died unexpectedly. A disciple lamented. However, Lin Tianxing can be regarded as the glory of death. With his own strength, he carved a shocking formation, and he just replaced the combined power of the two Sea clans, and held back the Sea clan's team going to the Moyun mountain range for 2 full days. Incredible! Yes, in the past 2 days, hundreds of thousands of monks and countless mortals have been rescued. Everyone sighed again and again. Luyi was silent for a moment, then sighed, this Lin Tianxing is a great hero. The monk who was discussing at the side also looked over and echoed again and again. So do we. If we have the strength, we must also go to the battlefield and kill the Sea clan. That's right, these sea tribes are too bullying. They don't wait for good sea areas, and they insist on competing with us for land. Seeing the righteous indignation of these young monks, Luyi smiled slightly. He slightly raised his wine glass in the direction of the Sea clan battlefield, and sighed, Brother Lin Tianxing. Seeing this, the other Outer Sect disciples also raised their wine glasses and solemnly said in that direction, Respect senior brother Lin Tianxing. Luyi then asked, Then how are the disciples of our Outer Sect? Have there been any casualties recently? Hearing this, everyone shook their heads. The casualties have not been reported yet, but thinking about it, I won't be too optimistic. However, I have heard about senior brother Zhang Fan and senior brother Xie Tianming. A disciple said. Everyone else was taken aback, and looked at the disciple who spoke in surprise. How did their news get out? The disciple who spoke said with a smile, I only heard about it from the outside world 2 days ago. It is said that when the 3 brothers Zhang Fan went to practice in the early years, they went to the east of the eastern region and were chased and killed in a mountainous area. The area is very familiar. Together with senior brother Xie Tianming, senior brother Nangang Moyu, and some Tianjiao experts, they ambushed in that area. They actually ambushed and killed several groups of Sea clan monks, and even a few of them were from the Void Realm. By hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Ha ha ha! The senior brothers and sisters of my Outer Sect are really good. Even if senior brother Lu didn't go, someone from my Bianzong senior sister can stand up. Everyone was very happy. Luyi smiled when he heard the news. It seems that all the brothers and sisters are safe for the time being, which is good news. Luyi listened to the news on the battlefield for a while. On the battlefield, it is naturally the place where heroes and strong men are most likely to appear. There are many arrogant figures from the Holy Land of Xianzong who have emerged on the battlefield. The son of Heavenly Dragon, the son of Tai, and other descendants of the great immortal sect holy lands and great cults have all shown extremely powerful strength and talent. Each of them can rebel against a strong man who is a big realm higher than himself. There are also experts hidden in the mountains and fields to suppress one side. Liu Yi sat in Yulanxian all afternoon before turning around and leaving. Leaving Yulanxian, Liu Yi strolled in Fangxi, looking at the sunset in the distance. His heart was also agitated. Many old people shined on the battlefield, and he was a little ready to move. Moreover, going to the battlefield, the task rewards may not be less. However, Liu Yi suppressed his feelings. Now that the allied forces of the eastern region have resisted the attack of the High Clan, there will be no change in a short time. If there is one more of him, it will not be able to play a key role in driving the Sea Clan back to the sea. Even without him, the allied forces of the eastern region would not have been defeated. Those Tianjiao and evildoers entered the battlefield with the main purpose of training themselves. But he doesn't need such experience. His strength has been increasing at an extremely fast speed. In terms of resources, he often competes with his seniors, and he has a lot of rewards, which is enough for him to practice hard. Liu Yi shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Then Liu Yi walked towards Lingluo Peak again, intending to continue his cultivation. When Liu Yi came outside the cave, he saw a familiar figure. It was the back of a woman dressed in white linen, carrying a jade sword, with a straight posture like a sharp sword. Liu Yi was a little weird. Senior Sister Ruyu? The woman turned around, revealing a beautiful and heroic face. It was Jian Ruyu. After seeing Liu Yi, Jian Ruyu's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Junior brother, you are finally back. I called outside your cave for a while, but no one answered. So you went out? Liu Yi also laughed. Well, I went to Fang City before, and I said, Senior Sister Ruyu, why are you here? It's been a long time since I saw you. Liu Yi hadn't seen Jian Ruyu since he came out of the Divine Sword Sect after exploring the remains of the Immortal Sword Sect. Thinking about it carefully, it has been more than 40 years now, right? Liu Yi found that Jian Ruyu's pretty face was a little softer than before, hiding a bit of sharpness. His skin was as crystal clear as white jade, and his body was like a sword, as if blending with the sword. Liu Yi was surprised to find that Jian Ruyu's aura was extremely powerful and terrifying, even reaching the realm of the void. Liu Yi was a little shocked. Originally, Jian Ruyu's cultivation should be similar to that of Lu Ningxuang. Now Lu Ningxuang has just broken through to the 13th layer of God transformation, and there is still a long way to go before the realm of Dongxiu. I didn't expect Jian Ruyu to break through so quickly. Up? In this way, among the younger generation, the one with the highest cultivation is probably the woman in front of me. No matter it is Tianlong Shenzi, Tai Shenzi, or Wang Qifeng and other Tianjiao, they are all at the stage of transforming gods. Liu Yi was surprised and said, Senior Sister Ruyu, your cultivation base has already been hollowed out? So fast. Jian Ruyu was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Liu Yi in astonishment. You actually sensed it. I used the sword heart formula in the Divine Sword Sutra to restrain my breath, and you have seen it all. You are too powerful, junior brother. Right? Liu Yi smiled. My mental power is relatively strong. Jian Ruyu complained, I originally wanted to give you a surprise, it's so boring. Liu Yi smiled and said, I'm already scared. He did get a little intimidated. Hearing this, Jian Ruyu laughed, this is still related to you, let's go in and talk about it. Jian Ruyu didn't regard herself as an outsider at all, and signaled Liu Yi to open the cave door. Liu Yi was a little surprised, is it related to me? As he opened the door of the cave, he thought about it, and then he thought of something strange, is it the sword heart fruit? Jian Ruyu squeezed Liu Yi's face with a smile, and praised, Junior brother is really smart. It's because of the sword heart fruit. Liu Yi and Jian Ruyu entered the door. Jian Ruyu sat down, said with a smile, Junior brother, hurry up and drink some wine, I've been in seclusion all these years, but I'm suffocated to death. I miss your spiritual wine and spiritual food so much. Woolen cloth. Seeing Jian Ruo's appearance, Lu Yi smiled helplessly, and took out some spiritual wine and spiritual food. Are there new spiritual food and wine? Jian Ruo took a sip of the wine with a smile, and then sighed contentedly. Lu Yi was speechless. Senior sister, can you speak now? Jian Ruo smiled and said, I was born with a sword bone, but after you gave me the sword heart fruit, you let me grow a sword heart. The sword bone and the sword heart resonate, and I have achieved the body of a sword fairy. Next, senior sister, I have become an immortal body. Immortal body. Lu Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. When he gave Yun Xi the 9-color lily of the valley, Lu Yi never thought that Yun Xi would become a fairy body. Not to mention the time when Jian Ruo was given the heart fruit before, Lu Yi had no idea about this at all. But when I think about it, although the sword heart fruit itself is not as good as the 9-color lily of the valley, it is also an extremely precious and rare treasure of heaven and earth, and it is not far behind Xianzhen. In addition, Jian Ruo is also a genius at the level of a spirit body. She is still in a holy place of swordsmanship like the divine sword sect. What she cultivates is the fairy scriptures, and what she comprehends is the sword intent. Now that she has transformed into a fairy body, Lu Yi thinks it is normal. Then Lu Yi thought of something again, his face changed slightly, a little strange. Senior sister Ruo, wouldn't there be a vision when the mortal body transforms into an immortal body? Why haven't I heard that the divine sword sect has such a huge vision? Jian Ruo wrinkled her nose, rolled her eyes at Lu Yi, and said speechlessly, Junior brother, where do you come from as the divine sword sect? With the suppression of the immortal sword, even if there is a vision, the outside world can't see it. Hearing this, Lu Yi finally understood that the reason why Yun Xi had such a huge abnormality when he transformed was mainly because the Wanhua sect itself was an ordinary sect, and it was incapable of covering up such abnormalities. Immortal bodies are too precious and important in Tianming. If the sect can really cover up the vision, I am afraid that no sect will allow the vision to spread. The Divine Sword sect is obviously a sect that has the ability to cover up visions. Lu Yi also just remembered that when Lu Yi heard Jian Jingdian's words when he was inquiring about Jian Ruo, the old head teacher was alarmed and taught Jian Ruo himself. No wonder, becoming a fairy body is naturally unusual, no wonder the old Palm Church was alarmed. Change first and then change. Thank you for the 1,500 points rewarded by the Big Brother PIN030, and the 100 points rewarded by the Big Brother 08A. Chapter 166 Breaking Through the Void Cave Realm. So, the old headmaster of the Divine Sword sect taught you personally? Lu Yi laughed. How do you know, junior brother? Jian Ruo was a little surprised. Uncle Jian told me about it when I went to Jian Villa last time. Lu Yi explained. So that's how it is. Jian Ruo was stunned, and then she smiled and said, I have to thank you, senior sister, for asking about the sect guarding formation at the Sword Villa. Although there is a divine sword monument to suppress Xiao Xiao, it can be just in case. Lu Yi smiled, it should. Then Lu Yi asked curiously, why is senior sister going out now? Jian Ruo sighed, and said, after cultivating to this level, even if it is an immortal body, the speed of cultivation has slowed down a bit. The old head teacher asked me to go to the battlefield of the Sea Clan to experience myself, so that I can break through faster. Lu Yi suddenly realized that ordinary monks need to practice and fight after all. Through the battle, they can understand their own way and understand the way forward. But Lu Yi has epiphany once a month, and his own foundation is formed by the Dao. His understanding of the Dao far exceeds that of ordinary monks, even the immortal body can't compare with him. Even if Lu Yi just practiced in closed doors, he could break through extremely fast. The battle in the Sea Clan battlefield is very fierce now. If senior sister Ruo is going, you have to be careful. Lu Yi reminded. Of course I know, my junior brother has not practiced as many times as me. Jian Ruyu pinched Lu Yi's face, rather unconvinced. Lu Yi smiled and said, "It's good that senior sister understands." Jian Ruyu looked at Lu Yi, then a gleam appeared in his eyes, and he said with a smile, "By the way, junior brother, senior sister hasn't thanked you for giving me Jiangxingguo yet." Lu Yi looked at Jian Ruyu with some doubts. "How can I thank you, senior sister?" Before Lu Yi finished speaking, Jian Ruyu grabbed Lu Yi's collar, pulled Lu Yi over, and then kissed him hard. Lu Yi? He was a little stunned. Did he count as being forced to kiss? Jian Ruyu was very aggressive. Lu Yi could feel the sweet scent coming. Jian Ruyu tried to pry his mouth open. Lu Yiren was a little numb. A forced kiss was not enough, and he even planned to take the initiative. At any rate, Lu Yi had been cultivating with Yun Xi for several months, and he was already a man, so he couldn't bear it. He directly pressed Jian Ruyu's hand, pulled her in front of her, and fought back. Jian Ruyu's eyes widened, and then he used his physical strength unconvinced, trying to suppress Lu Yi with his backhand. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. After Jian Ruyu transformed into a fairy body, his physical body was much stronger than before. Even compared to Tianlong Shenzi, I am afraid that he is stronger. You know, Jian Ruyu is a sword cultivator, and it is even stronger than the physical body of a peerless evildoer with physical cultivation, which is shocking enough. However, such power is naturally not enough when facing Lu Yi. Lu Yi grabbed Jian Ruyu's snowy little hand, pressed her hands behind her with his right hand, and stroked Jian Ruyu's waist with his left hand. Jian Ruyu's delicate body trembled slightly, then she quickly turned her head and panted, "Junior brother, no." Lu Yi stopped, and said with a smirk, "Senior sister Ruyu, this is the incident you provoked first, why do you still want to run away?" Jian Ruyu blushed on her heroic pretty face, and said, "I came with Elder Fang Tianyao. Elder Fang Tianyao was dismissed by me for a while, and he will be back soon." Lu Yi froze, and gave up in disappointment. "All right then." Seeing Lu Yi's appearance, Jian Ruyu smiled and said, "When senior sister returns from the High Clan battlefield, she will stay in Qingzhou for a while." Hearing this, Lu Yi naturally understood what Jian Ruyu meant, and his eyes lit up. "That's good. Don't let me go yet." Jian Ruyu was pulled by Lu Yi to sit on his lap at this moment, feeling something strange. Jian Ruyu glared at Lu Yi angrily. "Humph! Why is your body so strong? I thought I could suppress you. I was bullied to death by you." Lu Yi smiled. "A few days ago, Son of Heavenly Dragon competed with me in physical cultivation, but I was completely suppressed." Jian Ruyu was startled when he heard the words, and praised, "You are worthy of being a junior, you are just amazing." Lu Yi let go of Jian Ruyu. Jian Ruyu stood up, the blush on her pretty face hadn't dissipated. She drank the wine in the glass, and then said, "By the way, where is Ning Shuang? I haven't seen her for a long time, some I miss it." "Senior sister is retreating, senior sister Ruyu, didn't you go to her first?" Lu Yi was surprised. Jian Ruyu smirked and said, "If I go to her first, will I still have a chance to kiss you?" Lu Yi felt a little weird, and said in surprise, "So, senior sister Ruyu, you have planned it long ago." Jian Ruyu's pretty face blushed slightly, then she showed a smirk, and pinched Lu Yi's face like a dandy. "That's right, senior sister, I just covet junior brother's body, he he he." Lu Yi. His head was full of black lines, and he pulled Jian Ruyu over at once. Jian Ruyu's eyes widened, and he quickly shouted, "Junior brother, I was wrong." After a while, Lu Yi let go of Jian Ruyu, and the two left the cave and went to the entrance of Lu Ningshuang's cave. Jian Ruyu's pretty face at this moment has returned to calm. Lu Yi said, "Senior sister. Senior sister Ruyu is here." Not long after, the door of the cave opened, and Lu Ningshuang, who looked like a fairy from the Moon Palace, came out. Seeing her friend whom she hadn't seen for a long time, a smile appeared on Lu Ningxuang's cool and pretty face, and she walked over. Ruyu, long time no see, how are you today? Jian Ruyu was more straightforward, hugged Lu Ningxuang, and said with a smile, I have been practicing recently, how are you Ningxuang? Lu Ningxuang felt a little uncomfortable being hugged like this, especially with her younger brother watching. She broke free from Jian Ruyu's embrace, I've been practicing too. Then Lu Ningxuang felt something, her eyes widened, waves appeared in her cold eyes, and she looked at Jian Ruyu, your cultivation? Jian Ruyu smiled and said, I have broken through to the realm of the void. Hearing this, Lu Ningxuang was a little shocked, the hole is actually empty? How could it be so fast? Jian Ruyu looked at Lu Yi with some embarrassment, and said, it's all thanks to my junior brother. He gave me a sword heart fruit, which allowed me to transform into a fairy body. Lu Ningxuang? She looked at Lu Yi quietly, and said, brother? Why didn't I know about this? Lu Yi smiled a little embarrassedly, ha ha ha, it's not a big deal after all. Lu Ningxuang suddenly thought of something, and asked, could it be that Yun Xi was able to condense the immortal body, because of you, junior brother? Lu Ningxuang didn't think about this before, but now with Jian Ruyu's signature, Lu Ningxuang immediately thought of Yun Xi's sudden transformation into a fairy body, just after Lu Yi went to Wanhuazong. What? The fairy body of the Wanhua sect is also because of the younger brother. Jian Ruyu beside him also widened his eyes and looked at Lu Yi. The fact that Wanhuazong had a fairy body shocked the whole Tianming. Even Jian Ruyu, who was in retreat at the Shenjianzong, had heard of it, but Jian Ruyu never expected that the fairy body was the same as hers, and it was also created by juniors. Facing the oppressive gazes of the two, Lu Yi felt his neck a little chilly. He coughed dryly and said, I did give Yun Xi a 9-color lily of the valley. 9-color lily of the valley. Both Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu's pupils shrank, their hearts were extremely shocked. The 9-color lily of the valley that only appeared 3 times in the entire history of Tianming? Jian Ruyu exclaimed, eyes widening, such a treasure, junior brother, you actually gave it away like this? Lu Ningxuang looked at Lu Yi even more quietly. Lu Yi coughed dryly, and said, this is also obtained by chance, but it's not very useful to me, Yun Xi is the most suitable. Hearing this, both Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu fell silent. Especially Lu Ningxuang, she was under great pressure. Originally, her strength was stronger than Jian Ruyu's. Now, Jian Ruyu has transformed into a fairy body, and her cultivation has broken through to the realm of Dongxiu, which has surpassed her. And there is another Yun Xi who has also transformed into a fairy body behind and is chasing after him. Lu Ningxuang only felt that there were enemies on all sides. If this continued, her own strength might be left behind. Even Ruyu and Yun Xi couldn't match her. How could she catch up with her junior brother? Lu Ningxuang glanced at Jian Ruyu. It was obvious that there was something wrong with the way Jian Ruyu looked at her junior brother. Thinking of Yun Xi's situation, Lu Ningxuang secretly gritted her teeth, Ruyu might be the same as Yun Xi. Lu Ningxuang's heart was full of a sense of crisis, maybe she should take the initiative, in this case, at least she would be the first one. As soon as Lu Ningxuang had this idea, she was taken aback. How could she have such an idea? It's all the younger brother's fault. Seeing Lu Ningxuang's dignified expression, Lu Yi comforted him, senior sister, after a while, I'll go out to have a look. Maybe by chance, I'll get the fairy treasure that suits you, senior sister. Then senior sister will definitely be able to become an immortal body. Hearing this, Lu Ningxuang glanced at Lu Yi, and said softly, Xianzhen is extremely rare and precious, and not one plant can be produced in 1,000,000 years. Junior brother, you are lucky to have 2 in a row. How can you get them in succession? Liu Yi felt that with the improvement of his cultivation base, the mission targets he came into contact with became stronger and stronger, and it would not be too difficult to obtain other fairy treasures. Sooner or later, you will get the treasures of heaven and earth that match your senior sister. Of course, it was inconvenient for Liu Yi to tell Lu Ningxuang this, but he just smiled and said, "I think my luck is pretty good, maybe it really is?" Lu Ningxuang smiled slightly, non-committal. She looked at Jian Ruyu and asked, "Ruyu, why did you come to Bianzong?" Jian Ruyu smiled and said, "I'm planning to go to the Sea Clan battlefield for training, and I just came back to see you." Hearing this, Lu Ningxuang was taken aback for a moment, then she thought for a moment and said, "I'll go with you." Hearing this, both Liu Yi and Jian Ruyu were taken aback and their eyes widened. Liu Yi said, "Senior sister, you want to go too?" Lu Ningxuang nodded slightly, and smiled slightly. "Recently, I have been retreating, lack of crisis, lack of fighting, and a little bit stagnant in perception. I need to practice and see different scenery." If it was in the past, Lu Ningxuang would not have such thoughts. Even if her comprehension is a little stagnant now, the speed of cultivation is still faster than before. After all, Liu Yi has given too many treasures. However, with Jian Ruyu and Yun Xi's two immortal bodies now, Lu Ningxuang was under great pressure and did not allow her comprehension to slow down. Jian Ruyu's eyes lit up, and she said with a smile, "It's best if it's so natural, we'll be together, so we can have a care. It's the same as back then." Lu Ningxuang nodded slightly, "Yes." Seeing Lu Ningxuang's firm expression, Liu Yi was silent for a while. To be honest, Liu Yi was still a little worried about Lu Ningxuang. After all, her cultivation was only in the realm of transforming gods. Not to mention facing the power of transcending tribulation, even facing the power of Mahayana is extremely dangerous. The Sea Clan battlefield is also a very vicious place for senior sisters. However, Liu Yi naturally respected the choice of the senior sister. The senior sister has her own ideas, and it is impossible for him to completely impose his own ideas on her and let her act according to her own consciousness. Liu Yi thought for a while, then smiled and said, "Since Senior Sister Ruyu and Senior Sister Ruyu are planning to go to the battlefield of the Sea Clan, I have some natural treasures here, as well as some talismans, magic weapons, and pills, which are all useful to you. Take it." Hearing this, Lu Ningxuang and Jian Ruyu looked at each other, neither of them refused. The two have already made a secret promise, and there is no reason to refuse. Liu Yi took out various talismans, pills, treasures of heaven and earth, and magic weapons. These years, Liu Yi's true fire artifact refining art has not given up on cultivation, and now he can refine low-grade spirit weapons. As for the materials, Liu Yi's monthly trial tower missions, as well as various errand missions issued by the master, and occasional rewards for different treasures in the learning missions. After all, there are a lot of holes, and even the realm of fusion treasures of heaven and earth exist. Liu Yi does not lack the materials for refining low-grade spiritual weapons, and he has already refined several. Coupled with the rewards from the mission, Liu Yi selected a suitable low-grade spirit weapon and gave it to Jian Ruyu and Lu Ningxuang. Even Jian Ruyu and Lu Ningxuang were mentally prepared to see so many treasures, their eyes widened and their faces were shocked. Isn't this too much?" Jian Ruyu looked at the long moonlight sword in his hand, fondling it fondly. What Lu Ningxuang was holding in her hand was a large seal condensed by profound ice, and she was also full of love. There are a lot of good things in the space rings of the two of them, even for the current Liu Yi, some things are very good. Liu Yi smiled, "The battlefield of the Sea Clan is dangerous. If I don't give you some means to save your life, I will be very worried." Hearing Liu Yi's words, both Jian Ruyu and Lu Ningxuang felt warm and sweet. Lu Ningxuang smiled lightly, "How can these be life-saving means? Even in the face of Mahayana powers, we have hope to kill them." Jian Ruyu nodded again and again. Liu Yi smiled and said, My own safety comes first. Understood. Jian Ruyu and Lu Ningxuang looked at each other and smiled. Facing Lu Yi's concern, both of them were very happy. Not long after, a rainbow flashed across the sky and landed in front of the three of them. It was Fang Tianyao, the Excalibur sect Duja ancestor who led the team in the ruins of the Immortal Sword sect, looked at Lu Yi, then at Jian Ruyu, and finally at Lu Ningxuang, with a hint of disappointment on his face, and said, "Girl Ruyu, you sent me away, I thought you were planning to double cultivate with Kid Lu, that's it?" Faced with Fang Tianyao's incongruous words, Lu Yi's expression froze, Jian Ruyu's pretty face blushed slightly, Lu Ningxuang seemed to have discovered something, her eyes turned cold, she looked at Lu Yi immediately, then at Jian Ruyu, her eyes were full of examine. Although Lu Yi knew that Fang Tianyao was out of tune long before, but Lu Yi still had black lines all over his head. Noticing Lu Ningxuang's gaze, Lu Yi immediately said, "Senior sister, we really don't have dual cultivation." Jian Ruyu blushed slightly, and nodded slightly, "Well, no." Only then did Lu Ningxuang's expression soften a little. Seeing what Fang Tianyao wanted to say, Lu Yi quickly said, "I've seen Senior Fang." Fang Tianyao nodded to Lu Yi, and then said with a smile, "It's been a long time, I've almost reached the realm of the whole, the cultivation speed is really fast, and the strength must not be bad. It is indeed a little monster praised by the immortals." Lu Yi smiled and said, "Senior, I'm overwhelmed." Jian Ruyu also said, "Patriarch Tianyao, let's go. Ningxuang wants to go with us." Fang Tianyao glanced at Lu Ningxuang, a little surprised, but didn't say much, just nodded, "Okay." Later, Fang Tianyao glanced at the direction of Ling Luo Peak, and smiled at Lu Yi, "Say hello to your master for me." Lu Yi was taken aback for a moment, a little surprised that Fang Tianyao knew his master, but after thinking about it, Lu Yi knew that Ling Lufeng had a good relationship with the Divine Sword sect before, and his master's strength might be extremely terrifying. Strange. "Okay, Senior Fang, I will definitely tell master." Lu Yi nodded. Lu Ningxuang hesitated for a while, then stepped forward to hug Lu Yi, a blush appeared on her pretty face. Then she smiled at Lu Yi, "Junior, let's practice hard." Lu Yi didn't expect that the senior sister would actually hug him, he was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses, and said with a smile, "Well, senior sister, be careful." Lu Ningxuang nodded, and then the three of them turned into streamers and left Bianzong. Lu Yi watched Lu Guang disappear into the sky, and sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that even senior sister and Ruya would go to the High Clan battlefield. Ling Luo Peak became even more deserted. Now, there were only him, his junior sister, and his master on the peak. Lu Yi shook his head, returned to the cave, and continued to practice. It's better to break through to the Void Realm earlier. As a result, Lu Yi returned to a normal and stable cultivation state. 3 years later, Lu Yi broke through to the 11th level of God Transformation. 6 years later, Lu Yi broke through to the 12th level of God Transformation. 8 years later, Lu Yi successfully broke through to the 13th level of God Transformation. After another 15 years, Lu Yi reached the pinnacle of the 13th layer of God Transformation. At this moment, Lu Yi can break through to the Void Realm. Lu Yi sat cross-legged in the training room. The ancient Rakshasa tree on one side was made of blood jade, exuding a faint blood-colored brilliance. There was an incomparably mysterious Dao accumulation circulating, releasing an incomparably rich aura, which made the whole training room feel ecstatic. In the white mist, Lu Yi said to himself in his heart, "I want to break through to the Void Realm." Task: break through to the Void Realm. Rewards: 1 Enlightenment Tea Tree, 100 caddies of Enlightenment Tea Leaves, Top Grade Spiritual Weapon Breaking the Void, Secret Technique Small Void Technique, Specified Spell Level +3. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Change first and then change. Chapter 167. This kid is going against the sky. There are actually seeds of enlightenment tea tree? Luyi's eyes lit up, and he was pleasantly surprised. Enlightenment tea itself is very precious, even if Luyi gets a lot of rewards every time he breaks through, but as Luyi's cultivation level increases, and the time to break through the big realm increases, he is a bit stretched. With the seeds of the enlightenment tea tree, it is naturally an excellent thing that one can cultivate the enlightenment tea tree. And this time, the reward of enlightenment tea leaves was a full 100 caddies. Luyi was also very happy. With so many Dao enlightenment tea leaves, he can have a good comprehension for a while. Luyi accepted the task, and then began to practice. As the cultivation base gets higher and higher, the coercion of heaven from the bottleneck becomes stronger and stronger. At this moment, Luyi only felt that the coercion of the heavenly Dao, which broke through from the realm of transforming gods to the realm of cave void, was like the heaven and the earth pouring down on him, which was extremely terrifying. However, every time Luyi breaks through, he breaks the restriction of the three heavens, and improves his own will little by little. Even in the face of the coercion of the world collapsing, Luyi can still calmly face it. The nascent soul in Luyi's body released a terrifying aura like a tsunami. The aura flowed along the immortal sword seed, turned into indestructible sword qi, and rushed towards the bottleneck of nothingness. The roaring sound continued to resound along with the impact of the sword energy. The bottleneck from the realm of transforming gods to the realm of cave void is as solid as a rock. Luyi's indestructible sword energy contains a ray of indestructible law, and it also carries 50% of the sword domain perception. Even so, facing the bottleneck is still like a drop of water. Stubborn rock. Breaking the bottleneck is a long process. Luyi didn't have any urgent thoughts, his mentality was very stable, he absorbed the spiritual energy little by little, condensed the indestructible sword energy, and hit the bottleneck. Just like that, after more than 2 months, a slight sound shook Luyi's spirit. Luyi has broken through so many bottlenecks, so he naturally understands that this is a crack in the bottleneck. Immediately, without hesitation, Luyi took out the essence of the Dao that broke the restriction of the heavenly Dao. It was a palm-sized crystal with colorful lights flashing. Inside the crystal was an incomparably complex innate Dao pattern, exuding a mysterious Dao yun. Without saying a word, Luyi absorbed the essence of Dao into his body. Wisps of the essence of the Dao, with dense innate Dao patterns, merged into Luyi's body. Luyi's body is translucent, flashing colorful brilliance, his body is as transparent, and the bones and internal organs can be seen clearly. Luyi's bones were as crystal clear as white jade, and his internal organs were like pieces of gemstones, exuding a shining precious light. With the spread of Dao Qi, the dense innate Dao pattern imprinted on every inch of Luyi's body, and the transformation began to take place. Every time he breaks through, the Qi of the Dao brings too many changes to Luyi. It is a transformation from the inside out, from the very source. Luyi's body, as if wrapped in the avenue, changed in a direction far beyond the fairy body. That is the physique that fits the Dao. As the essence of the Dao was absorbed by Luyi, the rosy clouds in Luyi's danshan rolled over, and patches of incomparably rich rosy clouds slowly emerged around Luyi's body. Luyi charged towards the bottleneck with a strong aura of avenue. If it is a complete bottleneck, the essence of the Dao may not be able to be washed away in one go, and it will easily cause the essence of the Dao to be wasted. Now that there is a crack in the bottleneck, it is naturally difficult to resist the terrifying aura enveloping the Dao. Under the roar, Luyi only felt that his whole body was transparent, as if he had stepped into a new world. Everything is different from before. Although he is closing his eyes, he can clearly feel the pulse of the world around him, the emotions of the world, and the pulse of all things. The realm of the void is the realm of piercing the sky and the earth, turning the void into reality. The most intuitive performance of monks who have reached this level is that each of them has mastered the artistic conception. Artistic conception, as the expression of the power of heaven and earth, can be grasped by the realm of Dongxue, naturally because the realm of Dongxue can perceive the world. By perceiving the heaven and the earth and mastering the power of the heaven and the earth, monks of Dongxue gradually reach the state of harmony between heaven and earth. When a monk reaches the fusion from the cave, and then reaches the realm of the immortal Dao Mahayana, turning the artistic conception into a realm, he will initially integrate with the heaven and the earth, and initially realize the unity of heaven and man. The monks are in harmony with the heaven and the earth, realizing a kind of great freedom. Liu Yi hadn't reached the realm of Dongxue originally. Although he understood many artistic concepts and mastered many fields, he was still not a monk of Dongxue. Breaking through at this moment, Liu Yi only felt that the whole world seemed to be accepting him, embracing him, and welcoming him. Liu Yi felt the invisible chirping of the entire Baiyun Mountains and the sounds of nature in the sky, which was a kind of welcome. The nascent soul in Liu Yi's body resonated with this realm, and Dao Wo became more friendly to the Dao. Liu Yi's consciousness seemed to be swimming in a gorgeous ocean of Tao and reason. This is my perception of Dao. And in Liu Yi's spiritual sea, the golden sea of consciousness boiled and expanded, transforming from the original pond, growing larger and turning into an ocean. The central area of the ocean seems to be connected to the sky and the earth. There are pieces of golden clouds and mist flowing there, and golden thunder flashes. With the thought of Liu Yi, Yuan Shen condensed out and walked out of Liu Yi's body. At this moment, Liu Yi's primordial spirit already has a physical body, he can touch it casually, and even touch the real thing. After breaking through to the void realm, Liu Yi's spirit can even materialize, which is very mysterious. There are various strange feelings flowing in Liu Yi's heart. The ancients said that all wishes come true. If his spiritual power continues to grow stronger, he may be able to use his spiritual power to change the reality. This is a law, and it is an extremely powerful law. It's a pity that Liu Yi's spiritual power can't reach this level now. Liu Yi's primordial spirit stepped forward, turned into golden light, and entered Liu Yi's sea of consciousness again. The next moment, Liu Yi felt the coercion pouring down from the sky, and slowly opened his eyes. Breaking through the bottleneck of the whole realm, Lei Ji began to appear. This thunder calamity surpassed the previous thunder calamity that had broken through to the realm of transforming gods just because of the appearance of energy. Liu Yi stepped out and came to the sky above Baiyunzong. The original blue sky turned into a grey color. Stretching to the end of the world, I don't know how far it is. Liu Yi only felt that the whole world seemed to be watched by a supreme being, with a pair of invisible eyes staring at Liu Yi indifferently. Liu Yi stepped forward, turned into a streamer, rushed out of the range of Baiyunzong in an instant, and flew towards the desert that he broke through before. And the entire Baiyunzong monks were also alarmed. Wu Qingfeng and other strong men flew into the sky immediately. What happened? Such a terrifying coercion of heaven and earth, could it be that there is a scourge from heaven? It was the first time for the strong men joined by He Yufeng and Tai Xinmen to experience such a terrifying coercion from heaven and earth. They were all extremely shocked and their expressions were horrified. However, Headmaster Wu Qingfeng and the original strong monks of the Baiyun sect have gotten used to it at this moment, and each of them has a dazed look. Wu Qingfeng looked at the original He Yufeng, the head teacher of Tai Xinmen and the cultivator of Huashanmen, and smiled and comforted him. You don't need to worry, it must be that nephew Liu has started to cross the catastrophe. Crossing tribulation. He Yufeng and the powerful monks of Tai Xin sect looked confused. Such a terrifying coercion of heaven and earth, is it really going through a catastrophe? It must be so. Martial nephew Liu is extremely talented, and every time he crosses the catastrophe, it will cause a big commotion. Wu Qingfeng explained patiently. Hearing this, many monks looked at each other in blank dismay. However, Elder Izumo and the others, who were originally in the realm of transforming gods, showed a hint of surprise at this moment. Go and have a look. This time, I should be able to break through. I also have a hunch. As early as the last time, I felt that I was only short of the last kick. I have waited too long for Boy Lu to break through. The cultivators of Huashan were very excited and flew towards the direction where Lu Yi left. Not only the senior officials of Baiun sect, but even some disciples were extremely excited. Lu Yi's breakthrough was a great opportunity for them. But the monks who originally belonged to Heiyafeng and Taixinmen looked bewildered, unable to understand why they were so excited. Luohowever, since the others have passed, they also belong to the Baiun sect now, they also looked at each other, and also followed. On Lingluo Peak Master and Donggong Minjiu also followed. Ever since Lu Ningxuang went to the Sea Clan battlefield, Donggong Minjiu heard that Jian Ruyu had also become a fairy body, and she also felt a sense of urgency, and she was addicted to cultivation and couldn't extricate herself. If it weren't for the fact that her cultivation base is still not high, and she is still in the stage of rapid improvement, she would have wanted to go to the battlefield of the Sea Clan. Lu Yi came to an area more than 2,000 kilometers away from Bianzong before he stopped. There was a desert below, and it was a long way from the wasteland where Lu Yi broke through to the realm of the gods last time. In the sky, the dark clouds were rolling and spreading, and soon exceeded 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles. Such thunder calamity covered the sky and the sun, turning the deserted area into a dark night. This shocked the monks from Heiyafeng and Taixinmen who saw Lu Yi's breakthrough for the first time. Is this a joke? The cultivator who transformed the spirit broke through to the realm of the whole, and there are thunder clouds that are more than 300 miles away. Isn't this really the thunder tribulation that broke through to the realm of fusion? This kind of coercion from heaven is too terrifying. Even after being so far away, I feel cold all over my body and my aura is stagnant. If I am under the thunder calamity, I'm afraid I won't be able to move. Is this the thunder tribulation of the monstrous figure praised by the immortals? We ordinary people are far inferior. A group of monks sighed one after another, extremely shocked. Even Wu Qingfeng and other powerhouses who have experienced Lu Yi's god transformation thunder tribulation are still terrified when they see the thunder disaster that is still spreading. My god! It's almost 400 miles away. Is this not over? The general thunder calamity with combined power is only 300 miles away. Nephew Lu's whole thunder calamity even surpasses the general thunder calamity with combined power. It's really unimaginable. Is Nephew Lu really okay with such a thunderstorm? A group of powerful people discussed in succession. Soon, streaks of purple streamers emerged from the dark clouds, and the next moment, the roar of a heavenly dragon resounded throughout the world, and a purple dragon shadow loomed in the dark clouds. This made all the monks stare wide-eyed. That is, a real dragon. How can there be a real dragon in the dark clouds? That is a terrifying existence at the fairy level. A group of monks exclaimed again and again. At this moment, an old monster from Heiyu Peak thought of something, and said, "No, I have read it in ancient books, it seems to be a kind of alien thunder calamity. The sky thunder transformed into a beast fairy beast, kill the robbers. This is more terrifying than turning into a magic weapon." Hearing this, all the monks were stunned, and then looked at the looming dragon shadow in the sky, terrified. Heavenly thunder turned into ferocious beasts and fairy beasts. Isn't this too scary? Is there really a monk who can survive such a thunder disaster? The old man only saw a few words from an ancient book. I don't know the details. The old monster looked at Lu Yi with his cloudy eyes, and his wrinkled face was full of shock. I didn't expect that the legendary alien thunder disaster actually existed. The old man always thought that it was just an ancient myth. Hearing the old monster's words, even Wu Qingfeng and other powerhouses who were originally full of confidence showed signs of worry at this moment. Donggong Minjiu looked at Lu Yi in the distance, and said worriedly, "Master, "Brother, is there anything wrong?" Only Ling Luo Peak Master remained calm. She shook her head. How can such a mere alien thunder calamity affect this kid? Hearing the words of Peak Master Ling Luo, Donggong Minjiao calmed down, and said with a smile, "I knew that senior brother is very powerful. Hold head high." At this moment, a dragon chant resounded through the heavens and the earth. The weak monks only felt their ears buzzing. Some foundation establishment disciples even had their ears bleeding and screamed again and again. They covered their ears and almost fell from the sky. Everyone stared wide-eyed, looking in the direction of the dark cloud in horror. A giant dragon formed by the condensed thunder roared out of the dark clouds and rushed towards Luyi. The body of this giant dragon is extremely huge, stretching endlessly like a mountain range, more than 10 kilometers long. The terrifying coercion of heaven escaped from the dragon's body. It just leaned out, and the strong pressure made the ground tremble, the desert turned into scorched earth, and cracks appeared one after another. The crack was hundreds of meters wide, and it spread to the distance, and it spread for hundreds of kilometers, as if a natural disaster had come to the world, bringing destruction down. Luyi's human body is like an ant in the face of such a huge sky thunder dragon. The giant dragon condensed by thunder roared, opened its mouth, and swallowed Luyi in the sky in one gulp. This made all the monks startled and exclaimed again and again. At this moment, after Luyi was swallowed by the giant dragon, he felt that the terrifying power of thunder kept falling on Luyi's body, like a sea of thunder, drowning him. Even Luyi's body showed scorched black marks and injuries. However, the law of immortality circulated, and the injury recovered almost instantly after it appeared. Luyi was located in the Sea of Thunder, used the number of Epiphany, and began to understand the profound meaning of Tianli, the law of immortality, and the true dragon pattern. This time, the sky thunder turned into a giant dragon, which greatly inspired Luyi. His own indestructible thunder dragon art contains the power of sky thunder, the power of a real dragon, and the transformation of sky thunder into a real dragon. Coupled with the law of immortality, maybe he can use the transformation of the sky thunder as the basis, integrate the power of the sky thunder and the real dragon, and then integrate the law of immortality, change the profound meaning of the immortal thunder dragon formula, and make the immortal thunder Longju made a sublimation. As soon as such an idea came out, various mysterious Dao patterns appeared in Luyi's mind, and each pattern was continuously outlined and then annihilated. This is Luyi's deduction of the new indestructible thunder dragon art again and again, and he is also trial and error again and again. However, as Luyi has been drinking enlightenment tea, his comprehension has reached a very high level at this moment, and under the epiphany, his Tao self also revived, and the Tao voice continued to sing. Luyi's thoughts on the immortal thunder dragon art continued to improve. As time passed, a new Dao pattern emerged. This pattern is mysterious and complex, with unimaginable mysteries. It has the meaning of immortality and the meaning of destruction, also has the Dao pattern of a real dragon. This pattern flickered and disappeared, and finally turned into a stream of light, which merged into the center of Luyi's eyebrows. With a thought in Luyi's mind, the thunder patterns on the surface of his body slowly dissipated, and the thunder patterns intertwined with the real dragon patterns. Finally, a series of thunder arcs appeared on Luyi's body, and around his body, the purple dragon shadows slowly condensed and let out a sound growl. Luyi's skin is as white as jade, and there is no longer a thunder pattern, but his physical strength has increased a lot. The new indestructible thunder dragon art was born. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. An incomparably terrifying, beast-like aura emanated from Luyi's body. Ling Luo Peak Master in the distance felt the aura within Thunder Dragon, looked at Luyi with a hint of consternation in his sleepy eyes, and murmured, "This kid, every breakthrough can always bring me something surprise. Look at this aura, I'm afraid it is really possible for him to deduce the fairy scriptures. Deduce the fairy scriptures in the mortal realm, this kid, is going against the sky." Thinking of this, even Peak Master Ling Luo felt unbelievable. This is even more surprising than Luyi's mastery of a ray of indestructible law. Comprehension and deduction are two different things. It is not uncommon for people who have not become immortals to comprehend the law. But he hasn't experienced it yet, but he can deduce exercises that are higher than his own realm, and even deduce the fairy scriptures in the mortal realm, even Ling Luo Peak Master can hardly imagine. The thunder is not over yet, and all the monks are looking at the real dragon in the distance. The monks of Bianzong are looking forward to it, waiting for the mysterious light of enlightenment to appear, but the original monks of Heihufeng and Taixinmen are full of horror at this moment. For Luyi's thunder tribulation, he still couldn't believe it. At this moment, there is a hazy Daoguang condensed. Daoguang has an unbelievable color, and it is different for anyone to see. From Daoguang, every monk can realize the truth related to himself. Coming! The monks of Bianzong's eyes were shining, and they were extremely surprised. But Heihufeng and the cultivators of Taixinmen looked at Daoguang in shock. What is this? I feel that I have a new understanding of techniques and exercises. What's going on? The monks exclaimed again and again, and then they saw that the disciples of the Biun sect beside them had already entered their comprehension, and only then did they understand why these disciples were as happy as themselves when they saw Luyi's breakthrough. If Luyi had such Daoguang cohesion every time he made a breakthrough, they would be happy too. The cultivators of Heihufeng and Taixinmen didn't delay anymore, and they all fell into comprehension immediately. In the world, only Thunder Dragon is left roaring. Luyi is located in Thunder Dragon's abdomen, wrapped by Lei Hai. After condensing the new Immortal Dragon art, the Thunder Tribulation has not yet ended, and the Epiphany has not yet ended. Luyi immediately began to understand other things. Originally, he had no idea how to deduce his own Mahayana formation, but now that he was in the Thunder Dragon, Luyi had a direction. He wants to take this opportunity to deduce the Mahayana formation. Change first and then change. In the evening, there are 1,600 monthly tickets to be added. Chapter 168 Deduce the Mahayana Formation 1600 monthly ticket plus update. The direction of Luyi's deduction is to combine the transformation of the Sky Thunder with his own perception of swordsmanship, guide the Sky Thunder to turn into 10,000 swords, and kill the enemy with the power of the heavenly way. Luyi's Dao realm has become stronger after absorbing the task rewards for deducing a large formation, even surpassing Dao monks in the Mahayana realm. However, even with such attainments in formations, it is extremely difficult to deduce a large formation of Mahayana realm by oneself. If there is no flash of inspiration, even if it takes thousands of years, it may not be possible to do it. But at this moment, Luyi had enough opportunities by virtue of being in the Thunder Calamity, coupled with the state of Epiphany. Luyi was immersed in the Sea of Thunder, his eyes were outlined with formations, and the dense formations were extremely complicated, not to mention ordinary people, even low-level formation monks would be confused and fall into madness when they saw it. For monks, it may not be a good thing to get in touch with the two esoteric Dao and principles in advance, but it is easy to be attracted by the Dao, completely transform into Dao, and fall into madness. Of course, for Luyi, this is not a problem. With the continuous outline of the pattern, the densely packed formation filled Luyi's eyes, which was extremely mysterious. Time passed, after a long time. When all the monks were immersed in the Dao light and comprehended their own Taoism, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly fluctuated, and under the flow of the Dao light, formations emerged, and the formations flickered, continuously outlined, and finally condensed into a piece covering the surrounding area. A large array of hundreds of kilometers. The large formation was located under the thundercloud, flashing streamers of light. The thundercloud seemed to be attracted, and the next moment, thunderbolts flashed one after another. As if the sky thunder was out of control, it turned into a sea of thunder and slanted down. Boom boom boom. Clang clang clang. Lei Guang fell into the formation and finally turned into a long sword. There are tens of thousands of purple long swords densely packed all over the sky. Peak Master Ling Luo was naturally aware of this change at the first time. Lu Yi's Dao Guang is effective even for her, but her enlightenment state is very shallow, and the effect is not particularly good. The moment the great formation condensed, Ling Luo Peak Master opened his eyes, saw the flickering formation pattern in the sky, and after the condensed lightning sword, Ling Luo Peak Master was stunned for a moment, and then his expression became even weirder. This big formation actually used Tian Li for his own use. This kid deduced it himself? The corner of Ling Luo Peak Master's mouth twitched, looking at Lu Yi, who was still inside the Thunder Dragon, with black lines all over his head. What's the matter with this kid? Every time he crosses the catastrophe, he has an epiphany, and every time he realizes something is getting more and more outrageous. As soon as he entered the realm of the void, he deduced the Mahayana formation, which is naturally extremely difficult. Fortunately, before Lu Yi realized the new Immortal Thunder Dragon art, Ling Luo Peak Lord got used to it, so it was easier to accept it. However, the other monks were disturbed, and they were all shocked when they saw the lightning swords that filled the sky. Naturally, their vision was not as good as that of Peak Lord Ling Luo, and they didn't notice that Lu Yi had realized the new Immortal Thunder Dragon technique before, but even they had seen such a huge movement of condensing the Mahayana formation. This large formation is so terrifying. It actually led the thunder to condense into 10,000 swords. The sword light carried an extremely fierce sword intent, and it seemed to form a sword domain with the destructive artistic conception of the thunder. What kind of big formation is this? I've never heard of it before. And during the thunder calamity, how could there be a big formation? Everyone was at a loss at first, and then looked at Thunder Dragon with strange expressions. Elder Ming had a weird expression on his face, and said, could it be the big formation that Lu Boy realized? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, and was silent for a while. Then Wu Qingfeng said, Martial nephew Lu has very good luck, and he always gets some good things. This big formation is probably a profound formation that has not been recorded in ancient books, right? Hearing Wu Qingfeng's words, everyone nodded in agreement. No one thought that Lu Yi had deduced it himself. After all, it was beyond their imagination. A supreme elder originally from Heiyu Peak looked at the thunder sword in the sky with a flickering gaze. This big formation probably has the Mahayana realm, right? Even any thunder sword in it can gives me an irresistible feeling. Everyone also nodded. The powerhouses who merged Heiyu Feng and Taixinmen into Bianzong were extremely excited. As expected of fellow Daoist Lu Yi, he is extremely talented, and the realm of formations is so profound. It's just that he has just broken through to the realm of the whole, and he can actually portray the Mahayana formation. It's really shocking. It's like the reincarnation of an immortal. With fellow Daoist Lu Yi here, the Baiyun sect will surely become the holy land of the Immortal Sect. For the monks who originally belonged to Heiyu Feng and Taixinmen, losing their own sect was originally a very unwilling thing. Seeing Lu Yi's terrifying talent now, all the monks were shocked and thought it would be good to stay in Bianzong. If Lu Yi becomes an immortal, the Baiyun sect will become the holy land of the Immortal Sect. Isn't this a beautiful thing? Now staying in Bianzong, he can be regarded as a veteran. Many monks immediately felt a sense of belonging. The patterns in the sky slowly dissipated, densely packed, and the thunder sword with terrifying coercion also disappeared. Then, the Thunder Dragon, which was more than 10 kilometers long and stretched like a mountain range, suddenly let out a roar, kept shrinking, and finally converged towards the central position. Soon, Thunder Dragon turned into lightning light and submerged into Lu Yi's body, all of which were absorbed by Lu Yi. Lu Yi stood in the sky, under the thunder cloud. White clothes were better than snow, thunder flashed all over his body, his temperament was clear, his black hair shawled his shoulders, he was like an exiled immortal, and his demeanor was peerless. As the Thunder Dragon dissipated, the thunder cloud also slowly disappeared. This made Lui a little unexpected that there was only one thunder dragon that broke through to the realm of cave void. Feeling a little disenchanted, Lui sighed in his heart. As the thunder cloud dissipated, Wu Qingfeng and other experts of the Baiyun sect were overjoyed and flew to Lui to congratulate him. Every strong man is smiling. Lui's combat strength is here. When Lui breaks through to the realm of the whole, if nothing else, the power of the combined realm should not be vain. Looking at the Mahayana pattern that Lui had mastered before, perhaps Lui hoped to have a touch with the formation method and the Mahayana power. Who could not be happy that Baiyunzong has such a powerful top-notch combat power? In the current period when the Sea clan is invading and wars are raging everywhere, having one more top powerhouse like this is an extremely exciting thing for Baiyunzong. Faced with the congratulations from many powerful people, Lui was already used to it. He responded skillfully and smiled at the many monks. After Lingluo Peak Lord came over, Lui returned to Lingluo Peak with his master and junior sister. On the way, Donggong Minjiahu twittered, "Very happy, senior brother has actually broken through to the realm of cave void. In this way, he can be regarded as a strong man in the whole Tianming. If building the foundation is the beginning of the immortal way, and the nascent soul condensed Dao is the beginning of the immortal way, then the monks of Dongxiu, mastering the power of heaven and earth, and comprehending the artistic conception, even if they have made some small achievements on the road of cultivation, they can be called in the sky in the whole Tianming. Get a strong one." Lingluo Peak Master was drowsy, glanced at Donggong Minjiahu, poked her smooth forehead, and said, "What's the whole? The road of cultivation has just begun. The world in front of you is too small, how big is the whole star universe? How Dai, a monk of Dongxiu, is completely out of the ordinary." Donggong Minjiahu's forehead hurt from being poked by Lingluo Peak Master. She clutched her forehead and said speechlessly, "Humph, Master, you will make people famous. You always say these things to scare us." Lui didn't refute. After all, he had experienced the matter of the ancestor of the Blood Spirit sect. The ancestor of the Blood Spirit sect was only in the Void Realm at the beginning. When he burst out with all his strength, he was extremely terrifying, close to the great power of Mahayana. At the beginning, Lui relied on the Mahayana talisman to kill him. Throughout Tianming, throughout the ages, I am afraid that there have not been many such monstrous characters. The master said that the ancestor of the Blood Spirit sect is the pride of the Rakshasa clan, and the Rakshasa clan is an alien race with extremely strong clan power, including many immortals. Perhaps, such a proud ancestor of the Blood Spirit sect is not the only one in the Rakshasa tribe, perhaps, there are even more powerful ones. Such an existence, even Lui felt that it needed to be taken seriously. Perhaps throughout Tianming, Lui's talent was top-notch, and his fighting power was shocking. But looking at the entire universe, Lui is not sure if there is a more powerful existence. After all, Tianming is rare even for immortals, so he is considered a legendary existence. Those second generations of immortals have better resources than the holy sons and daughters of the Xianzong Holy Land, and their strength must be stronger. Thinking of this, Lui looked at Peak Master Lingluo curiously. "Master, in Xingyu, are there many Tianjiao monsters who are stronger than me?" Hearing this, Lingluo Peak Master froze, with black lines all over her head. She glanced at Lui speechlessly. Seeing Lui's serious expression, she was even more speechless in her heart. How solid this kid's own foundation is, doesn't he have a point in his heart? Looking at the entire Xingyu, it is also a rare existence. No, we can't let this kid be too arrogant, lest he swell. Peak Lord Lingluo thought about it, and then said, "That's not enough, your talent, looking at the entire star field where Tianming is, can be regarded as a relatively top existence. You don't have to belittle yourself, of course, don't be too complacent. In the entire star field, there are at least 100 people more powerful than you." Lui's pupils shrank slightly. "So many? Master knows that he possesses the law. In the entire star field, there are so many arrogances who possess the law at his level? Lu Yi felt great pressure. Peak Master Ling Luo glanced at Lu Yi, and then said, there is also the existence of immortals at birth. Lu Yi? Donggong Minjiu? Both expressions froze. Born to be a fairy? Master, are you telling a fairy tale? Donggong Minjiu looked at Ling Luo Peak Master in disbelief. Ling Luo Peak Master smiled slightly, without explaining. Lu Yi was extremely shocked. It seemed that the universe was much bigger than he thought. Born to be a fairy. You must know that all the monks in Tianming, from the moment they stepped into the gate of cultivation, set the ultimate goal of ascending to the immortal. What about others? Born as a fairy. It really echoed a saying in my previous life, the end point that you try your best to reach is just the starting point for others. Lu Yi's mood was a little complicated. But soon, Lu Yi cheered up. After all, he is also a man with golden fingers, so what if he was born in a humble background? His foundation is no worse than anyone else's. Even an immortal might not have a foundation built with the aura of the Dao, right? After all, this is something that even Master can't see through. Master can see through even laws, but even Master has never seen through Lu Yi's great foundation. Moreover, step by step, you can become a fairy, even stronger. Seeing Lu Yi and Donggong Minjiu's silence, Ling Luo Peak Master was afraid that it would hurt their self-confidence. She opened the mouth and said, it is extremely rare to be born as a fairy, and no one can be sure about the future achievements even if you are a born fairy. Hearing this, Lu Yi became more determined. Since someone can do it, he can do it too. Donggong Minjiu still didn't believe it, and muttered that her master was a liar, but Ling Lufeng was so angry that she repeatedly slapped her forehead, and her forehead was flushed red. Back at Ling Luo Peak, Lu Yi stretched his waist, and said, I'm a little tired from being struck by lightning today, and I plan to take a bath. Master and junior sister, are you going to take a bath? Okay, okay. I've been retreating recently, and I want to go too. Donggong Minjiu's eyes lit up, very happy. Ling Luo Peak Master stretched his waist, lazily said, maybe I haven't been in a bubble for a long time, let's go for a bubble. The three of them came to the top of Ling Luo Peak and entered their respective Ling Chuan rooms. After entering the Ling Chuan, Lu Yi felt as if his whole body had been washed clean, and he let out a sigh of satisfaction, it's comfortable. The voice of Ling Luo Peak Master came, Stinky boy, hurry up and bring the spirit wine and spirit food. Brother, I want it too. Lu Yi was speechless, took out the spirit wine and spirit food and threw them to the two of them. Peak Lord Ling Luo said with a dissatisfied face, why is it still Dongting wine? It's been so long, why is there no better wine? Dongting wine is a spirit wine obtained by Lu Yi. It can increase the absorption speed of spiritual energy and enhance the perception of the power of heaven and earth. It is extremely precious. However, looking at Peak Master Ling Luo, he was still a little dissatisfied. Lu Yi's head was full of black lines, and he was dissatisfied. This is the spirit wine of the state of fusion. Master, are you still not satisfied? Don't you know how rare these treasures are? The Baiyun sect did not have this level of natural treasures at all. Even if Lu Yi was doing missions, they were given random rewards, and such treasures were not often available. The spirit wine of the state of fusion is also a rare treasure for Lu Yi. This woman is still disgusted? In the past, she drank Yulan Peak Lord's Magnolia brew very happily, but it was so good. Lu Yi murmured in his heart. Peak Master Ling Luo heard the words, and said, what kind of treasures do you want? I still have 2 spirit wine recipes for the state of fusion, but I haven't got all the ingredients. The ingredients I need include Tian Lua Hua, Wan Ling Yi, Ning Yue Hua. Lu Yi reported a bunch of names, and then mocked, Master, do you have any? Peak Master Ling Luo lazily said, of course not. Lu Yi. His head was full of black lines. You still talk about me without you. Ling Lufeng said straightforwardly, I'll find you in a few days. When Lu Yi heard this, his eyes lit up. The master is extremely powerful and has a mysterious origin. It may not be impossible to quickly find all kinds of treasures. In this way, he can brew more spiritual wine. Then Lu Yi thought of something, and said, by the way, Master, I still have the spiritual food formula for the state of integration, but unfortunately there are no ingredients. Ling Luo Peak Master seemed very interested, so there is a formula for spiritual food? Tell me about the ingredients, I will get it for you as a teacher. Lu Yi's eyes sparkled, and he reported a bunch of materials. Next, he will wait for his master to get it for him. Donggong Minjiu on the side listened to the conversation between the two, but she didn't care at all. Anyway, her strength was too high to drink the spirit wine of the state of integration, and her level was too high. Soon, Donggong Minjiu was drunk, murmured and clamored to become a fairy and become an ancestor, suppressed her senior sister and Yun Xi, dominated her seniors, and made her seniors praise her every day. Peak Lord Ling Luo couldn't listen to what he said, so he sealed Donggong Minjiu casually. So, the whole world is quiet. Both Lu Yi and Ling Luo Peak Master enjoyed the tranquility, taking a bath silently, saying a word from time to time. When Lu Yi proposed to let the master give a lecture now, Ling Luo Fengzhi broke the defense on the spot, and Lu Yi only felt invisible fingers constantly flicking Lu Yi's forehead, making a clanging sound. Lu Yi clutched his forehead in severe pain and repeatedly begged for mercy, only then did master let him go. In the early morning of the next day, Ling Luo Peak Master and Lu Yi both left Ling Chuan contentedly, and when Donggong Minjiu left, her mouth puffed up, her expression was angry, and she wanted to speak harshly to her master, but when she thought of the gap between herself and her master, even Donggong Minjiu wisely chose to remain silent. Peak Lord Ling Luo returned to the bamboo house. Lu Yi pinched Donggong Minjiu's angry baby's fat face, and said, Go back. Donggong Minjiu's pretty face flushed slightly, and she still remembered the drunk talk last night. Fortunately, my sister is not here. Donggong Minjiu was suddenly a little lucky, otherwise, she felt that she would have been suppressed in the ice for a long time. Later, Donggong Minjiu thought about the fact that her senior sister was not there. The senior sister is not here, it's just her and the senior brother now. Donggong Minjiu's eyes wandered, and she glanced at Lu Yi. She'd known it before, but hadn't been able to muster up the courage. If she takes that step, she will definitely become the first true Taoist companion of her senior brother. You can do it, Donggong Minjiu. You're the best. Donggong Minjiu took a deep breath, then looked at Lu Yi firmly, senior brother. Lu Yi was taken aback, looked at Donggong Minjiu, and was a little puzzled, what's the matter? Junior sister. Seeing Lu Yi's handsome face, Donggong Minjiu blushed slightly, and looked away slightly, that, congratulations on breaking through to the realm of the whole. Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, extremely weird, pinched Donggong Minjiu's small face, congratulations? Why are you like the head teacher? Donggong Minjiu blushed, actually, I have one more thing to say. Lu Yi was taken aback for a moment, and asked in confusion, what's the matter? That's right, I want to compete with you, senior brother. Donggong Minjiu looked at Lu Yi seriously. Her heart was numb, it's over, and she didn't say anything. Hateful. If it was that woman Yun Xi, she would definitely be able to say it. That shameless woman is sure to be fine. Donggong Minjiu was full of resentment. Lu Yi didn't expect that Donggong Minjiu would want to compete with him, so Lu Yi was naturally happy. My junior sister just broke through to the realm of transforming gods a few days ago, and has also mastered the artistic conception of thunder to the realm, so the rewards for the competition are naturally not weak. Lu Yi's thunder domain at the moment even surpassed the sword domain, reaching as much as 60%, all thanks to his junior sister. Then let's go. So, Luyi took the very numb Donggong Minjiu down to the top of Lingluo Peak, and started the daily task of learning. Change first and then change. Thank you for the 5,000 points rewarded by the big brother Sito Yu, thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the book friend 20220326130222284, and thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the big brother 08A. Chapter 169 Donggong Minjiu, Sister Yungzi is my sister. After exchanging lessons with Donggong Minjiu a few times, he got a lot of spiritual essence and the reward of understanding the field of thunder. Luyi was very satisfied. During the break, Luyi saw that Donggong Minjiu hesitated to speak, and asked suspiciously, "What's the matter? Junior sister, you seem to have something on your mind?" Donggong Minjiu froze, her pretty face flushed slightly. "No, brother, you just think too much." Luyi stopped talking, and said, "I'm tired of sparring, why don't we go back to the cave to discuss the Dao?" Donggong Minjiu's eyes lit up, she nodded slightly, "Okay." The two returned to Luyi's cave, and Luyi took out the spirit wine and spirit food. Because Lu Ningxuang was not there, only Luyi and Donggong Minjiu were there, talking and chatting, talking about the Dao of Thunder system. Donggong Minjiu drank in a hurry, and soon her pretty face was flushed and her eyes were hazy with drunkenness. Luyi's head was full of black lines. "Junior sister, you can drink less." His junior sister's wine quality has never been very good, he is really afraid that this guy will go crazy after drinking. At this moment, Donggong Minjiu got up quickly, stood on the stool, stepped on the table with one foot, looked down at Luyi, put her hands on her hips and said in a very airy way, "Senior brother. This lady told you. You must belong to this lady. People. Yun Xi and senior sister, I will suppress them one by one." Luyi's head was full of black lines, and sure enough, this guy became arrogant as soon as he drank. Yes, 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 junior sister is the most powerful, junior sister is invincible." Luyi said perfunctorily speechlessly. Donggong Minjiu nodded in satisfaction, jumped off the chair, sat beside Luyi, and stared at Luyi non-stop. Luyi felt a little embarrassed even being looked at, and said speechlessly, "Junior sister, why are you looking at me like that?" Donggong Minjiu said, "Miss Ben is thinking in her heart that she must first engrave my mark on senior brother." Donggong Minjiu leaned towards Luyi with the help of Ju Jin. The smell of wine and fragrance was so strong that Luyi could only feel a soft touch on his lips. However, Donggong Minjiu was obviously inexperienced, and there was no movement in her sense of touch. Faced with such an opportunity, Luyi naturally would not let it go. He was very blunt and turned against the customer. "Junior sister, just take advantage of this opportunity, let's double cultivate." Ah. No, no. Donggong Minjiu was a little scared and struggled slightly, but how could it compare to Luyi's physical body? She was easily suppressed by Luyi. So, not long after, the sound of dragons chanting and phoenixes singing came from the cave, and the mysterious yin and yang Taoism circulated in it. 2 days later, the sound of dragons and phoenixes slowly dissipated. Luyi walked out of the bedroom where he was resting, with the same expression as before, full of unfinished thoughts. When Luyi and Yun Xi first double cultivated, Yun Xi's strength was similar to that of Donggong Minjiu now, and the physical strength of the two was not much different. However, Donggong Minjiu was not even as good as Yun Xi in terms of persistence time. God can't take it anymore. Maybe it's because my junior sister is more sensitive? Luyi felt very uncomfortable. These days, he has been cultivating with the real dragon's essence and blood that he received from Tianlong Shenzi earlier. His energy and blood are surging, and his physical strength is much stronger than before. Luyi felt that Donggong Minjiu was over before he even started. This is very uncomfortable. Lu Yi sighed quietly. It would be great if there was a chance for junior sister and Yun Xi to be together, so he should be more satisfied. At this moment, Donggong Minjia was in a coma. Lu Yi returned to the training room and began to count the harvest of the mission. Task: Junior sister Donggong Minjia falls in love with me, completed. Deduction of Mahayana array, completed. Breakthrough to the Void Realm, completed. Same as Yun Xi's situation before, after the double cultivation, the task of making his junior sister fall in love with him is considered complete. In addition, there are also the tasks of breaking through the realm of the whole and the void, as well as the task of deducing the Mahayana formation. The task rewards for making junior sisters fall in love with me are 40% of the artistic conception of thunder, the golden alchemy 1000 thunder curse, and the middle grade treasure purple thunder crown. This mission was released by Lu Yi a long time ago. At that time, Lu Yi was still weak, and the rewards seemed extremely generous at the time. But for Lu Yi now, it was very ordinary. At that time, Lu Yi thought that there was a bug in the mission, and he couldn't complete it all the time. If he knew that the premise of completing this task was the need for actual actions, Lu Yi might be able to complete this task earlier. For Lu Yi, the reward for this task is very common now. Only 40% of the artistic conception of thunder is still useful. Lu Yi absorbed the perception of the artistic conception of thunder, and felt that his field of thunder had improved a little, and the degree of improvement was almost equivalent to the intensity of sparring with his junior sister. This made Lu Yi speechless for a while. Even the improvement brought by double cultivation is greater than this. As for the golden alchemy and middle grade treasures, Lu Yi put them away. Even if they were given to his junior sister, he couldn't get them out. Lu Yi shook his head helplessly, and began to check other rewards. The task reward for deducing the Mahayana formation is to improve the perception of the formation in an innate formation pattern fragment. This time, the realization of Dao realm is far more than the reward for the perception rewards of the previous deduction of the Great Formation. Lu Yi absorbed it for several hours before completely absorbing the Dao. In order to cover the large formation, I am afraid that it will rise into the sky and alarm the entire Baiun sect. And that fragment of the innate pattern surprised Lu Yi the most. The truth between heaven and earth will condense the innate formation pattern under some kind of coincidence. The innate formation pattern contains unimaginable power. For the formation master, it is the most precious treasure. The formation master can understand the innate formation pattern, the profound meaning of the formation path, and even the innate formation pattern can assist the formation master to arrange the formation. If it is a complete innate formation pattern, it is at the level of a fairy treasure. Even a fragment of the innate formation pattern is a broken fairy treasure, even surpassing the top-grade spiritual weapon. It is extremely precious. This is the case with the innate pattern fragments rewarded by Lu Yi. Lu Yi received the task reward, and a mysterious white rune about the size of half a palm appeared in his hand. This innate formation pattern is different from the formation pattern carved by Lu Yi himself. It has a solid body and is formed by the formation pattern carved by heaven and earth, representing the power of heaven and earth. The innate formation pattern fragment in Lu Yi's hand is a fragment of the killing formation, which holds the killing power between heaven and earth. With the fragments of the innate pattern, Lu Yi realized that killing the formation would get twice the result with half the effort. Not only that, setting up the killing formation would also have an excellent effect. Coupled with Lu Yi's sky formation map, even if it is a large formation in the Mahayana realm, Lu Yi can easily arrange it successfully. Lu Yi absorbed the white rune into his danshan. The white runes are suspended around the nascent soul, circulating around the nascent soul. There are streams of avenues of air flowing on the nascent soul, and the 7 color streamers slowly merge into the white formations, making the formations flash with a faint brilliance, containing mysterious Taoism. This made Lu Yi happy. His nascent soul was completely condensed by the power of the Dao. If he nourished the fragments of the innate pattern for a long time, maybe one day the fragments of the innate pattern could be completed and turned into a complete innate formation pattern, that is a powerful treasure at the level of fairy treasure. It will be a great help for him at that time. The last is the task of breaking through to the realm of the void. The reward is a enlightenment tea tree species, 100 caddies of enlightenment tea leaves, the best spiritual weapon to break the void, the secret technique small void technique, and the level of the designated technique +3. The mission rewards for breaking through the big realm every time are quite generous, and Lui is used to this. Enlightenment tea tree species and enlightenment tea leaves, needless to say, the top grade spirit weapon breaking the sky boat. This is a top grade flying magic weapon, consumes spiritual energy, and can even shatter the void, travel through the void, and even fly in the galaxy. This is an oval, silver-colored metal airship engraved with runes. After Lui saw this introduction, his expression was a little strange. Flying through the broken void and being able to fly in the universe, isn't this a spaceship? And it was the kind of spaceship that Lui had only seen in sci-fi movies in his previous life, which could travel through wormholes. It's outrageous. However, Lui was very happy. Although such a top-grade spiritual weapon consumes a lot of spiritual energy, it can travel through the void. The speed is naturally extremely fast. Even a monk who has crossed the robbery may not be able to catch up. With this space-breaking boat, Lui felt that his safety had been greatly improved. Even if he was faced with the ancestor-level task of crossing the tribulation realm, he could still escape if he couldn't beat him. As for the secret technique small void technique, this reward also surprised Lui very much. This secret technique can actually make monks feel the power of the void, and travel through the void by themselves. It is an extremely terrifying secret technique of escape. According to the introduction of small void art, this is a secret technique involving the mysterious and profound space avenue. If you master the small void technique to the extreme, you may have hope to get a glimpse of the mystery of the space avenue and understand the law of space. And on top of the small void technique, there is also the big void technique, which is a secret technique that can only be mastered by mastering the law of space, and it can even be called a fairy technique. Based on the law of space, it is an unbelievably terrifying power to shatter the endless void in a single thought. Lui was looking forward to it, and put the training sequence of little void art at the top. He must cultivate this small void technique to the limit level and master the laws of space. Even if there is no law of space, merging into the void and traveling through the void itself are extremely powerful means of life preservation. For any monk, winning or losing is not really important, the important thing is to be able to run away and live a long time. Unless you are truly invincible, there will always be an existence stronger than you, and facing such an existence, if you can escape, then there is hope for the future, right? The final designated spell level +3, this task reward, Lui naturally plans to use it on the Dongxiu chapter of the Immortal Sword Classic. After counting all the gains, Lui heard a voice coming from outside the training room. Lui raised his eyebrows, walked out of the practice room, and saw Donggong Minjiahu sitting on a chair with a tired face. After seeing Lui, Donggong Minjiahu froze, shrinking her neck, and said with a dry smile, "Senior brother." Lui walked over with a smile, "How is junior sister resting?" Donggong Minjiahu shrank back, "Not bad." "Really? That's great, how about we continue our dual cultivation?" Lui's eyes lit up. "Fake." Donggong Minjiahu quickly responded. Lui felt a little disappointed, and sat down beside Donggong Minjiahu. "Okay then." Donggong Minjiahu was obviously relieved. Then her eyes lit up, she thought of something, and smiled triumphantly, "He he he." Seeing Donggong Minjiahu giggling, Lui asked with some doubts, "Junior sister, what's wrong with you?" Donggong Minjiahu said, "It's nothing, I'm just happy, after all, I'm the first person to become a senior brother and Taoist companion." But Donggong Minjiahu was extremely proud, this lady is the first person to become a senior brother and Taoist companion. "What Yungzi, what senior sister, they are all eating ashes behind this lady. When I see them, Miss Ben must show off. Especially Yun Xi, that shameless woman, I don't know if she will have a wonderful expression after knowing the news. Donggong Minjia was very proud. When Lu Yi heard this, his expression was a little weird for a moment. Seeing the extremely happy Donggong Minjia, Lu Yi was a little hesitant to say that Yun Xi had actually double cultivated with her before. But thinking about his junior sister's temperament, if he doesn't say anything, this guy will dare to show off to Yun Xi in a short time. Thinking of that scene, Lu Yi's scalp felt a little numb. He coughed dryly and said, "Junior sister, senior brother has something to tell you." Donggong Minjia looked at Lu Yi with a smile on her face. "What's the matter, brother?" "When I went to the Wanhua sect to set up a protective array for the Wanhua sect, I practiced with Yun Xi." Donggong Minjia. The smile on her face gradually stiffened, her mind was full of question marks, and she looked at Lu Yi in disbelief. "Brother, what did you say?" Lu Yi felt very guilty, and said, "So, the first one should be Yun Xi." Donggong Minjia was numb, as if she had turned into a grey and white stone statue. "What? Miss Ben is not the first? How can that be?" Lu Yi looked at the stiff Donggong Minjia worriedly. "Junior sister, are you all right?" Donggong Minjia came back to her senses, and she rushed forward and bit Lu Yi's arm. "Bad senior brother." He even touched that shameless woman Yun Xi first. Donggong Minjia's silver teeth bit Lu Yi's arm, and Lu Yi didn't dare to let his body instinctively tense up, lest Donggong Minjia's teeth would collapse. He grinned, and let Donggong Minjia bite out teeth marks on his hands and body. Donggong Minjia cried out angrily, and bit Lu Yi while crying, "Brother Smelly, I'll bite you to death." After biting for more than half an hour, Lu Yi's body was covered with tooth marks, and Donggong Minjia let go. It's not that she lost her temper, but because she was too tired before, and she couldn't use much strength. Donggong Minjia glared at Lu Yi angrily, and said, "I don't care. I want you to treat Yun Xi. I want more and better than her." Hearing this, Lu Yi had a strange expression. Is what junior sister said true? Of course it's true. Donggong Minjia crossed her arms and pouted her mouth, showing that she was very angry now. Lu Yi nodded, stood up, hugged Donggong Minjia, and walked towards the bedroom. Donggong Minjia froze, struggling crazily. "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Lu Yi said, "Didn't junior sister tell me how I treat Yun Xi, do you want it too?" At the beginning, Yun Xi and I had double cultivated for more than a month, so we have to come for at least 2 months? Give you double. Donggong Minjia. Her face suddenly turned white, full of horror. 2 days ago, she felt that she was almost gone. 2 months? Will die. Really die. Donggong Minjia was about to cry again, and shouted, "Brother, I don't want it anymore. I don't want to be like that shameless woman Yun Xi. That can't be done, your senior brother. I'm not the kind of person who will favor one person over another." Lu Yi was very serious. "I need a bowl of water to be level. Brother, I want to go back to practice." Donggong Minjia looked at Lu Yi pitifully, her eyes were about to drop. Lu Yi smiled brightly, and said, "Just in time, I will teach you the secret technique of double cultivation, which is very beneficial to your cultivation, and can even improve your physical body, helping you understand the way of yin and yang. By the way, you eat the yuan yang fruit and yuan yin fruit by the way." Then, Lu Yi returned to the bedroom holding Donggong Minjia who was struggling frantically. Not long after, the sound of dragons and phoenixes sounded again. After more than a day, Donggong Minjia passed out again. Lu Yi was very helpless, his junior sister was really weak. Maybe it's also because of the improvement of his cultivation, he became stronger? However, the improvement brought about by the double cultivation is not small for Lu Yi. Needless to say, the improvement in cultivation base, the yin-yang artistic conception, since Lui left the Wanhua sect, has basically seldom improved, and now it is starting to improve again. Lui was very happy. Now his yin and yang artistic conception has reached about 96%, maybe it won't be long before he can reach perfection and comprehend the yin and yang realm. Lui looked at the drowsy junior sister, thinking in his heart, maybe he should make some nourishing spiritual food and wine to supplement his junior sister. Otherwise, even if the junior sister is already a cultivator of transforming spirits, the Dragon Chant and Phoenix Cry formula is a double cultivation secret technique that is beneficial to both parties, and it is harmless to the body, but the junior sister may also be vain. Fortunately, there are really such formulas in the spirit wine and spirit food formulas obtained before. Swanyan Brew, this is a kind of spiritual wine suitable for female cultivators. It can nourish yin and nourish the face, and even achieve the effect of permanent beauty. It is a kind of spiritual wine of the void realm. Although the level is not too high, it is very suitable for junior sisters to use. Lui thought to himself, Master, senior sister and the others might like it too. After all, women must like to be beautiful all the time, nourishing yin and beautifying the skin. So Lui started practicing while Donggong Minjia was drowsy. For the next month, Lui didn't let Donggong Minjia leave the cave, and every time she recovered, the two of them would start to practice double cultivation. I have to say that the effect of dual cultivation is really good. Donggong Minjia's cultivation is several times faster than her own cultivation. But even so, Donggong Minjia was not very happy. When it was about the same time as Yungzi, Donggong Minjia's first words when she woke up were, "Brother, go find Yungzi, please." Lui was taken aback, and looked at Donggong Minjia in astonishment, looking for Yungzi? Junior sister, don't you hate Yungzi? Donggong Minjia shook her head earnestly. The double ponytails that were messed up during the double cultivation before kept shaking. Donggong Minjia said, Sister Yungzi is my sister. How could I hate her? You have been with me for so long, and you can't help it. You have to go and stay with her. You haven't seen each other for a long time, right? Change first and then change. Chapter 170, The Huge Gains Brought by Immortal Body Yungzi. Lui couldn't believe it, Junior sister, you really don't hate Yun Xi anymore? Lui thought of many ways before, but none of them made the relationship between the two of them better. He didn't expect that Donggong Minjia would call her sister Yungzi now. Lui just felt a little baffled. But he was still very happy in his heart. After all, Lui wanted everything, so naturally he didn't want their relationship to be bad, and it was best if they could become good friends and sisters. Really? I feel like I'm about to make a breakthrough. Brother, can you let me go back to retreat? Donggong Minjia shook Lui's arm and said coquettishly. Lui thought that the time for double cultivation with his junior sister was about the same as that of Yun Xi, and it was considered a one-night balance, so he nodded, if that's the case, then fine. Donggong Minjia's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, Goodbye, senior brother. She turned into a ray of thunder and disappeared into Lui's bedroom. Lui smiled as he watched Donggong Minjia leave. My junior sister is still very sensible, and finally established a good relationship with Yungzi. Lui was very pleased. After that, Lui began to practice steadily. During the double cultivation period, Lui's cultivation tasks improved very quickly, and his indestructible Sword Sutra Cave Void chapter also improved quite well. In addition, Lui's yin and yang artistic conception has reached perfection, and he is not too far away from condensing the realm. This needs to be done in the future, let the junior sister retreat for a while. For the others, Lui didn't practice much. Next, Lui plans to practice small void art first, and then upgrade the Immortal Sword Sutra to perfection. In addition, there is also the task of deducing the great formation of crossing the catastrophe, which also needs to be put on the agenda. If the tribulation formation is deduced, Lui can obtain a ray of formation law, which is of great help to Lui's strength improvement. This is a task that needs attention. After breaking through to the void realm, Lui used the Wanyan essence, and felt that his cultivation speed was not as fast as before. But the senior sister went to the battlefield of the Sea clan, and the cultivation base of the junior sister is just at the level of the god transformation, so it is difficult to obtain new training resources. Fortunately, Lui had obtained 10 pieces of 100,000 year Lingya before, which allowed him to practice for a while. It has to be said that Lingya's spiritual energy concentration is extremely high, and it can be used for cultivation at a speed far exceeding that of the 10,000 years essence. Even after reaching the realm of the void, Lui's cultivation is still improving rapidly. What's more, as Lui's skill level is getting higher and higher, the speed of practice is getting faster and faster. It's a pity that the 100,000 year spiritual jade is too little, only 10 pieces. Lui can absorb 1 piece in 2 months, and absorb all the 100,000 year spiritual jade in 2 years. At this time, Lui's cultivation base has been upgraded to the 2nd level of Dongxi realm. This is the realm of Hollow Void. 2 years to upgrade 1 level, the speed of cultivation can be regarded as extremely fast. It is a pity that there is no new spiritual jade, and the cultivation speed is a bit slow with the use of the 10,000 year spiritual marrow. And these days, Elder Ming has been retreating, it is difficult for Lui to find an opponent to compete with. In desperation, Lui thought about getting some more advanced cultivation resources without going out. Just right, I can go to the Sea clan battlefield. Judging from the intensity of the battle on the battlefield, he can get many tasks, and there should be many rewards. If he was in the realm of transforming gods, Lui didn't have this idea yet, but when he broke through to the realm of cave void, Lui's cultivation base would be greatly improved, and he also mastered the killing array of the Mahayana realm. The power of war. The most important thing is that these days, Lui mainly practiced small void art, and he has cultivated the small void art to level LV7, which allows him to travel through the void, even facing the ancestor of Duji, Lui can escape. Coupled with the void breaker, Lui has the confidence to face Duji Patriarch. As long as there were no immortals on the battlefield of the Sea clan, Lui felt that with his means, escaping would not be a big problem. Lui had an idea, so he made a decision to visit the Sea clan battlefield. If possible, it is best to go to the East China Sea area and find Misty Island. That was a mission about immortals, and Lui had always been obsessed with finding Misty Island. After making a decision, Lui went to the peak of Lingluo Peak to bid farewell to the master of Lingluo Peak. Peak Lord Lingluo was very unhappy when he heard that Lui was planning to go to the Sea clan battlefield, which meant that Lui would not be able to prepare delicious food for her in a short time. A few days ago, Lingluo Peak Master didn't know where to get all kinds of natural materials, earth treasures and beast ingredients, even many of Mahayana realm. Let Lui practice hard. It didn't take long, and Lui was leaving. Peak Master Lingluo was very angry. Fortunately, Lui took out more than half of the Swanyan wine and gave it to Lingluo Peak Master, plus various spiritual wine and food. Lingluo Peak Master was satisfied. Seeing that Peak Master Lingluo was happy, Lui took advantage of the situation and proposed to preach again. The smile on Lingluo Peak Master's face gradually disappeared, but for the sake of all kinds of spiritual wine and spiritual food, he did not refuse. After leaving Lingluo Peak, Lui went to Donggong Minjiahu's cave. Outside the cave, Lui called out, "Is junior sister there?" There was no sound from the cave mansion. Lui was very speechless. Since the last double cultivation, Donggong Minjiahu has been retreating in the cave mansion, and has not come out until now. It's been 2 years. Even if Lui called her, she would not come out. Lui had no choice but to say, "Junior sister, Senior brother is planning to go to the Sea Clan battlefield, and I'm afraid he won't be back until some time later." As soon as these words came out, it didn't take long for the Donggong Minjaihu's cave door to open. Wearing a long purple dress and ponytails, Donggong Minjaihu came out, looked at Liu Yi, and said in surprise, "Brother, are you really going to the Sea Clan battlefield? It's very dangerous over there." Liu Yi smiled and said, "After breaking through to the realm of the void, the speed of cultivation has slowed down a bit. I also plan to go to the battlefield of the Sea Clan, and maybe I will gain something." Donggong Minjaihu immediately said, "Then I also want to go with senior brother." Liu Yi stretched out his fingers and flicked her smooth and plump forehead. Donggong Minjaihu cried out in pain and covered her forehead. Liu Yi didn't know if his master had played too much on his forehead, and now he also had the habit of doing so. He said, "What are you going to do? Your cultivation base is still too weak, and you are currently in the stage of rapid improvement, just cultivate hard." Hearing this, Donggong Minjaihu opened her mouth and was about to say something else, but Liu Yi said seriously, "Brother, I came to see you because I want to say goodbye to you. Maybe we won't see each other for a long time, so we must have a farewell ceremony, right?" Donggong Minjaihu was taken aback for a moment, a little confused. "Farewell ceremony? What farewell ceremony?" With a serious face, Liu Yi hugged Donggong Minjaihu and walked towards the cave. "Of course it's double cultivation." Don't. Donggong Minjaihu was numb. She didn't want this farewell ceremony at all. The last month's double cultivation had brought a psychological shadow to Donggong Minjaihu. Every time she practiced, she felt some discomfort in her legs. Even just now, when she saw Liu Yi, she felt her legs were a little weak. It's totally an instinctive reaction. Hearing this now, Donggong Minjaihu was terrified. However, Liu Yi ignored Donggong Minjaihu's resistance, and directly took Donggong Minjaihu into the cave and closed the door of the cave. 10 days later, Liu Yi left Liu Yi's cave with some unfulfilled intentions. Donggong Minjaihu had already passed out in the cave at this moment. Liu Yi did not bid farewell to Headmaster Wu Qingfeng and the senior officials of the Baiyun sect. After all, Liu Yi's talent was astonishing. If he told them, they would probably persuade Liu Yi not to take risks, which would be very troublesome. Liu Yi didn't tell Lao Liu and his mother, lest they worry. Now both Lao Liu and his mother have very high levels of cultivation and are living a chic life, and Liu Yi doesn't want to make things difficult for them. He stepped out, turned into a streamer, and left Bianzong. Afterwards, Liu Yi used the 1,000 changes technique to transform into an ordinary-looking young man and flew towards Wanhuazong. Liu Yi planned to meet Yun Xi before leaving again. It has been a long time since Yun Xi came back from Wanhua sect. Although the Mahayana forces in the territory of Wanhuazong have already brought many strong people to the battlefield, there are still some strong people. Although Wanhuazong lifted the mountain closure, very few disciples of Wanhuazong left the Guardian sect the range of the large array. After the news of Yun Xi's transformation from the fairy body, she fell silent. After Liu Yi left the range of the Baiyun sect, he used the small void technique, the aura flowed, and he walked through the void with one step. A single movement covered a distance of thousands of kilometers, and he traveled towards the territory of the Wanhua sect at an extremely fast speed. Soon, Liu Yi came to the gate of the Wanhua sect. There is still a galaxy shrouded outside the Wanhua sect's gate, the galaxy is slanted down, the stars are shining brightly, there is a kind of dreamy beauty. Wanhuazong's guardian array is open. Liu Yi stepped in, passed through the guardian formation without a sound, and came to the valley where Yungzi Cave Mansion was located with ease. The valley this time surprised Liu Yi a little. The flowers in the valley were all flashing with mysterious light at this moment, which looked very extraordinary. These flowers seemed to have life, swaying rhythmically, in sync with the pulse of the mysterious light in the cabin at the end of the valley. At the end of the valley, there are brilliant 9-color streamers flashing, carrying extremely mysterious Dao Yun. Lu Yi was startled. These Dao Yun are the embodiment of the power of nature. These days, Lu Yi's natural domain has improved, reaching the height of the 4th floor. Even so, Lu Yi feels that the power of nature is very mysterious, even if it is higher than his domain realm. After the one who a spiritual body transformed into a fairy body, there was such a big change? Yun Xi's original natural domain was still very weak, but he didn't expect such a big improvement during this period of time. It is indeed a fairy body. Lu Yi was shocked, but then very happy. Yun Xi is his Taoist companion. The stronger she is, the same as Lu Yi. Moreover, the stronger Yun Xi is, the higher the task reward will naturally be, which is a good thing. When Lu Yi showed a smile, the door of Yungzi Cave Mansion suddenly opened, and a 9-color streamer flashed across, and came in front of Lu Yi. It was Yun Xi. At this moment, compared to before, Yun Xi's skin is crystal clear and exudes mysterious light. Compared with before, Yun Xi's originally beautiful face has more ethereal and natural temperament, just like a fairy walking among flowers. Although Yun Xi's face has not changed, but compared to before, it has a little more fairy and natural charm, which makes Yun Xi look very different from before. Yun Xi hugged Lu Yi, rubbed his face against Lu Yi's chest lightly, and said with a smile, "Lu Yi, why are you here?" Lu Yi stroked Yungzi's beautiful hair and said with a smile, "I miss you a little." Yun Xi looked up at Lu Yi, with an ethereal and pure smile, and said, "I miss you very much too. But my mother-in-law won't let me go out, for fear that the ancestor Duja will pay attention to this place." Lu Yi heard the words and nodded slightly. "Grandma is right. After you transformed into a fairy body, you are extremely talented. Many ancestors who have crossed the catastrophe will probably want to draw your attention." Lu Yi discovered that Yun Xi's cultivation had actually broken through to the realm of the cave void. Although his aura was a bit unstable, it should have just broken through, but it was still at an extremely appalling speed. Lu Yi was a little surprised. As expected of the immortal physique, it broke through to the hollow realm so quickly. Yun Xi smiled slightly and said, "It's thanks to the 9-colored lily of the valley. After absorbing the 9-colored lily of the valley, my cultivation has already reached the 10th level of God transformation. Afterwards, I used the spiritual marrow that you left me, Lu Yi, to make me finally break through now." Lu Yi was stunned, and then smiled and said, "As expected of a treasure close to Xianzhen, it's so worth it to you." Yun Xi smiled brightly, and kissed the corner of Lu Yi's mouth, and there was a lingering scent of fresh orchids. "Now I am a fairy body, if I work hard in the future, I can ascend to a fairy, and I can accompany you on the journey." An expression of yearning for happiness appeared on Yun Xi's face, and Lu Yi's heart warmed. He smiled slightly and said, "Naturally, on Xianlu, we have to walk together." Then Lu Yi asked curiously, "By the way, after the one who a spirit body transforms into a fairy body, is there anything special about it?" Yun Xi thought for a while, and said, "The physical body has become much stronger, and I am much closer to the way of nature than before. These days, I have been comprehending the power of nature and raising the field to a very strong level. You can even communicate with the flowers in the valley. Just like that, when you step into the valley, I can feel it." Lu Yi came to a sudden. No wonder Yun Xi came out as soon as Lu Yi entered the valley. Even he didn't notice the fluctuation of his consciousness, so it turned out that he was connected with Hua Hua. As expected of the immortal physique, Lu Yi felt it was very miraculous. Then Lu Yi thought of something, and said with a serious face, "So, the physical body has become much stronger. Let me see how Yungzi's body is different from before. I have to check it carefully." Saying that, Lu Yi picked up Yun Xi and flew towards her cave. There was a touch of water in Yungzi's ethereal and natural eyes. Her pretty face was slightly red. Then she hugged Lu Yi and nodded slightly. "Well, this time, I shouldn't be defeated so quickly, I can let Lu Yi you are satisfied. Yun Xi was very confident when he said this. Lu Yi is also looking forward to it. The two entered the cave, and Lu Yi hugged Yungzi, and returned to the bedroom with ease. A mysterious and complex formation enveloped the cave. In the cave mansion, there is a mysterious light flowing, and there is the sound of dragons chant and phoenix crowing. 4 days later, Yun Xi realized that he was too confident and began to beg for mercy. 6 days later, Yun Xi almost collapsed, and still passed out. When Lu Yi walked out of the room, he looked up at the void at 45 degrees, with a complicated expression on his face. Lu Yi has carefully explored Yungzi's body, and it is more charming than before, and its physical strength has also become much stronger. Although it is a little weaker than Jian Ruyu, who also has an immortal body, it is still extremely strong. Unfortunately, it is still far from satisfying Lu Yi. Lu Yi expressed his sadness. Too strong a body is sometimes an annoyance. Lu Yi silently went to the training room to receive the task reward. To Lu Yi's surprise, after he and Yun Xi double cultivated, Lu Yi's improvement was too great. The natural domain has been directly upgraded to the 5th floor. It has directly increased by 1 level. You know, this is a natural field. One double cultivation unexpectedly let Lu Yi rise to a level. This is really an exaggeration, and it can even be compared with the improvement of Lu Yi's sword domain by the Excalibur steel. It is indeed a fairy body. Not only that, Lu Yi's originally perfect yin-yang artistic conception also made a breakthrough, reaching the realm of yin-yang. The mysterious yin and yang Dao patterns circulated all over Lu Yi's body. The Dao patterns are black and white, intertwined together, one yin and one yang, one bright and one dark, carrying an indescribable mysterious Dao yun. The way of yin and yang is an extremely mysterious way. When the avenue is transformed, there is yin and yang energy. This is one of the avenues closest to the source, and it can even continue to evolve and deduce other avenues. Lu Yi was immersed in the mystery of the yin-yang Dao, and had a lot of insights. After Yun Xi transformed into a fairy body, the effect of the force of nature was much better than before, and her recovery ability was improved. It took only half a day for her to wake up. Yun Xi walked out of the room, her ethereal and beautiful face was exhausted. After seeing Lu Yi, she said seriously, Lu Yi, did you listen to my advice last time? Lu Yi was taken aback for a moment, a little puzzled. What's your opinion? Shuangziu with Sister Yun Xi and Sister Ning Shuang earlier. Yun Xi said with a serious face, if I am alone, I really can't do it, I will die. Lu Yi was a little embarrassed when he heard Yun Xi's straightforward words. He coughed dryly, and said a little embarrassedly, a few days ago, I did double cultivation with my junior sister. Hearing this, Yun Xi's eyes lit up, and he smiled, great, did Sister Minjiu say anything? Lu Yi said happily, junior sister seems to no longer resist you as before, and she still calls you Sister Yungzi, let me come to you for Shuangziu. When Lu Yi said this, he looked relieved. Yun Xi's expression suddenly became a little weird. She looked at the happy Lu Yi and asked, how long have you and Sister Minjiu's dual cultivation? About a month? What's the matter? Lu Yi was a little puzzled. Yun Xi remained expressionless and shook her head slightly, it's fine. Lu Yi suddenly thought of something, and said, by the way, Yun Xi, take a rest for a while, let's compete for a while, after you break through to the realm of the void, let me see your current strength. Hearing this, Yun Xi's eyes lit up, and she nodded with anticipation, of course. I also want to see how far there is between me and you, Lu Yi. Lu Yi said to himself full of expectation, I want to defeat Yun Xi. Task. Defeat Yungzi. Reward, 10 pieces of 100,000 year spiritual jade, improving the understanding of natural Taoism. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Change first and then change. Thank you for the reward of 1,500 points from the boss of PIN030, the 100 points of the reward from the boss of Jiangnan Rainy Season, and the 100 points of the reward from the book friend 20210731222243239. Chapter 171, Unlocking New Poses. Liu Yi's eyes lit up when he saw the task reward. Sure enough, the task reward was much higher than before. Ordinary Dongxue cultivator, even a master of swordsmanship like Elder Ming, will be rewarded only 10,000 years spiritual jade, and only one piece. As an immortal body, Yun Xi's cultivation was not even as good as Elder Ming's, but the reward was so much higher. There are a total of 10 pieces of Lingyu with 100,000 years. 10 pieces of 100,000-year-old spiritual jade, but it allowed Liu Yi to upgrade from the first floor of the cave to the second floor of the cave. With Liu Yi's foundation, breaking through would consume a lot of resources. Even so, he could still advance one level in the whole realm. One can imagine how rich the reward is. Liu Yi was very happy. Sure enough, after training Yongzi, it was indeed very effective. Yun Xi is like this, presumably the reward for senior sister Ruyu, who is also an immortal body, should not be bad, right? Liu Yi looked forward to it. It would be even better if my senior sisters and junior sisters also transformed into fairy bodies. Coincidentally, I plan to go to the Sea Clan battlefield, and there should be many tasks. At that time, I may hope to obtain the natural treasures that can transform my senior sisters and junior sisters. Liu Yi took this matter to heart. Yun Xi used the power of nature to recover, and it took several hours to get rid of his fatigue. After that, Liu Yi and Yun Xi left Yun Xi's cave. Because the monks in the whole realm are extremely destructive, and ordinary monks are like this, let alone Liu Yi and Yun Xi who are immortals. The two did not stay within the scope of Wanhuazong to compete. Otherwise, even if it is just a sparring, the Wanhua sect may be destroyed. The two quietly left the Wanhua sect's guardian formation, and came to the sky a certain distance away from the Wanhua sect. Not far above their heads, there is already an outer starry sky, the stars are shining brightly, and the void is deep and dark. There was a white cloud under their feet, and the mountains in the distance seemed extremely small. The strong wind is like a steel knife scraping the bones, slashing across the skin of Liu Yi and Yun Xi. Such a strong wind is enough to hurt ordinary Dongxue cultivators, but the physical strength of the two is extremely strong, even so strong wind still cannot hurt them. Liu Yi and Yun Xi stood opposite each other. Yun Xi had flying black hair, and her beautiful face was ethereal and pure, like a fairy walking among flowers. Liu Yi was dressed in white, with a gentle smile on his handsome face, looking at Yun Xi. Yun Xi smiled, "Liu Yi, I'm here." While speaking, strands of green light flowed around her, carrying an incomparably rich vitality. This is the power of nature and the power of life. All around Yun Xi, phantoms of flowers emerged, and the 9-colored flowers swayed slightly with a mysterious light. A sapphire lotus flower appeared above her head, and the lotus swayed, emitting streaks of blue light. There are thousands of dense blue lights, covering the sky and the sun, and the blue lights streak across the sky. Wherever they pass, the space distorts and collapses, and deep black cracks appear one after another. Liu Yi was also a little startled. After transforming into a fairy body, Yun Xi's strength has changed drastically compared to before. With such a powerful technique, ordinary Dongxue monks can't stop it at all. Yun Xi's comprehension of the way of nature has reached an extremely deep level, and the blessing effect on magic is too strong. However, it was not a problem for Liu Yi. There was a clear humming of long swords in the sky, and golden sword lights appeared out of thin air, densely packed, thousands of them. The golden sword light carried strands of mysterious sword patterns, and a sharp and tenacious sword intent escaped. With the thought of Liu Yi, all the golden sword lights shot up into the sky, facing the blue light. The sword light collided with the blue light, and the roar was endless, and tiny cracks appeared in the sky. The blue light and golden light flashed continuously, dazzling like sunlight. In an area with a radius of tens of kilometers, the entire sky is like a broken mirror, with cracks everywhere. The aftermath of the collision turned into a storm, spreading in all directions. The clouds below were swept away by the storm, and swept away, the storm swept across the ground below, and the trees in the forest were shaking slightly. The stars in the guardian formation of Wanhuazong shone brightly. This alarmed the monks of the Wanhua sect. Granny Hua and a group of Huashan elders soared into the sky, looking at the golden and blue sun in the sky with astonishment. What's going on? What happened in the sky? This is, a strong man is fighting? The aftermath of the battle in such a high altitude area can be passed down. I am afraid it is a fusion power who is doing it. Our Wanhua sect is already so low-key, why is there still a great power of fusion making trouble here? Could it be for Yungzi? Granny Hua and the Huashan elders were indignant. Not only the Wanhua sect, but the collision at the level of combined power is too terrifying. The central area is more than 10 kilometers away. The fiery light can be seen even tens of thousands of miles away, and the turbulent spiritual energy fluctuations also spread far away. Even the monks outside the Wanhua sect cast their gazes over one after another. After a collision, the sword light and blue light dissipated at the same time. Luyi's sword domain level is not as good as Yun Xi's natural domain. Logically speaking, in the same domain collision, the natural domain surpasses the sword domain. However, Luyi's foundation far surpassed Yun Xi's, and his cultivation skills far surpassed Yun Xi's. Even in the collision of the sword domain and the natural domain, he was still able to handle it with ease. Thousand flowers flying leaves art. Yun Xi gave a clear cry, and made seals with both hands. In the sea of flowers in the field, there were endless petals fluttering around. The petals were brilliant, with 9 colors, beautiful and extremely beautiful, but contained an incomparably fierce edge. Tens of thousands of densely packed petals covered the sky and enveloped Luyi. Luyi raised his eyebrows, and there were sword shadows flashing in his eyes. In the sword field, there was a deep and gloomy light condensed, and all the long swords carried the aura of life and death, just like the artistic conception of the way of sword coming from the blue sky, which made the living suffocate, let life wither. Yellow spring and blue fall. All the long swords rushed towards the petals with terrifying power of death. This is a kendo technique that Luyi has learned before. Huang Chuan Biluo, with the power of swordsmanship, goes up to Qiang Biluo and down to Huang Chuan, with a ray of life and death reincarnation power, which has unimaginable power. This kendo technique is no worse than the heavenly sword 9 cuts that Luyi used in the battle with the ancestor of the blood spirit sect. A long time ago, Luyi had already cultivated Huang Chuan Biluo to the limit level, but he never had the chance to use it. I didn't expect to use it now when I was sparring with Yun Xi. Luyi sighed a little in his heart. Yun Xi, who had transformed into a fairy body, had really extraordinary strength, and was able to force him to use spells. You know, before, Yun Xi couldn't even resist his kendo domain. Yun Xi's current strength is enough to fight even against the mighty one. Luyi was very happy in his heart. He felt a sense of accomplishment in cultivating Yungzi to the present level. In the future, he might be able to train Yun Xi to become an immortal, or an extremely powerful immortal, capable of crossing Xingyu. At that time, he didn't need to make a move anymore. Yun Xi would be enough to kill all Luyi's enemies. There are also senior sisters, and Ruyu's senior sisters. Luyi can also train them to be such strong men, and then he can practice with peace of mind. And if they were really that strong, Luyi and their quests, and the rewards of such and other quests would be so rich. Just think about it. Luyi was full of expectations. As if containing the power of life and death reincarnation, Huang Chuan Biluo collided with the petals with a deep and faint light. The ultimate level of swordsmanship in the Void Realm is naturally extremely powerful. Even though Yun Xi has transformed into an immortal body at this moment, and the natural domain is extremely profound, but the 10,000 flowers flying leaves art is still a bit meaningless. As the sword light circulated, the power of death corroded the petals one by one, and the petals turned into fly ash and dissipated. The petals that covered the sky and the sun were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yun Xi soon fell into a disadvantage. Even so, the battle between the two still carried a terrifying coercion. The entire sky was full of cracks and storms. The Wanhuazong monks below were also shocked when they saw the cracks appearing in the blue sky in the sky. The number of times they have seen the battle of being fit and powerful, they have been shocked every time. In the end, Huang Chuan Biluo sword light wiped out all the petals, and when the sword light approached Yun Xi, it slowly dissipated. Yun Xi's pretty face was slightly pale. She had used all her strength before, her spiritual energy was surging, and her consumption was extremely intense. Even so, she still couldn't stop Liu Yi's sword technique. She smiled helplessly, flew to Liu Yi, and praised, "Liu Yi, you are still so powerful. Even if I transform into a fairy body, it is still difficult to match." Liu Yi squeezed Yun Xi's small face, and said, "Yun Xi, you really surprised me. After transforming into a fairy body, your strength is much stronger than before. With ordinary combined power, there is nothing you can do about it." Hearing this, Yun Xi lit up and showed a happy smile, "So I'm already so good? Then if there is anything, I can help you too." Seeing Yun Xi's happy look, Liu Yi's heart warmed up, and then he thought of something, and said, "It's your Kung Fu, it seems that it's not strong enough, it's a little bit worse." Hearing the words, Yun Xi nodded slightly, and said, "I am practicing the 10,000 flower sex Zhenzong Kung Fu, the 10,000 flower flying leaf heart sutra, which is a Kung Fu technique in the realm of the void, and there are some secret techniques in it, but they can only be practiced to the realm of the void." Hearing this, Liu Yi was stunned. Thinking about it, Yun Xi is different from him. His technique is the Immortal Sword Sutra, which is the Immortal Sutra. As for the spells, he has various task rewards, all of which are extremely high-level spells. Even if it is the spells of the fusion state, Liu Yi has them, and there is no shortage of them in this respect. Even senior sister and junior sister have better resources than Yun Xi in this area. After all, Master is extremely mysterious and powerful, and the skills and spells given to them are probably very profound. There should be no problem with the realm of robbery. Senior sister Jian Ruyu is herself the arrogant and evildoer of the Divine Sword sect, so it goes without saying. Relatively speaking, Yungzi's conditions are the worst. Liu Yi suddenly thought of something, his eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "By the way, I have a Mahayana cultivation method Qinglian Hedaoju, which happens to be the natural way of cultivation method, very suitable for you to practice." This technique was obtained by Liu Yi a long time ago. At that time, Liu Yi had not obtained the Immortal Sword Sutra after the nascent soul realm. At that time, Liu Yi thought that if he didn't have the chance to obtain the complete version of the Immortal Sword sect, he would use Qinglian Hedaoju to overdo it. Unexpectedly, he obtained the complete exercise in the ruins of the Immortal Sword sect, and this Qinglian Hedaoju has never been used. The Dao practiced by my senior and junior sisters is not the natural way after all, and the effect of practicing this Qinglian Dao formula is not good. Now it happens to be used by Yun Xi. Hearing this, Yun Xi's eyes lit up, and she nodded with a smile, "Okay." Yun Xi has no intention of refusing, her people are all Liu Yi's, and Liu Yi can do whatever he wants. Liu Yi pointed to Yun Xi's forehead, and passed the Qinglian Hedaoju to Yun Xi with the power of spiritual consciousness. As a fairy body, Yun Xi's talent is extremely evil. Liu Yi just passed the Qinglian Hedaoju to her. When Yun Xi closed his eyes, a green lotus mark appeared between his eyebrows, and in the void behind him, there was a green lotus slowly growing. Slowly emerging, constantly swaying. Lui was a little surprised in his heart, as expected of the immortal physique. I just read it once and got started. Yun Xi opened his eyes, with surprise in his eyes, hugged Lui, and kissed him happily. This exercise is very suitable for me. If I practice to the state of returning to the true state, my strength will be greatly improved. Seeing that Yun Xi was happy, Lui also smiled. It's just as long as you are happy. Then Lui thought for a while, and said with a smile, by the way, I'll handle this exercise for you. You can pass it on to the monks of the Wanhua sect. It will definitely help Granny Hua and the others. Yun Xi was startled, and looked at Lui. Lui, is what you said true? This is a practice in the Mahayana realm, enough to create a great teaching in the Mahayana realm. Unexpectedly, Lui was willing to use it for Wanhua Zong. Lui smiled and said, the Wanhua sect is your home, so naturally I won't be stingy. In fact, Lui has already given this technique to his own sect. Unfortunately, there are not many monks in the sect who are suitable for this technique. The monks who are most suitable for Qingli and Hedaoju are those who understand the way of nature for monks. The fairies of Wanhua sect are the most suitable ones. In addition to these, many of the various skills and spells obtained by Lui from the missions were given to the head teacher, and these can be used to expand the background of Bianzong. As for the Immortal Sword Sutra, Lui did not give it to Bianzong. After all, this exercise was passed on to him by the Immortal of the Immortal Sword Sutra. It is also not good to pass this kind of practice to others casually. Of course, Lui believed that he would be able to comprehend the immortal scripture by himself in a short time, and then he would not have to worry about inheritance in this regard. With emotion in Yun Xi's ethereal eyes, he hugged Lui and said with a smile, "Thank you, Lui. What's so polite about me?" Lui rubbed Yun Xi's black hair, and then thought of something, with a wicked smile on his face. "Of course, if you want to thank me, you can't just say it with your mouth." "Thank me?" Yun Xi was taken aback, looked at Lui, and blinked. "Then how do you want me to thank you?" Lui's smile became more and more sinister. "The requests I made with you last time." Yun Xi froze, then her pretty face flushed, and she glared at Lui. "You're dead." "That kind of?" Lui said with a serious face. "You have to look like you are grateful." Yun Xi's expression was stiff, and then she nodded helplessly. "Okay then, just once." Lui smiled and nodded, "Of course." This thing, with the first time, wouldn't there be a second, third, and countless times? Lui brought Yun Xi and the two back to the White Cloud sect, and passed through the sect guarding formation without a sound, without disturbing anyone. Soon, the sound of dragon's chant and phoenix cries came out again in the cave. As for the monks of the Wanhua sect, after the two of them had finished their sparring, they were still in shock, curious as to which two combined powers were fighting. Not only the monks of the Wanhua sect, but also the monks not far away were discussing one after another, wondering if there was another Daneng who wanted to attack the Wanhua sect. No one knew that this was just a sparring between Lui and Yun Xi. A week later, Lui walked out of the bedroom. Although he was still a little bit unsatisfied, he was a little proud in his heart. He repaid his kindness and unlocked many new poses with Yungzi. After all, he is a monk with a strong physical body, so he can use many postures. Lui felt quite interesting. While Yun Xi was still in a coma, Lui received the reward for the task of sparring. Lui carefully kept the 10 pieces of 100,000 year spiritual jade. Although it may not necessarily improve his cultivation to the 3rd floor of the cave, it can also greatly improve his cultivation. Then there is the perception of the way of nature. After Lui absorbed it, his understanding of the natural realm continued to deepen amidst the visions. After absorbing it, Lui was pleasantly surprised to find that his understanding of the natural field had improved a lot. Although it is not as good as the improvement brought by double cultivation, it is still very fast. Shuangziu has to take into account Yun Xi's body, it is impossible to have it all the time, but there is no problem in the exchange of ideas, and it is sustainable. According to this speed, it may not take long for Lui to raise the natural realm to a perfect state. By then, he will only be one step away from realizing the laws of nature. Senior Sister Ruyu, who is also an immortal body, surpasses Yongzi in strength, and I am afraid that the mission rewards will be even more generous. Lui's sword domain has not been upgraded for a long time, and if Senior Sister Ruyu completes the task, the sword domain can finally be upgraded again. At that time, the sword domain can also be quickly promoted to perfection, and even understand the laws of the sword. Lui thought of what Senior Sister Ruyu said. After returning from the Sea Clan battlefield, it would be a good thing for Lui to stay in Wenjian Villa for a while. A day later, Yun Xi walked out of the bedroom. Her ethereal and pretty face was blushing. This time there were many postures in the double cultivation. Yun Xi felt embarrassed thinking about it now. Even if she was straightforward, she would be shy. She looked at Lui with resentful eyes. Even a thick-skinned person like Lui was a little embarrassed. Afterwards, Lui said, Yun Xi, I plan to go to the Sea Clan battlefield in a few days. Hearing this, Yun Xi was taken aback. Are you going to the Sea Clan battlefield? I heard that the fighting over there is very fierce now, and I'm afraid it will be a little dangerous. Lui smiled, don't you know my strength yet? There won't be any problem. These days, the speed of cultivation has slowed down a lot. I plan to experience it. In fact, after sparring with Yun Xi, Lui found a new way to obtain cultivation resources. After all, a sparring session costs 10 pieces of 100,000 year spiritual jade. Even if Lui doesn't go to the Sea Clan battlefield, he can improve quickly. But now the daily learning tasks will not reward heaven, material, and earth treasures. If Lui wants to get the fairy treasure that makes both senior sisters and junior sisters transform into fairy bodies, he needs to go outside to have a look. Sea Race Battlefield is undoubtedly the best choice. Of course, Lui also planned to see the mission of Misty Island. Hearing Lui's words, Yun Xi looked up at Lui, and said, I'm going too. I'm not weak now, so I can accompany you. Change first and then change. Chapter 172 The Origin of the Sea Race Invasion. Are you going too? Lui was taken aback, somewhat unexpected. Yes, my strength should be able to protect myself. Yun Xi nodded, I want to go with you. Hearing this, Lui thought for a while. Indeed, with Yun Xi's combat power, Lui doesn't have to worry too much about the power of the fusion realm. The only problem is that Yun Xi is now in an immortal body, which is too conspicuous. But this is not a big problem. With the 1000 transformation technique, Yun Xi can completely change into other appearances, and no one can find out. Coupled with the fact that Lui has mastered the small void technique and the void breaker, even if there is any problem, Lui can protect Yun Xi well. Thinking about it this way, Lui felt that there would be no problem if Yun Xi went. On the contrary, it is beneficial. After all, when they are on the road, the two can still exchange ideas from time to time, and they can also improve their strength through dual cultivation. Lui thought of this, and said, no problem, do you want to talk to Granny Hua? Don't Granny Hua want to beat me when she sees me abducting you away? Yun Xi smiled slightly, Grandma likes you so much, why not? Then she paused and said, I'll go and talk to my mother-in-law, lest she find out that I'm not there and feel a little worried. Lui nodded. Then Yun Xi and Lui came to the cave where Granny Hua was. After seeing Lui, Granny Hua was stunned. Lui came so quietly that Granny Hua didn't even know. Then she showed surprise and welcomed Lui very much. Year, why didn't you say anything when you came? Granny Hua complained, this way I can also welcome you. Lui smiled, Grandma Hua is being too polite, she's a bit out of touch. That's true. Granny Hua smiled happily. I also want to thank you for giving Yun Xi the 9-color lily of the valley. If not, Yun Xi would not have transformed into a fairy body. Granny Hua naturally knew about why Yun Xi transformed. Lu Yi smiled and said, Yun Xi is mine, so this is naturally what I should do. Granny Hua nodded again and again. It is Yun Xi's blessing to meet you. She was very happy for Yun Xi. Afterwards, Yun Xi said that he wanted to follow Lu Yi to the Sea Clan battlefield. When she heard this, Granny Hua still hesitated, but after listening to Lu Yi's assurance, Granny Hua nodded in agreement. She trusted Lu Yi very much. However, Granny Hua kept telling Yun Xi and Lu Yi to be careful when they were outside. Lu Yi and Yun Xi naturally nodded in agreement. Afterwards, Granny Hua invited a few Huashan elders from Wanhua sect to have a home-cooked meal with Yun Xi and Lu Yi, which was regarded as a welcome for Lu Yi to come to Wanhua sect. Early the next morning, Lu Yi and Yun Xi quietly left the 10,000 Flower Sect's protective formation. Originally, Lu Yi planned to stay with Yun Xi for a few more days before leaving, but now that Yun Xi planned to go with him, then naturally Lu Yi didn't need to stay here. Leaving the Guardian formation, Yun Xi glanced behind her, with a strange look on her ethereal pretty face. Lu Yi, you can break through this Guardian formation so easily. Lu Yi smiled. After all, this is the Guardian formation I portrayed. I know all the advantages and disadvantages, so it can be unimpeded. Yun Xi wrinkled his nose and said with a smile, my Wanhua sect has become your back garden, have you sneaked in before? Lu Yi rolled his eyes, of course not. If I had come to Wanhua sect before, why wouldn't I go to you? Yun Xi smiled and said, that's not necessarily the case. My seniors and sisters all miss you very much. As long as I attend the banquet, those seniors and sisters will ask me about you. Lu Yi's expression was strange. Is this guy jealous? He said solemnly, that's their business, it has nothing to do with me. In my eyes, Yun Xi, you are much more attractive than your seniors and seniors. Yun Xi smiled happily. Then the two used the 1000 transformations technique. Lu Yi turned into a handsome young monk, and Yun Xi turned into a pretty female cultivator. Both of them had good attainments in the 1000 transformations technique. Even if a monk who knew them well stood in front of them, it would be difficult for them to recognize them. Afterwards, Lu Yi and Yun Xi headed east all the way, towards the direction of the Sea Clan battlefield. Back then, the high-level leaders of the eastern region allied forces negotiated with the powerful Sea Clan, and the final result was quite bad. During the discussion, the two sides directly fought and broke up unhappy. But this also let the monks of the eastern region know why the Sea Clan suddenly attacked the inland on a large scale. There are too many sea monks, even more than 5 domain monks, and they are also divided into many forces. The battles of these forces are bloodier than those in the inland, and they are also fighting for territory and resources. For some reason, decades ago, the Xianhuang Dragon Python clan suddenly had 3 more terrifying existences in the imaginary realm. The so-called Suxian refers to the fact that when the ancestor of crossing the calamity crossed the immortal calamity, although he failed to cross the calamity, he saved his life under the thunder calamity. This kind of existence is generally tempered through the transitional immortal tribulation, and the physical body is transformed into the body of a fairy. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. The so-called fairy body is different from the fairy body. The fairy body represents the talent enough to become a fairy, or even stronger, while the fairy body is the transformation of the mortal body after being baptized by the fairy power after passing through the fairy calamity. This is a process of transforming the level of life from mortal to immortal. But because he failed to truly become a fairy, and did not convert the spiritual power in his body into fairy power, there is still some gap compared with the fairy. So this kind of existence is called virtual immortal. But even Suxian is still an immortal, and naturally far surpasses the cultivator of crossing the catastrophe, and his strength is extremely terrifying. Under normal circumstances, this kind of existence is extremely difficult to be born. After all, how terrible is transcendence tribulation? In the face of such a thunder disaster, the cultivator who crosses the robbery will either succeed or fail. Success will naturally ascend to immortality, while failure will basically be wiped out, and thousands of years of practice will turn into clouds and smoke. Even in history, there are only a very small number of existences who can survive after the failure of crossing the catastrophe. No one thought why the Xianhuang Dragon Python clan had 3 virtual immortals. And it was the same period. This incident shocked the entire Xi clan. After all, these 3 Suxians were originally monks of the Xianhuang Dragon Mang clan, who had been silent for a long time, with little hope of ascending, and would definitely die under the tribulation of immortals. There is naturally an unknown reason for the 3 tribulation crossing monks to turn into virtual immortals. Some people say that the 3 virtual immortals were born after the Xianhuang Dragon Python clan obtained some extremely rare immortal treasures. It is also said that an immortal from another world appeared among the High clan, and he turned these monks who had crossed the tribulation into virtual immortals. It is also said that the Xianhuang Dragon Python family has discovered some kind of strange power in the void. Although this power cannot make people become immortals, it can save people's lives during the immortal calamity. There are all kinds of guesses. But no matter how the monks of the High clan guessed, the fact is that there are 3 more terrifying virtual immortals in the Xianhuang Dragon Python clan. Because of the existence of the 3 Suxians, the Blackwater Flood Dragon clan closest to the Xianhuang Dragon Python's power was naturally the first to be affected. The strength of the Suxian powerhouse cannot be resisted by the cultivator of crossing the catastrophe at all. The Xianhuang Dragon Python clan just produced a Suxian, who came to the clan of the Hai Shoujiao clan, and smashed a tribulation crossing monk into fly ash with one palm. This made the Blackwater Flood Dragon clan completely out of words, almost terrified. However, as one of the overlord races of the Xi clan, the Hai Shoujiao clan naturally possessed the clan's clan immortal artifact, and the eruption of the immortal artifact was able to resist the Suxian of the Xianhuang Dragon Python clan. However, the Xianhuang Dragon Python clan itself is a power at the overlord level, and they also have the clan's immortal artifact. Not only that, but also 3 virtual immortals. With such strength, the Blackwater Flood Dragon clan couldn't stop it at all. In the end, they could only bow their heads to the Xianhuang Dragon Python clan and become a subsidiary force of the Xianhuang Dragon Python clan. The Xianhuang Dragon Python clan is still not satisfied, they continue to march and force, and have acquired a large amount of the Xi clan's territory, especially the eastern Xi area. Almost all areas have become the Xianhuang Dragon Python's domain. Afterwards, the Xianhuang Dragon Python even began to march towards the Deep Sea area. Even so, the Xianhuang Dragon Mang clan ordered the Hai Shoujiao clan to lead the forces of the Xi clans to invade the eastern region. It has to be said that after having 3 virtual immortals, the ambition of the Xianhuang Dragon Python clan has become extremely great. After all, Suxian is too strong, even the monks who are crossing the catastrophe are not an all-in-one enemy. With such strength, enough ambition will naturally be born. Not only did they want to unify the entire Xi clan, but they also planned to take the inland into their pockets. If the Xianhuang Dragon Python is really allowed to unify the entire Tianming, then the Xianhuang Dragon Python family will get a lot of resources, and it is conceivable how great the benefits will be. When the Xianhuang Dragon Python clan was still working to unify the Xi clan, the Blackwater Dragon also led a group of Xi clan monks and began to attack the inland. Because of the terrifying strength of the Xianhuang Dragon Python, they had no intention of negotiating peace with the monks of the Eastern Territory at all, but only hoped that the Eastern Territory could be included in their pockets. For this reason, both sides have not backed down and have been fighting until now. Fortunately, although Xianhuang Dragon Python has 3 virtual immortals, it is not that simple to unify the Xi clan, and he still hasn't been able to get out. And the allied forces of the eastern region are not weak, owning multiple holy lands of the Immortal Sect. It has been decades since the Qi clan invaded the Eastern Territory. Since the Eastern Territory Coalition Army has invited monks to join the coalition and resist the Qi clan, some of them are recruiting targets of the Zong men, and some are casual cultivators attracted by military rewards. The Allied forces in the eastern region expanded rapidly, fighting back and forth with the Qi clan, and even pushed the battlefield a few points closer to the east. But even so, the two sides still fought fiercely on the battlefield. The Qi clan monks who were suppressed by the Xianhuang Dragon Python clan continued to join the battlefield, and their strength was not much weaker than that of the Eastern Allied forces. Lu Yi and Yun Xi headed east all the way, and as they got closer to the Hai clan battlefield, the land became more and more barren. Lu Yi and Yun Xi walked through many Zongmen areas, most of which were empty, some even had traces of fierce battles, blood and corpses all over the ground, and the original palaces were turned into broken eaves and broken walls. Shouldn't it be invaded by the Qi clan? It's still some distance from the battlefield, why are there traces of such a fierce battle? Yun Xi asked doubtfully, looking at the broken eaves and broken walls. Lu Yi shook his head, once there is chaos, there will always be monks who want to fish in troubled waters. Even if they face their own clan, they will turn into bandits. This sect is probably built by some monks who have withdrawn from the battlefield of the Qi clan. Yun Xi was smart, so when she heard this, she blinked her eyes and nodded slightly to show that she understood. These broken sect areas were obviously looted, with almost no resources at all, and even few living creatures. In addition to the Zongmen area, there are also some cities and towns of mortals. When disaster strikes, powerful monks may still be able to escape, but for mortals, the vast land and all kinds of beasts are dangerous. If they leave the town where they live safely, they will not be able to survive at all, and they can only resign themselves to fate. The monks in the township all looked worried and numb at any time, but they were still working and farming. Lu Yi communicated with some of the old men, and understood that a passing immortal had told them about the Qi clan's invasion, but unfortunately they could only quietly wait for the disaster to strike from the sky. This is the fate of mortals. The ancient city has also become a bit desolate, but it is much better than the township, and many monks stay here. Some of these monks are local monks with low strength, only in the realm of Qi training or foundation building. With such strength, it is extremely dangerous to walk in the barren mountains, especially at such a dangerous moment. These monks, like ordinary people, can only stay in the land where they were born and raised, quietly waiting for the judgment of fate. There are also some who are not weak, and have even reached the realm of nascent soul transformation god. Lu Yi and Yun Xi were in a restaurant, quietly listening to the exchange of monks. There are several monks who are not weak are talking, and their strengths are all in the nascent soul realm, and the old man who leads them is even more powerful at the level of the gods. Now our eastern region allied forces seem to have an advantage, and there is a lot of hope that we can drive those Qi people back to the sea. At this time, the danger is less, and we can make some military exploits and obtain various resources. Nahua, the old man said with a smile that everything was under control. Brother Wang Dao is wise. No wonder Brother Wang Dao can cultivate to the realm of transforming gods. A middle-aged man in the nascent soul realm complimented him with a smile on his face. Ha ha ha, our casual cultivators are not as good as those monks from the big sects. With so many resources, if we want to improve, we need to use our brains. If we want to practice safely and steadily, safety is the first. Huashan, the old man and the old god are talking about their own experience. A group of nascent soul monks nodded again and again. Yet, practice in peace and stability, find some opportunities to get some resources, even if it's us, we can reach the peak of the fairy road. A somewhat young monk nodded repeatedly. Also, we loose cultivators have to be in a group, so that we can help each other to be safer. Lu Yi felt a little strange when he heard the words of these casual cultivators. These monks are very promising. Everyone puts safety first, and everyone is intensively practicing escapism, discussing how to escape when facing monks who are stronger than themselves. Liu Yi felt that they were awesome, and they could be compared with his own head teacher Wu Qingfeng. Back when Qingzhou was in turmoil, my head teacher relied on his extremely spiritual escapism to walk a group of blood spirit sect and heavenly snake sect cultivators like walking dogs. Yun Xi beside him also had a strange expression, and couldn't help showing a smile. Where is it better for us to wait? Go to the area where the female sword fairy of the divine sword sect is? I heard that the female sword fairy is just a cultivator of Dongxiu, who has killed the combined power. If you are in that area, it must be safer, right? A young monk said with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Confused. How could you go there? The old man of Huashan patted the table, heartbroken. Although the female sword fairy is a peerless evildoer, she is not much different from the legendary Qingzhou evildoer, but such an evildoer will definitely be targeted by the Sea clan, and if the Sea clan sends a Mahayana powerful to strangle that evildoer, she may be able to escape, but what should we do? Follow her, and our chances of death will definitely not be low. The old man's words made everyone look at each other in blank dismay, and fell silent for a while. What Brother Wang said makes sense. I think so too. A middle-aged woman with an ordinary face nodded slightly. That's right, such a monstrous character who stands out in the limelight must be a thorn in the flesh of the Sea clan, and it is impossible not to be noticed by the strong Sea clan. We follow her, and I am afraid we will not live long. Another middle-aged man also nodded. Although the young monk was a little unwilling, he still sighed after thinking about it. Brother Wang Dao said yes, life is the most important thing. Brother Wang Dao, where do you think we should go? A middle-aged man asked. The Huashan old man had a confident smile. Don't worry, I already have a candidate. Oh? Brother Wang Dao, please explain carefully. Many monks looked at the old man who turned into a god curiously. Not only them, but even Liu Yi and Yun Xi were a little curious. The old man of Huashan smiled slightly, and then said, let's go with Nangang Moyu and the others of Bianzong. Nangang Moyu? Who is it? Many nascent soul cultivators looked bewildered. Both Liu Yi and Yun Xi looked at each other with strange expressions. What the hell? Following senior brother Nangang Moyu? The old man who turned into a god smiled and said, everyone in the Biun sect knows, right? That monstrous sect in Qingzhou. Of course I know. This Nangang Moyu is the disciple of the sect where the evildoer belongs. The old man has inquired about it. There are several monks in that sect who are quite intelligent. Relying on various terrains, they ambushed and killed many monks from the Sea clan. Formidable monks of the Sea clan, but the victory lies in lasting safety. This is one aspect, and another aspect is that these monks are disciples of the Biun sect. Judging by the talent of that evildoer, I am afraid that there is a great hope of becoming a fairy in the future. The Biun sect is the immortal sect. It is good for us to have a good relationship with them now. The old man of Huashan said with a smile. Liu Yi. He was shocked, this old man has something, thinking so much? Yun Xi also had a strange expression, glanced at Liu Yi, and said via voice transmission, this fellow Taoist seems to be quite smart. Liu Yi was speechless, and said via voice transmission, this is probably the survival wisdom of casual cultivators. Yun Xi smiled. And those nascent soul cultivators looked at each other, and they all showed pleasant smiles, as expected of Brother Wang. It's amazing. If we can get in touch with that evildoer, it will be a good thing for us. Brother Wang Dao is thoughtful, I admire you. The monks spoke again and again. Since that's the case, then it's decided. The old man of Huashan said with a smile. At this moment, Liu Yi coughed and said with a slight smile, everyone, we are also planning to go to the Sea clan battlefield. After hearing what this Daoist brother said, we also want to go with the Biun sect team. Otherwise, bring the two of us? Thank you for the 5,000 points rewarded by the boss of Set Yu, thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the boss of Jiangnan Rainy Season, thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the boss Ning Fanji Qingling, and thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the boss of the 9th quarter, thank you for your affection 100 points rewarded by Big Brother Dream. Chapter 173, Mission Reward for Killing the Sea Clan. Liu Yi spoke up suddenly, causing the elder Huashan and Yuanying monks to look over. They looked at Liu Yi and Yun Xi with vigilance in their eyes. Liu Yi and Yun Xi looked at humans and animals as harmless, and their cultivations were all in the nascent soul realm, not too high. The Huashan old man surnamed Wang sized up Liu Yi and Yun Xi, then declined with a smile, "We won't be leaving until some time later, I'm afraid we won't be able to go with you for the time being." The other nascent soul cultivators also nodded. "Two friends, I'm sorry. It does, we have other things to do." Liu Yi is full of black lines, these people are too vigilant, right? Liu Yi smiled and said, "It's actually like this, Senior, I'm also from the Baiyun sect, and I'm an inner disciple of the Baiyun sect. I was still in retreat when I was recruited, and I didn't come out with my brothers and sisters. Now I have reached there is a certain bottleneck, so we came to the Sea Clan battlefield to practice. We originally planned to go to the brothers and sisters, and we heard your words, so we planned to go with you." Hearing this, all the monks were stunned, a little shocked. The elder Huashan looked at Liu Yi with a strange expression, "Are you a disciple of Baiyun sect?" "It's natural, this is my inner door token, if you don't believe me, take a look." Liu Yi took out his inner door token. This is generally a symbol of the identity of the inner disciples of the Baiyun sect, and it is also a magic weapon for storing various sect points. However, since Liu Yi became famous, he can use the resources of the Baiyun sect directly without exchanging them. For those who knew him, his inner door tokens were useless, they had been gathering dust in the corner. Fortunately, he didn't lose it. Seeing that Liu Yi took out the token of the inner door, the old man of Huashan and several nascent soul cultivators looked at it. The old man who turned into a god showed surprise, "I have seen the token of the inner disciple of the Baiyun sect before, and it is true." Then the old man who turned into a god showed a warm smile, "It turns out that it is a fellow Taoist of the Baiyun sect. We really planned to find Nangong Moyu and other fellow Taoists. We originally planned to leave later, but since there are two fellow Taoists here, we can put the unimportant things aside and start early. Brother Wang Dao is right, we can leave early." The monks spoke again and again, all smiling. Liu Yi's head was full of black lines, and these people changed their faces quite quickly. However, Liu Yi didn't think there was anything wrong with it. When he was away from home, he had to be more vigilant to live longer. They were so cautious before, and it is normal to have such vigilance. Liu Yi also responded with a smile, and said, "In this case, we can leave sooner. I haven't seen you brothers and sisters for a long time, and I miss you a little." "No problem." The old man of Huashan said with a smile, "I know which area they are in now, let's go now. By the way, don't know the name of fellow Daoist?" Liu Yi smiled, "My name is Li Yun." "So it's fellow Daoist Li Yun. I've looked forward to it for a long time." The monks were very polite. After the group finished eating, they got up one after another, left the ancient city, and moved towards the direction where the Baiyun sect disciples were. Along the way, everyone exchanged ideas. The leading monk named Wang Baifeng was from Lingzhou. Lingzhou is a big state on the edge of Qingzhou, very close to Qingzhou. The other nascent soul monks came from various states in the eastern region. After meeting these years, they got in touch and became Taoist friends. Wang Baifeng, as a casual cultivator in the realm of transforming gods, can be said to be an old fritter with a wide network of contacts. He has been in Lingzhou and several nearby big states, and he has been to Qingzhou for a long time. Naturally, Wang Baifeng also knew about the battle in Qingzhou back then, and had learned about the process. It was just like this that Wang Baifeng was very impressed with Bianzong and Liu Yi. When resting on the road, Wang Baifeng said, "I have heard of that Qingzhou fairy species since he was a little famous in the Donglan historical site. It can be said that I have been paying attention to his growth. But even in this way, the old man never thought that he would grow up so fast." "Brother Wang Dao, you paid attention to Liu Yi so early? He shouldn't be very strong back then, right?" the ordinary-looking middle-aged woman said. "Her name is Lin Yu, and she comes from another big state some distance away from Qingzhou." Wang Baifeng showed a look of nostalgia, and said, "Yeah, that fairy should be in the foundation building realm, right? It's not strong." The reason why the old man heard about him is because he rescued some people in the Donglan ancient site. Loose cultivators, one of them is a descendant of a good friend of the old man, and the old man heard about it at the time. At first, the old man didn't take it seriously, but in just a few years, the fairy species broke through to the golden core very quickly realm, and then all the way up, fame, and now only 100 years, I heard that 2 years ago, that fairy species survived the thunder disaster again, and now it should be a whole. Hiss! 100 years from foundation building cultivation to cave void realm? Everyone was shocked and shocked. No wonder even the immortals admire it. By the way, fellow Daoist Li, aren't you from the Baiyun sect? Have you ever met Liu Yi? Is he really as powerful as the rumors say? A mature woman with a beautiful face asked curiously. The others also looked at Liu Yi. Liu Yi coughed solemnly. "Brother Liu is indeed extremely strong, talented, and handsome, like a fairy descending from the earth." The corner of Yun Xi's mouth raised, and he glanced at Liu Yi amusedly, and said via voice transmission, "How can you praise yourself so much?" Liu Yi said via voice transmission, "Aren't I telling the truth?" Yun Xi was silent for a while. Liu Yi was indeed telling the truth, and she couldn't refute it. Everyone was even more surprised when they heard Liu Yi's words. Along the way, they stopped and stopped. Their speed must be far slower than that of Liu Yi and Yun Xi, but as nascent soul cultivators, they are not too slow. Liu Yi and Yun Xi were not in a hurry, so they walked along with them. After more than 20 days, they finally came to the fringe area of the Sea Clan battlefield. After arriving at the Sea Clan battlefield, Liu Yi found that there was almost no life in the places he had passed. Many ancient cities had been breached and turned into ruins, and many villages and towns had been completely razed to the ground. There is a murderous air in the sky. This is the battlefield of the Sea Clan, everyone be careful. Wang Baifeng said with a serious expression. The other monks also nodded. Even Liu Yi and Yun Xi were a little more serious than before. It's about 3 days away from the Feiyanjian area where the monks of the Baiyun sect often haunt. Let's be careful. After joining them, we can earn merits. Until then, try not to make any troubles. Wang Baifeng reminded. Hearing this, many monks nodded slightly. The group continued to move, and not long after, Liu Yi suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked to the right, where there were waves of not weak breaths surging, which were somewhat different from ordinary monk breaths. They should be sea monks. Then Yun Xi also noticed something and looked over. After a while, Wang Baifeng also noticed it, and so did the nascent soul cultivators. All the monks were shocked and looked over. The aura over there, is the Sea Clan? A young man asked, "Would you like to go and have a look?" This young man's name was Lin Ming. He was not very old, only over 300 years old, but he had cultivated to the nascent soul realm. He was considered a not weak genius, and this was even when he didn't have a sect. If he joined the sect, Lin Ming's talent would definitely belong to the top-level genius in Baiyun sect, not much worse than Nangang Moyu, Xie Tianming, and Wang Tianzun. Hearing this, everyone looked at Wang Baifeng. Wang Baifeng thought about it for a while, and said, "There are only 4 nascent souls. Go and have a look, there shouldn't be any problems, let's go and have a look first." Hearing this, everyone nodded. He flew in that direction. Soon, a group of people came to the place where the breath was. It was a valley with dense trees. Inside the valley were simple wooden houses made of trees and thatch. The wooden houses form a small village. At this moment, 4 nascent soul realm men were standing in the air, and an old man was floating in front of the leader. The old man's face was pale and he kept struggling. The 4 men raised their heads and laughed, very satisfied with the old man's reaction. Below them, many mortals were looking at the 4 people in the sky in horror. Not far away were some corpses, blood all over the ground. Ha ha ha, the screams of these ants are still nice. The man in the lead was very happy. When he squeezed his hand, the old man's body creaked, and he suddenly let out a burst of screams. This made the mortals below yell again and again, full of anger and fear. When Lui and his party came over, they happened to see this scene, and their faces darkened. Damn the Sea Clan! How dare you dominate our eastern region and bully our eastern region human race! Lin Ming was full of murderous intent, staring at the 4 Sea Clan monks. The others were also full of anger. Don't be impulsive. Wang Baifeng quickly pulled him back, and said in a low voice, the Sea Clans all appear in groups. There are only 4 nascent soul cultivators here. There must be others nearby. This place is not far from the border battlefield. There may be some. What big move does the Sea Clan team have? Hearing this, Lin Yu and the others changed their expressions slightly. The old man was tortured for a long time, and his expression was very weak, but there was no fear on his face, only anger and hatred. God damn High Clan, you ruined our family, you will die. Unfortunate death? Mere mortals are only 100 years old. To us, it's just a snap of our fingers. A mortal is also worthy of a curse for us to die a terrible death? The man from the Sea Clan laughed. Your eastern territory will sooner or later become the possession of our Sea Clan. At that time, your human race will be our captive animals, only suitable for food. The sea monk exerted a little force again, and the bones of the old man made noise again, screaming again and again. The sea tribe monks looked at the struggling old man jokingly, as if they were watching a good show. Hearing the words of the Sea Clan monks, the monks in the distance were even more angry. Lin Ming looked at Wang Baifeng, and said, Brother Wang Dao, with so many of us, are you still afraid of their mere 4 nascent soul cultivators? If we kill them with the force of thunder, we'll just leave. Wang Baifeng thought about it for a while, and then said firmly, Okay. Then we'll kill them before leaving. They are monks anyway, so what's the point of bullying mortals? All the monks nodded. Perhaps for some monks, the lives of these mortals are not important, but the arrogant attitude of the monks of the Sea tribe makes people quite uncomfortable. Of course, there are monks who also have sympathy for mortals, and naturally hope that they will draw their swords to help when they see injustice. Luyi's expression was very calm at the moment, and he was angry in his heart. Although these mortals were not related to him, Luyi also had sympathy for the weak. His aura had already locked on to the 4 Sea Clan monks. Even if Wang Baifeng and the others were unwilling to do it, he would do it. But in the end, he was a little surprised. Although Wang Baifeng was stable, he didn't expect that he was also a little passionate, and he was willing to make a move. Lui murmured silently in his heart, I want to kill the 4 Sea Clan monks in front of me. Task: kill 4 Sea tribe monks. Reward: 100 drops of the Millennium Essence, and the awareness of the way of water will be improved. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Lui raised his eyebrows. Needless to say, the Millennium Essence is useless to the current Lui, but it must be a good thing. To Lui's surprise, killing the monks of the Sea Clan would actually improve his understanding of the way of water. This is good news. Ever since senior brother Zhang Fan came to the Sea Clan battlefield, Lui's artistic conception of water has not improved for a long time. Lui accepted the task. And Wang Baifeng and other monks had already finished their discussions, and at the same time they stormed up and attacked the 4 Sea clan monks with all their strength. Kill. What Wang Baifeng used was a magic weapon of a mirror, and a beam of light shot out from the mirror, blasting towards the headed monk of the Sea clan. And Lin Ming and the others also used their own magic weapons and spells to attack other Sea clan cultivators. These 4 monks from the High clan are all in the nascent soul realm. Facing the siege of many nascent soul monks, there is also a cultivator who transforms the spirit, and his expression changed on the spot. The leader of the Sea clan monk just roared, without even using the magic weapon. He was pierced by a beam of light from Wang Baifeng and turned into ashes. A cultivator of Huashan attacked nascent soul cultivator with all his strength. Although it is not very pleasant to say, the effect is still very good. Wang Baifeng had no intention of being ashamed of this at all, and continued to attack the other 3 nascent soul cultivators very decisively. And Liu Yi protected the old man in the dark, otherwise just the aftermath of the spiritual energy would be enough to tear him apart. At the same time, he also casually chopped out a sword light in the nascent soul realm, and slashed at a monk of the Sea clan, which was regarded as his participation. Human race. The remaining 3 Sea tribe monks roared again and again, but they couldn't even escape, and were seriously injured soon. Quickly send a message. There are monks here. A Sea monk with a broken arm shouted. Another Sea clan monk covered in blood took out a talisman, and the spiritual power surged, and the talisman disappeared. This caused Wang Baifeng and the others to change their expressions slightly. It's a messenger talisman, kill them, and we'll leave. Wang Baifeng shouted. Turning the mirror in his hand, beams of light shot out, covering the 3 Sea clan monks. The 3 Sea clan monks just screamed a few times before being beheaded. Put away the loot. We'll distribute it after we go out. Wang Baifeng picked up the interspatial rings of the 4 Sea clan monks who were very skilled, and Liu Yi was ashamed to see them. Every time he fights, he is easily shattered by the opponent's interspatial rings. So far, he has not picked up many interspatial rings. Sure enough, he was still too wasted. Let's go. Wang Baifeng said. Wait. Liu Yi suddenly thought of something, and looked at those mortals who were stunned. They didn't expect that the 4 Sea clan monks who were domineering just now died instantly, and they were still a little dazed at the moment. Liu Yi said, they stay here, and when those sea tribes come over, they may all die. Take them to a safer place, too? Hearing this, Wang Baifeng and the others paused, and some frowned slightly. Bring a few mortals, how long can we protect? There will be sea monks coming over soon. Bringing these mortals will probably slow down our speed. Fellow Daoist Li, I know you have a kind heart, but let's forget it. If you take them and get caught up by the monks of the Sea clan, it will be bad for us and them. Wang Baifeng also said. Liu Yi smiled and said, don't worry fellow Daoists, I'll just take it with me. Hearing this, many monks were stunned. Although they were still a little dissatisfied, they didn't say anything more because Liu Yi was a disciple of Baiun sect. Liu Yi said to himself, I want to save these ordinary people. Task. Save these ordinary people. Reward, 20 Perfect Qi Condensation Pills. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Liu Yi. Good guy, the reward turned out to be the Perfect Qi Condensation Pill? How long has this ghost thing been rewarded? He's all ignorant, and there is such a reward? Liu Yi silently accepted the task. Although the rewards are very few, it's not just because of the task. Now that I have seen it, Liu Yi is willing to help others if he can. Of course, if he can't protect himself, then he can't do this. As soon as Liu Yi reached out his hand, all the mortals below rose into the air, surrounded Liu Yi, and there were golden auras covering them, protecting them. This move caused the expressions of all the monks including Wang Baifeng to change slightly, which indicated the ultimate control over the aura. Even Wang Baifeng couldn't do this, which naturally made them terrified. All mortals looked terrified. Liu Yi smiled and said, "It's okay, there will be monks from the Sea clan coming over later, I will take you out of here. By the way, are all of you here?" Hearing this, many mortals breathed a sigh of relief, and a middle-aged strong man nodded repeatedly, "Yes, Immortal Master, everyone is already there." "Thank you, Immortal Master." Liu Yi smiled, "There is nothing to thank, it's just a little effort. Let's go." Wang Baifeng glanced at the relieved mortal, and said without saying anything. The other monks also glanced at Liu Yi strangely, their eyes were a little strange, perhaps because they were puzzled by Liu Yi's behavior. Ordinary people can only live for 100 years. For monks who are already in the nascent soul realm, it is too small, and the two sides can no longer even be considered as beings of the same level. Unexpectedly, Liu Yi would come to the rescue. For Liu Yi, he also cultivated from a mortal step by step, he just followed his heart and did what he should do. A group of people turned into streamers and fled towards the distance. However, just after they had left for only a few hundred kilometers, they felt terrifying fluctuations coming from behind. This caused Wang Baifeng and the others to change their expressions drastically. "This aura is a monk of Dongxiu. The Sea clan in the realm of Dongxiu. Change first and then change." Chapter 174, Involving Time Avenue. Too bad. This team of Sea clan actually has a cultivator at the Void realm. And they came so fast. Lin Ming was a little startled. At this moment, two more terrifying auras emerged, which made people startled, like an abyss. The same is the realm of the Void. There are two more. In such a small area, there are actually 3 Sea clans in the Void realm? Wang Baifeng's expression changed. This team of Sea clan probably has plans. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have so many monks. Lin Yu frowned and said, "Hollow realm, in the entire Tianming, can be regarded as a strong person, the number is definitely not many, even in the Sea clan, but now there are 3 in such an area, which is obviously unusual. This is beyond our control. We are not far from them now. If we are discovered, it will be over." A middle-aged man frowned and said with a hint of horror. The other monks also nodded, worried. The distance of hundreds of kilometers is really not a big problem for Monk Dongxiu. If they sense their existence, it may not take long for them to catch up. However, what no one expected was that the extremely powerful aura flew towards them at an extremely fast speed. The faces of Wang Baifeng and others changed suddenly. "They found us. How?" Everyone was astonished. Wang Baifeng, as an old fritter in the realm of transforming gods, was the first to react, and shouted, "Separate and run. Everyone depends on their fate." Hearing this, the others also nodded. At this moment, a huge black net rapidly enlarged from a distance, covering the world with a radius of hundreds of kilometers at an extremely fast speed, like a cage, trapping everyone in it. The faces of Wang Baifeng and others changed slightly. "This is the Blackwater net of the Blackwater Flood Dragon clan. Here comes the Dongxiu cultivator of the Blackwater Flood Dragon clan. I heard that the Blackwater network is like a net of heaven and earth. It can block the world and sense the energy. We can't escape at all. Many monks are a little desperate. Why do the Dongxiu masters of the Blackwater Flood Dragon clan perceive us so quickly? Even the Dongxiu monks, with the power of the primordial spirit, should not be able to clearly perceive the monks hundreds of kilometers away." Wang Baifeng wondered. Clear. Even Wang Baifeng, the old fried dough stick, couldn't figure it out, let alone the other monks. All the monks looked stiff and hopeless. If they are discovered by monks of Dongxiu, it will be difficult for them to escape. Even a group of monks are like this, let alone those mortals. The terrifying aura surged, and it was very difficult for mortals to even resist it. They were instinctively trembling because of the terrifying aura that was as vast as the sea in the distance. Although they don't know about cultivation, they also understand that the enemy is coming. These fairy masters are no longer opponents. All mortals are desperate. In the face of the monks who possess great power, they are too weak, and their fate is beyond their control. Only Lu Yi and Yun Xi had calm expressions, and they were even communicating through sound transmission. Lu Yi, why are there 3 Dongxue cultivators here? I don't know either, maybe the Sea clan has some action? Wait until one is captured alive, and the soul search will find out. While the two were communicating, streamers of light quickly approached them. The 3 leaders are 3 tall men with disheveled hair. Their eyes are vertical pupils, with a cold and violent look. There are strands of jet-black mysterious water flowing around them. The mysterious water is so thick that the surrounding space is twisted. These 3 are all cave monks. And behind the 3 monks, there are 6 Sea clan monks with the same strong aura, but compared to these 3 Dongxue monks, they are still a bit less interesting. 2 are cultivators of Huashan, and 4 are cultivators of nascent soul. 3 holes, 2 spirit transformations, and 4 nascent souls. Wang Baifeng and the others expressed difficulty in calming down. Soon, a group of monks from the Sea clan came not far from them, and the 3 strong men from the Blackwater Flood Dragon clan headed by them swept their gazes across the crowd, their faces icy cold. You human monks are so courageous that you dare to kill my strong Sea clan. A Dongxue monk said coldly. Killing my strong Sea clan, you still want to run away? You really don't know what to do. Another Dongxue cultivator looked at everyone with a sneer. The last monk, Dongxue, was very calm and said, Okay, it's important, kill them quickly, and we will leave. Hearing this, a cultivator of Dongxue nodded and stepped forward, with black water surging all over his body, covering the sky and the sun. I shouldn't have shot before I knew it. Wang Baifeng smiled wryly. Lin Ming was even more regretful. The other monks also had ugly expressions. The danger of the Sea clan battlefield is far more than they imagined. Who would have known that just killing a few high clan in the nascent soul realm would provoke 3 strong void caves? Now, it's no use regretting. While they were communicating, Lu Yi had already said to himself, I want to kill these sea monks. Task: kill the Sea clan monk. Reward: the secret technique small deduction technique, 10 pieces of Wanyan Lingyu, the black water mysterious jade of heaven, material and earth, and the improvement of the perception of the way of water. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows, a little pleasantly surprised. The mission rewards seemed to be pretty good. He silently accepted the task. Then, when the aura of the Blackwater Flood Dragon cultivator in the cave realm was surging, Lu Yi stepped forward, and golden sword lights appeared around Lu Yi, and the sound of the sword was earth-shattering. Even the black water net in the sky was shaken by the terrifying sword intent. Lu Yi's white clothes are better than snow, his black hair flutters, and the sword light surrounds his body, like a sword fairy. Feeling Lu Yi's terrifying sword intent, the complexions of the 3 Hai Shoujiao clan powerhouses in the Hollow Realm changed. Sword Domain. The Nascent Soul Realm. No, this person has hidden his cultivation. It's definitely not just the Nascent Soul Realm. He even mastered the realm of swordsmanship. Could it be that he's another swordsman monster like the female sword fairy from the Divine Sword sect? The expressions of the 3 monks in the Hollow Realm were cold and serious. They stared at Lu Yi, feeling a little cold in their bodies. They felt a mortal threat. Even the 3 Dongxue cultivators, not to mention the Huashan and Nascent Soul cultivators behind the 3 of them, looked at Lu Yi in horror at this moment, and backed away again and again. But Wang Baifeng and the others were already a little desperate. After feeling the terrifying aura on Lu Yi's body, they all widened their eyes in astonishment. This is the sword domain. Wang Baifeng looked at Lu Yi's back with some doubts. Sword realm? Fellow deist Li Yun actually mastered the sword realm? Is it so easy to master the sword realm now? There was a nascent soul cultivator with a look of disbelief. Bai Yunzong, mastered the sword domain, such a terrifying aura. Could it be? Lin Ming thought of something, looked at Liu Yi, his eyes widened, a little shocked. When the other monks heard the words, they also thought of something, and looked at Liu Yi, who was fluttering in white, in shock. He's not Li Yun, he's Liu Yi. It's that fairy seed from the Baiun sect. He's actually here. We actually went with that immortal seed from the Baiun sect? Including Wang Baifeng, all the casual cultivators were extremely pleasantly surprised, and then became extremely excited. Everyone's expressions are no longer as desperate as before. Liu Yi's combat strength is obvious to all. Before he broke through to the realm of the whole, he was already able to kill the combined power. But now, after breaking through to the void realm, Liu Yi will naturally become stronger. It's Liu Yi. With him here, what are the 3 Blackwater Flood Dragons in the void realm? Ha 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 ha. That's true, what about the Blackwater Flood Dragon? What about the Hollow Realm? Fellow Daoist Liu Yi is here, how dare they be presumptuous? All the monks were beaming with joy and smiling all over their faces. Hearing these casual cultivators' words, the 3 Haishoujiao clan in the Void Realm all frowned and looked at Liu Yi coldly. You are the Liu Yi who was called a fairy? Liu Yi's expression was strange. He had never been to the battlefield of the Sea clan, did not expect that the Sea clan would have heard of him. Naturally, Liu Yi didn't understand that when the Sea clan and the Human clan were at war, there would be communication, especially with Tianlong Shenzi and other powerful people. Naturally, Tianlong Shenzi and others would occasionally talk about Liu Yi, and the Strong Hai clan also heard about it. Liu Yi just smiled, I am Liu Yi. Hearing that the person in front of him was Liu Yi, the 3 Haishoujiao in the Void Realm already had the intention to retreat. A Haishoujiao let out a low cry, and squeezed the technique, the Blackwater net in the sky shrank, covering Liu Yi and his party. Between the black water nets, there are patches of pitch-black mysterious water surging. The mysterious water is extremely heavy, and exudes a strong corrosive atmosphere, which is highly poisonous. Walk. All the monks of the Sea clan made a decisive decision and turned around to leave. However, just a few steps away from them, King Yu Jianming came from behind. Afterwards, the golden sword light shone like the sun, tens of thousands of immortal sword lights twisted the black water net into pieces, and the mysterious water evaporated. The sword light is like a golden thread, across the sky and the earth, interweaving pieces of mysterious arcs between the sky and the earth. Then, these golden sword lights flashed across the Sea clan monks in an instant. In an instant, the 6 Sea clan monks who were not in the realm of Dongxu were directly strangled by the sword energy into a blood mist, and even the nascent soul was smashed together. And the 3 black water flood dragons in the void realm felt a fatal threat, and they all roared. Then 3 burly figures turned into 3 flood dragons. The Jiaolong has pitch-black scales and is thousands of meters long, suspended in the air like a winding mountain range. There was jet-black mysterious water flowing around them, and their aura soared. The 3 black water flood dragons directly transformed into their original forms, roaring and shooting out one after another of magic weapons, and shot out one after another of spells, trying to resist Liu Yi's attack. However, even if turned into the original form, their behavior is futile. How powerful is Liu Yi's indestructible sword intent, even as a fairy body, Yun Xi, who is also in the realm of Dongxu, is hard to resist, let alone an ordinary monk of Dongxu. Almost instantly, all kinds of magic weapons were cut into pieces, and the spells were directly cut off. Afterwards, the dense golden threads crossed the huge bodies of the 3 black water dragons, dividing their bodies into several sections. The blood gushed down like a waterfall and fell on the ground like a huge boulder falling down. The blood directly smashed deep pits in the mountains below. It is conceivable how powerful the blood of the black water dragon in the cave realm contains. The bodies of the 3 black water dragons were cut off by Liu Yi's sword, and the 3 nascent infants flew out, turning into 3 black streamers, soaring into the sky, trying to escape. However, Lui grabbed it casually, as if holding the world in his hands, and instantly imprisoned the surrounding space. The 3 nascent soul Haisho Jiao were imprisoned in place. No matter how hard they struggled, it was difficult for them to move. As soon as Lui hooked his hand, the 3 nascent souls of the Black Water Flood Dragon were immediately pulled in front of him. The 3 nascent souls looked at Lui with strong expressions of fear. How could you be so strong? It's also Dongxiu, why, you are so strong. The 3 Blackwater Flood Dragon nascent souls were in disbelief. After Lui made a move, the cultivation of aura was revealed, and the 3 Haisho Jiao in the Void Realm naturally sensed Lui's strength. This made the 3 Blackwater Flood Dragon experts even more incomprehensible. They are also monks of Dongxiu, why is there such a huge difference? As the overlord race of the Sea clan, the Blackwater Flood Dragon was placed among the human clan. Even if it was a person of Tianjiao level, 3 monks of the same level faced Lui, and they didn't even have the slightest strength to fight back. No, not to mention fighting back, even resistance is impossible. Faced with the incomprehensible appearance of the 3 Haisho Jiao Yuanying, Lui just smiled, it's just that you are too weak. These 3 guys are far worse than the ancestors of the Blood Spirit sect who are also in the Void Realm. Lui didn't say any more, and the terrifying mental power surged, and he directly searched the souls of the 3 nascent souls. Lui just searched for a moment, and the 3 nascent souls released terrifying fluctuations. This caused Lui's face to change slightly, and he quickly grabbed and threw the 3 nascent souls out, and then drew a sword screen. The next moment, the 3 black water flood dragons emitted a pitch-black light, like 3 black suns hanging in the air. Boom! Terrifying roars sounded, and the power brought by the self-explosion of the nascent soul in the hollow realm was destructive. Even Lui's sword curtain was shaking constantly. It was pitch black beyond the sword screen. And when the black light dissipated, the densely packed mountains turned into scorched earth, stretching for hundreds of kilometers, with pits everywhere, looking extremely terrifying, like a natural disaster. Even Wang Baifeng and other monks in the nascent soul realm and transformation god realm were shocked for a moment, not to mention those mortals, all of them were stunned, as if they were watching a miracle. They looked at Lui, who was standing in front of the golden sword curtain, who was volleying in the air, with awe in his eyes. "Immortal, immortal!" a young boy exclaimed. Others also did not speak. Such means, in the eyes of mortals, are no different from immortals. And Wang Baifeng and other monks also recovered from the shock, and everyone looked at each other with disbelief. Although they had heard a lot about Lui's deeds before, they knew that Lui's strength was extremely terrifying. But hearing and seeing with your own eyes are 2 completely different concepts. Seeing Lui turn his hands into clouds and his hands into rain, talking and laughing, he killed 3 Haisho Jiao in the Void Realm, resisted the self-destruction of 3 Haisho Jiao Yuanying, and the shock in their hearts was beyond words. All with awe. Lui scattered the sword screen, sighing softly in his heart, the nascent soul of these Blackwater Jiao cultivators have been planted with restrictions, as long as they are soul-surged, they will directly explode. That is to say, Lui's mental power is strong enough to search for some news. It's a pity that even Lui can only find very superficial information. The inheritance of the Blackwater Flood Dragon is very tightly protected, and even he couldn't search for it. Lui just felt a little pity, and soon he didn't care. Although the Blackwater Flood Dragon, as the overlord race, has quite strong inheritance and is comparable to the Holy Land of the Immortal Sect, but for Lui, as long as he can complete the mission, the rewards will definitely get better and better, and there will be no less rewards than the Blackwater Flood Dragon's inheritance. He didn't need to be too disappointed by this. And this soul search was not fruitless. Lui found the reason why they were discovered so quickly. Among the 3 monks in the Blackwater Flood Cave, one has practiced a secret technique, which can trace back the location of the murderer not long before the monk died. This is a very rare secret technique, and it can even involve a certain period of time. Wei Lui was so envious looking at it, no wonder these guys could lock their location so quickly. It's a pity that these three Blackwater Jiao Yuanying blew themselves up, and he failed to obtain such a secret technique. If he can obtain the cultivation method of this secret technique, as long as he cultivates to the limit level, there may be a glimmer of hope to glimpse the mystery of the Dao of time. Although the hope is slim, there is still hope. Lui felt some liver pain and missed the opportunity. Apart from this matter, Lui also understood why there are so many strong people here. The Sea Clan's army made some moves, intending to quietly besiege a stronghold of the allied forces of the eastern region. It was an ancient city called Dongming City, which was a node of the eastern region's defense line. If it can be captured, for the battlefield in this area, the battle line can be pushed forward by a few points. The eastern territory is too big, even if there are a large number of monks from the Sea Clan allied forces and the eastern territory allied forces, they have to be divided into several battlefields. The situation in different battlefields is also different. And this action is naturally aimed at this battlefield. These three Dongxiu cultivators are not even the strongest of the coalition forces in action. The leader in command is the Blackwater Flood Dragon expert in the Mahayana realm, and there is not only one. As for whether there is an ancestor of Duja behind him, Lui doesn't know. He has limited information. Lui raised his eyebrows, feeling a little weird. Isn't this the mission? He said to himself, I want to protect Dongming City. Task: guard Dongming City. Reward: 1,000,000-year spiritual jade, the best spiritual weapon, the water robe with weak light, and the realm of the road of water has been improved. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Lui's heart beat faster as he looked at the mission reward. The ultimate spiritual weapon. This is the first time that Lui has received such a precious reward, and it is also the magic robe he happened to use. Not only that, but there are even millions of years of spiritual jade. 100,000-year spirit jade is already so precious, let alone 1,000,000-year spirit jade. It is conceivable how rich the rewards for this task are. Lui accepted the task without thinking about it. After accepting the task, Lui turned around and looked at Wang Baifeng and other monks, as well as those mortals. At this moment, Wang Baifeng and other monks looked at Lui with restrained expressions, while those mortals looked at him with expressions of awe. I've met fellow Daoist Lui. Wang Baifeng and other monks hurriedly bowed to salute. Lui was speechless. He originally planned to get along with them as ordinary people, but he didn't expect it to become like this. Change first and then change. Thank you for the 1,500 points rewarded by the Big Brother PIN030, and the 100 points rewarded by the Big Brother 08A. In the past 2 days, the author is going to help my cousin look at the house, so there are many things. The update will be delayed, and the addition of the 1,800 monthly ticket will also be delayed, and it will be put on the day after tomorrow. Chapter 175 Strengthening the Defense Array. Lui smiled slightly. Fellow Daoists, you're welcome, just do the same as before. When Wang Baifeng and the others heard this, their expressions were a little weird. Lui said so, but how dare they do this? Everyone laughed, and Wang Baifeng said, thanks to fellow Daoist Lu just now, otherwise, we might all have to die here. Yes, thank you fellow Daoist Lu. All the monks thanked again and again. Lui smiled, since everyone is traveling together, I will naturally not refuse to save you. I also hope to follow you to find the senior brothers and sisters of the Baiyun sect. Hearing this, many monks smiled. Wang Baifeng said, since fellow Daoist Lu said so, shall we continue to look for the disciples of the Baiyun sect? Lui shook his head, and said, just now I found some information from those nascent souls of the Blackwater Flood Dragon. Lu Yi spread the news that Hai Shoujiao planned to secretly send strong men to attack Dongming City. This changed the expressions of Wang Baifeng and others. It's no wonder there are so many powerful Sea clans in this area. It's close to the territory of the Eastern Allied forces. It's unreasonable for so many Dongxiu monks to appear here. I don't know if Dongming City has any news. If there is no news, it may be very dangerous to be besieged by a large number of monks from the Sea clan. Many monks are a little worried. This is a major event related to the battlefield, even they dare not be sloppy. Lu Yi said, so, I plan to bring the news to Dongming City. If fellow Taoists don't want to go, just leave on your own. Hearing this, many monks were silent, and after looking at each other, Wang Baifeng said seriously, of course I'm with fellow Daoist Lu. Lin Ming also had a serious face. This matter is related to the territory of the eastern region, and I will go with fellow Daoist Lu. Lu Yi glanced at Lin Ming. From the time he dealt with the four nascent Soul Sea clan to now, Lu Yi found that Lin Ming was still a bit angry. We also went to Dongming City with fellow Daoist Lu. Now if we bring the information back, if there is no other way to know the news, it will be a great contribution. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled, looking forward to it. The other monks were hesitant at first. After all, according to Lu Yi's intention, Dongming City might become a battlefield, which was a bit dangerous. Now hearing Lin Yu's words, the other monks' eyes sparkled, and they all expressed their desire to go together. Naturally, Yun Xi didn't need to say much. Wherever Lu Yi went, she would go there. In that case, let's go. Lu Yi smiled, then glanced at the odd mortal beside him, and said, just take them to the ancient city, and it will be safer. All the mortals hurriedly said in awe, thank you, Master Immortal. Lu Yi was not familiar with this area, and he didn't know the location of Dongming City very well. Fortunately, Wang Baifeng and others had a certain understanding of this place, so they flew towards Dongming City with Lu Yi and Yun Xi. Half a day later, Lu Yi and his party saw Dongming City. It was a huge ancient city. The sky above the ancient city was outlined by incomparably mysterious patterns, exuding an incomparably rich pressure. Many monks were patrolling in the sky. These monks are all soldiers of the Eastern Allied forces. There are also many monks coming in and out from the gate of the city. Lu Yi and his party were numerous and mighty, and there were many mortals among them. Some of them were eye-catching, and many people looked over and were a little puzzled. Lu Yi and his party didn't take it seriously, and soon came to the gate of the city. Lu Yi found a mirror hanging above the city gate, and the mirror was flickering with faint light, reflecting the monks entering and leaving one by one. Lu Yi learned from Wang Baifeng's introduction on the road that this is a magic weapon for detecting changes, so as not to be mixed in by monks from the Sea clan. But this can only prevent the Sea clan. Some human monks may collude with the Sea clan and become traitors. Such monks are difficult to be investigated. There are also teams of strong coalition forces guarding the city gate. Lu Yi took a glance and found that there were actually 2 Dongxiu cultivators. Cultivator Dongxiu is the most powerful monk under Almighty, and he actually guards the city gate here. It can be seen that this Dongming city is still very important. Lu Yi and his party stepped into the city gate. After entering the city, Lu Yi found that the city was somewhat solemn, but compared with other ancient cities, it was still extremely prosperous. The shops along the street are all open, and monks and mortals are walking on the street, which is extremely lively. However, mortals are fine, and most of the monks have solemn expressions. They came to the ancient city just to rest their feet. After fighting outside for a long time, they were inevitably tired. Lu Yi thought for a while, took out some spirit stones and handed them to the old man who was tortured by the monks of the Sea tribe. Before, Yun Xi had already used the power of nature to heal the old man's injuries. Take these spirit stones, go exchange them for some silver, and live a good life in the city. Lu Yi smiled kindly. This made the eyes of the mortals turn red, and the old man at the head trembled and wanted to kneel down to Lui, but Lui raised his hand to stop him. Live a good life in the future. Lui smiled. Good. Good. Thank you, Master Immortal. Tears welled up in the old man's eyes, and the eyes of other mortals were also red. They bowed deeply to Lui, and then to Wang Baifeng and the others before turning and leaving. Watching the mortals turn and leave, Wang Baifeng and the others glanced at Lui. Wang Baifeng smiled and said, "You deist Lu is benevolent and righteous, even ordinary people can't bear to give up." Lui smiled, "It's just a little effort, if you can help, just help me." For Lui, it was not difficult to bring these mortals to Dongming City, so why watch them die outside? Let's go to the Lord of Dongming City and tell us about the High Clan. Hearing Lui's words, Wang Baifeng and the others nodded. They asked for directions casually, and soon found the city lord's mansion. Outside the city lord's mansion, there were monks guarding them. When they saw Lui and his party, they frowned and stopped them. "Who are you? What are you doing in the city lord's mansion?" Lui glanced at the attire of the two monks. His face was a bit strange. It turned out to be the monks of the Holy Land of Oneness. There are also important strategic fortresses in the ancient cities of the major nodes, all of which are guarded by the Holy Land of the Immortal Sect in the eastern region, as well as the monks of the great sects who have the ancestors of Duja. They are the main organizers and responsible persons of the Eastern Allied forces. Lui was still wondering who the person in charge of Dongming City would be, but he didn't expect it to be from Tai Holy Land. Lui smiled, "I'm Lui, I have something important to see the Lord of Dongming City." Hearing this, the two monks were stunned for a moment, with strange expressions on their faces. They looked at Lui with astonishment on their faces. Lui? Lui from Qingzhou. Lui was originally an arrogance of the formation, and his attainments in the formation were extremely astonishing. Even the power of the Holy Land of Tai was so amazed that he even wanted to invite Lui to join their sect. It's a pity that Lui didn't join. Even so, the monks in the Holy Land of Tai have all heard of Lui's name, and it can even be said to be like a thunderbolt. Lui smiled, "Exactly." The two monks looked shocked, and one of the young men said, "Although I haven't seen Lui himself, I have seen his video at least. Lui is very handsome, maybe it's not like you?" Lui smiled, and after a while, an incomparably mysterious pattern appeared, making the eyes of the two monks from the Holy Land of Oneness widen. This is a large formation. The condensed formation in the void can so easily depict a large formation. Are you really Lui? The two monks from the Holy Land of Supreme One exclaimed again and again. Even the powerful monks of the Holy Land of Supreme One rarely possess such attainments. This dispelled most of the doubts of the two monks about Lui. Lui smiled, "Well, as for the appearance, it's just a little change." Lui's face changed, and he quickly returned to his original appearance. Seeing Lui's original appearance, the remaining doubts in the hearts of the two monks almost disappeared. "It's really fellow deist Lui. I didn't expect you to come to the High Clan battlefield. Do you need to find the city lord? Come with me. The city lord is Elder Lin Yunfan from my Supreme One Holy Land. He should be very happy to see you." A disciple of Tai Holy Land was very happy and said that he would bring Lui and his party into the city lord's mansion. Wang Baifeng and the others were surprised to see that even the disciples of the Immortal Sect were so enthusiastic about Lui. Lui's face was even bigger than they imagined. Afterwards, Lui followed a disciple from the Holy Land of Oneness into the city lord's mansion. The disciple asked Lui and his party to wait in the lobby, and went to find the city lord, who was Elder Lin Yunfan. Not long after, an old man with white hair and beard came in. After he saw Lui, a gentle smile appeared on his face. "I have heard that Lui's young friend is extremely talented, but I have never seen it. I didn't expect see you here. Welcome, welcome." A group of monks stood up. Liu Yi cupped his hands and said, I have seen Senior Lin Yunfan. Wang Baifeng and the others also saluted nervously. This is a great power in the Mahayana realm. There's no need to be too polite. Lin Yunfan waved his hand with a gentle expression. Maybe it was because of Liu Yi. He looked at Liu Yi and asked, by the way, you said you have something important to come to me? What is it? It's like this. We met a group of powerful high clan members on the way here. After killing a few of them, we got news that a group of monks from the high clan was secretly approaching Dongming City and planned to besiege Dongming City. So I rushed over to inform you. Liu Yi briefly explained what happened. Hearing this, Lin Yunfan's expression changed slightly, and he frowned and said, the monks from the Sea clan plan to attack Dongming City? Yes, as far as I know, the team is led by 4 powerful people in the Mahayana realm, and there are many other strong people. I'm not sure if there is an ancestor of Duja behind them. This is Liu Yi news obtained through soul searching. Hearing this, Lin Yunfan's expression was a little solemn. The 4 Mahayana great powers, the comers are not kind. Can Dongming City hold it back? Liu Yi asked worriedly. Lin Yunfan thought about it for a while, and said, Dongming City is an important stronghold in this area, and the defense formation was created by the coalition forces with a lot of resources. It can resist Mahayana monks. But we have fought against the Sea clan for several times. It has been 10 years, and the Sea clan is well aware of the strength of the formation. Since they dared to come, it means that they may have a way to break the formation. These words made Liu Yi and his party a little worried. What if the formation is cracked? Yun Xi asked. Lin Yunfan glanced at Yungzi, and said solemnly, the battle line in the eastern territory is very long and huge. Even if the coalition forces are amazingly powerful and there are many Mahayana monks, they still need to guard each stronghold, and it is not enough to disperse them. The entire Dongming City I am the only Mahayana monk. If I face 4 Mahayana monks, I am afraid it will be difficult. The atmosphere fell silent for a while, and the expressions of Liu Yi and the others changed slightly. How many of those who can cultivate to the Mahayana realm are weak? They are all powerful existences who have mastered the domain. In the entire Tianming, they are all figures at the Tianjiao level, and they must be influential figures in their youth. Reaching the Mahayana realm, the gap between each realm becomes more and more obvious, and it is extremely difficult to leapfrog the battle. Even if Lin Yunfan is a formation monk, he can arrange a large formation in advance and carry out positional warfare, but he may not be able to deal with 4 monks of the same level. Lin Yunfan's eyes flickered, and he said, if I set up a large formation in advance, maybe I can hold them back, but they dare to come over knowing that there is a large formation to protect the city. Maybe there is a treasure for the formation. If the big formation I arranged is also broken, the situation may not be optimistic. Hearing this, Liu Yi and his party became even more silent. The faces of Wang Baifeng and others changed. In this way, isn't Dongming City very dangerous? Lin Yu said nervously. Lin Yunfan thought for a moment, and then said, although the Mahayana monks in the coalition army are currently in short supply, I can also ask for help and ask a few friends to help out, but it will take some time to come. I hope I can catch up. Thinking of this, Lin Yunfan urgently said, little friend Liu Yi, I need to see the situation of the Guardian formation. Your formation is very strong, so go and see with me. Liu Yi thought of something, and his face changed slightly. Senior, are you worried that there will be traitors destroying the Guardian array from within? Lin Yunfan nodded with a gloomy expression. I am indeed so worried. It's not like something like this has never happened before. Liu Yi also nodded clearly. Is it about the chaotic mountains? Even Liu Yi had heard about the Diran mountain in Bianzong before. Like Dongming City, it was also a coalition stronghold, and it was finally breached because of traitors among the human cultivators who destroyed the mountain protection array internally. That battle was very tragic. All the monks in the eastern region were basically wiped out in Dhiran mountain. Even the Mahayana masters who were guarding at that time could not escape, which caused a sensation in the entire eastern region. This also allowed the Eastern Region coalition forces to impose the cruelest punishment on the traitors. Even so, people's hearts are always changeable, and various situations have led to the fact that the traitors have not been eradicated. Lin Yunfan nodded, yes. Lu Yi thought for a while, and said, no problem, I'll go with senior. Lin Yunfan glanced at Wang Baifeng and the others behind Lu Yi, and said, the formation protecting the city is very important, so they can't go. Wang Baifeng and others hurriedly said, don't worry senior, we won't get close. Well, the information sent this time is extremely precious. You have made great contributions. When this matter is over, I will report it and reward you for your military achievements. This made Wang Baifeng and the others' eyes shine, and then their expressions turned bitter. The situation this time seems to be very bad, and they may not be able to leave alive. Now, let me ask you to take you to rest. You must be tired after traveling thousands of miles to communicate. Lin Yunfan said. Naturally, Wang Baifeng and the others had no objection. Lu Yi sent a voice transmission to Yun Xi, asking her to go rest with her. After all, the identity of the immortal physique is a bit sensitive. If it cannot be exposed, it is naturally better not to be exposed. Yun Xi naturally listened to Lu Yi and didn't say much. After that, Lin Yunfan took Lu Yi to a secret room deep in the city lord's mansion. There is a huge stone containing mysterious stars standing, with dense patterns carved on it, exuding a rich and incomparable coercion. On the edge of the boulder, there were two old men sitting cross-legged. The aura of these two old men is extremely deep, and they are both powerful in the realm of fusion. After the two old men saw Lin Yunfan, they nodded slightly, and when they saw Lu Yi, they froze for a moment, a little surprised. Then an old man raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, little friend Lu Yi? I didn't expect you to come to Dongming City. Seeing that the old man looked familiar, Lu Yi suddenly remembered where he seemed to have seen him before. Back then, in the ruins of the Immortal Sword Sect, in the combined power of Tai Holy Land, he existed. Lu Yi smiled and said, Senior, long time no see. Elder Lin, what's going on here? Another fit master asked with some doubts. Lin Yunfan had a solemn expression, and said, little friend Lu Yi brought news that the Xi clan has changed and plans to besiege my Dongming city. Just in case, I will come to see the formation. Little friend Lu Yi came with me. When the two fit masters heard this, their expressions changed slightly and became serious. We must guard the eye of the formation and never let it go wrong. The two combined powers nodded. Lin Yunfan also nodded slightly, then looked at Lu Yi, and said, young friend Lu Yi's formation level was already very high back then, and now after so long, I'm afraid it has improved again, check it with me, and see how big it is. Are there any problems? Lu Yi nodded, looking at the dense patterns on the eyes of the array, he was a little startled and said, such a big astral stone is really a big deal, and the array patterns are also quite profound. Lin Yunfan smiled slightly, this formation was personally carved by an ancestor of our sect. Hearing this, Lu Yi was startled, and then suddenly realized, no wonder, even his current state of formation felt that this formation was a bit profound. You know, Lu Yi has already been able to deduce the great formation of the Mahayana realm by himself, and his attainments in the formation are almost close to the limit of the mortal world. One can imagine how strong this formation is. It would be normal if it was drawn by Duji Patriarch himself. The tribulation crossing array cultivators in Tai Holy Land, if you think about it, you will know how terrifying the array attainments are. Lu Yi walked around the astral stone, examined it carefully, and then shook his head, no problem. Lin Yunfan was also checking carefully, and when he heard this, he nodded slightly and smiled, I haven't found any problems, and there seems to be nothing wrong with the formation. If that's the case, let's leave. At this moment, Lu Yi said, Senior, wait a moment, I have a way to strengthen the defense formation. Hearing this, Lin Yunfan and the two combined powers were taken aback, their eyes widened in astonishment. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.